I was strolling along the beach, enjoying the waves, when I suddenly realized I was being followed. Chapter 1: The beach. I was being followed. It had taken me a while to notice, but now that I knew it, there was no denying the sense of danger. I had been lazily walking along the sand, letting the ocean waves wash around my ankles. The ocean always seemed to calm me, and today I needed it more than usual. The crashing of the waves had no problem taking over my senses, and I had no problem letting them. Maybe that's why the man was practically on top of me before I even noticed him. Once I realized I was being followed, I managed to fall in pace with a group of teenagers walking my way. As I walked with them, I watched until the man fell further behind the group, clearly confused. When he was a safe enough distance, I ducked underneath one of the large boulders lining the beach. Since then, I hadn't moved. I hadn't even peeked around the rock to see if he was close to my hiding spot. I didn't know who the man was, or what he wanted, but I was intent on finding out. The only problem was that I was supposed to be here at the beach. I was supposed to be on my way back home so that I could beat my mother's husband before he got there. However, I'd gotten off work early today, and thought I'd chance a small walk along the shore. I told myself that I needed a clear brain. This week held countless things I needed to sort out, including how and when I was going to escape this place. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This was something I could talk about. If anyone found out was planning, he'd be punished for my crime. It wasn't exactly legal for a human to leave this town. The sun was starting its slow descent from the sky, and I knew my time on the beach should be ending. I took a deep breath, holding myself as still as possible as I peeked up from the black boulder. My eyes quickly darted each direction, watching for immediate signs of danger. When I saw none, I let my gaze scan the area slowly. After a few moments, I realized the man was nowhere in sight and I could chance an escape. I peeled myself away from the smooth surface and tiptoed through the sand, though I knew it wouldn't make a difference. When I was fully out in the open, I started walking quickly. My senses were more aware now though, so I figured you did know if the man was close. I was wrong. All at once, the man appeared once again in my vision. He was ahead of me this time, and it took all my self-control to calmly turn around and head back the other direction. It was opposite of where I needed to go, but it didn't matter. At this point, the only thing that mattered was not getting caught. Because of this, I had to force myself not to sprint in the other direction or draw attention to myself. I told myself that for all I knew he hadn't noticed me, and I would be able to slip away silently. Suddenly, a large hand was placed on my shoulder, just above my backpack. I whirled around, coming face to face with my stalker. He was taller than me, at least another 2 heads beyond mine. He was thick and muscular, his broad shoulders practically blocking my line of view. His beefy hands fully enveloped my shoulder, and I suddenly felt as if I was 5 years old again, looking at the face of someone that held much more power than I ever would. The grip on my shoulder released when I turned around, but I didn't stay put. I slowly started backing away, raising my palms towards my assailant and while simultaneously looking for an escape route. "Who are you?" My voice came out barely above a whisper as I continued to try and create distance between me and the man. He stared at me, something stirring in his eyes at my voice. Whatever was there didn't settle right in my stomach, and I involuntarily froze. He noticed this and proceeded to close the distance between us, reaching again for my shoulder. It only took a second for my mind to register this. When it did, I spun around and started to sprint. However, the moment I did was the moment I realized he'd debacked me into the same boulder I had been hiding in just moments ago. I ran straight into the rocks, turning around quickly when I realized I was trapped. When I came face to face with the man again, I reached for my backpack. I quickly unclipped my pepper spray and pressed down, letting the burning liquid reach my attacker's face. I waited for him to recoil so I could break away, but he didn't move. All he did was bring his shirt up to his face and wipe off the oozing liquid. I stared in disbelief, glancing between him and my spray. Then, It hit me. Pepper spray worked on humans. No, I whispered, looking at the man's face, horrified. My resolve was gone and replaced with complete and utter fear. He suddenly reached forward and grabbed the pepper spray from my hand. He tossed it to the side and brought his hands to his eyes, rubbing them with his palms. I watched my spray bounce off some rocks before disappearing into a tide pool, my hope following suit. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He finally spoke. His voice was masculine, but not too deep. I expected it to be rough and demanding, but it was surprisingly light-hearted. Through his words, he continued trying to rub the liquid out of his eyes. I waited for him to say more, unable to move from my position against the rock. My body itched to run. Panic crept into my chest when I peeked around his shoulders and realized how far away we were from everyone else. My heart started beating faster as I looked back to what was standing in front of me. Now that I had a clear view of him, I cursed myself. I should have known what he was. If I had been paying attention, I could have left the moment I noticed him. He sighed and brought his hands down to his side. He looked at me, dark eyes red and puffy, but clearly healing. Was that really necessary? I raised my eyebrows but didn't voice my thoughts. I knew he could easily rip me in half. Honestly, after I pepper sprayed him, it was a miracle I was dead already. In the end, I mumbled a quick and simple apology. I bent my head low, avoiding his gaze while praying He to take pity on me. Thoughts raced through my mind as I waited for him to respond. I understand why this creature singled me out, why he decided to follow me. I knew the only time someone like him spoke to someone like me was when they wanted something or someone. My breath hitched in my throat. The last thought struck me as I realized the only reasonable explanation. Somehow, they had figured out I was leaving and he was here to finish me off before I could step a foot outside of this territory. He brought his hand up and I flinched, waiting for him to pin me down and finish me off. But his hand went to the back of his neck, where he rubbed it obstinately. No, it's my bed. I shouldn't have followed you like this. Abruptly, he turned and started walking away. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was more of a trudge than walk. I stood still for a moment, watching him incredulously. Only when his figure disappeared into the crowd did I dare to let out a breath. My heart was still pounding, and I absently brought a hand to rest on it. I stood there, still as the rocks, for a good minute. Only when I once again noticed the setting sun did I start walking. My hand didn't leave my heart, and I doubted it ever would. My body knew how close it had come to danger and was refusing to accept that I was safe. Walking away from a situation like that was unheard of. A werewolf was keen on letting its prey escape. Werewolf. The word reverberated through my brain with each step I took. I had nothing but disdain as sour taste in my mouth for them. The tyrants. The murderers. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I could never let that show. The wolves had come out to us humans years ago when I was barely a child. From stories had been told, I knew it was a gruesome and blood-filled time. But they had won, and now humans were at the bottom of a very long food chain. Some of the world still fought them, fought this new way of life, but they were nowhere to be found in this small town. This was exactly one of the reasons I'd planned on leaving. My feet sunk into the sand beneath me as I quickly made my way away from the cliffs. I had just reached the first of many beach umbrellas when I heard someone hollering behind me. I whirled around, only to come face to face with the same man as before, though now I knew better than to call him a man. I stopped dead in my tracks, fear taking control of my limbs as I stared at his advancing frame. He ran until he was in front of me, then hesitated before he spoke. He trailed off. What? My confusion found its way into my mouth. I clamped my hand over it as soon as the word came out. You didn't question them. I'm sorry about earlier. You just took me off guard. His frame was starting to relax, But mine was doing the opposite. He looked into my eyes, waiting for me to answer. I hesitated before responding, voice trembling. My statement came out as a question. The thing in front of me half smiled. It's all right. You don't have to be afraid of me. He reached out his hand and I jumped back. Once my feet started moving, they didn't stop. I was suddenly sprinting off the beach, very aware of the accusatory stares shot my direction. This wolf and I were disturbing the supposed peace. I heard him struggling in the sand behind me, trying to catch up. I only ran faster. I knew I shouldn't have turned my back on him, but there was no going back now. If I stopped, he'd tear me to shreds. Wait, he called just as my foot hit the wooden steps that led up to the pavement. I didn't stop at his words, but that didn't deter him. Before I could finish making it up the stairs, my wrist was caught in his hand, and he was holding me hostage. I whirled around to face him, only barely holding back a scream. Okay, this is going seriously wrong. He panted. His words were rushed, stressed. All I could do was stare at him and wait for my fate. However, the minute I thought he would kill me, he took a deep breath, his shoulders rising and falling with the action. What's your name? What? I cried out, thoroughly confused. I was pulling against his grip, but he didn't seem to notice. He raised one of his eyebrows and repeated his question. What's your name? Why do you want to know my name? He took another deep breath and loosened his grip on my wrist, ultimately letting it go. However, when I tried to sprint away, he grabbed it once again. I watched in horror as varying emotions filled his face, most of them being rage. I flinched violently when his free hand suddenly raised to the sky before resting on the back of his head. I can't believe this is really happening. He looked at me, then to the sky, grumbling something else unintelligible. I held my breath as he spoke, not daring to move an inch. He either didn't notice my reaction or didn't care. Look, I'm sorry, and I don't mean to scare you. And I know this is abrupt. He hesitated it again, trailing off. His arm fell to his neck, where he continued to rest it. His frame seemed to be relaxed and stressed at the same time, only adding to my confusion. Can I just leave? My own voice met my ears, surprising me. He met my surprise for a minute, before letting his eyes darken. No, why? I was on the verge of a panic attack. Because... He trailed off, trying to find words. You just can't. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't dare ask another question as his eyes seemed to fight varying colors. They turned from a deep, obsidian blue to bright red to many times to count, his face contorting each time they did. I took this time to study his features, noticing he looked like many of the rest of his kind. His jaw was wide-set with a matching nose, short hair accentuating the strong bones. He had tan skin that made him look as if he never left the sun. He noticed my gaze and I quickly looked away, fearing it angered him. He looked around at the people around us, opening and closing his mouth a few times. You're human, right? My breath hitched in my throat. I didn't want to answer that question, even though he knew the answer. When he saw I was too terrified to speak, he continued, Okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You are. Dumb question. I've just never seen you around before. I could have told him the reason for me and my family as distance. But once again, I cowed and speak. The man breathed heavily through his mouth, letting his cheeks fill with air before he voiced his next question. Well, have you ever heard of mates? Chapter to the beach continued. Well, have you ever heard of mates? The word rang through my ears and my jaw dropped. I stared into his eyes, trying to gauge his reaction to mine. Obviously, he was stressed, and I wasn't helping. Oh no. No. I spoke softly as my feet started backing away from him. Various scenarios started running through my mind, and feet were taking me away before I could register what was going on. Before he could grab me again, I was running. I listened as he struggled to get out of the sand to come after me. I half cried the same sentence another dozen times before he caught up. We were both on the pavement now, my pace refusing to slow down. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That didn't bother him. He matched my sprint with ease. As we were running, I could tell he was trying to say something. But I wasn't listening. It's not that I didn't want to, but my ears had stopped working. The last word he had spoken rang through my mind, bouncing between each ear until I was sure I wouldn't hear anything ever again. This couldn't be happening. Not to me. Not now. My wrist suddenly caught on something, and I realized it was his hand. He dragged it behind me, forcing me to stop running. When he twisted my arm so I would face him, I found that I suddenly had countless questions racing through my mind. You've obviously heard of mates. Then, he mused, breathless, when we came face to face. Why are you asking me? The first question left my lips, though I could tell it was a forced movement, just a hunch. He carefully studied my face as his words left his mouth. My entire body tensed. I somehow knew he was going to say something like that, but that did nothing to help my panic. My breathing was now coming out forced and erratic, sweat slowly forming on the back of my neck. When he saw my frame, he tensed a bit more. A hunch. Are you sure? I breathed out. He looked startled by my question, but as the shock melted away, he gave a half smile, almost laughing. Yeah. I tried to pry away my wrist from his hands, desperately wanting to be anywhere else in the world. However, he didn't budge. He didn't speak either, and he looked as if he was waiting for me to say something. Who are you? My second question made itself known. He puffed out his chest slightly before speaking. Samuel Clark, beta of the Crimson Eye Pack. My eyes widened and my word came out as a whisper. No, you can't be him. I knew who he was. He was ruthless. His alpha was insane. Their pack spared nothing when it came to keeping the new order. Of every werewolf never wanted to have a conversation with, he was the first. Who are you? His voice came out almost comical. I looked him up and down, stopping for a second on his dark eyes. They corresponded with the dark color of his hair, and went perfectly with his tan skin. I stopped my eyes there, shutting them tightly. I refused to believe this was happening. No, I answered his question, though not as he would have liked. I took his surprise at my answer to my advantage and pried my hand away from his grasp. Then, I started walking away from him. I wanted to run, but my limbs were growing tired. I also knew that Samuel would catch up to me. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My feet carried me in an unknown direction as my thoughts wandered. If what Samuel was saying was true, then I was screwed. There was no getting out of this town, he would make sure of that. He caught up to me again, and I could see a smile plastered on his face. He brought his arms out while walking to me. What do you mean now? I mean no and everything that goes along with the word. I couldn't help half-crying the sentence. I was in panic mode, something Samuel clearly enjoyed. Judging by his reactions, he brought his arms down and tried to pull on my own. I yanked them away from his grasp and brought them closer to my chest, walking faster. However, this didn't deter him. I know what no means. What I meant was why. What's wrong with you? I stopped at his words. Nothing is wrong with me. I hissed at him and he backed away slightly, but his smile stayed put. And I don't have to tell you why. I tried to start walking again, but Samuel had grabbed my wrist before I could move. Let me go. Not until you tell me why you keep running away and avoiding me. His tone was slightly more serious this time, the smile fading. I glanced at his eyes, which I had been avoiding. They were pure and pleading. We held eye contact for more than a brief moment, and I could feel my knees settle slightly. I realized that if Samuel wanted to hurt me, he would have done it already. Wolves didn't have a problem making a public example of somebody. I sighed as my legs gave out, and I sat down where I was at, in the middle of the sidewalk. Samuel followed suit, sitting so he could face me. I tried to take my wrist back while responding. I said no because I don't want to be someone's mate. I told him half the truth. He kept my wrist captive in his hand, waiting for me to elaborate. I groaned, trying to put my thoughts together. I couldn't tell him what I thought of this new world. I couldn't tell him I was planning on abandoning this town in hopes of escaping werewolves. I couldn't tell him anything. If I did, she'd dethrone me to his alpha so quick that I wouldn't have time to blink, let alone plead for my life. Samuel spoke again, bringing me out of my thoughts. So, I take it that you don't like us. I wasn't stupid enough to admit to that. No, I started, but was cut off. You're lying. Samuel frowned, taking a deep breath through his nose. I was about to object before I remembered his heightened senses. The only werewolf they'd ever been around was my mother's husband, and he was too drunk most of the time to use his nose. I'd always been told of their impeccable senses, but never had I been able to put them to the test. Samuel huffed. Why, I sighed. I debated not answering him, but I knew I was getting anywhere with silence. I just don't have great experiences. Can I go now? I lifted my wrist to his gaze. He didn't let my hand go. Listen, I know this is probably weird for you. That was an understatement. He ignored my jab and quickly continued. But this is actually a good thing. I scoffed again. This isn't a good thing unless you're a werewolf. For humans, it means enslavement and subjection for the rest of their lives. I didn't mean to say the last part out loud, but once I did there was no going back. I gave a side glance to Samuel, anticipating his reaction. When I looked at him, though, he was quietly letting the gears turn in his mind. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought I saw an ounce of hurt in his eyes. All this did was confuse me further from what I'd always seen. Werewolves didn't get hurt. They got angry. I tried to ignore him and looked out to the ocean again. I was silently begging for the serenity that came with it. And from my position atop the cliff, I could see the entire sunset, a normally beautiful view. However, the day was tainted. There was no more beauty, just a werewolf sitting across from me about to rue what was left of my life. I shifted in my position, noting the sunset and realizing how late it had gotten. If I didn't get home soon, there would be consequences. However, glancing at Samuel, I didn't know which I'd prefer to face. Samuel suddenly asked me a question, but I didn't hear him. He repeated himself as I tore my gaze away from the horizon to meet his piercing eyes. What's your name? Beth. I quickly told him my mother's name. If he didn't know my name, he couldn't find me. He took a deep breath, no doubt catching my lie. What's your name? Julie. Seriously. He brought his eyes to the sky, breathing deeply. It's not going to kill you to tell me. It was my turn to sigh. This was working. Samantha. I eventually spoke lowly. Seriously. He laughed. What's wrong with it? I tried to keep the venom out of my words. I knew why he was laughing, but I wasn't in the mood to humor him. It's just a funny coincidence. That's all. He half smiled. What's your last name? Samantha. Felton. I told him simply, not bothering to lie. Samantha Felton. Samuel repeated the name softly, smiling to himself. Samantha. This has happened completely wrong and I need to make up for it. Can I walk you home? I tensed at his question. I gave another side glance only to find that Samuel was staring intently at me, awaiting my answer like the apocalypse. As far as I could tell, his intentions were sincere, but that didn't quiet any of my keen doubts or fears. The last thing I wanted Samuel to know is where I lived. Why should I? Samuel smiled. A full-on, ear-to-ear, teeth showing, smile. Well, I'll let go of your hand. He paused and peeled back his fingers from mine. I was standing in the next instant, ready to bolt. And two, it's getting late and you don't have your pepper spray. I stopped mid-turn as my hand flinched to my backpack. I closed my eyes and let my head drop, realizing I left it on the beach where Samuel had so kindly thrown it. I weighed my options and what he was telling me but decided to keep walking. After what I'd faced today, I could walk home without pepper spray. And for 3, Samuel walked up beside me. I can show you why I'm not such a bad choice for a mate. His voice was perky like he had already won the battle. I'm not your mate. I spat the word. I'm a human. Samuel raised his hands in defeat. I can show you why I'm not a bad choice for a friend. I rolled my eyes. I clearly know you already have other intentions. Maybe. But what if we forget about all that? Maybe we can start over. It's kind of hard to start over when one of the first things you say to me is I'm your mate. My tone was harsh and unforgiving. I knew I shouldn't be speaking to a werewolf like this, but in this moment I had no control. Avoiding Samuel's gaze, I looked to my right and caught a glance of the horizon. I looked out only to see the sun truly starting to set, bits of it disappearing beneath the ocean. At this sight, a new wave of panic hit. Samuel was still talking, but I wasn't paying attention to him. Now, I looked down at my watch only to confirm my fears. I was beyond late. I cursed myself and quickly adjusted my backpack before sprinting in the opposite direction of the beach. I had just gotten underway when I was pulled back once again. I looked back to see Samuel holding my backpack by the handle, preventing me from moving further. Let me go. I have to go. I practically screamed at him. He was alarmed at my sudden shift of emotion, but didn't budge. What's wrong with you? That was the second time HED asked me that tonight, and my face flushed with rage. I didn't have time for this. Nothing is wrong with me. You're either one holding me hostage, I snarled, pulling against his grip and debating leaving my backpack behind. Well, that's a bit dramatic. He laughed. I stopped struggling for a moment, ignoring his comment. Look, I have to go. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had to go 30 minutes ago, but thanks to you, I tried tugging my bag from his grip as I spoke my last sentence. I got distracted. So, why don't you let me walk you home? I stared at him, wide-eyed, abruptly realizing there was no way around this. You know what? I don't care what you do. I half shouted, earning a smile from Samuel. But I have to go now. Samuel brought his hands up in surrender, and I once again adjusted my backpack. As soon as it was settled, though, my bag was being taken off my back. I looked behind me to see Samuel slipping the straps off my shoulders and putting them on his own. I stared at him, clearly annoyed. What? He questioned, a false innocence to his voice. I just don't want you running off again. I groaned. We both know you could easily catch up. The statement made me shudder. Samuel ignored my comment, stepping easily into the pace I set. So where is home? Just off Bury Street. My words came out rushed as I quickened my pace. That's not too far. How am I supposed to charm you in such little time? I rolled my eyes. Not sure that's possible with any amount of time. Samuel smiled. So what were you doing at the beach? Taking a break. I tried to ignore him as I focused on my flip, flop slapping against the pavement. Pieces of sand flying up to my calves. From what? Life. I breathed in the final scent of salty air as we rounded a corner, and the beach slipped from view. There was silence for a few steps, and I took pride in how Samuel seemed to fumble for his words. I wasn't giving him much to work with. I was actually getting ready to take a run when I saw you. Samuel told me. I tried to ignore you for a long time, but, before I knew it, my feet brought me right to you. Charming. Samuel laughed. It was loud and full. Not exactly, but I'll take it. He paused before his next question. Who do you live with? My mother and her husband. I wanted to lie, but there was no point. Wouldn't your mother's husband be your father? I breathed deeply. We were already talking about things I didn't want to mention. H.E.S. my stepfather. Then why don't you refer to him as that? I glanced toward Samuel. This man was incessant. Do you not know what boundaries are? His step faltered. But I didn't wait for him to retort, spitting my next words. Because it's not my father. Samuel nodded, though I'm sure he didn't understand. The family was sacred to his kind, and they had no concepts of hatred for one another. I was sure of it. He continued our one-sided conversation. I've been here for 3 years now. I used to live up north, but Riley requested I come down here and help him with the pack. Riley, as in Riley Matthews. The elf. I know who Riley Matthews is. I tried not to spit the name. Samuel laughed. Well, somebody doesn't like him. I never said that. You didn't have to. He laughed again. Riley is an acquired taste. We've been best friends since we were kids. He has always been like a brother to me. Great. I muttered to myself. It registered after I said it that Samuel would probably hear me. I looked over and he was frowning. I knew it was disrespectful to talk about an alpha like that, but I cowled and helped myself. Not when it came to Riley. We had just rounded another corner when I saw the lights flash on in front of my house. Both my family's cars were parked out front, which meant that James, my stepfather, was home. I stopped suddenly and glanced over to Samuel, who had stopped as well. I can take it from here. I was suddenly uncomfortable but tried not to let it show. I reached for my backpack and Samuel gave it to me, though unwillingly. Samuel brought his eyebrows together, glancing around. As he was doing this, a figure burst through my house's front door and stumbled down the steps. I could tell the figure was my stepfather, but I was going to tell him that Samuel was not going to meet or ever know about him. Thanks for the talk. I turned to walk away, silently pleading that Samuel didn't follow me. When I snuck a glance backward, I saw that he was still rooted in place. He was a lot stiffer than before, and I could see his muscles tensing. I turned and tried to forget the past hour as I continued walking, my figure eventually coming into the light of my house. When this happened, my stepfather's drunken voice met my ears. Sam Tha. He hiccuped in the middle of my name, making it into 2 syllables. Yes, sir. I glanced back to where Samuel was standing but thankfully found him nowhere in sight. I'm sorry I'm late. I got caught up at work. The trash can being toppled over, sending garbage cascading down the driveway just as I started walking up. James laughed. Look, it's garbage, just like you. My frame was tense and body alert, but I rolled my eyes and bent down to start cleaning it up. I realized too late that he saw my expression. The blow to my head came unexpectedly this time, and I was braced or ready to handle it. I fell back on my back, hands flying to my head. Don't you roll your eyes, Aim. His drunken voice met my ears, and I knew he was getting ready to strike again. Once was never enough. I'm sorry, so please forgive me. It won't happen again. I scooted up until I was on my knees and bowed my head. Pleading, I watched James approach me from underneath my hair, preparing for another blow. I braced my body, preparing for the worst. James, honey. My mother's voice met my ears and he stopped. W had your want, Beth. He hollered back towards the house. I could see my mother standing in the doorway, her frame casting shadows across the yard. Honey, your dinner is ready. Her voice cooed across the yard, pulling James back into her falsely loving arms. I let out a breath of relief as James started walking back towards the house, crumbling along the way. It was only when he was inside the house with the door shut that I let myself relax. In that moment, I realized I was shaking. I tried to calm my nerves and trembling hands but eventually gave up. I fell to the side of my knees and brought my hand gingerly to my temple, testing the surface for blood. Luckily there was no broken skin, and HED hit me where my hair fell, so no one would notice the bruise. I sighed heavily before I turned and started gathering the garbage around me again. As I was pushing rotten food back into the black plastic bags, I heard a rustling sound behind me. I looked back into the trees that lined the other side of my street, watching carefully for the source of the noise. I almost turned back around before I saw a figure walk out from behind the branches. The night had hidden his frame at first, but as he stepped into the light, I realized who it was. Samuel. I whispered harshly, looking back towards the house. "What are you still doing here?" He was now kneeling beside me, helping shove things back into the garbage sacks. I knew something was off and I had to see what it was. I stared incredulously at his tense frame, my face contorted into a deep scowl as I spat. "Well, are you happy you got a show?" His voice dark and no. I stopped moving at his change in tone, alarmed at how sinister he suddenly sounded. My glare was wiped from my face and the only emotion I could suddenly feel was fear. I only started moving again when I realized the garbage was gone and I was still kneeling on the gravel. I went to pick up an odd sack and place it back in the bin, but a hand caught my wrist. I whirled back to see Samuel with his head bent and his torso turned towards the street. "I need you to come with me." "What?" I whispered, alarmed. "I don't want you staying here," he told me simply. His voice was still dark and his head still bent. I glanced towards the house again, praying James didn't come back outside. As I spoke, I shifted on my feet. "It doesn't matter what you want. This is where I live." I pulled my hand away from his, only getting a release due to his surprise. I took that moment to quickly gather the other bags and throw them away, before running to my front door. "Samantha." He practically growled my name and reached for my wrist again. I dodged his hand, anticipating the move. "Archie's going to hear you," I hissed as I moved further away. "Please, just go home." I didn't wait for his response before I turned my back to him and walked through my front door. Chapter 3. The window. I was sitting in my room now, waiting for exhaustion to overcome me. I had gotten away lucky tonight, as James ignored me for the rest of the evening. My mother knew how to distract him, and this was the first time she had saved me from his drunken wrath. I swung the window to my bedroom open wide, glancing out into the night. The rain had finally stopped and left a cool breeze in its wake. I inhaled the scent of wet plants and fresh water, letting the smells calm me. The cushions on my windowsill seat gathered around me as I sank further into them, bringing my knees to my chest. A lot had happened today, a lot that I didn't want to think about. At the beginning of the day, the only focus on my mind was to get through the week without pissing off James. Now I had to figure out how to disappear under the watchful glare of two werewolves. I had no idea what was beyond this town or life. I'd only ever known this life and these creatures. My mother used to tell me about what it was like before them. We were happy, but it all changed when the wolf took over, and again when James came along. She used to speak of those times a lot more, until James caught her reminiscing one night. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The subject was forbidden. My thoughts were interrupted when something shuffled outside my window. I quickly lifted my head up to find the source of the noise. Before I could search, I was staring into dark eyes that seemed to glow in the moonlight. I, of course, knew these eyes belonged to the last person I wanted to see, Samuel. I nearly screamed as his face appeared inside my windowsill, my lamp illuminating his features. I brought my hands to my mouth to muffle my cries, losing my balance at the sudden movement. I fell silently to the floor, landing awkwardly on my hip. Once I gained my composure, I heard Samuel start to chuckle. I sent silent daggers into his eyes, letting him know how unpleased I was in his presence. Whoa, calm down, tiger." He laughed again. "What are you doing here?" I less than whispered, considering James was just outside in the living room. Samuel's voice got serious. "I told you. I wanted you to come with me." I stared at him. Clearly, this man was insane. "You can't be serious. I'm not going anywhere with you. I have to work tomorrow and I was about to go to sleep." I got off my position from the floor and went to close the windows. "Leave me alone." He caught my hands just as I was about to shut the window in his face. I pushed with all my might against him, but he easily forced the windows back open. "You don't tell me what to do." "Samantha, sorry, that's not how this works." His grip was still on my hand on the window, and he was refusing to let go. "Now, you can either come willingly or forced. It's your choice. Are you insane? Glancing back towards the door. God, all you wolves are the same. You can't just take me from my room in the middle of the night. I haven't even known you for a full day, and here you come, expecting me to heed your every command. You're delusional if you think I'm coming with you. You cut me off. Watch yourself. I didn't respond but continued my fuming in silence. I made no move to go with him, and he made no move to let go of me. I debated calling for my mother, but I didn't want her to know about Samuel, or get in trouble with James. Samuel must have noticed me looking back because he growled lowly. It heard that kind of noise from James on more than one occasion and didn't want to see what came after it. Please. I'm fine. I'm going to sleep. James will be pissed if I'm not here in the morning. Going with you is only going to make things worse for me. I don't see how that's true. If you're not near him, he can't hurt you. Samuel shot back at me. I flinched at his words. I can't just leave my mother here alone with him. I don't care about your mother right now. I care about you. Samuel suddenly started pulling me towards him. Across the window opening now. Stop. I struggled with every ounce of my being, but I wasn't a match for him. Fear flashed through my body and my feet suddenly started flying, my hands losing grip on the window. Samuel had anticipated this, however, and caught me easily in his arms. By the time my feet were on the ground, I was outside in the bushes, standing on top of Samuel's feet. I tried backing away from him, but his arms were snaked around my waist, holding me hostage. Fear was fully coursing through me now. My breathing was heavy and ragged, my heart beating out of my chest. I tried to remember the self-defense I had learned and blindly shot my knee upwards. My joint hit him right in between his legs, and his grip loosened on me. I quickly shot out of his arms and started to run. I wouldn't had enough time to get back inside my window, and running was the next best option. Even though he was easily faster than me, I had to try. I didn't look back to see if he was following, but I was sure he wouldn't just let me go. I quickly ran across the street and darted into the first line of trees that I could see, disappearing into their leaves. I tried to listen to someone behind me and dared to look over my shoulder. Sure enough, Samuel was barreling towards me at an inhuman speed. I desperately pushed my body to go faster and willed myself not to trip over leaves and stumps. I knew it was my only option, so I searched desperately for a place to hide. There was plenty of trees to climb or bushes to crawl in, but I was afraid that would take too much time. However, realizing that was my only option, I quickly slipped into a piece of a large brush. I crashed into the leaves, feeling the thorns pull at my clothing and hair. After the initial impact, I didn't dare make any movements. I heard his feet running up behind me not too soon after, but they suddenly stopped. I figured he realized I wasn't ahead of him anymore. I tried to listen over the sound of my heartbeat when I sensed his footsteps drawing closer to me. Really, Samantha, did you forget that I'm a wolf? His face suddenly appeared directly in front of mine, his body crouched down beside the bush. I let out a scream, but he quickly brought his large hands to my face to silence me. As he dragged me out of the leaves, I fought harder than I ever had in my life. I thrashed my limbs wildly, kicking and punching whatever I could contact. I didn't stop there but bit at the skin that was holding my mouth as well. My movements did nothing to thwart Samuel, however, and before too long I was being thrown over his shoulder. Let me down, I cried loudly, not bothering to silence my voice. Keep it down or I'm going to have to make you be quiet. His voice was rougher than before, more hostile. It sent chills down my spine. I quieted my voice but still pleaded with him. Please, Samuel, I just want to go home. Please. They'll be fine. Just put me down. I don't want to go with you. Samuel adjusted me on his shoulder, knocking the breath from my lungs. It doesn't really matter what you want. Chapter for the woods. Despite my constant slur of protests and curse words, Samuel continued walking through the forest, away from my house. I was still slung over his shoulder, and my fists were getting sore from constantly clubbing his back. However, he acted as if I was more of a small puppy than a full-sized human being. He had no problem carrying my flailing body over tree stumps, leaves, and ditches. With each step he took, I grew more desperate. I didn't know if I would see my home again. I didn't know if I would see my mother or brother again. And most importantly, I didn't know what James would do to them when he realized I was gone. I could tell Samuel was becoming more and more frustrated. His grip was unbearably tight, and his shoulders were tense. His breathing was heavy, but I guessed it wasn't from the exertion of carrying me. After a particularly hard blow to his neck, he suddenly released his hold on me. I fell from atop his shoulder, twisting in the air. My hands reached out to ease the fall, but they did no good. A sickening crack sounded as I made an impact with the dirt. I cried out in pain, my body collapsing on top of my wrist. "Are you all right?" Samuel asked me awkwardly. He was still standing where He'd dropped me. I glared at him while standing up. "No, I'm not. Look." I was surprised to hear him practically growling at me. "I just couldn't stand the thought of leaving you there. I don't want you to get hurt. If you weren't being so difficult, I wouldn't have dropped you." Vicious retorts sounded through my mind, but I held them back. I couldn't exactly tell a werewolf they were against. Sadistic, controlling, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nogan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't want to fight with you, but I can't take you home if you're acting like a child. My ears perked up, ignoring his insult. Home. My home. The fire inside my bones suddenly turned to fear. He noticed my new expression, but it only enraged him more. "Why the hell are you so terrified of coming with me?" His voice sending sleeping birds flying through the trees. "Are you serious?" My voice rising to match his. "You just practically kidnapped me, and are you wondering why I don't want to go home with you? You're incredible." I threw my hands in the air, wincing slightly when the movement hit my wrist. "I'm just trying to protect you." "Thanks, but I've managed just fine on my own." "Obviously you haven't. It doesn't seem like your life is exactly a paradise." "No, it's not." My anger finally getting the better of me. "But, at least at my house, I don't have to deal with a dance." Sadistic, controlling, pack of moronic werewolves. So much for not voicing that thought. Samuel was suddenly silent. Not only was he silent, but he was still. If he was standing and breathing erratically, I would have thought him dead. His head lowered, but from my height, I was still able to see his expression. His eyes were no longer dark. Now they resembled a ruby, bright, red, and dangerous. I lowered my gaze slightly, though still fuming. I had enough common sense to know not to mess with a werewolf when their eyes changed. James' eyes had done that on one occasion, and it was a disaster. However, his yellow slits were put to shame by Samuel's burning orbs. He suddenly broke the silence, and when he did, his voice was barely above a whisper. "I will not have you speak about my pack like that. You may be my mate, and I may be patient with you insulting me, but you will respect them. I'm not your mate." His hands clenched, making him releasing a fist multiple times. I knew I was pushing him. "Just because you're human now doesn't mean we'll be one forever. You are my mate." I didn't respond. I was done speaking, and I definitely was going to acknowledge what he just insinuated. I huffed and let my legs give out, my body falling to the ground in a heap. My wrist was cradled against my chest, and I stared straight at the ground. I couldn't see much in the dark, but I tried to focus on anything but Samuel. Tears started to suddenly sting my eyes, but I blinked furiously to hold them at bay. In the end, they still fell. "Why are you crying?" His voice was a demand, not a question. I rolled my eyes. "Because I can't stand you." He didn't respond, but I heard him move his feet away from me. By the time I looked up, he was out of my sight. I still heard twigs breaking and bushes being torn aside, but the sounds were getting farther and farther away. I hesitated, not knowing what to do, looking around. I realized I had absolutely no idea where I was. I never walked through the woods, for obvious reasons. But now I was beginning to regret my cowardice, because I was sitting alone, enthusiasm, in the dirt, in the middle of the night, with a deranged wolfman on the loose. I peered to where Samuel had disappeared, half expecting him to come back and kill me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I had insulted and rejected him and his precious pack. Still, I wasn't going to sit and wait around for something bad to happen. I lifted myself carefully off the ground, not moving my wrist from its position on my chest. I was still crying, but the tears were falling slowly, almost mockingly. I turned around and began to walk in the direction opposite that Samuel had gone. I lifted my legs up higher than normal, in order to avoid any uprooted trees I couldn't see. I knew I was making a lot of noise, but I didn't care. Samuel would have been able to sniff me out anyway. Our conversation reverberated through my ears, and I thought of all the things I could have said to him. I was muttering to myself, curses flying word after word. The night was cold, however, and my mumbling soon died down. I focused instead on wrapping my nightship closer to my body and trying to find a clearing of trees. I knew summer was ending by the way the nights had started to get colder. Normally this didn't bother me because at night I was usually laying in bed, tucked underneath a thick duvet. If I ever made it home, I didn't think I'd wear shorts to bed again. I wasn't necessarily shivering as I walked, but goosebumps were starting to rise. I hadn't noticed the cold earlier because of my adrenaline taking over, but it was starting to subside. With it, so did my courage. It was slowly dawning on me how much trouble I was in. Not only the trouble of the moment, but in the days to come. If I did make it home, I was sure that James would have found me missing by now. That meant he would have thought I sneaked out. I flinched as I realized what a gruesome punishment that would be. On the other hand, if Samuel really did take me to his home, I was done for. No more family, no more freedom, depending on his pack, maybe even no more humanity. I stopped walking as that thought passed my mind. A werewolf was supposed to have a human as a mate. Still, it happened. When it did happen, many packs preferred the human be turned. When they weren't, they were practically exiled. My mother and James were the perfect examples. James had met my mother, wooed her with his fake charm, then attempted to turn her. When he found out she had kids though, he didn't turn her. He realized, only after he claimed her, that us kids would have to be turned as well. This meant he would have sole responsibility for us, which he had no intention of taking on. So, he chose the exile choice and we were stuck with him. Alone. My mother was never able to leave James, but not because she loved him back. She may have been his mate, but he wasn't hers. Humans don't mate like the wolves do. The only reason she'd stayed with him was that he constantly threatened to kill her. She'd always told me to do better than her, and had always promised her I would. It seemed that promise was going to be in vain. I stared around at my surroundings once again. Not much time had passed, and I guessed I hadn't gotten very far. Plus, my wrist was aching more than ever. I cursed Samuel for bringing me into this situation, but I was beginning to realize he may be my only way out. This forest was large enough that I could walk for a few days and still be lost. It had happened to too many hiking tourists. I knew that the trees wrapped around the cliffs next to the beach, but other than that I didn't know much about the area I was in. I mused over my options. I could wait here until morning and then resume my journey, or I could ask Samuel for help. I knew he was still lurking somewhere beyond the trees. Wolves never let their prey wander far. As if in answer to my thought, I heard something crack behind me. I whirled around, realizing that asking Samuel for anything was not an option. I was about to tell him off when my eyes rested on the source of the noise. I stopped dead in my tracks, stopped breathing, moving, blinking. I was staring into the red eyes of a wolf. I couldn't tell what color its fur was in the darkness, but that didn't matter. The wolf was growling lightly, though no teeth were bared. I watched in horror as it approached me, my feet suddenly glued to the ground. The wolf's movements were slow and calculated, and he was staring straight back into my eyes. His body was equal to my height. The wolf continued walking until he was about a foot ahead of me. I braced myself, knowing what was about to come. Chapter 5. The woods continued. I waited and waited, but the wolf never lunged. He stayed in place, a foot away from me. We both stood in our position. For a few agonizing minutes, I didn't dare move, speak, or even breathe. I didn't know what kind of wolf Samuel was. Obviously, he had some sort of thinking ability, but that didn't do much to calm my nerves. Thinking could easily be overpowered by instinct. The instinct to kill, or at the very least, maim to weaken his prey. When I didn't move, the wolf eventually relaxed, sensing that I was no immediate threat. He sat back on his legs but still stared intently at me. I cowled and helped but think he was waiting for something. Okay, I breathed out slowly, testing the waters. Nothing was going to change until I said something. Still, I spoke slowly, almost as if to a child. Obviously you're angry, pissed. But we don't need to do anything we're going to regret. I was speaking more about his actions than my own. At my words, the wolf stiffened. A breath caught in my throat. I waited in suspense for him to assert his dominance. It heard the stories and seen James in action. If a werewolf was threatened, they wouldn't hesitate to show you what you were up against. However, to my surprise, he stayed in the same rigid position. My instincts were taking over as well, and before I knew it my body was shifting to a less threatening position. I brought my hands slowly up, palms facing him. I then mimicked the wolf's earlier movements and knelt on the ground, my hands still raised. Finally, and begrudgingly, I lowered my gaze. Once I was beneath his line of vision, he seemed satisfied. His shoulders moved out to the side slightly, as he adjusted his stance. He was still towering over me and made no move to change that. We both stood still and quiet for a few more moments before I finally broke it once again. Samuel, I don't know what you want me to do. I finally sighed in defeat. The wolf's head cocked to the side. Where it paused, he blinked a few times, before shifting his weight to all four legs. Standing up, he slowly stepped towards me, and my heart started pounding in my chest. Even though he didn't seem angry or out of control, I was petrified because I was, well, helpless. Once at my side, the animal brought one of his front paws to the air beside him. I tried to decode the meaning of the gesture, but the wolf grew impatient. He raised his paw again, but this time connected it to my arm, dragging it lightly down to the ground. My body followed the paw's movement, falling gently to the side. My legs were now stretched out in front of me, my arms folded lightly in my chest. I leaned up against a tree, letting my back rest on its trunk. From an onlooker's point of view, I was at ease in this position. The wolf seemed satisfied. He came and laid down next to the tree, letting out a large breath of air. As I listened, I could tell his breathing was even and heavy. I snuck a glance at Samuel, noticing his eyes were closed. Okay, we're sitting down. Great. Are we staying here all night? Slight bitterness crept into my voice. Samuel opened an eye, watching me. This isn't exactly paradise. I mocked his earlier phrase. He snorted and the atmosphere lightened considerably. I was beginning to realize he wasn't angry, but I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I fidgeted with my fingers, only realizing after I did so that my wrist was still hurting. Bringing it up to my line of vision, I tried to see the details of my skin. It was difficult, considering the only light I had was the moon shining through the trees. Eventually, I found that there was a larger than normal bump on my wrist bone, and I figured that was where the bone had cracked. I touched it gingerly just to be sure and sucked in a breath when the shooting pain hit. Samuel moved next to me, opening both of his eyes. He was watching me as I fiddled with my hand. I noticed his glance and put my arm back down, smiling slightly in his direction. At his glimpse, It suddenly hit me that now was the perfect time for me to voice my thoughts without him interjecting his own. "It's no problem. Just a sprain." But I hesitated, considering the outcome of what I would say. It could potentially be disastrous. "I can fix it up no problem back at my house." The wolf stiffened and his eyes bored into mine. I stared back. But instead of growling at the challenge, Samuel whimpered. I was caught off guard by the sound and shifted uncomfortably. "If you take me back home, I have an old brace I could put on. It'll be good as new. It won't hurt anymore." The wolf was stiff as a board now, and I realized that my propositions weren't going over well. So I used my last negotiating option. "You can stay there with me if you want. Make sure nothing happens." He didn't respond immediately, so I waited in silence. Never-ending, torturous silence. Samuel stayed still, but we had long ago broken eye contact. Now all I had to go off of was his breathing, and that was telling me much. It was heavy and even, yet barely there, like he didn't want me to know he was breathing. It was a slow process, but he finally started moving again, limb by limb. He was tensing and stretching his muscles. Eventually, he moved until his legs were fully extended. He lifted himself up at this point, coming to a standing position. I watched him carefully and obeyed when he gestured for me to stand as well. We stared at each other for a few moments more, until he turned around and started stalking away from me. I stumbled after him, putting my good arm forward to lean against the trees as I went. "Does that mean yes? Are you taking me back to my house?" I couldn't help but notice how desperate I sounded. Samuel paused his trudging, glancing backward. He hung his head, but I noticed him give a slight nod. My heart leapt. I let out the smallest gasp, almost too quiet for my own ears. However, Samuel heard it, and I could have sworn I saw him roll his eyes. I didn't care though. I was going home. I would just have to figure out how to get rid of him once I got there. I've always dreamed of escaping this godforsaken place, but he became my biggest obstacle. Chapter 6. The bedroom. The walk back to my house was quick. We hadn't gotten as far as I thought, and I was fuming, but I was mostly angry at myself. If I would have just sucked at the cold and dark night, maybe I would have made it home on my own. Then, I wouldn't have to deal with what was sure to come. We were both standing at the edge of the woods, staring back at my house. Samuel was waiting for me to make the first move, but I cowered. The only thing I could think about was what was going to happen when I crawled back in through my window. Samuel was growing impatient, but he was trying not to let it show. He was pacing, but he raised and lowered his paws countless times whilst flicking his tail. "I'm going to need you to hang back for just a minute." I half glanced at Samuel, rushing to finish my sentence when he froze. "Just until I can get back inside. Then, you're welcome to stay all night. Promise." I knew there was no getting rid of him. When Samuel still didn't move, I tried another tactic. "You know, it might be better for me if you weren't if you do well. I mean, if you could." I gestured to his wolf body, hoping Samuel caught what I was trying to say. When he looked at me with confused eyes, I didn't spare kind words. I was growing impatient, too. James won't be as pissed a threat, and if he doesn't see another werewolf trying to sneak into his house. We don't want James mad, because if he is, then he will take it out on my mom. Is not stupid enough to do anything to me if he sees you, so he'll do the next best thing. Please, if you want to make this easier, just please go back to being human." I finished my desperate ramblings, out of breath. I prayed that Samuel would listen to me. If he didn't, I was sure there would be an equivalent of a bloodbath in my bedroom. Samuel suddenly stood up and moved back into the trees. I stood still, listening for the signs of what he was doing. Silent minutes passed by, and just as I was about to give up on him, Samuel's voice met my ears. "I need clothes." I stammered something unintelligible as I searched for something to hand him. I scanned my body, trying to decide if I could spare an article of clothing. However, I was only in a t-shirt and shorts. I don't exactly have anything. I stuttered. I heard him sigh heavily. Look, I'm trying here. Really trying to let you play this out. But this is a bad idea. I don't even know why I'm listening to you. To be honest, I ignored him. Where are your clothes from the floor? Gone. I wasn't exactly planning on turning tonight, so I didn't bring any extra with me. I noticed his voice was growing tired. I eyed my house again, debating my options. I can go and get you something from my house. He didn't dismiss my suggestion, but huffed in annoyance. Like I said, this is a bad idea. If either of us were smart, we'd be halfway to my house by now. I scowled slightly, noting he couldn't see my expression. I'm going to get you clothes from my room. I started to walk forward, but I heard frantic shuffling behind me. I didn't dare turn around when he spoke, noticing his voice was closer than before. I wasn't in the mood to face a naked man. No, he hesitated. You know what? This was a mistake. We're done. Let's go. I felt him close the distance between us, but I quickly jumped forward. No, I hissed in his direction. Here is what we will do. Let's just walk to my house and I will climb in the window and get you some pants. You can just follow behind me. I heard Samuel groan and call my name, but I was already walking. I didn't have to listen for his footsteps to know he was coming after me. Whether to follow my plan or take me back, I didn't yet know, and I was going to sit still to find out. By the time I reached my window, my heart was pounding. I shuffled silently through the bushes, placing my hands on the ledge to lift myself up. Before I did, though, I peered into my room. The white walls and carpet seemed untouched. The only thing out of place was a yellow pillow on the ground. Everything seemed to be the same from when I left earlier. I let a glimmer of hope fill my chest. Maybe James had been too drunk to notice my absence. It wasn't easy lifting myself back up into my room. At least, it wasn't easy to do quietly. I couldn't help the thud that sounded when I fell onto my floor. At the noise, I held my breath and fixed my gaze on my bedroom door. There was no commotion beyond it, though, so I chanced standing. I knew Samuel was waiting by my window, no doubt growing impatient. I quickly ran to my closet, fishing out the biggest pair of pants I owned. In the end, I found gray sweats that belonged to my brother. I hesitated when I picked them up, not wanting Samuel to ruin a memory. However, movement outside my bedroom door quickly threw my hesitations away. I dashed to the window and threw the parts out just before my door was opened. My mother peeked her head inside, brown hair falling through the door frame. Samantha. I let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, it's me. I mimicked her whispers. She smiled and came into my room, walking carefully. Floors were known to creak around here. She walked slowly to my bed and sat down, motioning for me to sit next to her. Where were you? I had to keep James distracted all night. As I sat next to her, I bowed my head in guilt. I knew how she kept him occupied. I'm so sorry. Mom, are you all right? I studied her small frame. There weren't any fresh bruises lining her freckles, nor any blood falling from her limbs. However, her clothing was torn in various places, pale skin showing through the fabric. She smiled weakly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you didn't answer me. Where were you? I fidgeted with my hands, forgetting the broken bone in my wrist. I tried not to let it show when the pain shot up my arm. Well, I realized I couldn't answer her question. My eyes darted to the window where I knew Samuel was listening. Any minute and he would probably come barging into the room. At thought, I quickly came up with a response. I just went for a walk. My mother's eyes narrowed and it was my turn to smile weakly. What I said hadn't been a lie, but it wasn't the full truth. She knew that. Samantha, you know what would have happened if he found you weren't here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know. I let my hair fall over my face as I glared towards my window. The doctor's called today. My mother's voice quieted considerably. The sentence sent me into shock. I forgot my anger and looked towards my mother. Panicked. She noticed my expression and quickly continued. Don't worry. Will is fine. Something in her voice made me question if that was actually true, but... Worried for my brother. Well, they talked to James, so I didn't get everything. But from what I gathered, they need to do another surgery. I thought the last one fixed everything. My voice heightened. I guess not. I can try and get the details from James tomorrow. But that's all I know. Silence fell between us. Panic was now coursing through my veins. My brain nagged and reminded me that Samuel was still outside, listening, but I didn't care. I hesitated before asking my next question, opening and closing my mouth countless times. But I had to know. My mom noticed my unease and put her hand on mine. I looked down to hide the hurt from my wrist. The gasp of pain becoming my question. How are we going to afford this one? Her eyes darkened. Since humans were no longer in charge, things were done differently. If you were in a pack, a doctor was always provided and it was completely free. If you had no werewolf ties, you brought food and supplies to whoever helped you as a recompense for their work. My mother had told me we used to use money, but it was gone now. Useless, the wolves told us. Since we fell into neither of those categories, we had to get creative. We still paid the doctors and the hospital, but we had to do more. Most people wouldn't even look at you, we're exiled, so we had to pay extra for any care. We'd been doing this for months with my brother, and it was beginning to wear on us. We weren't wealthy in the first place, and by now we were practically run dry. I don't know, hon. I can ask James. No. I cut her off quickly. He didn't like to sacrifice for us, and HED make sure we paid him back how he saw fit now. You know what? You can have this. It should be enough. I got off the bed and walked once again to my closet. I lifted a sack out of the corner where it laid. Hidden? My mother saw the sack, knowing what it was before I could tell her. Honey, no, you need that. I looked back to see her shaking her head vigorously, pulling out the heavy sack with my good hand. It held countless items to live off of for a few weeks. Clothes, toiletries, non-perishable food, even some sweets my boss had rewarded me with a few weeks back. It'd been saving this sack, building up my supplies, until I could finally leave. Ignoring her protests, I pulled the items into the middle of my floor, handing her the strings. She stared, dumbfounded, at everything I had acquired. She had no idea it'd saved so much. For fear of having to lie to James, she never asked me about my plans of escape. If this can help Will, then there's no question in using it. I will find another way. As I spoke, I again sat next to her on my bed. At this point, her dark blue eyes were bright with tears. I wrapped my arm around her waist and snuggled into her side, trying to provide comfort. However, it was short-lived. We both suddenly heard a noise sound just beyond my door. Broken and stuttered words met our ears, clearly the drunken language of James. Oh, I thought he was out for the night. I'm sorry, honey. My mother quickly rose from my bed and half-jogged out of my room. She didn't spare a glance back at me, knowing that she had a limited amount of time to get to James before he became cautious again. I was listening to her sweet voice coo over James when a creak at my window brought me back to reality. I watched, slightly amused, as Samuel tried to gracefully pull himself through the opening. Though he didn't fall inside like I had, his legs were bent at weird angles to support his body. Before I could catch his eye, he was staring at the sack beneath my feet. You're not supposed to hoard supplies, Samantha. I stared at him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With every sentence, he reaffirmed my hatred for his kind. That's what you gathered from that conversation. Well, no, he stuttered over his words. Forget it. I snapped. I stood up, picking up the sack as I did so. I dragged it back to its place inside my closet, shutting the door with a satisfying thud. My good hand was resting on the handle, taking a breather before I had to face Samuel again. "Whose will?" he asked me. I was grateful he whispered, but I wasn't in the mood to speak to him. I rested my forehead on the wood above my hand. "My brother." Before he could respond, I turned away from my closet, and him, and walked to my small nightstand. It was white and yellow, decorated with various pink and purple butterflies. It had been themed since I was a little girl. The wood was starting to deteriorate from years of use, but it held up pretty nicely. Abstinently, I dug through the various drawers until I pulled out a brace for my wrist. It used it often. James loved to drag me around the house. Once I had it slipped over my skin, I slowly turned to face Samuel. He was still standing by the window, clearly not knowing what to do with himself. I studied his features, getting a good look at him for the first time. His skin was tan and dark, much darker than mine. He had black hair that was cut short but left longer in the front. His face was broad, much like his body, and his nose was wide set. Scruff lined his jaw, accentuating the square features. I couldn't help but realize how handsome he was. Maybe not in the Marvel way, but in the raw and human way. Not that he was anywhere close to human. Before he could notice me staring, I turned away. "So what are you going to do now?" I sat on my bed, studying the carpet intently. Samuel was thrown off by my question, but he tried not to show it. He sat down on my window seat, staring at me. "Well, a shirt would be nice. I don't exactly have anything that would fit you." "Fair enough," he mused. "Then how about some questions?" "Questions?" I grimaced. I just wanted to sleep. "Questions. For instance, why are you hoarding all that stuff?" He stood up and made a move to come and sit next to me. When he reached the bed, however, I moved to the floor and leaned against my wall, but still sat on the mattress. I noted how he made Winbed look like it belonged to a toddler. I considered my answer. I could tell him my plan, but it was obvious he'd only stop me from going. I knew I couldn't lie to him, so I did the next best thing. "I don't want to answer that question," Samuel sighed. I knew he was tired. "Okay. What happened to your brother?" Not answering that either. I was being impudent and childish, but I didn't care. "Why not?" Samuel practically growled. "Because I just met you and am not going to tell you my life story." Tension settled in the room like a wave crashing onto land. But it was relaxing, calm, or beautiful. This wave was loud, wild, and dangerous. "You know, you're extremely stubborn." Samuel spat at me. "So I've been told." He suddenly sprung up from his position on my bed and began to pace my small room. It took him barely 2 strides to cross the room entirely. As I was watching him, my eyes fell onto my alarm clock that sat on my nightstand. It was late, much too late. I sighed in defeat. This was a battle that could be fought when I didn't have to wake up early to work. "Look, I need to sleep." Samuel stopped pacing, watching me. I stood up but went to my bed, pulling off a spare blanket before laying it out on the floor. I didn't particularly care if he was comfortable, but I wanted to make it clear he was sleeping in my bed. As I was slipping off my socks, I heard cracking behind me. I turned around just in time to see Samuel disappear and a wolf emerge from his body. It was a harrowing sight, to say the least. I stood in shock for a few moments before I could pull myself together. In the light of my room, I could see the full details of his wolf form. His coloring was a light blonde, almost white. Spots of caramel danced along his back and up to his head. Both of his ears had the caramel color as well. "Great. Yes, a wolf again," I spoke to myself, turning away. As I did so, I noticed the grey sweats he'd been wearing had been folded and were now sitting on the windowsill, smiling slightly. I turned off the light and crawled into bed. Samuel was curled up on the blanket I'd laid out for him, clearly content. As I settled into my bed, I listened to his foreign breathing, knowing it was going to be a long night. Chapter 7. Today almost a week had passed. and Samuel still hadn't left my side. We'd fallen into a routine, and it wasn't one I cared for. I'd wake up in the morning and he would be there, already dressed for the day. I'd get ready, and he'd walk me to work. When I got off, he'd walk me to the store, even though I begged. He wouldn't let me go anywhere else. When the day was over, he'd return home with me and sleep on my floor as a wolf. It was highly monotonous. The first few days my emotions were mixed with anger. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and annoyance. But when I realized he wasn't leaving or hurting me, I forced myself to get used to it. I hardly noticed him anymore. He still tried to speak to me, tried to learn about my life, but I wouldn't divulge the information. He didn't deserve it. The more I thought about it, the more I knew I couldn't handle this routine much longer. It would drive me insane. I never was one for routine in the first place. Plus, I knew that Samuel would soon want more. More than walking me places. More than sleeping on a blanket. More than being tolerated and ignored. I also knew that when that happened, I didn't have a chance. Wolves took what they wanted without repercussion. But I had today. Today was the day I was getting out of here. I'd been thinking and rethinking my new plan since I met Samuel, and I finally had it figured out. It was foolproof. Are you ready, Samantha? Samuel's voice suddenly met my ears. It was quiet, almost less than a whisper. I was in the bathroom, finishing getting ready for the day. Though I didn't like the idea of having Samuel in my room, I couldn't complain too much. He'd kept his end of the bargain, so I had to keep mine. In order for me to let Samuel stick to my side like a lost puppy, he had to keep quiet and out of sight. I didn't want anyone knowing about him. I knew that if James found out there was another werewolf in our lives, my brother wouldn't be the only one living in a hospital. Just about. I breathed in the direction of the door. He was quiet, waiting patiently for me. I stared at myself in the mirror for a moment longer, preparing for the day ahead. I couldn't afford to make any mistakes. When I left the bathroom, I didn't bother glancing at Samuel. I walked straight to my closet and pulled out the large sack of supplies, slipping my usual backpack inside. It was difficult to drag out of the closet, especially with my good hand still in a sling, so I was surprised when Samuel came and took it from my grasp. "What's this for?" I snuck a peek at his face, trying to read his thoughts. His expression usually told all. At the moment, though, his features were blank and confused. "I have to pay the hospital today." He narrowed his eyes and I quickly continued. I knew he'd object, so I had an argument prepared. "I know the deal was that I don't go anywhere but work and home, but I don't have a choice today. Will needs this. I don't have a choice." We were now in the middle of my room. I went to grab the sack from Samuel, but he lifted it over his shoulder. Without another look my way, he headed for the window. I watched, a little surprised, as he closed it behind him. I hadn't expected to win this easily. Shaking my head, I slipped on my shoes and walked out of my bedroom. James had left not too long ago, so it was only my mother sitting in the kitchen next to our front door. I smiled at her, dodging the variously broken tiles leading to the kitchen table. I sat down for a moment, though I knew Samuel was waiting. This was the only chance I had to say goodbye. My mother took my hands in her own, watching my face. I avoided her gaze, suddenly feeling guilty. I wanted to tell her everything, but I knew I couldn't. If she had information she was withholding from James or any werewolf for that matter, she'd be done for. This way was better. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Instead of voicing my innermost thoughts, I studied the rundown kitchen for a moment. The yellow wallpaper had faded and was now stained brown. The cabinets lining the walls matched the color, and the wood was splintering in every crevice. The stove and refrigerator barely worked, and the grate had too many pieces missing. Even though this place was barely livable, I would miss it. This was home. My mom noticed my gaze and followed it. I wish we could fix this place up. I looked back at her and smiled. Me too. Maybe someday. Silence fell once again, and I knew I was running out of time. It figured once this moment had come, I'd know what to say. But here I was, struggling to find the right words. Mom, I began. What's wrong? Honey, I just wanted to tell you I love you. I hesitated, trying to find a way to let her know I wouldn't be coming home tonight, or ever again. I'm going to be working pretty late tonight, so I don't think he'll see you. I trained my eyes on hers, hoping she would catch on. Her expression was calm until she met my intense stare. She was startled for a minute before she brought her brow together and frowned. I glanced at the door, watching for figures outside its window. I could tell she wanted me to elaborate, but I held a finger to my lips and shook my head. I have to go, but I love you. I stood up, and she followed suit. We embraced each other and I held her tightly, probably tighter than I ever had before. I didn't want to leave my mother alone, but I knew neither of us stood a chance if I stayed. If I left, I could come back and save her too. When I pulled away, I could tell she understood. Maybe not the entire situation, but enough to know I was coming home. Her eyes were slightly wet, and her hand was cupping her jaw. She nodded slowly, meeting my gaze. Before I could start to cry, I turned away. Bang on. Love you. I opened the front door and jumped down the steps, practically running away. I knew the farther away I was, the easier it would be. Without waiting for Samuel, I started walking down the sidewalk. I knew he would follow suit. Soon enough, I heard his footsteps coming from behind. By the time he reached me, I had my composure once again. You're working late. I knew HE'd been listening. Yeah, I forgot to tell you yesterday. And we've got to drop off the bag at the hospital. What if I dropped it off? I shot him a wary look. That's not part of the deal. The hospital probably knows who you are and would obviously ask questions. Well, going to the hospital isn't part of our deal either. I started to interject, but he continued over me. But, since I'm so nice, I'm allowing. He smiled at the end, flashing his teeth. He was allowing it. Silence followed us for a few minutes after that. Samuel held my sack, and I led the way to my work. He knew the way by now, but I took a different back street every time. I didn't want anyone I knew seeing me with him. I was thinking we could have lunch today. Samuel spoke, almost unsure of himself. I have a few hours I can get away. Panic struck. This couldn't happen. Not today. He noticed me tense and gave me a questioning glance. I tried to relax as I carefully responded. I really can't today. My boss has me working in the kitchen. I smiled inwardly. That was a lie, so I could get away with it. He won't let you off for an hour. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't have to lie about this one. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Any hour not worked is an hour without pay. I can't afford that. Especially now. He nodded, though somewhat reluctantly. Okay. Another time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sure, I said without thinking. I'd almost made it to my work by now. Turning towards Samuel for what I hoped to be the last time, I gestured for my bag, which he slid off his shoulder and placed on my own. I steadied it and started to turn from him. Before I could take a step, though, he grabbed my waist. I stopped dead, my eyes traveling down to his fingers. They weren't malicious or demanding but rested gently against my shirt. I still tried to pull away, but his grasp was firm. My heart started beating faster, all my senses now on high alert. What are you doing? I asked in between struggles. As if for an answer, he took the bag off my shoulder and dropped it to the ground before wrapping his other arm around my waist. He pulled me in close to his chest and held me there. sighing. I, on the other hand, was close to having a panic attack. He hadn't tried to touch me before, so I was sure why today was so special. Did he know something? Please stop squirming. I just want a hug. You hugged your mother, so I should get one as well. His voice was playful, almost whining. I stopped moving and let my hands fall to my sides. I trusted him enough to know he wouldn't hurt me, and had learned earlier this week that fighting his grasp was hopeless. All I could do was wait it out. See, that wasn't so bad. Samuel smiled as he pulled away. It was crooked and didn't show his teeth, so I knew there was more. What else do you want? Suspiciously. How do you know I want something else? Because I'm not an idiot. You know, my parents always told me I wore what I was thinking. I guess they were right. He laughed slightly. I rolled my eyes. I really don't have time for this. Can I go now? No, I do have something else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can it not wait? I glanced down the street. I really was going to be late if he didn't let me go. Any minute spent here was a minute taken away from my plan. Samuel huffed. No, it can't. I need you to think about it. So I wanted to tell you before I saw you again tonight. I stared at him, waiting for the question. His voice softened. I really want to spend more time with you. I want to get to know you more. But I know you have to work and you have to be at home. I understand that. So he paused to take in my expression. I narrowed my eyes, knowing where this was going. What if you moved in with me? I choked on my spit. I guess I didn't know where he was going. Hear me out, Samuel started. I quickly interrupted him. No way. Absolutely not. I don't even know you. That's the problem. How else are we going to get to know each other? Listen, if you move in then that fixes everything. You could still go to work, but instead of going to your stepdad's house, you'd just come to my place. You'd be safer. I'd see you more. And we would both be happy. He smirked a little bit before finishing. Plus, I could actually sleep in a bed. I scowled at him. A full-on, holding nothing back. I hate you scowl. My eyes were shooting daggers and I'm pretty sure steam was coming out of my ears. My good hand balled into a fist and I suddenly wanted to swing it at his face. I knew my sudden build up of rage was coming from a week of annoyance, but I didn't care. His question threw me off the edge of a cliff, and I was climbing back up. If you don't want to sleep on the floor, then you should leave. I don't want you there. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His eyes wide and he faltered. Pain shot across his features. However, I continued. I'm not leaving my mum. I'm not leaving my job. And I am not moving in with you. I don't want you. I didn't know why I was telling him these things, considering he'd be gone by tonight. Maybe I had no filter. Maybe I didn't want him thinking I cared for him. Maybe I was just stupid. Despite my brain telling me to calm down, I continued to scowl. I couldn't stand him. I didn't care that he was angry or hurt. I cared about leaving this godforsaken place and finding a way to survive. Achiti only made things more difficult for me. Samuel growled, and I whipped my gaze to his. You know what? You're fucking impossible. Though I noticed the dangerous change in tone. Impossible. You're a deranged lunatic who thinks I'm going to magically fall in love with a dog. Mistake number one. His eyes started turning shades, lightening to ruby by the second. I involuntarily stepped back, watching as his chest rose and fell attically. You're done. What? Those weren't the words that expected to come out of his mouth. You're done. I'm done. I've let you have your way for the past week in hopes that you'd drop your fucking attitude and act like an adult. I thought if I was nice enough and let you continue doing whatever the hell it is you do, you'd realize I'm not the enemy here. I guess I overestimated you. Words wouldn't come to my mouth. I stared at him, suddenly terrified that he'd just ruined everything with a lost temper. He continued on. You're quitting your damn job. Today. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're moving in with me. I don't care about what you want because you know what. You don't know even what you want. You're just a fucking human. You don't even have enough goddamn sense to give a werewolf respect. By the time he was finished, his breathing was labored. I could tell he was hanging on by a thread. I bent my head, trying not to make the same mistake twice. I should have let this whole thing go. But HED thrown me off guard and I reacted before I thought it through. Now, everything was at stake. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It took everything I had to utter those 2 syllables. I gritted my teeth and bit my tongue, trying not to let his insults stick. I wanted nothing more than to scream at him and let him know what I really thought about his act of kindness. But if I was going to have a chance at leaving today, I had to fix this. The way things were headed. Samuel wouldn't let me leave his side again. Samuel growled again. No, you're not. Don't lie to me. I stayed quiet. Anything I said was going to add gasoline to his fire. Tell them you're quitting and it's your last day. In picking you up at 6. If you're not outside, then you better pray to your God there's no one around for me to kill. I flinched as he spun on his heels and started walking the opposite direction, watching until he disappeared. My heart was pounding in my ears, making it impossible to tell when he was truly gone. Tears stung at my eyes, but I didn't let them flow. I ignored what had just happened and finished the half-block to work. If I had any hesitations about leaving, they were gone now. I walked into my restaurant, determined. It was time to finish this. Chapter 8 Goodbyes Part 1. I opened the wooden door and a bell rang above my head, signaling my entrance. My head was still pounding from the encounter with Samuel, but I pushed it to the back of my mind. I wouldn't make any more mistakes. Quickly looking around, I noticed there weren't too many people inside the restaurant today. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At least something was on my side. I quickly darted to the edge of the room, avoiding the circular tables that were normally filled with varying cheap meals. I dropped my sack in a corner next to the checkout counter, praying no one would get curious. Once I reached the back room, I quickly clocked in and headed to the washing station. I greeted my co-workers as I walked by. Though there were only a few of us, my head was bent low, and I began to cough. It was small and I pretended I was trying to hide it. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. People still took notice. They shot me glances varying from worried to annoyed. I paid them no mind though, and finished the short walk to my station. I prayed I would see my boss on the way over so I wouldn't have to work for too long. Sure enough, as I was opening the door to the back room, a tall, old, and lanky man appeared in my vision. I looked up to meet his face. Noting his look of concern, I smiled to myself. He was one of the good ones. Samantha, what are you doing? His voice was a surprisingly low tone, but I was used to it by now. Going to wash dishes. His wrinkled features became more defined as he frowned. I heard that you were coughing. Now that I'm seeing you, you don't look very chipper. His mustache followed his words, angling down at the end of the sentence. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe fighting with Samuel had been an advantage. I didn't have to fake being shaken up. Word travels fast here. I smiled lightly. But, I'm fine. I think it's just allergies. Allergies don't attribute to the pale and clammy skin. He gestured to my frame. I was startled, but looked to my hands. Sure enough, I was pale and sweating. For the first and last time in my life, I silently thanked Samuel. I was going to have to fake very much. My gaze traveled the room as I thought of what else to say, but it landed on my co-workers who were now watching the scene play out before them. Usually, no one wanted to be sent home, so they were anxious to see if our boss would actually do it. For many, a day without work was a day without food. I pretended to hold back a cough. Really? Fine. I won't bother anyone. I had to put up a good fight, though I knew he would send me away. We all did. However, if I acted like I wanted to leave, or got too anxious, he would know something was up. Really? Samantha, you're not. I can't have you getting the customers sick. I looked into his crow's feet eyes, lowering my voice so the others cowled hear me. Please, Remy, I pleaded, sounding desperate. He looked away and seemed to debate for a moment. I would have been worried, but I knew what Remy would ultimately do. He wouldn't risk his business. I can't risk you spreading your sickness to anything. He stressed the anything, referring to more than just the people that came to his restaurant, though they didn't publicly reveal themselves. If you were paying attention, it was hard to spot a werewolf. Choking on my words. I understand. Ilgo. Remy patted me on the back with his unusually large hands before leading me to the front of the building. I stopped outside the kitchen doors and went to shake his hand, but he pulled me into a hug. I froze momentarily, before reluctantly hugging him back. He whispered softly into my ear, "Good luck, Samantha." I pulled away immediately, shock and fear lining my features. He glanced around, patting my shoulder once more, but he saw no one in earshot. He smiled and again spoke softly. "You know, not everyone gets the chance you do." But they told me I was too high of a risk to go missing, but I was able to convince them to take you. I stared at him, dumbfounded. I found someone to take me across the border months ago, but when I stated my case they refused me. I never heard from them, or anyone like them. Again, I was heartbroken. I couldn't understand why they would refuse me. A month went by and I'd almost given up until one night, I returned home late. I found a hastily written note with a date and place. I could only assume it was them, but I could never figure out what changed their minds. Now here it was, standing in front of me. "You what?" How my voice stuttered. He smiled warmly. "Well, after they told me no, and they saw I was going to go crazy on them, they sort of included me on a few things going on around here. You were one of them." I couldn't find the words to speak. This man, who I had worked under for at least 3 years, was a complete mystery. He ignored my blank look, speaking faster now. "Samantha, just be careful. If Emily and the kids could go, I'd send them with you in a heartbeat. But I know they wouldn't make it. It's not easy out there." He grimaced. "Things have changed. But I know you're Isma. You just have to remember to be smart. Now, do you have all the supplies you need?" I nodded, but he could see my hesitation. "I have a bit. I had to give most of what I have to the hospital. Do you have enough for their payment?" My heart stopped. Mistake number 2. Payment. Amy's eyes widened. "Yes, the payment. They don't exactly do this for free." I hadn't even thought of that. My mind was racing, trying to calculate how much I could spare. It wouldn't be enough for any form of payment. "Oh, much do they want?" Remy looked my small frame up and down, biting his cheek. "Wait here." I watched Emy's tall frame disappear. His black hair was pulled into a ponytail at the base of his head, and it swung as he rushed off. Not too much time passed before he was back in front of me, holding a grocery sack of something. I peered inside, taken aback by the amount of food a single plastic bag could hold. This was what I was saving up. "I don't need it anymore." He thrust the bag into my hand, not letting me refuse him. My gaze moved between the bag and Remy, eyes wide. "I can't take this." I began. I tried putting it back in his hands, but they were placed firmly on his hips. He cut me off. "You can, and you will. Now you need to get going and I have to get back. Do you have something to carry that in?" I nodded slowly, my mind trying to catch up with the situation. Good. Don't be late tonight. They won't wait for you. Before I could breathe another word, Rennie began pushing me out the door. When his hands left my back, I turned around to thank him, but he was already gone. I stood in place and gawked again and the supplies he'd given me. However, I soon felt a gaze on my back. I turned around and met curious onlookers, all of whom were sitting at various tables. I silently swore to myself, glancing at the clock above the door. It spent too much time in there. Rushing past the suspicious glances, I grabbed my sack from the corner and headed out the door. The bell rang once more, welcoming me into the fresh air. Chapter 9 Goodbyes Part 2. The fresh air greeted me like a hurricane. It was vast and overwhelming, and it reminded me of everything at stake. I didn't bother to look around as I rushed out of the restaurant. I quickly made my way through the alleyways, avoiding anyone I could. Though my body was on high alert, my mind was wandering. Thoughts of Remy swirled around, refusing to die out, knowing that Remy was resisting this world. But he was with us, was unraveling my core by the minute. I couldn't help but think that if I had gone months, years maybe, without knowing about him, what else didn't I know? And would that lack of knowledge cause my delicate and reckless plan to crumble? Having reached their destination, my feet stopped walking. I was panting, staring up at a large glass building a few yards ahead. I stood in the shadow of an alley, attempting to size up the distance between myself and the hospital. Not only that, but size up the people surrounding it as well. Samuel was still out there. If he caught an inkling of my presence, I doubted he'd ever live to see another day. I knew I was running short on time, so I quickly deemed the road safe. My feet carried me forwards as I adjusted the sack, shifting it to my front. In the same motion, I swung my backpack onto my shoulders. I buried my face in the frayed cloth of the sack, taking extra care to make sure I wasn't seen by the countless cameras lining the streets. The cameras inside the hospital had broken a few weeks back, but luckily for me, no one deemed them important enough to fix. As I neared the sliding glass doors of the garage building, my heart began to swell. Even in this situation, I was ready to see my brother again. It'd been a few weeks since I had last been able to visit him, but the image of Will was forever ingrained in my mind. Though he wasn't conscious and couldn't speak, his body told me everything. It hadn't taken the unfair fight well. My mind reluctantly flashed back to the day it happened. The beating, the locked door, James' sadistic smile, the blood, and when Will got home. That night had broken me. Like usual, Will had gotten home from work in the middle of one of James' raging drunken episodes. Only this time, James had taken it too far and Will was too late. He knew he didn't stand a chance, but Will attacked James. In the end, James shifted to his wolf and it was all Will could do to survive the trip to the hospital. My mind was swept clean as my nose was suddenly met with the smell of cleansing alcohol and death. I ignored the smell and the bustle of people around me as I walked through the lobby. Drawing nearer to the front desk, I noticed the woman immediately perk up at the sight of me, but I'm sure it was due to the large amount of supplies I held. There was no doubt she was getting paid tonight. Her eyes continued to dart from my supplies to my face, and I knew she recognized me. In this hospital, not many people had living patients to visit. I recognized her too, but has worst a face you easily forgot. She had wild, bouncy, red curls that fell to her shoulders, a petite face with hardly any signs of aging, and piercing bright blue eyes. As I drew closer, she began to smile. It spread across her entire face, lighting up her features. It was contagious. I placed my bag on the ground next to my feet before speaking. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing pursuits, enthusiasm. Gates around. Her smile faltered, but her voice held the same perk in as expected. She's busy with Mr. Bray at the moment. What can I help you with? I grimaced. That name was one that I wanted to hear today. Is she all right? I just need to drop off a payment and speak to her about Will. She's probably fine. The woman, Gracie as her name tag read, lied. It was hard to catch her. Then again, we both knew the answer to my question. If you were speaking to Peyton Bray, you were not fine. She did tell me that she wanted to talk to you about your brother in person though. So I'm afraid you might have to wait a while. I breathed deeply as my heart rate began to climb. How long has she been with him? Do you know when they'll be done? She's been back there with him for a while now. But I'm not sure. He seemed pretty upset when he came in this morning. I mulled over my options. I knew it was a possibility to be in this lobby when Peyton Bray walked out. He was one of the few that was known to be a werewolf, and that was due to a kind personality. Peyton Bray was one of the top-tiered wolves, and he had no qualms about letting you know. Is it all right if I just head on back to see Will? I can leave the payment with you. Gracie's eyebrows raised. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But didn't you want to speak to her? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I truly did. But I couldn't stay and risk more than I already was. Yes, but I can't wait today. I need to get back to work. I just wanted to make sure his treatment is paid for. Oh, okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just give me the supplies and I'll go lock them up. You can head on up, if you like. She smiled warmly. I returned the gesture. She paused before turning away from me. You know, all of us here have grown quite fond of Will. We're all rooting for him. My eyebrows raised, giving her a questioning glance. It was normal for the hospital staff to stick around their patients. At least, not for the human ones. They never healed fast enough. Gracie noticed my change in frame and gave a small laugh. She's a tough man. I guess we can't help but put a little hope in him. She looked around, opening and closing her mouth a few times. However, there were too many listening ears for her to say much more. I gave her half a smile. He is tough, but H is also stubborn. Sometimes I think H is only staying alive to prove that a human can do it. While she laughed, I pulled my sack up from the ground and handed it over the marble counter. She graciously took the supplies and gestured towards the stairs. I'm sure you know the way. I'll let drive. Gates, know you were here. I thanked her, quickly turning around to begin my journey up the stairs. It was a long walk, but I needed it to clear my head. People wouldn't stop surprising me today, and it was taking me off guard. I needed them to stop so that I could focus. I reached Will's room in a record amount of time. My body wanted to barge through the door and say a quick goodbye, but my heart held me back, because James hadn't told us exactly what the doctor said. I had no idea what to expect. I could only hope it was better than last time. The metal handle creaked as I pushed it down, opening the thick door to reveal a small room. It was quaint and simple with a large window covering the side wall. There was a single hospital bed with a blue curtain pushed behind it, as there was no need for privacy. A barren wooden bedside table sat next to the bed, only narrowly avoiding the slew of cords wrapped behind it. On top of the bed lay a still figure with countless monitors and taped onto every inch of its body. I inched forward and stared at Will, holding my breath the whole time. He was barely recognizable. His usual blonde hair was darkened with sweat and matted to his forehead. There were no brown eyes peering into my own. His body was stiff and still. Most importantly, it was broken, every inch of it. A sob choked at the back of my throat, but I held it back. I tried to tell myself he looked better than before. The bruises had started to fade, and his skin was now only a sickly yellow shade instead of vibrant blue and purple. There was no more blood. His legs were elevated and he looked less swollen. Still, he was a pretty sight. And he was still asleep. I moved a chair from the corner of the room from closer to his bed, placing it next to the table. I slid my backpack onto that before taking a deep breath. Sitting down, I placed my hands on his arm while steering clear of the needles and broken bones. It was hard to recognize Will, but I knew he was there, not only physically, but mentally too. The doctor's biggest fear was that HED received permanent brain damage and wouldn't pull through. But HED surprised us all. The coma had his consciousness captive, but the test stalled us despite the trauma. His brain was alive. "Hey, Will," I spoke softly, watching Will's face. It stayed in the same deadened state. "Sorry I didn't come by again sooner. Things got a little complicated." I paused, but again there was nothing. No response. But kept talking, even if he couldn't respond. It was nice to pretend to talk to him. HED always been my confidant. "I bought the supplies for your next surgery. Hopefully, this one will be the one to finally get your lazy ass out of bed." I laughed to myself, continuing to watch his face. I measured his breathing, letting it calm me. "Mom's doing all right. Nothing's changed there. I know she wants to come see you, but our favorite werewolf won't let her. Apparently, you're getting what you deserve. I think she might come to see you anyway. But don't worry. I've told her not to. I know you wouldn't want her getting hurt so she could catch a glimpse of your sorry butt. I don't want to hurt either." I sigh again, then looked the room once over. I'd been wanting to say this out loud, and I knew the only person I could tell was Will. Speaking of wolves, either he got some news. I looked around the room once again, lowering my voice for good measure. "I have a more unfollowing me around who thinks in his mate." I paused, letting that sink in. I considered what Will would actually say if he could speak. His voice almost rang through my mind. "Don't let those bastards get you down, Sammy. Those dogs are stupid idiots. Give 'em hell. And don't give in." I smiled this time, letting a straight down my cheek. "I'm scared. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I breathed out the sentence, hardly hearing my own voice. I hadn't let myself think about it until now, but I truly was terrified. If I got caught, they'd kill me and anyone who knew anything. That meant my mom and maybe even Will. I didn't care if I died, but I couldn't handle the thought of my family dying as well. "You know, he can't hear you." I couldn't even hear that. I whipped around at the new voice, quickly wiping the tears from my eyes. My gaze fell upon Drive. Gates, who was standing in the doorway. "Oh, I know." I stuttered. "It just feels like him talking to him." "You didn't hear anything, did you?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Trying not to act guilty, I try not to eavesdrop on others' conversations, even if they are one-sided. So, no, I didn't hear anything. I actually just got off the phone with Gracie. She told me you were up here. I got the chance to fully take her in, now that my surprise had faded. Her black hair was tied tightly behind both of her ears and rested at the base of her neck. She had fair skin and small eyes. As I took in her appearance, I noticed the swelling and redness lining her face and neck. She noticed my gaze and cleared her throat. I looked down. Apologetically, I suddenly felt as if I was a child that needed scolding. "Sorry," I mumbled, turning back to Will. I heard her sigh. "It's all right. I've just been in a meeting with Mr. Bray," Gracie told me. I hesitated before continuing. I knew she was a private woman, and I didn't want to offend the only human doctor in the city. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you," she told me stiffly. I nodded slowly at her response, knowing she was far from all right. "Forgive me. It's just been a long day. Mr. Bray was upset about the procedure we have coming up for Will." I shot my eyes back to her, worry tracing my expression. "What's wrong?" "He believes that it isn't worth it." "I disagree." I nodded again, knowing what disagreeing with Pate and Bray resulted in. It heard the rumors. The marks on her neck only added to their truthfulness. "So how is he?" I asked her quietly, dismissing the subject. "Better. I'm not sure if your father told you. Stepfather, I interrupted. Apologies. I'm not sure if your stepfather told you, but we are placing an ICP in his skull. It will help us monitor the pressure in his brain cavity. We fixed most of the bleeding in his brain, but I want to watch the swelling. I paused, taking in the information. I left the payment with Gracie. Is it enough? I looked up and met her bright eyes. They softened a bit at my question. I'm sure it will be enough. We've got to start running a few tests though, so I'm afraid your time with Will is up for the day. I looked back at Will, memorizing his features. I didn't know when or if I would see him again. My eyes fell where his should be, and I silently said my goodbyes. I promised HED pull through. I promised no one would hurt him again. I promised him he'd come back. I promised him we'd be all right. Chapter 10 Trucks. My feet pounded down the stairs, oblivious to my surroundings. I half ran through the lobby and at the sliding doors before I even stopped to look around. That was mistake number 3. As soon as I left the hospital, I started for the alleyways. Before I could get there, though, my name was being called. Samantha. The gruff and slurred voice met my ears. I stopped dead in my tracks, fear overcoming me with the sound. I suddenly cowled and speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My heart struggled to keep up with the panic. What were you doing here? My body slowly turned, coming face to face with James as he emerged from the side of the hospital. He had on his usual work attire, though it was quite more grungy than usual. The blue-collared shirt was only half tucked in and the company's white lettering was stained brown. I stared at his frame, too afraid to make eye contact. Silent moments passed as I fought the urge to run. Girl. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Closing the distance between us, I looked around, my desperation flooding the street. I tried to catch someone's glance and a few people stopped to see the commotion. Once they saw James' powerful frame, however, they continued on. No one wanted to challenge a stranger. I am sorry. You caught me off guard. My voice squeaked as my gaze lifted to his face. I cleared my throat, trying not to reveal my fear. I knew he only played off it. His eyes darkened slightly, clearly noticing what he'd tried to hide. Aren't you supposed to be at work? What the hell are you doing next to the hospital? I am working. Noticing the stench of alcohol on his breath, my boss needed me to pick up something from a vendor in the park. The park was only a block from here. If he hadn't seen me leaving the hospital, the lie might work. I watched his features carefully as he studied my own. His eyes were narrowed as he glanced from my face to the street behind us. I'm supposed to meet him any minute now. I continued quickly, hoping to escape the situation. James' calculating expression turned to a sneer. Well, that's fine. We can spend some time together tonight. My body stiff and I involuntarily stepped back. What's the matter? Girl. Didn't yaw like it last time. No words would come to me as my mind was being flooded with horrifying memories that refused to leave. My mother's sobs filled my mind, filling in space between my own screams. My hand flinched to my lower back and I felt my skin slicing open all over again. It paid the price for standing up to him. Unforgettable price. My body had healed since then, but my mind refused to follow. So quiet today. Maybe THA means you'll learn your lesson. My heart continued to speed up as he reached his hand forward, grabbing my broken wrist. As he tightened his grip, I let out a pleading gasp. He only smiled wider, glancing back into the shadows. His body tensed as he prepared to drag me back to hell. Suddenly a new voice met our ears, ringing through the street. Mr. Craven, what are you doing here? James froze. His body stiffened as he turned around, blocking me from view. He still held my wrist captive in his hand, refusing to let me slip away. Mr. Bray. It's a surprise to see you here. James' voice was suddenly devoid of all alcohol, leaving formality in its wake. I struggled slightly as the new voice spoke, until it dawned on me who was speaking. Suddenly, I was appreciative of James hiding me from view, even if it was for the wrong reasons. It rather faced James than one of the Alpha's designated enforcers. Aren't you supposed to be in the sewers today? Peyton Bray's voice was cold. I was just heading there until I found my daughter in the streets. I'm sending her back to work and then I'll be on my way. That better be the case. There was a long pause as the two of them seemed to stare each other down. There was no doubt in my mind that James would lose. An exile like him didn't stand up to one of Riley's henchmen. He finished with finality. James begrudgingly turned around and faced me, tightening the grip on my wrist. I winced in pain but held back any noise. A low snarl escaped his lips. "Hello for Mr. Bray to hear. We'll finish this tonight." I nodded in response, intent on never seeing him again. Without warning, he released my hand and stalked back into the alley. I was suddenly in the middle of the road, directly facing the deadliest thing I knew. I bent my head low and let my brown hair fall over my features. With any luck, he would continue on and pay me no heed. I was, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cliche enthusiasm. Only human, why are you still here? He spat in my direction, earning a quiet yelp from me. I'm sorry, sir. I'm leaving. My voice was barely above a whisper, but I knew he heard me. I turned to quickly disappear back into the alley, praying he didn't stop me again. When I heard no voice, I walked faster. I didn't dare glance behind me, in fear that he would see my face and drag me back to Samuel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha. I expected my heart to slow down with the distance between myself and the two wolves I'd just encountered, but it did the opposite. The longer I walked, the more the anxiety built. With each setting ray of sun, my mind slipped further into darkness. My hands shook, my breathing was labored, and I attracted the glance of more than one person. I couldn't pin down what had me acting so erratically, which was driving me further to the brink. It arrived at the meetup location several minutes ago, but I couldn't make myself walk any further. Self-doubt was running rampant as debilitating thoughts ran through my ears. Something was going to happen. I was going to ruin everything. I was going to get killed. I could never actually pull this off. I was standing outside the town's grocery store, once again hidden by the shadows. As I crouched in my place, attempting to steady my breathing, I noticed a petite figure exit the store. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I paid it no mind, until it started walking towards me. I saw the feminine frame and that of other people until she had passed them all. At that point, she was practically standing next to me. "Are you coming?" Her voice was full and authoritative. I'd been avoiding her gaze, but at her question, I slowly raised my eyes. I realized, looking her over, that I had no idea who I was actually supposed to be looking for. She had dark chocolate skin that matched her eyes and black ringlets got short. A simple T-shirt adorned her back, matching the color of her jeans. With a star, I realized she could be anyone. She could be with anyone. "Who are you?" I questioned, slightly paranoid. "You're Samantha," she countered, resting her hands on her hips. "Yes. Well, I came to tell you that if you don't get up, then the car is leaving without you." I sprang from my position at her words, suddenly very aware of the time it wasted and who she was. "I'm sorry. I'm coming. I just got distracted." She laughed. First time fleeing a country. I looked at her dumbfounded until I realized she was joking. "Yo," I forced a laugh. "This is a first for me." "Well, lucky for you, you've got a pretty great driver. Come on." Her voice turned serious again as she gestured for me to follow. I walked a pace behind her, not sure where she was leading me. No one noticed us coming out of the side street, and we easily fell into step with the countless others heading inside the store. However, when everyone reached the entrance, we walked past them. We moved to the side of the stone walls, walking around the side of the building. We stuck close to the sandy material until we came upon two white trucks in the back parking lot. The woman walked towards them and I followed suit. Before long I noticed 3 others leaning nonchalantly against the back of the trucks. The woman ignored the others. Pushing them aside, she reached into the bed of the truck, pulling out clothing that matched her own. "Put these on," she said as she thrust the clothes into my hands. I hesitated, staring first at the walls of the store, then the others watching me. "There's no cameras back here." A new voice spoke. I noticed it was one of the men's. He had tanned skin and dark hair that fell over his face and past his shoulders. "Thanks," I mumbled before walking to the other side of the truck. I quickly changed into the new clothing. Surprised at the perfect fit, I walked back around the car, my old clothes bundles in my good hand. Before I could ask what to do with them, the woman took them. She threw them at the other woman who was leaning on the truck with the 2 men. "Burn these," she quickly agreed, her blonde hair bouncing across her forehead. I tried to watch her walk back into the store, curious as to how she got around without being noticed. My attention, however, was ripped away. "Samantha, you need to listen." The woman was snapping her fingers close to my face. "No need to be so harsh." I'm pretty sure she's terrified. The man that spoke before spoke again, smiling in my direction. She shot the man a stern look before turning to me. "Samantha, if you don't want to do this, you need to say so now. This isn't a game and there is no going back. If you change your mind, then you will get us all killed." The woman Margaret impatiently tapped her foot and looked at her watch. I tried not to glare as I responded, my courage suddenly crashing over me. "I know this isn't a game. In doing this, I'm ready." My resolve was back. There was no way I was throwing away my shot. The man who spoke started a slow clap, but Margaret again ignored him. She looked to the other man who, up to this point, had been quiet and still. She held out her hand and he came forward, placing a small black device in her palm. "I need your phone," she started, fixing the black piece until it was settled into her ear. "I don't have one." She gave me a challenging look. "Phones can be traced. If you have one, it has to go." I held up my hands. In telling the truth, my mother's husband didn't want us to have them. Margaret nodded and motioned towards the men. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Lilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cade, JX, start the cars. Make sure your radio's on. Here's the plan," she started, pulling me towards the trunk. "These cars go every month to a wolf pack outside of town to bring them supplies. You're either new apprentice. You don't speak. Move. Hell, you don't even breathe. Let Cade do the talking. If they ask, your name is Haley and your ECOD sister. Once we're out of town, we'll drive a few miles north, just to the edge of the forest. There's a spot where the patrol is at its lightest and we'll drop you there. Then, you'll be on your own. There are some safe houses along the way that will take you in and tell you where to go. When you're out of the country, we'll get in contact with you again. Don't try to find us. Don't try to get in on the fight. It's safer up there, and a wolf presence minimal. But we can't chance anything. We're going to need you later." She finished her rushed speech and I only nodded, taking in the new information. Margaret didn't wait for my vocal response as she pulled me to the passenger side door. I now noticed the blankets and tops covering the various food and water jugs in the bed of the truck, buzzing slightly with the hum of the engine. The passenger door was opened and I was shoved roughly inside by Margaret's small hand. When the door shut, I was met with laughter. I turned and stared, wide-eyed, and the man next to me. I noticed it was the same man who'd been speaking and adding his 2 cents before. "Cade," he spoke as he pulled the car into reverse, following Margaret and her driver. "Samantha," I told him quietly, He glanced over at me before returning his gaze to the road. Don't let her freak you out. She's too serious for her own good. She gives me that same we're going to die speech every day. It hasn't happened, yet. Okay, I responded, furrowing my brows. Silence fell for a few moments as the trucks turned onto the main road. There weren't many cars out today, so the journey through town was easy. I found myself slipping down my chair, avoiding the gaze of the people on the street. Who are you running from? Kate suddenly questioned, voice heightening with curiosity. I glanced his direction, not sure if I should tell him the truth. He was one of those people you could trust too easily, and I didn't want to fall into that trap. My stepfather. Kate nodded, his hair flying forward and back with the exaggerated movement. Daddy issues. I dig it. She is not my dad. I automatically interjected, letting out a large sigh. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Big daddy issues. He laughed and I cowled and helped but smile in return. It was a joking matter, but his light demeanor made it seem better than it actually was. What about you? I questioned. My dad's a good guy. A bit of a slob. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, I laughed. What are you doing caught up in all this? His voice lost a touch of the humor. Well, you could say I got some vendettas against the dogs. They took something of mine, and I want it back. I scrunched my eyebrows. What did they take? He hesitated, and it was enough to bring me back to reality. It'd been so long since I'd had a casual conversation with someone that if forgotten people didn't like to spill their life stories. I should have known better. I was the same way. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked, I started. But he interrupted me. Most people just don't really care. I took in his words, acknowledging their truth. Yo, I guess that's true. Most people have their own shit to deal with. He laughed and it immediately lightened the mood. I decided to try my chances on another subject. So, how did all this happen? I mean, how did you all come to be? Come to start helping people and whatnot? Cade frowned thoughtfully. Well, what do you know? My mother and I heard rumors about someone that helped people like us. I found him. He told me no. And a week later I found a note in my bedroom. Classics eek. He laughed. Well, it's a long story. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm pretty sure we have time. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Watching the town slowly pass by. The border was at least another hour's drive. Cade looked at me, letting his grip on the steering wheel relax. The smile was still plastered on his face as he began to tell me the story of the resistance. In this war between humans and werewolves, the missing people reappeared, that they were no longer themselves, they had become werewolves. Chapter 11 discussing the mutual hatred well. How far back do you want me to go? Cade mused, eyes trained on the road. I thought for a moment before responding. I already know the basics. I mean, I was so young when it happened, but my mother's told me a bit. There was a war. The wolves obviously won, etc. I don't know anything more than that. That is the basics of it. Cade started, eyes trained on the road. How old were you when it happened? About 10. Old enough. I paused, seizing the chance to ask him to elaborate. What was it like? His hands tightened and released the steering wheel a couple more times before responding. When he did, all trace of humor was gone. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was nothing. People just kept disappearing. The news told us it was terrorists, drug lords, stuff like that. Then, The people who disappeared started showing up again. Only, they weren't themselves anymore. They were werewolves. Glancing out the window, the one and only. Once that happened, no one could deny their existence. Then, the story changed to peace. The government had found a new way to live longer or some shit like that. But people kept on disappearing, including higher ups. Before long, more than half of every country's government was gone. Companies were falling. Supplies were limited. And most everything went under. They told us it was fine. But we knew it wasn't. Small fights broke out here and there. But people were mostly just scared and starting to panic. We knew something was coming. Before long, at least everybody had lost some member of their family, if not multiple. That's when we finally realized it. They were building themselves up. Building an army, so to speak. Trying to outnumber us. At that point, we tried to fight back. But by then it was too late. I let out a small breath. Thinking of my family during that time, I didn't remember anything. So I drew my own conclusions. My mother never talked about him. But I knew by common sense that at one point it had a father. I didn't like to think of him often, for fear of what his story might be. There wasn't much of a chance he was human anymore, or alive. Cod S words only added to those suspicions. That's when the war started, isn't it? Focusing back on the big picture, he nodded. They almost outnumbered us by the time we saw what was actually happening. We didn't stand a chance. But why? Why did they do it? Why does any predator attack? To get stronger? To get control? If you ask me, they're just waiting until they can change or kill us all. Humans are weak compared to them. They need to be killed off. It's just a matter of time before we start fighting and surrender. I shuddered at his last sentence, hugging my body close. Are they all like that? He thought for a moment. Had you met one that isn't? I thought about Samuel. He didn't seem overly dangerous, but I was still scared of him and what he could do. He controlled me, yelled at me, followed me, insulted me, told me I was his, and alluded to the fact that if it were up to him, I wouldn't be human much longer. He never physically hurt me, but the threat was always there. Cade took my silence as an answer. They're ruthless and savage animals. Samantha, they take what they want and they don't want humans. We managed to get rid of a lot of them, but they always make more. I nodded. So how did we start fighting against them? That's a bit of a happier story. Cade smiled. One that isn't even finished. No, I questioned. Definitely not. We haven't won, yet. I smiled at his faith and enthusiasm. Up until this point, I'd only thought about getting out of town so my family and I could be free. It never really went beyond that. Even though I knew the war was raging and destroying other towns and countries, it's hard to think of what you can do to resist when you're already defeated. In the beginning, after the initial formal attacks, people started banding together. I don't know all the details. No one really does unless you were there. But leaders rose up. We found their weakness. We exploited it. Those groups slowly spread and we've now got a resistance almost everywhere. It's taken time, but as they used to say, Rome wasn't built in a day. I mulled over his explanation. It was vague, but like he said, it was an ongoing story. So it's their weakness. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He snorted. You don't know. My eyes narrowed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't know. The only werewolf they'd ever been in indirect contact with, up until 2 weeks ago, was James. He didn't exactly spell out how to kill him. No, I stated firmly. I'm not exactly an expert in the supernatural. I'm not either, but I know how to kill a werewolf. He taunted. I let out an abrupt sigh, not sure whether or not to argue with him. You would not think that HE'd be as childlike as he was at his age. And it was throwing me off. He was several years older than me but acted the opposite. In the end, it was hard to be truly upset with his boyish demeanor. I haven't had a lot of contact with them. My family is exiled. Well, my stepfather is exiled. We kind of have to pay that price. Takedi nodded again. The movement bigger than necessary. Well, I guess that's acceptable. He laughed. They really only have two big weaknesses. Everything else kind of falls under the two main ones. I waited in anticipation as he continued. Elaborate plans for attacks and poisons raced through my mind, trying to guess what exactly would work. It had to be complex and strong if it were to do any damage to their seemingly invincible bodies. One is silver, he stated matter-of-factly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yep, he popped the word. I know what you're thinking. But it turns out the old wives' tale is true. Anything silver will hurt them. We don't really know why, but we don't need to for it to be effective. I paused, bringing my knees up to my chest. It made sense. They got rid of money, took over all the companies, and controlled everything. It'd be easy for them to get rid of it, or at least control whoever produced it. Okay, what's the other one? I questioned lightly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I choked on my spit, sending my body into a coughing attack. Cade slowed the car, but I signaled I was fine. He looked at me anxiously as I tried to regain my composure. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why? I finally choked out. He raised an eyebrow. Well, they're kind of a werewolf's entire existence. You have to know about them. You know about them, don't you? Yo, I know about fucking mates. I practically growled. He leaned back in his chair, eyes wide. That was a pretty strong response. I ignored him and looked out the window once more. Again, his answer made sense, but that didn't mean I had to like or agree with it. If that statement were true, it meant Samuel would be going out of his mind to find me. That made my chances of escape extremely slim. Buildings were slowly disappearing, being replaced with bright green trees. I noticed the road becoming rougher, the pavement coming to an end. The car slowed to meet the new gravel, careful not to knock the contents of the truck around. I was suddenly aware of how far out of town we were. I tried to look through and glanced behind us, watching for anything that might be following. Cade suddenly laughed. I turned to glare at him, but his face was alight with knowledge. You're running from a mate, he exclaimed, wiggling his finger in my direction. You know, it's a good thing Margaret didn't know about that. She'd have lost her shit. I am not, I started to protest. However, he caught me in his gaze and I knew there was no point in denying it. So what if I am? He chuckled. There's no doubt he'll go batshit crazy. I almost feel sorry for that bastard. He paused and looked up for a moment, pouting his lip. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Looking down to the ground, it was nice to openly talk about a mutual hatred. So who is it? We're not that close. Do you love him? I turned to him, wide-eyed. Obviously not. Do you see him here with me? No. Well, that's because he is an awful. I struggled to find the right words. He is an awful. Controlling. Stupid. Motherfoo. He raised his palms in surrender. Okay. I get the point. I mean, granted, he doesn't sound that different from the rest of them, so it's not a hard picture to get. How far out? Very much wanting to change the conversation, Cade looked at the dashboard and then at our surroundings. It's say 10 minutes until we reach the border. From there, it'll be another 2 hours until we drop you off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything was so big. The next 10 minutes passed in silence. each of us caught in our own thoughts. I was sure Cade was trying to figure out who my mate was, and I was busy making sure not to let him come anywhere close to knowing. No one ever could. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Margaret told you the plan, right? Cade suddenly questioned. I realized the cars were slowing to a stop. Gates suddenly popping up all around us. They were tall and wired with spikes lining the tops. Every few feet guards walked and paced, watching each foreign movement with inhuman eyes. Don't talk. Don't move. Don't breathe. I repeated her words. Cade smiled, but didn't respond. He rolled down his window, putting the car forward a couple inches. His smile started to fade as a large older man walked to the car. His hair was clipped short, grey hairs mixing in with the blonde, though his face betrayed his age. Apart from that, you would have thought he was in his prime. His shoulders were large and broad, arms flexing underneath the black shirt he wore. A scowl was lining his features, only enhancing his menacing demeanor. Cade and I both lowered our gazes when he came to the window. State your case. He spoke loudly, delivering supplies to the blue-eyed pack. Sir, Cade spoke monotonously. The man looked at Cade, around the truck, and then to me. He motioned for another man to look into the bed of the truck as he continued speaking. Let's see some identification. Cade slowly pulled his hand to his jeans pocket, pulling out 2 small sheets of paper. The man studied them carefully, his gaze occasionally glancing up to me. Chess knew. My heart fluttered. Chess, the new apprentice. Sir, Cade stated. He hesitated when the guard stood still. I apologize. It's her first delivery. We thought you were aware. I marveled at how he kept his even tone and spoke only the truth. Technically, I was an apprentice for them, and this was my first time out of town. They didn't have to know the rest of the story to believe his words. The man turned to me, looking me up and down. I was uncomfortable under his gaze. But again, I didn't move. I didn't think I could. Every scenario of this situation going wrong was on repeat in my mind, and every scenario ended with Samuel killing me. With each passing moment, my chest grew tighter until I felt as if my skin was going to split under the pressure. My eyes darted between our open window and the surrounding area, ready to run if needed. I knew I wouldn't get far, but I wasn't going back without a fight. It was in that moment that I decided I'd rather die than face home again. The man backed away from the car for a moment, gesturing for someone else to take a look at our papers. I saw Cade tense slightly, but he said nothing. By this time Margaret's Scar had already slipped through the gate, and they were waiting for us on the other side. Painful minutes passed, and Cade snuck a glance at me. He smiled slightly, trying to reassure my shaking body. However, his reassurances did nothing. I knew we were dead. Eventually, the guard examining the truck supplies came forward and made a signal. The blonde-haired man came back to our window, grunted again, letting his gaze on me linger. Almost begrudgingly, he sighed and handed us our sheets of paper. With a final movement, he waved his hand and backed away. We slowly drove forward again, inching until we met the other white truck. Once the gates were closed behind us, we set off down the road. We drove for several minutes before I let out a large and shaky breath. I glanced behind us and dared a smile when I saw no one following. Cade looked at me and laughed slightly, though I noticed his knuckles were white against the steering wheel. He suddenly released one of his death grips and threw his arm upwards. This clenched. He then brought it slowly back down to his side, mocking a cheer. He repeated this motion several times until he was practically bouncing in his chair. I laughed at his crazy actions, my mood lightening instantly. Well, Samantha, I'd like to officially welcome you to your freedom. Tell me, how does it feel? I mimicked his toothy grin. Why, thank you. It truly is an honor. I stared at our surroundings. They hadn't changed, but I felt as if I were in an entirely new world. It feels freeing. He laughed at my bad joke and I followed suit. I took a moment to again look out the window. hardly letting myself believe what happened. We actually made it. So what happens to you after this? I suddenly questioned. He thought for a moment. Nothing. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I go back to town, keep living my life and fighting where I can. I doubt that once they know you're gone we'll be able to sneak someone out like this again. What with your mate freaking out and all. Is he high-ranking? I ignored his question, too afraid they'd take me back if they knew the answer. Are you guys going to be okay? I countered, a tinge of guilt starting to stab at my stomach. If Samuel knew that they had helped me escape, he'd face worse than death. I suddenly realized it was only mine and my family's lives at stake. But there's two. They'd all risked everything. Oh, don't worry about us. We'll be fine. They'd have to catch us first. I rolled my eyes. Course that'd be really hard. He ignored my taunt and smiled. A thought suddenly came to me, and I couldn't help but voice it. Cade, I know I shouldn't be asking this, but can you do me a favor? His eyebrows raised. What is it? I just don't have anyone to look after my mom or brother once I'm gone. Can you just keep an eye on them? I can give you their names. He nodded in understanding. Sure, I can do that. Thank you. Thank you for everything. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know you guys are putting your asses on the line for me, and I'm not sure why, but I'm grateful. You're welcome, he said uncomfortably. We're just trying to help everyone we can. We're in this together. We know it's at stake. Maybe you can pay us back someday. I nodded. They weren't naive in the affairs of the world. They welcomed the war and fought in it, standing up for what they believed in. I envied their courage. It's a pretty long drive from here. You should probably get some sleep. Who knows when you'll get it again. I thought about his words but realized he was right. My eyes closed and I doubted did sleep, but before long I was slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 12. Into the woods I awoke to trees. Never-ending masses of vibrant green spotted with shades of wood. It would have been a beautiful sight, but the sun was well into its descent. Shadows were airlessly dancing across the gravel, attempting to swallow the trucks who dared to invade their space. It was suffocating. I took in my surroundings, waking from my light sleep, and looked over to Cade. His body was relaxed and his face neutral, but I could tell he was deep in thought. He noticed my stirring and glanced over at me, smiling quickly. I was just about to wake you up. We're not too far from the drop-off. I stretched my limbs, preparing them for the walking they were about to do. It was then I noticed the backpack at my feet, filled with my own supplies and their payment. I almost forgot. I told him, rummaging through the bag. He watched my movements from the corner of his eye as he kept one hand on the steering wheel. I pulled out the grocery sack Remy had given me, removing 2 or 3 items from the bag for myself. I put the few things back in my backpack and held out the rest for Cade. What's that? I hesitated. A payment. Understanding light up his face. Oh, that's right. You can give it to Margaret. But, he drew out the last word. I noticed the car slowing down as he stopped it momentarily. When we were at standstill, he reached for the sack. He took out several more items and stuffed them into my backpack before giving me a small smirk. You need more than an hour's worth of food and water. But, that leaves you with hardly anything. I protested. He let out a short laugh. We're not the ones running through the woods for a couple of days. I think we'll be all right. His gaze lingered on mine, carefully watching my eyes. I looked again to the backpack, comparing it to the volume of the plastic sack. Cade had given me almost all the supplies. I pointedly stared at it, not quite sure what to do. I really can manage with less. I disagreed. Cade broke his gaze and rolled his eyes, pulling the car forward once again. Trust me, you really can't. Well then, thank you. I huffed out a breath, trying to hide my excitement. The extra supplies really would help. I might stand a chance now. It told myself I'd find food and water along the way, but I knew the slim chances of that actually happening. Now I didn't have to worry and could focus solely on running. Are we almost there? Just a bit further, he told me before hesitating. So, what's your plan? My plan? You're like, how are you going to make it all the way up north? I paused. I hadn't thought it'd actually make it this far. By walking, I guess. Cade laughed once. Do you know the direction? North. I questioned. He looked at me. Worried now? Lines crinkled their way into the corners of his eyes along with a solid one filling his forehead. Samantha, do you know anything past this point? I let out a long breath of air and thought carefully. I have enough supplies to make it to the varying safe houses. Gil asked directions at each one. I guess. I brought some warmer clothes for the nights and I'll find shelter in between the houses. What about your scent? I paused, my face paling. I hadn't thought of that. I stuttered, trying to figure out how I could fool a wolf's most powerful tool, especially one that probably had my scent memorized. Cade saw my white face and only laughed at my unease, placing one of his hands lightly upon my own. You're killing me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not removing his hand. There's not a lot you can do for your scent, apart from try and get laid. Just stay up, Woodin. Don't worry about that too much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It'd be hard for anyone to follow you out here. All you probably smell like is this truck and me. The car suddenly stopped. I looked up for my conversation, noticing we weren't in an area that looked particularly different from anywhere else. The trees still looped over the road, and now that we were stopped it felt as if they'd succeeded in swallowing us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cade said as he put the car in park. He proceeded to slip off his jacket, his shirt rising slightly with the action. Ignoring this, he handed me the dark material. Wear this. It'll confuse the scent a bit more if anyone manages to get this far. I took the jacket. Gratefully, I wish I had something to give you in return. Don't worry about it. Like I said, you can pay us back someday. Well counted as a favor. I smiled warmly in his direction. Through the fading light, it was getting harder to read his expressions. However, his smile was still curled around his face. Crinkling his eyes, he held my gaze for a moment too long, and I watched his expression falter slightly. His eyes got serious, pleading even, and he opened his mouth to say something. However, he was quickly interrupted. Cade, Margaret was suddenly at our window. I jumped at the sudden appearance but quickly started gathering my things. Cade swiftly exited the car, leaving me to finish my preparations. I made sure my backpack was secure before slipping his jacket over my head. I lingered in the truck for just a moment, preparing myself to enter the wilderness. I never was one to leave the forest, considering all the dangers it held. Now it'd be living in it for days on end. I quietly jumped from the truck and walked around to the front to meet them. By the time I got there, they were whispering harshly to each other. I tried to catch a word of what they were saying, but they fell silent at my appearance. I coughed uncomfortably, suddenly very ready to get out of here. Here's the payment, I told Margaret, handing her the small sack. She didn't so much as glance at it before tossing it into the bed of the truck. I watched her stiff movements, wondering what could have her so worked up. Flashbacks of mine and Carter's conversation in the car came to mind, but I was sure Cade would know what I was running from. He'd been looking out for me, helping me. He wouldn't stop now. Thank you so much for everything, I told them both, attempting to break an awkward silence. It's nothing, Cade told me. There should be safe houses up the way several miles. I suggest you don't stop until you get there. Margaret spoke for the first time. I nodded my head in response while slipping my back onto my shoulders. The weight gave me a newfound excitement and determination. After adjusting the straps, I looked at them both. I caught them in the middle of exchanging firm glances with one another, silent communication raying through their faces. I could feel something off, but I quickly brushed it away. It'd be gone in a matter of moments and would have to worry about them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samantha, Margaret sighed. Just don't get killed. Well, no, if you make it. She abruptly left and stalked towards her car, slipping into the passenger seat with ease. Well, I believe that's your cue. Cade laughed. I nodded, smirking. I believe it is. I opened my mouth to say goodbye, but before I could I was enveloped in Cade's arms. My body froze involuntarily, and he either didn't notice or care. After a few moments, I felt my arms wrapping around his waist. I didn't know what I was doing, or why he was hugging me for so long, but I did have to admit it felt nice. Be careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He spoke softly into my hair without breaking the embrace. I started to pull away, but he held me closer. Cade, I protested, suddenly claustrophobic. Just a second longer. You'll smell like me. I could only nod. I knew he had good intentions, but the captivity of his arms only brought back painful memories. My arms held him for a bit longer as I endured the embrace until I couldn't stand it anymore. Slowly, I peeled my arms back and he did the same, though somewhat reluctantly. He laughed when I noticed this, pushing it quickly to the side. I retreated from his tall frame, my footsteps crinkling in the leaves and sticks beneath me. I'll see you later. Thank you. Again. He smiled and waved as I turned my back, heading for the line of trees. My heart started pounding harder in my chest the closer I drew. Now that I was directly underneath them, I realized how vast they were. Each tree was a different shape, size, and type, but they were all the sizes of small buildings. I wanted to hesitate, to turn back, but I knew Cade was watching. For some reason this gave me the confidence I needed to move forward. Pushing through the first line of brush, I let Cade's jacket fall past my hands, the material shielding my skin from the protruding branches and thorns. I kept walking forward until I could no longer see the light from the cars. At this point, I finally turned around, panting slightly, like it thought. I was fully enveloped in the forest. The bright greens of the trees were dying down with the light, replacing the once vibrant color with a monotonous black. I realized that with the trees, the ground had also turned dark. The various uprooted timber and fallen branches were hidden to my view as I blindly stumbled forwards. I gripped trunks as I walked by them, steadying myself as I tripped with each step. After several painful minutes of staggering through the forest, I stopped again. I knew that at this rate, it'd take me years to get anywhere. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 13, the safe house. It had to be beyond the next horizon. That's what I kept telling myself as my feet propelled me forward, continuing to push as far as I could see. It was easier to see now, considering the darkest part of the night had passed and rays of the sun were slowly beginning to rise. My path no longer was dark and malicious, scattered with varying things I could trip over, but illuminated in the soft glow of the morning sun. I expected the morning to give me renewed energy, or at the very least a newfound sense of direction. However, it gave me nothing but light. I was beyond grateful I could now see, but everything else was beginning to wear. My body ached, my lungs begged for air, my feet were numb, and my broken wrist was throbbing in time with my heart. I desperately wanted to stop and give my body a rest, but I wouldn't allow it, not until I found the safe house. So I trudged on. I tried to ignore the protests from each of my limbs and distract myself with thoughts of freedom and what it would be like outside the country. The war would be raging, but that meant there would be towns where the wolves weren't in charge. I'd find one of those towns. I'd find a place to live, people I could trust. I'd enlist the help of others to go back and rescue my mother and Will. We'd all live together. free from the reign of those who thought they were above us. I smiled to myself at the daydream, letting that hope propel me forward. The thing that excited me most was that it was just a daydream anymore. It was becoming a reality. All I had to do was keep moving, I would make it come true. My smile widened as I suddenly realized that I had the power to do anything I wanted. There was no longer anyone forcing me to behave a certain way because of who I was perceived to be. It was mid-morning now, and nothing around me had changed. Not the scenery, not my aching body, but not my determination. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. By this point, I was once again in desperate need of food and water. I paused momentarily, ducking behind a particularly thick tree. I leaned on the trunk, giving myself a moment of relief, as I dug through my backpack. I'd been careful with my supplies, so there was still quite a few things to pick from. In the end, I grabbed a bottle of water and can of diced chicken. I would need the protein to keep my body moving. Once I had the items in my hands, I packed up and began moving again. If I stayed leaning against that tree any longer, I was afraid I wouldn't get back up. So I continued on, but this time with the companionship of the chicken. The sun was directly above my head now, and I began shedding my various layers. Cod's jacket was the first to go, followed by my own that had slipped on halfway through the night. They each went into my bag as I was sure I'd need them again later. I was debating taking off my extra pair of socks when I came upon a small clearing. I stopped in my tracks as I noticed the trees thinning to reveal a small white stone building. I stared at the building in shock. Was I imagining it? I began to move forward again, but movement inside the building sent me to the ground. I crouched in place, making sure I was concealed by the brush. As I sat on the ground, I listened to a foreign voice. It came from inside the house, and I was only able to hear the sound because of a window that stood ajar. The voice was deep, however, so I deemed it to belong to a man. I concentrated harder as I tried to pick out what the voice was saying. However, I soon realized I didn't have the hearing of a werewolf. I sighed before adjusting my weight to lift myself slowly up. My eyes scanned the house. Falling on the window I heard the noise coming from. I watched one figure pace back and forth, passing the window every few seconds. His frame was tense and I noticed his hands were balled into fists, swinging by his side in time with his stride. He was the only one I saw for a few moments until a smaller figure sat at the window. I saw long dirty blonde hair falling behind the figure's shoulders, falling limply against the back. This one was silent, but I figured it was a woman. All of my senses were now focused on that small house and the two people inside. The house was sitting in the center of the clearing, the nearest tree several yards away. It had nothing and almost seemed to beckon me inside. However, my feet wouldn't move. Though I knew this was obviously a safe house, I wasn't intent on barreling inside until I knew I could trust whoever was there. I was ripped out of my intense stare, but I heard something cracking behind me. I whipped my head around only to come face to face with a man. He had light brown hair and a tall frame, long arms wrapping something close to his body. When his gaze landed upon me, he let his arms fall, and I watched as he dropped the various small sticks and chunks of wood that he'd been holding. The wood clattered against each other as it all fell to the ground, sending the noise ringing through the silent trees. I jumped up from my spot and prepared myself to run, but the man quickly put himself in front of me. "Samantha," he breathed, almost in disbelief. I furrowed my eyebrows. "Who are you?" My voice was hoarse, but it came out strong and demanding. "Insane." He moved a foot forward, but I quickly flinched back. "I'm not going to hurt you. How do you know my name?" "Margaret told us you would be coming through here." He spoke slowly, watching me carefully. His words registered in my mind and I instantly relaxed. He noticed this and gave a weak smile. "Why don't we head inside? We've been waiting for you." I looked backwardly at the house but reluctantly nodded. If Zane was with Margaret, I could trust him. Zane started moving, gesturing for me to follow. He walked slowly out of the brush and towards the cement building, whistling loudly as we approached. The man and woman inside immediately looked out the window, their gazes landing on me. I tried to look tall and strong, but my weakened body only came across as tired and dead. The woman disappeared from the view of the window and came out the side of the building, running towards Zane and I. I stopped in my tracks, watching as she approached me. When she noticed I had stopped, she put her hands up much like Zane had done earlier. "'Love, Zane's sister. Can I help you inside?" Her voice was sweet and welcoming. I didn't notice it at first, but she began walking forward again and reached for my bag. All at once, I relaxed. I let her take my backpack and watched as she slid it over her shoulder before putting her arm underneath mine. She started walking forward, taking my weight with her. I leaned on her fully, grateful for the help. The three of us walked to the side of the building and through a small wooden door. Once inside, the other man looked me over while walking quickly to Zane. I watched him carefully, though not as warily as before. He was taller than Zane, but not much broader. His skin reminded me of chocolate, but his eyes were golden, seeming to pierce through my exterior. If he had hair, it was clipped short enough so that it would not be seen. He nodded slightly in my direction to Zane, whispering something. I tried to catch what he was saying, but before I could listen in, Love was speaking to me. "The house doesn't have any furniture." She gestured to the barren one-roomed home. "So you'll just have to settle for the ground." She led me to a corner of the room, helping me slide lightly against the stone walls. Now, with a full view of the room, I noticed how small it was. It could hardly be called a safe house, as it was more of a single bedroom with a smaller room in the back. No bathroom. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Love started. "You just have to go outside. It's not glamorous, but it'll do." She laughed. "Talia put my backpack down next to my feet before sitting next to me." I smiled lightly at her, though my gaze followed the two men who retreated into the back room. She noticed my gaze and laughed lightly. "Enzo was a bit on edge. I'm sure he just wants to make sure you're who you say you are." She spoke lightly. I nodded in response, leaning my head against the wall. This was the first time I'd sat down since yesterday, and my body was grateful for the relief. Talia suddenly chuckled. "You know, we didn't really expect you until tonight or tomorrow. You must have been hauling us." I smiled at her again, taking a bit of pride at my hard work. It had paid off. I didn't really stop. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I shifted my weight to look outside the window and the sun overhead. "I don't think you'll be staying too long here." "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Talia's eyes widened. I now noticed her baby-like features, morphing her face into a sweet and innocent expression. The more I looked at her, the more I saw the resemblance between her and Zane. "Seriously. But you've got to be exhausted." I closed my eyes for a moment. "I am. But I have to keep moving. At least stay for a few hours. We got some wood to start a fire tonight, so it will be warm inside. Take a rest and eat a real meal. Your body will thank you for it." "She's right. You know." Zane's voice met my ears. I opened my eyes to watch the two men come out of the back room. They looked at Tole and I, Zane folding his arms across his chest. I started to protest, but he held up his hand. "Just rest for a little bit and see how you feel. If you still want to go. But, trust me, you need the rest." I slowly nodded, taking the three of them in. I shifted my body weight, suddenly slightly uncomfortable. My mind told me they were only helping, but my heart didn't like the fact they were trying to keep me here. Zane noticed my sudden unease and raised his arms. "Look, you do you. We're not forcing you to stay, but you should know you won't make it much further without a proper rest." I slowly nodded. He was right. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And we all knew it. He smiled and walked to the opposite end of the room, gesturing to the other man while he did so. This is Enzo, by the way. I smiled in his direction, and he nodded at me. Good to have you. Sorry about earlier. We never can be too careful. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I understand. The two men sit down across from each other, and now each of us was leaning against a wall. It made the house seem even smaller. I closed my eyes again, trying to calm my nerves. These people were here to help. They were humans. The good guys. There was no reason I should be afraid of them. Chapter 14 Sunset. I awoke what felt like not much longer, but when I looked outside I realized I had fallen asleep for a few hours. The sun well into its descent, leaving shadows in its wake. When I saw this, I jolted upright and looked around. Zane and Talia were in the middle of the room, organizing wood around a roaring fire. At my sudden movement, they both glanced in my direction. Zane spoke up. Glad to see you're awake. Enzo is skinning some rabbits right now. When HE's done and Talia cooks it, we'll have some food. I looked at the pair in front of me. They were clearly at ease, their backs to me and to the door. It set me at ease as well, knowing they weren't afraid. Thanks. My mind still recovering from sleep. How are you feeling? Talia asked. Better. I needed sleep. You were right. She's always right. Zane taunted. Talia shot him a glance. I am, and you better not forget that. The two laughed. A pain suddenly shot through my heart as I remembered my own family, especially Will. My mind threatened to take me to the possibilities of his fate alone with James, but I was pulled from my thoughts as the door suddenly opened, revealing Enzo. He carried two rabbits, though you could hardly tell if that's what they were anymore. All the skin was ripped away, revealing only the muscle and tissues underneath. His bloodied hands held them up proudly. Talia shot up from her position and greeted Enzo, taking the two animals by a leg. She returned to the fire and sat with her back to me once more. Enzo wiped his hands a couple times on his jeans, red streaks leaving their mark in the blue denim. He noticed me watching and smiled. Have you ever eaten wild animal? Though I'm sure came out as more of a grimace. Nope. Don't have a lot of experience with blood and guts. He laughed, a loud and booming noise. It's messy business, that's for sure. As he was speaking he came and sat next to me, though I noticed he stayed a good distance away. How are you feeling? I opened my mouth, but Zane cut me off. She said she's fine and Talia is always right. Enzo raised his eyebrow at me and I laughed. I really did need sleep. He nodded his head, bringing a knee up to rest his elbow on. You only got a few hours. You might want to think about getting more. Maybe. I mused. I thought about his proposition, glancing again to the window. The sun was dangerously low and if it wasn't for the rabbit, I knew it'd be gone already. I reached for my backpack while I thought, pulling out Coda's jacket. It was already getting cooler. How do you fare last night with the cold? Zane piped in, crawling to sit next to Enzo against the wall. Talia listened in, though she continued to focus on the rabbits. Well, I have two jackets and extra socks, so I did fine. I kept moving, I think that helped the most. You could be a world-class explorer. Zane laughed. Are you ever going to stop moving? Only when I get to freedom. Did you tell anyone you were leaving? Enzo suddenly asked. No, not really, I slowly answered, thinking of my mother. But I'm sure some people have figured it out. Like who? I paused. I already made the decision while walking yesterday that I was going to speak of Samuel again. He was in the past. If I kept moving, I'd actually stay there. My boss. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Enzo stared at me, expecting more, but Zane smiled. I've heard of him. Archie's a good guy. Tried to petition to make the trip. Archie's pretty great. I paused, To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hang on. I suddenly remembered the plethora of supplies I had because of him. I've got some extra water. It's the least I can do after you guys helped me. As I talked, I reached into my bag and pulled out 2 bottles of water. Zane raised his eyebrows while Enzo furrowed his, an unreadable look appearing on his features. How much do you have? Enzo questioned. Enough, I said vaguely. Please, take them. I rolled the waters towards the 2 of them, watching the dirt and dust kick up as they went. Enzo picked his up while Zane tossed his towards Tolly. Well, if you have enough supplies, I don't see why you're so bent on leaving already. Tolly suddenly piped in, catching the water. I laughed lightly. I don't exactly want to get caught. If I hadn't have been looking at Enzo, I would have missed his eyes narrowing for a fraction of a second. I quickly added an afterthought. And the sooner I get there the better. Once again, I think Tolly is right. Zane sang. I smiled as the 2 of them exchanged mock-shocked faces. Wow, that's 2 in one day for me. You better go with my intuition. Samantha. She laughed. I continued to smile but stayed silent. Enzo was watching me now, and I couldn't measure what he was thinking or why his demeanor had suddenly changed. What are all of you doing out here? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked to each one of them, my gaze lingering on Enzo for a moment longer. The wolves killed our family when we were young. Margaret took us in. Tolly spoke. She looked to Zane, who nodded. We've never really lived in town. Mostly just stayed in the outskirts. He finished. It suits us. I'm sorry about that. I told them, though I was slightly distracted. I looked to Enzo, awaiting his answer. The brother and sister noticed my gaze and followed it until all eyes were resting on the large man. We've all got a reason to be out here. Samantha, without waiting for a response. He quickly got up and walked to the fire. I think the rabbit's done. Talia jumped lightly, moving her hand away from the fire. After checking the meat, she nodded in Enzo's direction and gestured for the rest of us to come and grab a portion of the meal. The food was divided among us and we each sat in our own part of the room, eating quietly. Enzo's comment seemed to finalize any conversation we hoped to have. I was grateful for the silence though, as it allowed me to try and figure out the individuals before me. Zane and Tolly seemed harmless enough, but Enzo was beginning to put me on edge. I had just finished my last bite of the gourmet meat when Tolly stood and walked to the back room. She came back holding a variety of soft material in her hands, placing them on the ground next to the fire. Listen, Samantha, she started. You can do what you want. We aren't forcing you to do anything. But we've got a fire, blankets, and a roof over your head. You should really stay here for the night. I widened my eyes at her forwardness but didn't get the time to let the shock sink in. Zane was right behind her. Not to mention, good company. The woods are lonely. Gesturing to each of them, as they both spoke, an ease crept into my heart. Something was settling right in my stomach. And it was the rabbit. I didn't know how rebellions, safe houses, or refuges normally worked, but I was sure it was a general principle to keep moving away from danger. If that was the case, why would they want me to stay? A small and uncomfortable silence stretched between us as the 3 of them awaited my answer. I glanced warily at the setting sun, which was now starting to disappear on the horizon. Trees were towering shadows once more, and the ground was already growing more and more difficult to see. This house is a good place to hide, Enzo finished. And that was it. That was what told me something was definitely wrong. Shrugging, I guess you guys are right. I think I'm going to stay for the night. I am exhausted. I yawned for good measure. Only I'm not sure I want your company. Zane. He dropped his jaw and I laughed loudly, the others following suit. Then suddenly Toye clasped her hands together. Beaming, She walked forward and grabbed one of the cotton blankets, dropping it lightly in my lap. I grinned up at her, hugging the blanket closely. Thanks, I told her. I watched the men as Tahila continued speaking, rambling on about what a great decision this was. Meanwhile, Zayn and Enzo exchanged a small look. Enzo's shoulders finally relaxing. Talia noticed me looking at them, and must have noticed my unease as well. Before she could bring this to the attention of the others, I quickly pulled her in close. Can I sleep in the back room though? I let her follow my gaze to the men in back, my eyes growing wide. She tilted her head in understanding, a warm smile crawling across her features. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's even a door for some privacy. A flame flickered within my chest as Talia walked back to Zayn and Enzo. I quickly gathered up my things, dragging my backpack across the room. The two guys looked at me questioningly, but Talia quickly hushed any complaints they would make. I paused outside the entryway, halfway turning to them. The three were huddled by the fire, Talia clutching Zayn's arm and Enzo standing with his legs apart. On the surface, they looked like anything you'd expect. But I knew better than to start looking at the surface. I smiled warmly. Thanks again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I really needed this. Zayn brought his hand up to his neck, embarrassed. Don't get all mushy, Samantha. It's only a job. Laughing lightly, I turned and walked into the small room, leaving the three of them behind forever. As my back turned to them, my expression dimmed. I quickly scanned the new dark room, my eyes immediately landing on the open window I'd seen from the outside of the house. Thought it was small. It provided a small glimmer of light, just enough to shine the way outside. Every instinct in my body told me to run right then and there. I fought desperately against the urge, knowing it would only result in the three of them chasing me. I quietly shut the door and spread the blanket across the ground. Kneeling down on it, I pulled out my other jacket and slipped it over my head. Now that I was away from the fire, I could already feel the cold setting in. I lay down on the blanket, my back to the window. My eyes were trained on the door, watching the shadows walk around in the other room. The firelight danced and flickered underneath the door, adding to the feeling of anticipation that was now rooted in my gut. I kept my eyes wide open, no sleep coming anywhere close to my consciousness. Just as it expected, I soon heard footsteps approaching my door. I quickly relaxed my body and closed my eyes, letting my hair fall over my face. I was able to peek through the strands of my eyelashes as the door cracked open, revealing a slightly distraught Talia. I pretended to awake at the sound and light, shifting and moving my hair away from my face. I smiled up at her as she wrapped her hands around the door, halfway letting herself in the room. Sorry to disturb you, but I just wanted to make sure you're all right to stay back here. It can get awfully cold. I lifted my body up to a sitting position, watching her carefully. Thanks, Talia. I just don't have great experiences with trusting men. I'm really more comfortable sleeping with a door in between me and them. Then, I looked down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh no, you don't have to be sorry, she practically squealed. I can only imagine. All right, I'm going to let you sleep now. Just know you're welcome out there if you want. With that, she retreated from the doorway, leaving me in darkness once more. I let out a sigh of relief. This was an awful, crazy, and dangerous plan that had formed moments ago, but so far it seemed to be working. Play on the sympathy of Talia, Joe Quisane, appease Enzo, show vulnerability. Then, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laid in my position on the floor for what felt like hours, My ears strained to hear any noise coming from the other side of the door. And eventually, there was none. I first had to endure soft mumblings and a dying fire, but soon enough it seemed as if the three of them had gone to sleep. However, I waited a while longer after this happened, just to be safe. When I couldn't stand it any longer, I slowly raised myself off the ground. I rolled the blanket up and stuffed it into my backpack, muffling the zipper with my sleeves. After each movement, I paused and listened for signs of disturbance from the others. As I worked, my breathing quickened as I felt the blood rush to my head. My heartbeat was soon the only thing I could hear, and that's when I decided to slip through the window. The window was small, so I had to take it one step at a time. I carefully dropped my backpack outside the opening, letting it fall quietly on soft summer grass. I looked behind me one last time, watching now for movement. When none came, I slipped both of my legs through the ledge, my feet falling directly next to my backpack. My torso and arms followed suit as my body bent to avoid the edges. Once I was fully rooted to the ground, I ran, and I didn't stop. The only thoughts ringing through my mind were those of escape and vigilance. I couldn't go crashing through the trees, no matter how much I wanted to. I had to remain quiet, yet not allow that to inhibit my speed. I had to move in the right direction, though I didn't even know where that was. Needless to say, it was not an easy task. Soon enough, multiple leaves and twigs were snapping underneath me. I cursed at myself for not being more graceful or trained, but I didn't allow myself to stop. I kept whipping my head backward, my gaze searching for any sign of someone following me. However, it was movement behind me that made me stop. It was movement coming from straight ahead. Chapter 15 Guns. My mind didn't fully understand the noises until I saw a dark figure running straight for me. Panicked thoughts started coursing through me as it registered who it was barreling in my direction. To my agent extraordinaire, Marianne Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Without thinking, I flew over a fallen trunk and off to my right, taking myself out of his line of vision. I dared a glance behind me, and I caught him just as he tripped over the hidden wood. My feet propelled me faster along the forest floor. I was no longer thinking about my movements but allowing my body to take control. Somehow, it knew what to do. Before long I heard Denzo S shouting, followed by a few others. Somewhere in my mind, it registered that HED probably called for backup. That meant that soon enough I would have the other two running after me, plus whoever else was in on this ordeal. That is as if they weren't already hiding in the woods like Enzo had done. My feet continued to fly as I tried to create more distance between myself and the others. I knew they were gaining on me, but I wouldn't stop. I couldn't allow myself to be held captive by them and risk my freedom. Though these people were human, I was slowly coming to realize that the fact meant nothing. I trusted Margaret and Cade, and because of that, I had 3 people chasing me through a forest. As I ran, a path stretched out before me. I made a split-second decision and ignored it, diving to the right and further into the trees. They seemed to thicken with every footstep I made, making it harder and harder to push past the leaves and fallen limbs. I didn't let this deter me. I would outrun them or die trying. As I jumped another log, I dared a glance behind me. When I did this, though, my feet flew out from underneath me as they were snatched by a foreign object. I flailed desperately, kicking at anything I could land my foot on. My feet met the soft exterior of skin, telling my mind that it was a person who had pulled me to the ground. I opened my mouth to let out a scream, but a hand was quickly placed upon it. Both of my hands flew to rip off the muzzle, but before I could do any damage they were pinned behind my back. I was now laying on the ground, pinned up against whoever was holding me. I continued to struggle, refusing to acknowledge the fact that it had been caught. It couldn't happen, not when it come so close. Tears betrayed me as they fell rapidly from my eyes. Despite the restraint, I screamed and struggled, pulling harder against the hands holding my arms and face captive. As I fought, the person rolled our bodies to the side, settling on top of my back and shoving my face into the dirt. The weight of the body held me down, pulling the breath from my lungs. I worked harder to breathe now, my body focusing on the need for oxygen that it was finding on the ground. A voice suddenly whispered harshly into my ear, "Shut up and stay still." At the noise, my body went limp. I knew that voice. I tried to twist my head to confirm my suspicions, but a hand went to my neck, shoving my face further into the earth. The next moment, I heard countless footsteps coming closer to me. My eyes widened, and I searched for a place to conceal my body before I realized I was already hidden. Thick bushels of leaves and moss surrounded mine and my assailants' bodies, protecting every part of us from view. My breathing quickened as the noises of those chasing me came closer. My mind raced with the option of letting them find me or staying with whoever held me bound. My inner battle didn't slow the world down, however, and the decision was made for me. The footsteps were upon us now, and the person on top of me sprawled across my body, knocking any remaining air from me. I half expected those chasing me to stop where I disappeared, noticing my obvious absence ahead of them. But they kept moving. They kept running in the direction it'd been going, cursing at each other as they went. Eventually, their footsteps faded and I was left only with myself, the bushes, and my new captor. The minutes went by painfully slow as we both listened for the others to come back. With each passing moment, the person on top of me slowly peeled away. It was slight at first, allowing me to only bring my face out of the mud. But when it was clear they weren't coming our way again, the person sat lightly on my legs. I stayed frozen in place as my arms were eventually released as well, too afraid to turn around. My captor didn't bother moving. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I slowly turned my head, though I knew what I was going to see before my eyes fell upon him. Samuel. His eyes were a bright ruby color, mixing with every emotion known to man. Each sec and held a new look, a new glare, a new demand. I stared at them. He stared straight back at me, holding me in a gaze that seemed it would never end. It seemed he was fighting something back, and I knew all too well what that something was. How I began, but was quickly cut off. The moment I opened my mouth to speak, Samuel started diminishing the distance between us. He raised his arms and twisted my body, pulling my face next to his. I was kneeling before him now, completely at his mercy, as if he knew this. He closed the remaining distance and crashed his lips upon mine. I immediately froze at his assault. My mind couldn't keep up with what was happening to my body as he moved his lips roughly against mine, demanding attention. By the time my thinking caught up, he had stopped the attack and buried his face in my neck. His arms wrapped around my torso as he pulled me even closer. My breathing stopped, my heart full. I'm pretty sure if he hadn't been holding me, I would have died right then. My mind was the only thing alive and it was screaming at me for what just happened. "I thought you were dead," he whispered into my neck. I didn't even try to respond, as too many words were racing through my mind. As if Samuel knew this, he reluctantly let me go, breathing heavily as he did so. I finally realized he no longer had me pinned up against him, and in the next moment, I was flying to my feet. He followed suit. However, enthusiasm glancing warily around us before watching me carefully. "We need to get going." He spoke louder now. I turned to face him, preparing to scream in his face. However, as soon as I looked at him, the words left my brain. Once again, he was standing before me in nothing but an old pair of shorts. He didn't have shoes, a jacket, or even a shirt. His bare chest seemed to scream. My eyes lingered there for just a moment before I raised them to his face. I expected to see rage, ferocity, and a desire to rip my heart out. However, his face was the complete opposite of my expectations. His dark eyes were back and they were almost gentle. Though the longer I stared, I could see a hint of anger bubbling beneath the surface. Quickly turning away from him, I gathered my thoughts. "In not going anywhere with you," I began to sprint away from him. but he quickly grabbed my broken wrist, sending painful spasms up my arm. The day at the beach played through my mind, reminding me of how easy it was for him to prevent me from leaving him. The past few days of freedom suddenly seemed as a faraway and impossible dream. I held back a sob as my body swung back around, facing him once more. His anger wasn't beneath the surface anymore, but rising with each act of my insolence. "Do you want to get caught?" He growled at me, ruby flashing into his eyes. I looked straight at those eyes, spitting my words. "I already have." He tensed and started his retort, but he was quickly cut by a sound in the distance. "We need to go. Now." I continued to fight against him, pulling my wrist back to my body. He didn't let go, however, and only came close to me, taking the chance to grab my other arm. Before I knew what was happening, he had me thrown onto his back. I started to protest, but the sound of countless people barreling for the forest now held my attention. Samuel swore under his breath as a man suddenly appeared ahead of us. He came running toward us, a long knife shining brightly in his hand. Samuel quickly propelled us forward, easily dodging the man and his weapon. I held on tightly to his shoulders, more willing to stay with him than meet the stranger holding a knife. We flew through the forest at an inhuman speed. I closed my eyes as various leaves and bits of dirt flew into my face as we dove through bushes rather than around. Samuel's pace was rough and ragged. A loud and feral growl suddenly ripped from his chest, which sent my eyes flinging back open. Various objects were being thrown from ahead of us, and he was desperately trying to maneuver around each one while holding me steadily on his back. However, he was so lucky. Just as he ducked to the right, a short dagger came flying through the air and lodged itself in Samuel's arm. His pace faltered, allowing another identical knife to land next to the first. The injured arm fell dead to his side, half of my body following suit. Samuel stumbled in this shift of weight, his legs failing him as another knife grazed his thigh. We stumbled over each other, the weapons only digging further into his flesh as he tumbled into the dirt. When we finally stopped moving, Samuel was hovering over my body, blood pouring from his wounds. He didn't act as though he cared, though I stared in horror as the dark liquid pooled around me, seeming to glimmer against his skin. My eyes darted around us as I heard multiple people shouting, coming closer. Before I could move, at least 6 men came upon us, each holding several daggers. The weapons each varied in size and length, but they were identical in color and material. As I studied them, suddenly everything about Samuel's wounds made sense. Silver was etched into every single one. Samuel let out a loud and threatening growl as they came closer, making me follow his lead. His good arm wrapped around my side, pushing me behind him. I watched as the men continued to advance upon us. I studied each of them, quickly realizing I recognized Zane and Enzo in their midst. They were breathing heavily, eyes darting between Samuel and me. "Come any closer and you're all dead," Samuel suddenly spat. The men paused, though it didn't seem as if they were afraid of the half-human standing before them. Zane suddenly sneered. The look was so foreign compared to what I'd seen, and I took an involuntary step back. Samuel pulled me closer to him though, not allowing me to move another inch. "You're outnumbered. Wolf, let's not make this harder than it has to be," Samuel scoffed. He didn't bother to respond, but his body started to shake. Bones started cracking, allowing wolf claws to suddenly appear on his hands. Just as he was about to lunge at the men and finish the shift, 2 shots rang through the air. Gunshots. He'd only heard stories of gunshots before. In the early days of James, my mother had told me about them. What they sounded like, smelled like, looked like. She had wanted me prepared if I ever came into a situation with one. Though it wasn't common, wolves had taken every single one. As I stared in the area where the shots rang off, I realized every horrible thing she said was true. 2 more figures started emerging through the trees, the small black guns held high above each of their heads. I recognized each person, each woman. The contrasting skin and hair made them look like night and day, but it was them, Nonetheless, to see them together sent another wave of emotion through my body. It only confirmed what I'd been suspecting. Talia and Margaret. Another two shots rang through the air, and before I could register what was happening, Samuel was falling to the ground. I looked down in horror as more blood started pooling around his feet, seeping from two fresh wounds in each of his legs. That's enough. Margaret's voice suddenly rang out. If you move again, the next shot is going in Samantha's head. I looked up in horror as Talia slowly raised her gun to me. My arms raised up, palms facing the small crowd before us. Stop. Samuel coughed out, managing half a growl. Don't you dare fucking touch her. We won't have to if you comply. Talia spoke up. Samuel stayed silent and my eyes darted from him to the women before us. The men were still there too, each shining blade glimmering in the fading sun. Pounding seconds of silence stretched between us all as we waited on Samuel to make a move. When he stayed still, Margaret finished the ordeal. Tie them up. The men inched forward, each reaching into bags Talia threw their way. Deliberately, almost carefully, they took the rope from the duffels and advanced Samuel and I. Talia came with them, walking straight up to me. One wrong move and chest dead. She glowered at Samuel. I shrunk back at her expression, much like Zane's. It was foreign and seemed drawn against her seemingly innocent features. Samuel raised his gaze and glared back, a low noise coming from his chest. However, he stayed completely still, glancing to the gun trained on my temple. Talia stood by my side, and I mimicked Samuel's stillness, very much aware of the cold hardness pressed into my head. I didn't think I could move if I wanted to. I was still in my initial position, my feet rooted to the ground and arms raised in surrender. My eyes were the only thing that moved, following each of the men as they continued their advances. The men were next to Samuel now, and as they pushed him to his knees and started tying his hands, I noticed silver lacing through the material of the rope. As soon as I noticed this, I heard Samuel breathe, and suddenly, closing his eyes, I looked to where they bound his hands, watching the skin slowly burn. My gaze turned to one of horror as the men continued to wrap the poisonous material around Samuel's torso. Without a shirt, his skin was completely exposed. It moved around the sick rope, blisters popping up almost instantly. What are you doing? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. Desperately, I glanced to each of the people I recognized in the group. There had to be some sort of humanity in their souls, something that told them this was wrong. However, they each held stone-cold and hateful glares, their eyes trained on Samuel. I waited for them to answer me, but a sound never left their lips. Please, tell me what's going on. Margaret snapped her gaze to me as Talia shifted the gun against my head. Thane and Enza busied themselves with Samuel, never once looking my way. Samantha, you need to shut up or we will make you, Margaret voiced. My eyes widened at the threat. Confusion mixed through my brain as I watched the supposed good guys inflict pain on Samuel. Endless amounts of rope were being placed around his entire torso. His breathing was ragged now, the silver clearly taking its toll. When it seemed there wasn't an inch left of his body to cover, the men turned to me. Samuel whipped his eyes open and screamed. His voice was desperate and filled with pain. The men ignored him and roughly brought my hands forward, binding my wrists in the same rope as they had Samuel. He suddenly started thrashing beside me, and I shot a horrified glance his way when Talia shifted the gun, clicking something into place. The sound and my terrified expression were all he needed to go ghostly still. He stared in horror at a place next to my head. I desperately wanted to look there and move away from Talia, from the men, from Margaret, but I couldn't move an inch, not without dying. Samantha, you're going to be okay. You're going to be fine. Samuel spoke in a frenzy. His voice was distressed, which did nothing to ease my fears. He knew what trouble we were in, and it was slowly dawning on me as well. I slowly nodded my head, a single tear escaping my eye. I quickly shut them as the men continued to tie my wrists. wrapping the last of the rope. When the job was done, they retreated and pulled out their weapons once more. I felt the cold barrel on my temple shift to my neck and push me forward. "Move," Tall commanded. I complied and stumbled forward, watching as Aina and Enzo lifted Samuel to his feet. A dagger was held to his neck by one of them while the other held a shorter knife to his back. Samuel watched as I walked forward, only moving when pushed forward with the tips of the sharp blades. My head went to turn back to watch him, but Tall trained the gun on the back of it to prevent the movement. I choked back a sob as I felt the hardness push my hair aside and rest on the vulnerable skin of my skull. As we began walking, I tried to get my bearings. When he'd ran from the safe house, I didn't care which direction I went. When he'd run off the path, I didn't care either. It was only now, when I was tied up and being pushed forward by a gun, that I decided I should look around. And, of course, I didn't recognize a thing. However, I did know something. These people would only take us further into the forest, where we would likely be killed. I once thought they were here to save me, until the gun was pointed at my head. I looked into those familiar faces, devoid of any sympathy. Chapter 16, One of Us, Part 1. My suspicions were correct. The group of men and women lead Samuel and me further into the forest, the trees around us growing thicker with every step. The sun was completely gone now, and Margaret had pulled out a flashlight to lead the way. The artificial light sent eerie shadows across our group as the last rays of sun faded away. As we walked, I cowled and felt the glares I sent in Margaret's direction, as well as the feelings of hatred for her and those behind me. Almost all of the people I'd met and trusted were somehow here, dragging me through the forest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing pursuits, enthusiasm. Zane, Tall, Enzo. These people were supposed to help, not tie me up and hold a gun to my head. My glares did nothing to stop them, though, and we trudged on deeper into the never-ending maze of trees. Before long, I started to notice something flickering ahead. We walked directly towards the motion, almost letting it guide us. Accompanying the sparking shadows was a faint orange glow that seemed to mock the appearance of a sunset. As we advanced, my eyes fell upon a raging fire in the middle of a large clearing. Margaret turned off her flashlight as we approached, the fire giving us all the light we needed. I was continually shoved forward by Tall as we entered the clearing. I quickly noticed a stone building to the right of us, nearly identical to the one I'd stayed in earlier that day. The only difference being it was larger. Much larger. People were pouring out of it, walking towards the fire in small groups. I lost count of them as my head was shoved to the ground, preventing me from examining anything further. Our group made our way to the fire where I was pushed to the ground, falling on my knees. The barrel of the gun finally left my head and I quickly turned to find Samuel. The men were dragging him behind us, moving until they came next to me. They threw him on the ground where he landed in a heap. He tried to lift himself up but only fell further into the dirt. I scanned him once over, gasping when I saw the blood staining almost every inch of the rope that held him bound. The skin was hardly there anymore, and the men hadn't bothered to take out the knife lodged into his arm. When my eyes fell upon his extended legs, I realized the cause for him not walking. 2 large holes rested in each leg, something large and silver glinting from within the skin. Apparently, silver bullets were a thing now. His wretched and unmoving figure drew me towards him, my instinct screaming at me to somehow help him. Before I could move, though, 2 arms quickly wrapped around my elbows. I looked behind me only to see an expressionless Zane holding me captive. I fought against his grip, but he only tightened it. My ears registered people murmuring and I quickly glanced around us. A large crowd was now gathered around the fire, each and every person looking straight at Samuel and I. The crowd consisted of men, women, and even children. They all had a knowing look in their eyes, though some seemed to hold a glint of fear as well. Their fear, aimed towards Samuel and me, only fueled my own. "What's going on?" I screamed desperately. my voice coming out much stronger than I felt. Margaret appeared in front of me, suddenly slapping me hard. My face fell to the side with the movement, her hand leaving a burning sensation in place. Samuel snarled loudly, causing a few people to suddenly move away from us. Margaret didn't move, however, keeping her place directly in front of me. She appeared as if she was going to scream in my face before a woman suddenly appeared next to her, placing a long hand on Margaret's shoulder. Margaret relaxed slightly, looking up at the new woman's tall frame. She had short white hair that fell to her shoulders in a plain and straight line. It seemed to ripple with every move she made. Slight wrinkles lined her eyes, a particularly deep one embedding itself in between her brows. As she emerged, people unknowingly seemed to look to her for answers. "What do you want?" Samuel suddenly growled next to me. I looked at him, noticing he was staring at the white-haired woman with recognition. She smiled, cooing, "What we will soon get." Like hell. At his words, the woman quickly raised her hand and then made a brushing motion towards Samuel. Men immediately grabbed him, holding tightly onto the knives embedded in his flesh. Something flashed in his eyes, and I suddenly realized Samuel was as hurt as HED made it seem. He instantly began to fight the men off, sending a few flying dangerously close to the fire. At his actions, I was quickly snatched to my feet and brought in between Margaret and the older woman. Once again, I felt something hard press against my flesh, though this time it was held to my side. "Stop fighting, Wolf," the woman called. Samuel ignored her and started to rip through the rope that held him bound. I watched a few of the strands fall to his side as he raised his fists high. Men slowly started backing away as Samuel's back arched, sending a sickening cracking noise through the air. A woman screamed somewhere, and I noticed several people rushing away from the scene, back into the large house. "If you don't stop, we will have to shoot her," the woman spoke again. Panic coursed through me at her words, the gun suddenly feeling as if it was already cutting through my flesh. However, once the men started rushing Samuel once again, he crouched low to the ground. A newfound strength came into his being as he fought them off, lashing out wildly and finally breaking the last of the rope that held him bound. When no more men came forward, he sneered at the older woman. "I know about you and your little cause. You wouldn't kill one of your own," the woman sighed, motioning something to Margaret. "Sadly, she is not one of us." The next few moments happened slowly. Then all at once, Margaret stiffened beside me. Something clicked into place. A booming noise deafened my ears. Then, pain, more screaming rang through my ears, but this time I realized they were my own. I fell forward and gripped my ribs, my side suddenly feeling as if 100 burning coals were poured over my skin. No one caught me as my body fell limply to the ground, my limbs folding in under around myself. I heard someone screaming my name, but I couldn't register who it was. All I could think was that I was going to die. This was it, and I was never going to make it out. I closed my eyes as black spots danced before my vision. Before I could welcome the darkness, someone was pulling at my face, lightly smacking my cheeks. My eyes shot open at the new sensation as it distracted me from my side for just a moment. I searched my surroundings until my gaze fell on Samuel, who was now directly in front of me. His lips were moving, his face contorted in complete agony. It slowly dawned that he was the one calling my name again and again. He was suddenly ripped from my vision as I felt myself being lifted into the air. I was placed on my feet, though the person holding me supported most of my weight. I slowly lifted my head up, expecting to see Samuel, but it was Margaret that had lifted me off the floor. Confusion poured into me until I saw Samuel placed in front of me, the men holding him down on his knees. Slowly, I noticed my senses were coming back to me, along with the pain growing in my side. Samuel was screaming at the white-haired woman as she adjusted her grey shirt and walked towards him. "Let her go. This doesn't concern her, unless you want the next bullet lodged in her chest. I'd suggest you stay quiet," she spoke monotonously, leaning down to stare in his face. Samuel's chest was quickly rising and falling, puffing out slightly. He shot daggers into the woman's eyes. I tried to watch their encounter without interruption, but all too soon the burning sensation had grown too much to bear. Even with Margaret's strong arms holding me in place, I could hardly stand. My hands were plastered to my side attempting to ease the pain, but they did nothing to help. They only grew wet with what I assumed to be blood running down my body. "What do you want?" Samuel growled. I could hear the smile in the woman's voice as she responded. "Compliance." I felt Samuel's gaze on me once more. I tried to appear strong, tried not to show how much the wound was affecting me. The last thing I wanted was another one of his erupting fits of rage. "Stop her bleeding and I will do what you say." Samuel spoke lowly. "Just don't hurt her." That sounds like a reasonable request. But first, we need you out of the way. Before I knew it, Samuel was being lifted off the ground and pushed forward. The group of men led him around the fire, walking directly by where I half stood. I lifted my gaze to meet Samuel's eyes, but quickly wished I hadn't. They were a flaming red, staring directly into my soul. His face was contorted into worry, his eyes darting constantly to my side. When he was finally out of my sight, I let my gaze down to where he'd been staring. I gasped as I saw the red liquid quickly flowing between my fingers. My breathing quickened and my body tensed, though I knew it was no time for them. Flashbacks of my time with James flew across my mind. This was the same kind of pain. I'd thought if I escaped him I wouldn't have to experience it again. I wouldn't gain any more scars. Clearly, I was wrong. There was no escape. My gaze followed Samuel and the men holding him. They were heading for a spot on the ground that stood out from the rest of the camp, though only a little ways away from the fire and where I now stood. The ground seemed to glisten as the men moved tarps aside, revealing several long silver bars. At this sight, Samuel froze. Margaret tightened her grip on me as the others struggled to push Samuel forward. As they fought, Margaret pushed me forward. I stumbled with the sudden movement, my feet flying out from underneath me. No hands caught me as I fell forward, my shoulder landing painfully on the ground, followed by the rest of my body. I cried out as the burning intensified and now seemed to cover my entire torso. At my cry, Samuel whirled around and began to tear away from his guards. He broke free for a fraction of a second and towards my limp body, but before he could help me he was ripped backward by another 3 men. He fought against them desperately, constantly looking back to me. The woman from before came and pulled me to my knees. My legs struggled to hold my weight and I felt as if I'd be content to die right then and there. The woman called out a few words, but my ears once again didn't comprehend what she was saying. However, I did notice Samuel go rigidly still, allowing the men to shove him closer to the silver bars. I watched them stalk towards the metal, malice lacing their stances. Just as I thought the men would tie Samuel up to burn alive, the bars suddenly opened. They popped upwards like a door, revealing a dark hole underneath. Samuel barely had time to register what was happening before he shot me one last horrified glance and was pushed into the hole. My gaze followed his body as it fell from view. I was still being held up by the woman and Margaret's strong grips. Without them, I knew I would collapse instantly. They seemed to know this as well but made no move to pull away. They moved me back until I stood in front of the fire, the crowd of people staring at me once more. I stared back, though not out of hostility this time. They were human, and they knew I was human. Surely that had to count for something. Surely they had to realize that I'd just been shot, and I needed help. Surely they wouldn't let me die. Surely now that they had Samuel they would let me go. However, my silent pleas were ignored. The eyes just stared back at me as if I was some foreign object they suddenly had the chance to explore. I was suddenly just some strange and new thing that they didn't know what to do with. Margaret's voice suddenly called out to someone and I looked around to see movement in the crowd while people parted to let someone through. My eyes slowly scanned the faces, trying to find who it was they were parting for. When a familiar face came into view though, a new hatred filled my being. As the shape of a man appeared, I used the last of my strength to glare directly into his eyes. This was the person I'd rusted. This was the person I thought would help me. This was the man who broke down my guard, allowing me to reveal information I wanted to stay hidden. This was the man I could thank for my betrayal. He met my gaze, looking down at me as he made his way to the front. Our eyes never left each other as he moved forward, coming slowly to stand in front of me. The hatred in my eyes didn't cease. He broke our eye contact and looked down at the ground. He hesitated slightly before he knelt down and brought something forward, placing it next to him. The grips on my elbows suddenly left, and I faltered in place. My feet wanted to give out, but I wouldn't let them. I wouldn't show weakness. Cade, however, saw past my facade. He motioned to someone and Margaret suddenly appeared in my vision once more as she swiftly pushed me to my knees. I expected her to leave, but she kept a firm hand on my shoulder as Cade fiddled with what was next to him. Just stop the bleeding. Cade, Margaret voiced. I need to see if the bullet is still in there. If it is, I have to pull it out. I flinched as he brought his hands forward, slowly removing mine from my side. My hands didn't want to comply, as I knew that as soon as they left their position an entirely new wave of pain would hit. Cade, however, was relentless. He pulled my arms away, ignoring my slew of curses directed at him. He ignored me as he peeled away the layers of clothing now matted to my skin with blood. I closed my eyes as the night breeze hit my bare skin, sending it aflame once more. The bullet just grazed her. Oh, wrap it and hopefully, the bleeding will stop. Before I could register his words, a new figure was appearing in my vision. I recognized the white-haired woman immediately. Thank you. I don't know what we'd do without your help. Cade grumbled something in response, my ears not quite catching what he said. My eyes followed his movements as he brought forth gauze and large bandages. Before I could register what he was doing, he began dabbing at my skin with something, sending entirely new waves of agony over me. I let out an involuntary gasp as he plastered countless things over my wound, expertly wrapping the gauze to allow it to stay in place. When he was finally finished, my breathing was ragged and harsh. Has it stopped? The woman's voice sounded. Cade sighed, looking to her and Margaret. Margaret suddenly released her hold on me and walked away, forcing me to stand. I stumbled with the sudden action, but Cade quickly jumped up to steady me. Once I had my footing, I looked for the woman. She was standing right next to Margaret, the pair looking quite triumphant. Is someone going to tell me what the hell is going on? My voice suddenly sounded. It was full of venom and unheard screams. Margaret scrunched her face in disgust while the woman simply smiled. Cade, why don't you inform Samantha? As she put it, what the hell is going on? Cade groaned, almost too quiet for me to hear. Samantha. Turning towards me, his voice completely different from before. There was no humor, no childlike laughter. We've got to put you down there with the wolf. Either you go willingly or forced. I let his words sink in for a moment before I completely lost it. Are you kidding me? I practically screamed in his face. I went to continue, but he quickly cut me off. Listen, Samantha. No, you listen. Cade, I quickly retorted. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm sure as hell not going to be put in a hole and left to die. I was just shot, fuck's sake. You people were supposed to help me get out of here, not literally throw me to the wolves. I breathed heavily in between rants, realizing I now had the attention of every person in the clearing. Normally I would shy away from something like this, but tonight it only fueled my desperate fire. I'm a human. Remember, what threat could I possibly pose? Just let me go and I swear I won't look back. This will be over. I cried out. I was calling out to the sympathies of the onlookers, hoping to gain some sort of compassion. While shouting, I let my eyes rest on Margaret and the woman standing next to her. My eyes narrowed slightly when I saw their smug grins, immediately realizing this was doing me no good. I turned my attention back to Cade, knowing I'd clearly lost the fight. I fucking trusted you. I thought that if you got out of town it'd be okay. I never imagined your mate would be the beta. Finally looking me in the eye. You're with the wolves. Now silence ensued as I let his statement sink in. I'm not his fucking mate. I eventually responded. I'm a human. No matter what you people keep telling yourselves. I am no different from you. I wish that were true. He told me softly. Cade broke his resolve. He looked down to the ground. Hair falling over his features. I saw his shoulders rising and falling quickly, and I prayed HB take pity on me. He was the one who got me into this, and he might be my last hope in getting out. All I wanted was to get away so I could help my family. My voice broke, betrayal tears forming in my eyes. Please, just let me go. He hesitated before responding. Samantha, the woman from before suddenly cleared her throat. I whipped my gaze towards her, not bothering to wipe the tears that were now cascading down my cheeks. She ignored me and walked forward to stand next to Cade, placing a hand on his shoulder. Cade, she spoke kindly. That's enough. At her words, Cade stiffened and stood up. Without another glance my way, he turned and walked back into the crowd. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I screamed as I watched him leave, sending daggers into his back. I hoped he felt everyone. Samantha, that's enough. She started. I whipped my head to face this new woman. Who the hell are you? Danaria born. She smiled proudly, though I noticed it didn't go past her lips. Is that supposed to mean something? Her smile disappeared. I was originally the one who deemed you acceptable to help our cause. It seems I've been misjudged. She waved a hand to some men and they emerged, started to force me forward once again. I struggled within their iron grasps, crying out in pain. What is that supposed to mean? What do you want with me? I cried desperately. My resolve was weakening and I realized I would do anything to not be thrown into that hole. Please, I just want to leave. Let me go. She smiled. My pleading cries only got louder as the men picked me up by my elbows and began leading me to the hole. Ignoring the pain coursing through my entire body, I dug my heels into the ground and fought desperately. It did no good. With each second, we got closer to the darkness. There's no point in struggling. Samantha, we've won. The woman's voice rang out once more. I stopped my struggles for just a second as I looked her square in the eyes. Burn in hell. Her face darkened and men pulled me harder. I was brought to the edge of the hole in the ground, where the men paused momentarily. My limbs thrashed wildly, trying to catch onto something that would pull me away from my assailants. The woman's voice pierced the night for the last time. Throw her in. Chapter 17. One of us part to throw her in. I was lifted into the air as the grasp on my arms was suddenly released. The next thing my mind registered was my body free-falling, darkness overcoming my senses. I let out a blood-curdling scream as darkness folded around me. However, the minute the sound left my mouth, I was being enveloped in something other than wax and dirt. Flesh caught hold of my waist as I crashed into another body. The air was knocked out of my lungs as I fell another few feet. I braced myself for the impact of the cold and unforgiving earth, but it never came. I fell on top of Samuel, his back crashing into the ground beneath us. There was a sickening crack at the collision, and I felt a whoosh of air as Samuel's lungs emptied. He groaned loudly as dirt and dust flew around us, blinding us both momentarily. We laid there for a moment, both breathing heavily and trying to recover. However, when I realized I was enveloped in Samuel's arms, laying against his naked chest, I quickly pulled away. Fear coursed deep through my veins as my hands felt their way along the dirt floor, searching for something that could get me out. I refused to be stuck. Though my wound was bandaged, I could feel the blood start to flow freely once more. It pushed against and soaked through the gauze as if begging for my attention. However, I forced the sensation out of my mind. My eyes cowled at seeing the darkness that now wrapped around us, so my hands scoured the terrain. They searched for a rock, leaf, anything I could use to help myself escape the situation. But they came up empty again and again. I finally looked upward, a mangled cry escaping my lips. We were at least 10 feet underground. "Samantha," Samuel suddenly groaned. I ignored him as I went into a frenzy, clawing at the dirt around me. The blood was falling down my legs now, but I paid it no mind. I knew the minute I stopped fighting, I'd be resigned to die in this hole. "Samantha," he said a little more forcefully. Again, I ignored him. "Damn it. Samantha, stop moving. You're reopening your wound." I waited for him to come and force me to stop, but he never did. Slightly perplexed at his lack of force, I slowly turned to face him. He was laying in the same place as we landed moments ago, unmoving. His breathing was heavy and long, almost as if he was sighing constantly. "What are you doing?" I asked tentatively. "I can't move." I immediately focused all my attention on him, abandoning my hopeless attempt to escape. "What?" I think the fall broke my spine. My eyes widened. "What?" He turned his head slightly towards me. Even through the darkness, I could sense his glare. "I caught you. I landed wrong. I can't move." His icy voice washed over me, leaving me breathless and panicked. Samuel was angry. Beyond angry. My hands started twitching as my eyes tried to adjust. Without my vision, I was helpless to any attack he was inclined to make. Silence fell for a few minutes as I continued watching Samuel's breathing, trying to gauge his emotions. The silence and lack of movement calmed me slightly, but no matter how much time passed, I was still on the verge of tears. "Are you all right?" Samuel suddenly asked. His voice was softer now, though just barely. "I'm fine," I answered quickly. I was anything but fine. I let out a long breath, trying to pull back the tears. Desperation was starting to sink in, but I knew I couldn't let myself break down. "Not yet. You need to stop moving. Put pressure on your side." I nodded as I brought my hands to my injury, forcing myself to apply a light pressure against the bandages. Painful screams threatened to escape my lips, but I somehow managed to hold them back. I let my legs give out beneath me, my body falling limply against the wall. Samuel let out another long breath. Silence fell between us as my mind tried to wrap around the night's events. It was definitely struggling. I couldn't stop the images of the past few hours from replaying in my mind, allowing myself to feel the hurt and betrayal all over again. Fresh tears formed in my eyes, but I quickly wiped them away. I wouldn't let the bastard see me cry. Samuel grunted as he tried to move, but quickly fell back down again. I watched as he struggled, feeling slightly guilty. However, as soon as I felt the guilt creep in, I immediately pushed it away. I couldn't be soft. I couldn't let his weakness play on my sympathies. If I wanted to get out, I had to be ruthless. So I let my mind wander as I tried to distract myself and control my thoughts. It didn't work. No matter how I tried to act as if I didn't care. Samuel's struggling frame and freshly burnt skin were embedded deep into my thoughts. "Are you okay?" I asked him begrudgingly. He grunted in response and tried shifting his weight again. Unsuccessfully. The guilt made its home in my chest. "Do you?" I hesitated. "Do you need help?" Silence fell for a few agonizing moments. I watched as he squirmed some more, clearly uncomfortable with the fact he wasn't able to move. "A kiss would be nice," he suddenly told me. My eyebrows raised and eyes widened before I heard him chuckle softly. I let out a long huff, any and all forms of pity immediately disappearing. "That's not funny." "I don't know." "I'm laughing." He paused before continuing. "I mean, it was pretty one-sided last time." My breathing hitched as I remembered our moment in the brush. "I wonder why." I practically growled. Samuel only laughed. "Yep, me too." I rolled my eyes inside as silence greeted us again. I continued to watch him struggle on the ground until he seemed to give up on moving. An angry breath of air came from his lips as his body fell still. His breath formed in the air as a white cloud, disappearing as soon as it arose. I shuddered at the cold, the burning in my side deciding to grow a little more. Sighing, I realized my body was refusing to forget its wounds to instead relive the night's events again and again. My hand traveled to the clothes matted against my body, Though they had cleaned the wound, the dirt found its way into the crevices of bandage once more. "How is your side?" Samuel seemed to sense my thoughts. "Did they clean it?" "Wet it?" I paused, remembering Samuel 1 condition for compliance, yes. "It just reopened when they tossed me in here. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He mumbled. The faintest smile appeared at the corner of my lips. We could agree on something. My anger slowly subsided as we laid in silence once more. It seemed to be my only friend. However, my mind wandered endlessly, and soon enough it begged me to stop the deafening noise. All I could think about was the moment I was shot, the never-ending pain. And then, all I could think about was the dismissal and betrayal. I felt myself growing colder by the minute, and I knew I needed my mind away from the incident. So, I said the first thing that came to my mind. I immediately regretted it, as it opened an entire mess of things I didn't want to face. "Thanks for not letting me fall." I could almost hear the smile in his voice. "Anytime." Then, he hesitated as if fighting against his words. "You know, I actually do need your help." I watched him try to sit up before his body spasmed, sending a wave of pain through his face. My own body froze in place as I watched. "What do you need?" I finally breathed when his body fell limp. He was panting heavily but somehow managed to keep a light-hearted tone. My sudden bout of gratitude seemed to do wonders for his mood. "There's just some silver bullets in my legs that I need to be taken out." I paused before I practically cried. "You want me to take the bullets out?" He nodded his head. "I would do it, but I can't move. I have to get them out before it starts to heal, or else I'm kind of in deep shit." I hesitated once more, before I could retort or explain to him how I clearly was qualified to do anything he was asking me. "It's not hard. Please." I felt my body start to move towards him, almost out of my own accord. My hands were still pressed into my side, making my movements awkward and slow. He was patient. However, even mumbling for me to be careful as I moved. I eventually reached his side and peeled my hands away from my body, searching the darkness for his injuries. "Thigh and knee." He spoke suddenly. I nodded, directing my hands where he told me. The light was all but gone, the fire above ground only casting dark shadows. You could still smell the remnants of the wood as it flickered though, mocking us with its potential light. I held my breath as my hands slowly descended upon his skin, falling just below his knee. Sure enough, I felt broken, swollen, and bleeding skin. My fingers grazed the center of the wound, making Samuel breathe in harshly. "I have no idea what I'm doing." "Samuel," I half cried, realizing I didn't even know why I was helping him. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Just dig it out," he grunted. I let out a half-mangled laugh while my gaze fell once more on the wound. Not letting myself think about it, I carefully took one hand and tried to pry open the hole in his flesh. Samuel gasped at my touch but remained still. I'm sorry. I kept repeating to him as I dug deeper, trying to feel for the bullet. Eventually, I found it, pulled it out, and quickly shoved it into my pocket. "You okay?" I asked as I listened to his ragged breathing. He let out a careful sigh, though I noticed it trembled slightly. "Next one." I mimicked my motions from before, slowly and carefully moving my hand up his other leg. When I found the wound, I noticed this one was larger, causing me to silently thank the heavens. I wouldn't have to pull the skin apart. What I thought would be easier turned out to be just as difficult, if not more. It was harder finding the bullet in his mess of muscle, and I had to dig blindly. Samuel soon started slurring curses under his breath, and I kept repeating my apologies. I was almost ready to pull back when I finally found the bullet. Like before, I pulled it out quickly and tossed it in my pocket. "For both our sakes, I hope you never get shot again." Samuel chuckled, remaining in his position, sprawled out on the floor. Trust me, I don't plan on it. Looking over my shaking frame, I could say the same for you. Do you feeling okay? Great. I quickly answered. I felt him try to move again. He was able to lift his head up now, but the other limbs were still unusable. Samantha, I'm so sorry. His voice suddenly cracking. All I could think about was getting you out of there. I never wanted you to get hurt. I never thought they'd actually shoot. It's all right. I cut him off. I'm all right. No, you're not. Stop pretending. My mind reeled to catch up with his quickly changing moods and personalities. One second he was growling at me, and the next his voice was filled with such vulnerability I would think him capable of compassion. I quickly changed the subject. Who was that woman? What did they want? He stiffened again. I silently cursed my brain to mouth filter, wishing not for the first time that it actually worked. There were a dozen more things I could have asked him in order to not make an at me once more. I don't know what to tell you. You obviously already know these people are part of the humans' rebellion. He snarled. If I hadn't have been paying attention, I would have missed the tinge of bitterness that laced his words. All of them? I asked in disbelief, thinking back to the children I saw. All of them? I had no idea. I trailed off. His voice softened slightly, taking in my confusion. They've been trying to find a way to get to the pack for years. Dalmaria is in charge of this group, along with a few others. We haven't done anything about them because they haven't ever been a real threat. They've never been able to actually do anything apart from smuggling people out of town. Normally the Blue-Eyed Pack catches those people. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. His voice darkened. Apparently they missed a few. I hesitated, mentally shrinking away from his new tone of voice. What are you going to do about it? Nothing you should concern yourself with. You'll be safe. I can promise you that. His voice seemed to darken once more. I paused, not liking the sound of the words on my lips. Is your pack coming? I didn't tell them where I was going, but Riley will probably find out soon enough. Why, how? You really want to know? He asked dubiously. Maybe. I suddenly questioned myself. He laughed once. I didn't want anyone knowing you were out in the woods alone, so I didn't tell anyone where I was going. He paused, seeming to debate continuing with his explanation. As for how he'll find us, werewolves have abilities humans do not. When we are at our wolf form, we can talk to each other through our minds. It comes in handy since wolves can actually talk. I breathed heavily. It heard rumors about this but never knew the full truth. Secondly, we've got pretty great noses. He'll be able to sniff us out if all else fails. I mean, that's how I found you. He trailed off, growling the next part. Even though you fucking smelled like another man. Someone gave me their jacket. I told him cautiously. He growled more and I winced back, holding my breath. However, he still cowled and moved, so I knew I was safer now. I let the silence stretch for a few minutes as I contemplated what Samuel told me. This is crazy, I eventually whispered, mostly to myself. Samuel caught my thought. Samantha, you've grown up around werewolves. How is this weird? I've tried to avoid them. That's how. That load of good that did you. I ignored his comment, feeling anger slowly rise inside of me. Like usual, it threatened to spill out of my mouth in harsh and accusing statements. However, I tried to ignore it as my body shuddered, the movement hitting my side. I winced slightly before letting silence fall over us, knowing it was better than what I had to say. Tonight was the night to fuel Samuel's fury. I let my thoughts swarm my mind, taking the place of our conversation. Now that my adrenaline was residing, fatigue was starting to overcome me. I pushed it aside as I forced myself to think of ways to escape, as well as involuntarily fret over our situation. How long would we be here? Would they feed us? Would they kill us? Would they let us go? Each question didn't have a very hopeful outcome. Shifting my thoughts, I wistfully reflected back on my family. The likelihood of my mother and brother still being alive was quite slim, but I refused to accept that. I kept telling myself that everything would be all right, even though everything pointed against it. James wouldn't hurt them. They'd be provided for. Will would get better. Vastly and unwillingly, I let my mind float to the person in front of me. Samuel. Replaying the night's events, I slowly realized everything he did to try and protect us. More specifically, to try and protect me. His actions only confused me as I thought harder, remembering every experience with a werewolf in my past. They didn't care about humans. They cared about themselves. They didn't let others push them around. They killed for what they wanted. It seemed to me that, at least for tonight, Samuel was opposite of every one of those statements. Everything I thought I knew was being challenged, as it was the humans taking on the deadly role I thought Samuel to occupy. The more I thought, the more the cold night started to creep in. I tried not to move too much as I brought my knees to my chest, hugging my body for warmth. It seemed the layers I was wearing weren't doing me much good. Samuel noticed my discomfort and suddenly broke the silence. "Are you cold?" To my agent extraordinaire, Milton, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. "Are you not?" He laughed quietly. "Higher body temperature. Better immune system." I nodded my head, remembering that little fact. As I nodded, Samuel started trying to move once more. I went to stop him as he started sitting up, but he was soon kneeling on the ground in seemingly perfect health. I stared at him in shock, noting how he moved perfectly on his once mangled legs. What the actual foo, didn't anyone ever tell you it's not polite to swear? I glared at him, though I wasn't actually angry. The only thing I could focus on was his standing figure. All memories of his injuries somehow erased. He sauntered over to where I sat, not noticing my stiffness at his approach. "Well then," I breathed as he sat next to me, a little too close for comfort. Samuel let out a single laugh. "Calm down. You're cold and I can help." I was about to move away from him until I felt his shoulder brush my face. A sudden wound lingering on my skin, but I didn't flinch back. He leaned further into me. He took his hands and found mine, wrapping them tightly together with his. "Is that better?" I shivered again, this time as the cold started to leave. I didn't want to encourage Samuel's close proximity, but I couldn't help but appreciate his warmth. To my agent extraordinaire, Milton, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. "Just don't come any closer." I paused. "Anytime." We stayed like that for a few minutes. I relished in his warmth as he lined himself up against my body. It feared that he would attempt to pull me into him, but he seemed to have completely innocent intents. To my agent extraordinaire, Milton, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I still found that hard to believe. "I've got a proposition." He spoke slowly. "What sort of proposition?" I narrowed my eyes. "Nothing bad," he quickly answered. "But I need to talk to Riley and I also don't want you to get cold tonight." I was thinking if I shifted then both problems would be solved. I hesitated, but he seemed to anticipate my reaction. "I can promise you we'd both be really warm," he persuaded. "I thought you didn't get cold." I questioned, suspiciously. He laughed. "I don't. But a little cuddling never ceases to warm the heart." I choked on my spit, scoffing. "Did you really just say that?" His answer seemed to elicit the response that he wanted, as I noticed a smile spread across his face. He tried to nonchalantly shrug his shoulders, but I could see the laughter under the surface. "Maybe." He spoke lightly. Silence stretched once again as he awaited my answer. I thought over his so-called proposition and realized he was probably right. If I didn't want to wake up with hypothermia, this was the best option. Still, a knees tugged at my heart. "Just sleeping? Just for warmth?" I quietly questioned. "Just sleeping?" He chuckled. "What are you going to say to Riley?" He thought for a moment. "Well, I need to tell him what's happening. It's probably freaking out. If I tell him then he can come and help us get back home." I froze in place. The last thing I wanted was the lunatic Alpha forcing me back into town. You know, I actually think he'll be fine. You just stay human. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I started to move away from him, pulling back my hands from his grasp. He didn't stop me, but a sharp burning sensation erupted on my side once again, causing me to fall back against the wall. I gasped in pain as his hands quickly darted to my side, lifting my shirt up slightly to see the bandaging. Samuel cursed under his breath as I sat as still as possible. However, each breath sent another wave of pain through my body, making it hard to focus on anything else. Samuel stayed frozen by my side as we both waited for the burning to subside. It seemed to take hours, but eventually, it turned into a dull ache, when my breathing became regular again and my figure relaxed. He hesitantly spoke. "Samantha." "I'm fine," I breathed. I felt his shoulders sag. "No, you're not." I didn't answer him, knowing he could see right through me. "You need to sleep. If I shift then you can sleep against me and I won't have to worry about you all night." Stubbornness had crept into my mind and I refused to answer. There was no way I was enabling him to call another dozen werewolves to rescue us. I'd make it out on my own. Once I was out of the hole I was determined to keep running, and I couldn't do that if an entire pack showed up. Samuel sighed. "What if I didn't talk to Riley?" "What? The last thing I want is for you to get worse. So I'll level with you. If I can shift then I won't call Riley." I was taken aback by his words. This was an entirely new Samuel that sat next to me. He wasn't forcing my hand, insulting me, or threatening me. For once he seemed like a normal human being. I unknowingly nodded at his words, at which he let another smile plaster his face. He peeled away from me and moved to the other edge of our hole. I tried to watch his movements, but the darkness swallowed him completely. Before long I heard several cracking noises, followed by Samuel's soft grunting. I closed my eyes as I imagined what was happening, recalling the times I'd seen werewolves shift. It was anything but pretty. Seconds later, the noises stopped. I carefully opened my eyes only to see a large blonde wolf tentatively walking towards me. I held my breath as the animal approached, taking in just how large the thing was. I'd seen Samuel's wolf before, but now that I was injured and 10 feet underground, he seemed much more intimidating. The creature noticed my stiff frame and stopped in the middle of our makeshift room. It breathed evenly as I gathered my thoughts, willing myself to breathe again. "Samuel," I hesitantly called. The wolf whined in response. My shoulders fell and relaxed slightly, urging the wolf to come forward again. It wagged its tail lightly before continuing its approach. It only took another few steps until the thing was right next to me, sitting down where Samuel once was. I felt thick for brush against me as the creature circled before laying against the wall. It rested its head on my lap and stared up at me with bright red eyes. I shook my head in disbelief, recognizing those eyes immediately. "This is so weird." The wolf huffed and moved its head, gesturing for me to move into him. I complied and slowly started moving away from the wall, careful not to move my side too much. The task was much easier said than done, as it seemed every inch I moved I had to stop and wait for the pain to subside. The wolf was patient with me as it placed its head behind my back, gently nudging me forward so he could slip behind me. By the time he was resting behind me, I leaned against him. I felt as if I couldn't move another inch. I was breathing heavily once more, hands resting firmly above my hip. I didn't notice myself sink further into fur as I breathed, allowing my body to finally and fully relax. When my heart rate eventually calmed, I opened my eyes to stare at the wolf. The two of us seemed to take up the entire hole, the wolf almost reaching both ends laying down. I leaned my head back as warmth started to surround me, welcoming it gratefully. My head turned to the side as I watched the wolf gaze back at me. I let out a breath of air as our eyes made contact. "I don't think he'll ever get used to this." The wolf gently reached his head up, curling himself further into a ball and wrapping me into his long legs. Before I could adjust my body, I felt a large chunk sliding along my hands. My eyes darted to where they rested, watching the wolf's head retreat slightly. I looked into its eyes once more, rolling my own. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As if in response, the wolf suddenly touched his nose against my cheek and licked once more. I groaned, removing a hand from my injury to wipe off his slobber. You're disgusting. The wolf whined and seemed to grin as he opened his mouth slightly. I let out a hesitant laugh, shaking my head and burrowing myself deeper into his fur. At my movement, the wolf laid his head down next to my torso. I hesitantly brought my hand forward, placing it lightly on the wolf's head. He stiffened for just a moment before melting into my touch, sighing heavily. You really are just a big dog, huh? My question elicited a large sigh and playful growl, confirming what he'd just stated. My hand lingered on his head as I closed my eyes, listening to his deep breathing. Before long, I let the sound lull me into sleep. Chapter 18. Fire. I was running. Forests surrounded me, each tree and branch growing ever closer. The limbs threatened to swallow me while the ground pulled me deeper into its grasp. Eyes loomed on every side of me, peering through the thick brush to watch me struggle. Something was behind me. I knew what it was just by the sound of its running. The paws landed one after the other, and they were quickly gaining on my failing pace. Snarls ripped through the trees as the wolf teamed up with the elements of the forest to send my heart into a frenzy. I was panicking. The panic caused me to look behind me, over my shoulder. However, the moment I did, I was swallowed by the forest. The trees turned into bushes as their twigs and vines forced me to the ground. I felt a sad and burning erupt from my limbs as they tied around my entire body. I screamed as I realized each and every twig, leaf, and speck of dirt was blazing in a never-ending fire. The fire was encompassing my body, slowly seeping into my skin. It inched and burned until my skin started melting into the flames. Scream after terrified scream escaped my lips until every inch of me was burning, my cries doing nothing to douse the torturous inferno. Then, suddenly, it was gone. The forest left me alone in the middle of a clearing. My breathing was heavy as I cautiously stood, looking around in each direction. I thought I was finally safe until my gaze fell upon a dark figure lurking just beyond the tree line. Something in me recognized the figure, though their identity remained hidden. Hello, I tentatively called out. My voice echoed the field. Slowly, the figure started to emerge. I quickly recognized that it was a woman. Long, chestnut hair fell across the woman's lengthy torso while blue eyes stared intently into my own. My breath caught in my chest as I realized who this woman was. Mom. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Running quickly to her, I crashed into my mother's frame, sending us both staggering a few paces back. My arms wrapped around her shoulders as I buried my face into her neck, sobs flowing freely from my lips. However, as I held her closer, I realized her body was stiffened and moving. Mom, what's wrong? Finally pulling back and getting a look at her face. It was filled with rage. As my arms left her side, I felt something cold swipe along my waist. I took a step back, only to realize she had done the same. Her body was rigid as she stepped away from me, one arm slowly and deliberately raising to my chest. My heart seemed to stop beating as a gun appeared in her hand. What are you doing? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Slowly backing away. You failed me, Samantha. She spoke monotonously. I slowly started backing away, raising my palms in surrender. As I did, my back fell into something solid. I quickly spun around only to see another taunting figure looming down on me. I realized I recognized this figure. To James, you've made a terrible mistake. He suddenly whispered in my ear. You must face the consequences. I tried to run, but he quickly grabbed a hold of my elbows as his hand traced specific letters in the small of my back. I knew it was coming, so it didn't surprise me when something was viciously plunged deep into my back. I cried out as James laughed, pushing me to the ground. I could almost see the knife he held as he anchored his body on mine and carved letters into my skin. The blade dug deeper and cut harsher with each flick of his wrist. I was screaming uncontrollably now, begging for mercy I knew I would never find. In the midst of my screaming, I felt something around me shift. I lifted my head only to be greeted with a circle of people surrounding my broken and bleeding body. They each held a small gun in their hands, pointed directly at me. I tried to stand and run, but one of the people came forward and pushed me back down. I recognized the aged face and white hair before the woman even spoke. "You're not one of us. Delmarie's pet. Let me go," I desperately screamed. "You're with them now," my mother voiced. She walked up with James while my brother, Will, suddenly appeared next to them. I swear I'm not. Looking into each of their eyes. "Cade," Margaret suddenly called as she stepped forward, her face contorted in disgust. Cade abruptly appeared, walking out from behind Margaret. He didn't speak, only raised his arm like the others before him. I stared in horror as he clicked his gun into place and came to kneel in front of me. His eyes were devoid of life and emotion, and he pressed a barrel to my temple. I waited for him to say his last words, but they never came. He pulled the trigger. I gasped loudly as my eyes flew open, the sound of a gunshot still ringing in my ears. A mangled scream came to the back of my throat, but only pieces of it left my mouth. The resulting noise sounded as if I was being strangled. My body shot upright, my arms reaching out to my sides. I felt surrounded by something warm and soft, but the forearm sensation sent me into a frenzy. My legs kicked at whatever wrapped around them as I tried to get on my knees and crawl away. At my harsh movements, a low growl sounded behind me. This only forced my limbs to thrash once more, finally breaking free of whatever held them bound. As I tore away, something shifted behind me as hot breath suddenly fanned across my neck. I slowly looked over my shoulder, my eyes landing on a large blonde wolf. I screamed again, this time the sound piercing the morning light. The wolf seemed to wince before jumping to its feet, sending me stumbling forward. I used the momentum to quickly scurry to the wall farthest from the animal, my breathing quickening with each movement. The wolf noticed me moving away and deliberately stepped towards my shaking frame. I started to hyperventilate as it came closer, each step placed carefully one after the other. I stared the creature straight in the eye, waiting for the moment it would tear me apart. A growl erupted from in front of me and I screamed once more. However, an attack never came. It seemed that hours passed as I waited for teeth to sink into my skin, but it was sharp fangs that finally greeted me. "Samantha," a familiar voice sounded across the room. I glanced up only to see Samuel standing a few feet away. Samuel." His shoulders relaxed as he rushed to my side. I flinched at his quick movements, but he didn't notice. I was soon enveloped in his arms and pressed against his chest. I fought his grip, but he didn't move. The space around me seemed to shrink smaller and smaller until I couldn't breathe. The walls were closing in. The ground was swallowing me whole. I buried my head as I waited for the earth to come crashing down to finally, and mercifully, kill me. "Samantha, what's wrong?" A faraway voice sounded. My breaths came out ragged and rushed as I tried to focus on the voice. Each moment that passed seemed like a lifetime until I finally realized that the walls were coming down to crush me. Fresh tears started falling down my cheeks as I tentatively cracked open my eyes. As I did, a burning sensation filled my being. Images of flames and guns flashed through my mind, causing me to cry out desperately. I started frantically clawing at whatever force held me bound, screaming for an escape. "Samantha, calm down," the voice attempted to soothe. "You're safe." The words were repeated as images pierced my mind once more, refusing to leave. I tried to focus on the soothing sounds of the phrase when I felt myself being slowly rocked back and forth. I stopped fighting and let the sensation overcome my senses. After what seemed like hours, my breathing finally calmed. Tears still fell out of my eyes, But I didn't think those would ever stop. The voice sounded again, but this time I fully recognized it as Samuel's. "Are you all right?" I slowly nodded, not opening my eyes and keeping my rigid position. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "What happened?" I took a deep breath, forcing the nightmarish images away when they tried to resurface. "Dream." I felt him nod, his head moving on my own. He slowly peeled away from me, allowing me to sit on the ground. He stayed next to my side though, a hand resting across my legs. Although I knew he was waiting for me to speak, I stayed quiet. I was still busy fighting off the demons. "Do you want to talk about it?" He seemed lost. I quickly shook my head. That was the last thing I wanted. He suddenly moved and I opened my eyes slightly to watch what he was doing, sending me a small smile. He quickly stood up and went to the center of the room. He bent down and picked something up before slowly crawling back towards me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "This will help." He held up a large bottle of water, placing it lightly in my hands. I stared at it for a minute until my body automatically untwisted the lid and brought the liquid to my mouth. It was cool as it ran down my throat, reviving me just a little bit. "Thank you," I whispered to Samuel, taking a small drink himself. "Anytime." I wrapped my arms around myself and started to bring my knees to my chest. As I did so, another burning sensation erupted on my side. I gasped as I forced my legs back down, reaching to put out the flame. The nightmare resurfaced as I suddenly felt thousands of vines and leaves holding me down, the flame slowly eating away at my skin once more. Samuel was at my side in the next instant. As my breathing and heart rate increased, he held me close to his side, trying not to move my body. "You're all right. You're safe." He spoke softly. I nodded my head, willing my heart to believe his words. Reality was slowly coming back to me, and I knew it was plants or trees that were causing the flames to erupt in my side. Memories of the previous days replaced the nightmares. Everything slowly started to make sense. I was shot. Samuel nodded, continuing his rocking motion. The image of Margaret pulling the trigger filled my mind. "She fucking shot me," I suddenly exclaimed, rage filling my body. Samuel paused, looking down at me. He laughed slightly, taking my change in demeanor in elegant stride. "You're a bitch." I huffed as his arms fell from my shoulders to settle on my leg. I tried not to flinch away or scream at him, as I knew he was the person to be upset with. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." HED just brought me back from the edge of a breakdown. "Thanks again," I voiced for what seemed to be the 1000th time. He nodded, waving his hand in the air. "Do you want to talk about it now?" "I've heard it helps." "Not really. I mean, it was just a nightmare. An extremely vivid nightmare." My hand involuntarily flinched to my side, then to my back. The nightmare was entirely a dream. "Okay, well we should probably change your bandages then." I looked at him in confusion. "With what?" He half stood and leaned forward, crawling once again to the center of the room. When he returned he held a new roll of white gauze. All I could do was stare at it, confused. But why they probably know if you get sick it'll kill them all. I let out a quick breath though. Samuel chuckled lightly. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Let me see your side." I winced as I pulled the multiple layers of clothing, revealing the bloodied bandages. After poking around my skin and clothing for a minute, Samuel sighed. "Let's take off your jackets." Before I could object, he was lifting my arms and pulling the jackets over my head. He placed my own next to me while throwing cordess across the room. I watched it land in a heap, dirt flying around it. A small smirk played on my lips. Samuel noticed and rolled his eyes, growling slightly. Would I get a hold of him? I quickly cut him off. He was trying to help me. If it was for his jacket, I would have been a lot colder at night. Samuel glared at me, If it was for that jacket, I would have found you a lot faster too. I broke eye contact and looked instead to the bandages on my side. Though I had 1,000 things I wanted to say, I bit my tongue. I knew that now was the time to argue. Samuel caught my drift and breathed heavily, pausing for a moment. When he did, I lifted the corner of my shirt to reveal my wound. However, Samuel abruptly took my hand off the shirt and replaced it with his own. He began to fold the material upwards, giving view to my entire stomach. I uncomfortably tried to pull the shirt down, but he anticipated my moves and grabbed my hands. "This is going to make it a lot easier," he told me. I nodded as he let my hands go. They still itched to cover myself, but I held back. The sooner this was over, the better. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need you to move off the wall. I slowly did as I was told. Now that my back was resting against the hard surface, I felt the weight of my torso fall to my side. It rested against my wound and the fire blazed once more. I stood still as Samuel looked me over, fingers grazing across the gauze that wrapped around my lower half. "The blood is dried and sticking to the gauze. I'm going to have to pour some water over it." I nodded as he turned away, coming back with the water we'd drank from earlier. Before pouring it over me, though, he started tearing the gauze from my unharmed skin. He tore the front part at the corners, as close as he could to the actual wound, when he moved around to my back. However, "What is this?" he suddenly asked. I looked at him, perplexed until I saw where his hand was hovering, just over the small of my back. Realization dawned as my nightmare flashed through my mind once more. I quickly brought my hand to my back and started rolling my shirt back down. "It's nothing. How is my side?" I tried to distract him. Samuel shook his head, catching my shirt as it fell. He quickly pinned it back up and scooted me forward a bit more, providing him a clear view of my back. I struggled against his hands that now held mine in place, preventing them from hiding what I knew he was staring at. "Samantha, what is this?" "It's nothing," I repeated. I bent my head, breathing heavily. I knew he'd seen the scars, but I was still in denial. This was something I was ready to face or discuss. I suddenly felt his warm fingers against my skin. I flinched away from his touch, but his hand moved with me. He was trying to decipher what those lines and scars formed. I only prayed he wouldn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My prayers were never heard. A tear escaped my eye as he pushed me forward again, bringing my back into the light. His hand traced a particular spot and I shuddered. He paused his movements, looking into my eyes, waiting. He wanted an explanation. My breath shaking. James was really drunk. I made him mad. "It's nothing. Really." I trailed off when I felt him stiffen. "Your stepfather did this?" he asked darkly. I hesitated before I begrudgingly nodded my head. There was no going back now. "It was a few weeks before I met you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Now Samuel growled, tracing the lines once again. I knew the spot he was focusing on, as it was the worst of the wounds inflicted. James wanted to make sure his work would never fade, so I cheated dug the knife deeper than I thought possible. The result? His name would forever be a scar on my skin. I turned my head to look at Samuel's face, trying to gauge his reaction. I knew his overprotective nature all too well. If wearing another man's jacket set him off, I was sure what having a name brandished on my skin would do. His face was scrunched up tightly, his eyes staring at the same spot on my back. The rest of his body was deathly still, and if I didn't see him breathing, I would have thought him dead. "Please say something," I pleaded. Samuel pulled back his lips in an animalistic snarl. "I'm going to kill him." I flinched away, my breathing catching in my throat. He didn't stop me as I pushed myself against the wall, bringing my shirt back down. I carefully watched him as his body tensed, remaining in the same unmoving position. His hand was still held out where my back had been, though it was now a tight fist. For the next few minutes, I didn't dare move, speak, or even breathe. I was sure what to make of his words. And right now, I couldn't process them. All I could focus on was his unmoving frame that seemed to tremble with each breath he took. A few times I would notice his eyes turn a bright red as large claws formed on his hands. His back arched slightly once or twice, but Samuel forced himself to stay upright. Agonizing minutes that seemed as long as hours passed by. The situation never changing. Samuel was hanging on by a thread. Eventually, distant voices and movements were heard from above. I raised my head to the clearing above us, noticing the rays of sunrise were now replaced with a harsh noon light. I couldn't make out what the voices were saying, nor how far away they were, but the noises seemed to snap Samuel back into reality. He looked upwards then to me and sighed, bowing his head slightly. "Are you okay?" I asked quietly. He shook his head. "Just don't leave me again." Surrounded by enemies and with no escape in sight, Samuel and I are forced to confront our deepest fears. When a dark wolf appears above our prison, the tension reaches a breaking point. Chapter 19. Chances Samuel had finished redressing my wound and we now sat in silence. Never-ending, harrowing, deafening silence. I couldn't tell what was going through his mind, and I was sure that I wanted to. He had finally relaxed enough to not involuntarily shift, but he didn't do much beyond that. At the moment, we were both sitting on opposite ends of our dirt hole, lost in our thoughts. It wasn't a good situation for me, as I was trying to avoid thinking. After everything that happened, I knew it was easier to ignore the problem, push away the thoughts and think only of the present. It would do me no good to dwell on the people that betrayed me, or the fact that there was no conceivable way out of this, or the possibility that my family was already dead. Still, images of the past few days seemed to slap me across the face. I felt each and every blow. One for the people it trusted, one for the mistakes it made, one for relying on anyone but myself. They just kept coming. My breath shook as I inhaled deeply, my hands bracing my temples. I glanced up to Samuel, only to see him with his eyes closed where he rested his head against the wall. His knees were bent with his arms relaxing on top of them. He seemed to be in perfect health. There were no memories of the injuries he'd sustained, no scars brandishing his skin from the countless wounds inflicted. He had gotten what he wanted me. That appeared to be the only thing that would ever worry him. The only proof he'd struggled with anything in this situation was the 2 silver bullets buried deep in my pockets. I remembered the tiny things, my hands digging into my jacket as I eyed Samuel warily. When I realized he was still sleeping, I dug out the bullets and held one in my fingers, twisting it close to my eyes. The bullet was half the size of my pinky and silver through and through. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The smell. I played with it for a minute before I balanced it precariously between my thumb and the finger. It was hard to believe something so small had caused so much pain. Then again, it was that hard to believe. There were too many things that seemed too insignificant to do any real damage, whether to body or mind. James' knives, for example, never seemed as deadly as they were. I flinched at yet another unwanted memory, trying to push it back down. He'd done it with this particular memory many times before, so I was sure why it kept coming back to me now. But, no matter how hard I tried, it seemed every thought led back to the name scarred into my back. I thought it moved on from the trauma, but it seemed Samuel had resurfaced the memories. Sure, my body had healed, but my mind was nowhere close. That fact was made evident any time I went near James. Even though I had to limp, I made it a point to always avoid being in his presence. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He would seek me out, and then I couldn't run. I'd be resigned to his drunken beatings. My mother would always try to con him, and sometimes it would work. Most other nights, Will would come home just in time to lock us in his room. But for the most part, I'd gotten used to living in fear. And then, I'd gotten used to living in guilt. Guilt because if I'd only been stronger, I could have fought him off that night. It would be me in the hospital, and not Will. Samuel's words suddenly echoed through my mind. In going to kill him, I allowed myself to dwell on that thought for a minute, picturing James' demise. I wasn't a violent person, nor did I actively want to murder people, but it was hard to deny the fact that if James was gone, then my family's life would be safer. For that reason, I didn't shrink back from the thought of James' death. I welcomed it. If Samuel wanted to kill James, I was going to stop him. "You going to kill me with those?" Samuel's voice suddenly rang out. I flinched violently, sending the bullet I'd been holding tumbling to the dirt. I quickly snatched it back up and shoved it into my pocket. No, just thinking about killing me in my sleep. Maybe. Samuel let out a barking laugh, shifting his weight around. I allowed myself to laugh with him for just a moment. "What were you really thinking about?" he asked me. "Tu m'as aidé extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I seemed to do that a lot during our conversations. I was trying not to think. "Tu m'as aidé extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Interesting idea, he mused. I rolled my eyes. "Doesn't really work." "Well, I honestly could have told you that. Thank you. You're really just such a big help," I told him sarcastically. He laughed again. I know. But, in all reality, why don't you give those to me?" He gestured to my pocket. I narrowed my eyes. "Why, you can't even hold them." "I can handle a little burn. Samantha," he said as he rolled his eyes and shifted to his knees. He glanced upwards as he did, seeming to watch something moving above. I quickly followed his gaze, searching for what he'd been watching. But, the moment I was focused on the space above us, Samuel was at my side and digging the bullets out of my pocket. "Hey!" I shrieked, swatting at his hands. The moment I fought back, he pulled away. He held a small bullet between his fingers, letting only small parts of his skin touch the material. Sure enough, the skin was burning and blistering almost instantly. "Thank you," he smiled as he walked away. "Are you kidding me right now?" He was back on the other side of the hole now, sitting down once more. I watched as he dropped the bullets into his own pocket. "Not kidding. I just know how stubborn you are. Didn't we feel like arguing?" "You're unbelievable. Oh, you like me and you—" He flashed me a large and dizzy grin. "Well, there's just so much to like, isn't there?" I falsely returned the smile, narrowing my eyes. He laughed again, relaxing his body against the dirt once more. "How are you feeling?" He promptly changed the subject. "Just peachy. In short, that's the truth." I stubbornly stated. "I'm fine. You know, you don't have to lie. You were shot. It's all right to feel a little under the weather." He told me matter-of-factly. I said I'm fine. I huffed. He held up his hands. Okay. I'll drop it. Thank you. Anytime." He smiled widely again, wrapping my arms around my torso and looking to the sky. There was much sky to be seen. The only view we had was the large silver bars and countless trees looming over them. "Can't you jump out of here or something?" I suddenly asked him. He scoffed and raised his eyebrows, following my gaze. "It's not that simple. If I were to try, it'd have to be my wolf. And my wolf can't exactly break through solid silver and hold you at the same time. So why don't you go without me?" His face lost its humor. He tilted his head and half glared at me. "You know I wouldn't ever leave you, Samantha. I'm just saying, If it means getting out of here, it might be worth a try. You want me to leave you alone in this hole so they can shoot you again? Or maybe it's so you can go crawling back to the man who gave you that jacket. I watched his face flinch with anger. To my agent extraordinaire,丨Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just calm down, wolf boy. I'm not exactly going anywhere. And in case you hadn't realized, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of these people. To my agent extraordinaire,丨Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He held my gaze for a minute, clearly unamused. I only shrugged my shoulders, giving him my most innocent look. After a moment of silence, I changed the subject. So, what's the plan then? I slowly asked. Plan? He seemed confused. I started, rolling my eyes. How are you planning on getting out of here? Samuel tight and his lips. Well, I don't really have one. I glared at him. You what? I don't have a plan. He shrugged nonchalantly. Well, how the hell are we supposed to get out then? Do you trust me? Definitely not. I watched Samuel's lips form a soft pout. That hurt. Sammy. My mouth let out a sharp breath as I raised my eyebrows. Number 1, don't call me that. Number 2, can you blame me? He rolled his eyes. If you can call me a wolf boy, then I can call you Sammy. He paused, thinking for a minute. And I haven't done anything to betray your trust yet. Have I? Oh no, of course not. You were only going to force me to move in with you and turn me into a werewolf. I don't see your point. I let out a laugh. Wow, wow. You really don't see anything wrong with that statement. I looked away from him as I shoved my fists into the dirt. My frustration was building. Every conversation with Samuel was the same. We argued, talked in circles, and ultimately gave each other the silent treatment. We acted like the children fighting over their favorite toy. Samuel groaned, rubbing his palms against his eyes. I don't understand you. Well, maybe that's because you've never tried to. He paused his movements, bringing his palms slowly back down to rest on his knees. His eyebrows raised as he frowned, thoughtfully. You know, I guess you're right there. Inspiring. What? I meant that maybe the reason I don't understand you is that you never open up to me. I paused, amazed at his ability to constantly morph the truth. So, if I'm understanding you right, you think that it's my fault you're a misogynistic dick. He glared at me, then let out a long breath, closing his eyes for a moment and regaining his composure. You know, this road goes both ways. What is that supposed to mean? I practically spat. I mean that if someone wants respect, they have to give it. Why would I give you respect? Why wouldn't you? I narrowed my eyes. Do I have to list the reasons again? Look, Samantha, believe it or not, I know I'm not perfect, but, at least in trying here, I tried to cut him off, but he spoke over me, holding up his hand. If you don't think I understand you, then why don't you explain yourself? I folded my arms tightly across my chest, looking down to the ground. Why should I give you that courtesy when it's never been shown to me? You've never asked. That's not something you should have to ask for. So, I'm supposed to automatically know what you are thinking. He practically growled. I looked up to meet his glance. His face was scrunched up, his eyebrows forming deep lines in between his eyes. He was awaiting my answer like it was his last meal. I finally spat my response. You're supposed to not think of just yourself for once in your life. My eyes met the ground once again. I culled and held his gaze as the emotions ran through his face. They would only distract me. My blood was pumping, my heart was racing, and I was in no mood to lose an argument. After a while, Samuel sighed heavily. His voice was softer now, almost pleading. Samantha, why did you run? His question and caught me off guard, and I froze. What? You said I never asked. Well, in asking you now, I want to know, why did you try and run? I furrowed my eyebrows, staying silent. Answering this question would open a conversation I was ready to have. Samuel seemed to be sincere with his words, but I knew how quickly someone's intentions could change. If I even thought about opening up to him, who's to say he wouldn't turn around and use the information against me? I don't want to answer that. He huffed out a small breath. What do you want? Samantha. I thought for a moment. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll tell you anything I can. He seemed to jump at the suggestion. His frame perked up slightly as his eyes trained holes into my own. I paused, thinking of one question weighing constantly on my mind. Do you know if my family is okay? Seemingly taken aback. Then slowly, he shook his head. Not really. I went looking for you at your house when I knew you were gone. But everything seemed normal. I didn't go back after that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A lot could have changed since then. I glanced up to Samuel, who seemed to be waiting for my next question with bated breath. Before I could stop myself, I blurted out the thing that had been pressing on my mind since the first day I saw him. Why me? He hesitated. What do you mean? Why did you pick me? Samuel again seemed surprised by my question. Well, it's not exactly as simple as that. He looked at me, warily. There's a lot of legends behind mates and things. I wasn't even sure I believed them until I met you. And what makes me so special? You got me. I glared at him while he burst out laughing. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It'll be serious. He paused for a moment, thoughtfully, before continuing. It's said that a mate is supposed to be your perfect other half. The term comes from what you humans used to refer to as soulmates. The feeling is different for everyone, but in the end, it boils down to one thing. When you see your mate, the world changes. Your world magically changed when you met me. It sounds crazy, but yes. Smiling. I know it's weird for you, especially since humans can't feel the mate bond. Trust me, I didn't even believe in this before I saw you. You really believe in your... I grimaced at the word. Mate. Absolutely. I shook my head. You don't even know me. I know you enough to know that you're stubborn. I glared. But, he continued, but more than that, you're caring. I know that would do anything for those you care about. I also know you're brave, smart, and beautiful. I bent my neck and let my hair hide my face in reaction, not knowing what to make of his words. I opened my mouth to make a quick retort, but no words would come out. My entire being was stunned into silence. Samantha, you may not believe me, but I do care for you. I'd do anything for you. All I want is for you to be safe and happy. I heaved a shaky breath. Minutes of silence fell as Samuel awaited my response. He was patient with me, never pushing the words out. Meanwhile, my mind was waging war on itself. My world had been turned upside down, and I didn't know what to believe anymore. All I'd known about werewolves were that they were bloodthirsty and power-hungry killers. All I'd known about mates were that they were someone you were forced to be with. These creatures didn't care. They weren't capable of it. I let out a weak reply. I don't know what to say. He let out a heavy sigh. I know you don't feel the same way. Samantha. I looked up, only to see him continuing to stare straight back at me. Though their safe dark color seemed to glow. Suppressed words and feelings were written across his face, but I was too afraid to delve into their meanings. I wasn't ready to be betrayed again. Look, Samuel started, finally breaking eye contact. He moved one hand to his neck and rubbed it. All I'm asking for is a chance. I hesitated, looking for the right words. I don't know if I can. He slowly nodded. How about a chance of a chance? I lightly laughed and rolled my eyes. Chapter 20 Wolves Part 1 maybe is good enough for me. Samuel smiled. It lit up his face and I realized how much better he looked with that expression. His eyes scrunched at the side to reveal faint smile lines, all other worries and anger erased with one emotion. "What are you smirking about?" he suddenly asked me. I shook my head lightly. "Nothing at all." He let out a light breath. "Well, what else do you want to know? Why are they keeping us here?" I thought for a moment. "I mean, why don't they just kill us?" Samuel half laughed. "Like they could." That wasn't my question. I responded as I rolled my eyes. Samuel shook his head. "These people are trying to get to the pack."
"I told you that already."
"I know. What I'm asking is how. How could they get to the pack this way?" And I could see that he was sure he wanted to answer my question. I gave him a look though, and he slowly continued. "Leverage." I raised my eyebrows. "Leverage. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to work. Samuel, just answer my questions." I was growing more annoyed at how he was dancing around me. What do they want? Clearly not happy that I hadn't dropped the subject. They probably want to make a trade. Trade for what? "They're people for us," he told me slowly. "Testing the waters." "You mean the werewolves have a 10, but a hole in the ground too?" I laughed, trying to keep the mood light. "Not exactly." Samuel smiled. "Well, why do you keep them?" "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I thought for a moment. I wasn't oblivious to the casualties and situations of the war, but I couldn't wrap my head around why a pack of werewolves would keep humans hostage. Normally they killed on sight. They're part of the resistance. Samantha, they broke the laws and have to face the consequences. "So, it's true you kill them." "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Or do you just keep them locked up forever?" Samuel stared at me for a hard moment. "Like I said, they're part of the resistance. I can't change the laws and consequences when they're broken. These people knew what they had coming." I paused as I let his cryptic words sink in. Rumors had always floated around the town, especially when it came to the werewolves. No one outright spoke of it, but hushed whispers always filled the streets when someone went missing. Sometimes you saw them again, and sometimes you didn't. Some said they'd escaped, some said they'd been killed, and some say the werewolves kept them in prisons until their bones decorated the floor. "So it's going to happen to me," I continued. I hadn't thought about it until this moment, but it'd been caught running and therefore it'd broken their law. If I didn't manage to get out before Samuel dragged me back to town, there was no way of telling what punishment they'd inflict. Samuel's mouth opened slightly as his eyebrows furrowed. He bowed his head and rubbed his jaw, avoiding my gaze. I waited silently for him to answer. However, instead of answering me, he abruptly stood up and started pacing the small prison. I watched as he took large strides in each direction, crossing the room again and again without effort. The room suddenly seemed much smaller, and it was slowly suffocating me. "Why did you run?" he abruptly asked me. I looked at him, confused. "What does that have to do with anything?" His steps quickened. "If you ran because of your step, father, things are different." A weight settled on my heart. That was part of the reason. Sure, but it was the only thing on my mind when I ran. I looked up to see Samuel had stopped pacing and was staring at me. I averted my gaze and looked to the ground. I started to lie, but I knew it was useless. "I'm not really sure you want to know my answer." I spoke slowly. His body stilled, but he kept his eyes trained on me. After a moment, he looked to the ground and snarled. Great. Annoyance tugged at my heart, but I tried not to let it simmer. Samuel resumed his never-ending walk, sending glances my way every now and again. His face was scrunched in concentration and his hands were constantly moving between resting on his hips and neck. I tried to ignore him, but it wasn't working. "What are you thinking?" I finally asked. He glanced my way again but didn't respond. I huffed in annoyance and repeated my question. This time, he didn't even look at me. He just kept up his incessant pace, sending my nerves into a frenzy. I glared at him as he walked, wishing I could pick apart his brain. If what awaited me at home was worse than rotting in this dirt hole, I wasn't going to face it. I would die before I let them hold me in a prison for the rest of my life. Suddenly, an idea came to me. I started slowly, gauging Samuel's reaction. You said you didn't tell anyone where I was going. No one really has to know what happened. He abruptly stopped pacing and looked at me, confused. If it's going to be that bad for me, we could just tell people I was kidnapped. His eyebrows raised as he ran a hand through his hair. Still, he refused to speak. The pacing had stopped though, which was a slight improvement. It could work, I encouraged, noting his tense frame. I know it could work. That's not the point. He finally answered. Then what is? We can't just lie and duck under the law. Under the Alpha? Yes. Actually, we can. He suddenly glared at me. No, we can't. Why not? I returned his scowl. Because the laws are there for a reason. I shook my head, deepening my scowl. The laws the werewolves enforced were absurd and hypocritical. One of their own could go home and beat his mate every night. But if a human tried to run, steal, or even look at a werewolf from, the world suddenly stopped spinning. My lips turned into a grimace as I stared at Samuel. He was defending the very thing that sent this world and my life to hell. He took my grimace as worry as he quickly softened his features. Look, I'm going to fix this. No one's going to hurt you. I just don't know what to do. Yet, I need to talk to Riley. He raised his palms in surrender and smiled softly. I, however, wasn't swayed so easily. I didn't respond to Samuel's reassurances, but instead folded my arms and stared at the ground. Eventually, I heard him sit down as well, though it was far away from me. When he sat down, I shifted my gaze and looked up towards the trees. Freedom was so close. I could see it. But there was absolutely no way I could climb out of this hole. There wasn't even a way I could bribe myself out. I hadn't seen a single person since they threw me down here. My constantly dry throat, empty stomach, and bloody clothes reminded me of that. I heard Samuel sigh. Look. I whipped my gaze towards him and deepened my scowl. He flinched back slightly, opening his mouth. Words almost left his lips when he went deathly still. He jerked his head upwards toward the setting sun, holding a hand out for me to stay quiet. I did as I was told. Immediately following his gaze, I searched the opening for some sign of movement while my ears strained to hear anything but my own heartbeat. We stared in tense silence for a few long minutes. Samuel never moved and never told me what was going on. Eventually, his frame started to relax. He shot me a worried smile before looking upwards once more. When I heard rustling above us, I slowly mimicked his movements and looked to the sky. However, it was sky that I saw. It was the large head of a dark wolf. Chapter 21 Wolves, Part 2. The large wolf stared down into our hole for what seemed like an eternity. Its eyes lazily glanced at me before moving to Samuel, where they'd been resting ever since. The wolf's gaze would occasionally glance upwards and look around, but it would always return to stare down Samuel. Samuel's face remained expressionless, despite the fact the wolf and he were seeming to silently communicate. However, the only information I could gather from their looks was an untold thought dancing in Samuel's eyes. The wolf's head started to creep away. I met Samuel's gaze and he gave me a once-over. My expression turned to a scowl as he smiled apologetically and opened his arms. He started to speak but was cut off by a smooth voice echoing from above. I know you miss me, Samuel, but you didn't have to dig your own grave. I whipped my head upwards to see a man smirking down on Samuel and me. Thickened tousled brown hair fell around a brightened, mischievous face. Sharp eyes bore into our own, but it was impossible to tell anything else. The sun was burning against the man's back, casting his face into long and untelling shadows. Samuel suddenly laughed. I just cowled and helped myself. Why? My breathing was cut off as my eyes darted wildly between the two men. I'd already blame you there. Sammy boy. Riley chortled. Now tell me, is this the mate I've heard nothing about? I suddenly felt Riley's eyes burning into my shoulders. I kept my gaze down but quickly glanced to Samuel, just in time to see him shrug his shoulders. Let's do introductions later. You want to tell me what's going on up there? I already told you. Riley shook his head as he glanced up momentarily. There's not a lot going on. It seems like they're all in the house. Stupid sons of bitches didn't think anyone would get into their camp. How many are there again? Close to 60. It seemed about a third or a little more were fighters. And the rest? Probably their families. Samuel finished with a glance my way. I met his gaze and deepened my scowl. Folding my arms and pushing myself deeper into the dirt wall, I heard Riley shuffling around above us. But neither Samuel or I paid him any mind. Samuel kept my gaze, his eyes searching my features. You got the bullets? Riley suddenly asked. Samuel kept my gaze for a moment longer before he shifted his weight and slowly stood. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small bullets, holding them up for Riley to see. I looked at his fingers and swore I could hear the skin sizzling as the material burned deeper into his fingertips. Riley nodded at us as his face suddenly disappeared for a moment. In that moment, Samuel expertly threw each bullet towards the sky. They smoothly passed through the silver bars where they fell into Riley's extended hand. He inspected them each for a moment while they burned small holes into his palm. This is pretty pure. How did they get it? I didn't exactly have time to ask them that. Samuel rolled his eyes. Well, that was helpful of you, Samuel mumbled under his breath while he sat back down. I shrank further into the wall as Riley's face appeared once more. Watching her. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I knew his eyes were resting more on me. It was impossible not to feel the heavy glare. You know what? I'm going to need you to shift, Riley suddenly commanded Samuel. Samuel stilled for a moment. Why? Becky's, I need to tell you what's happening and don't want the human to hear. I glared at the figure above me. Samuel hesitated for a moment and I felt his weary gaze rest on me. A second passed and I was surprised when I heard his bones start to crack. I shook my head and brought my gaze to the ground as the sounds filled my ears. My hands clenched into fists around my knees as I pulled them against my chest. The position burned like hell, but it only fueled the fire rising inside of me. My brain was slowly wrapping around the situation and my thoughts were turning to rage, drowning out everything else. I didn't bother to look at the two as they conversed. Didn't bother to take notice of Samuel's large blonde wolf dominating our prison. My teeth clenched as I thought of the previous night. It'd been weak, tired, and vulnerable. My mind was still wrapping around the fact that not only had I been caught while on the run, but had been shot and thrown into a makeshift prison. Samuel saw my weak state and manipulated me in a moment of pain. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He feigned concern. He made me believe he was considerate. I squeezed my eyes shut tightly as I forced back tears. They weren't tears of sorrow, but a token of pure anger. It let my guard down, even though I knew I should have expected this from him and nothing less. This was all he was capable of. Now, it was just one more tally mark on a list of my mistakes and misplaced trust. Their conversation didn't last long, and much too soon I heard bones cracking once more. Scuffling sounded above as Riley took off running, but only silence greeted me from Samuel. He shuffled around his side of the hole as he pulled his pants on and breathed a little heavier. For a few moments, I could tell he was standing in the middle of the room staring at me, probably expecting me to explode at any given minute. Honestly, I waited for that moment as well. Eventually, I felt him start walking towards me. I whipped my gaze up and sent him a look of death. Every feeling of anger and hatred I could muster was put into my expression as I used it to dare him to come one step closer. It worked for a moment as he suddenly stilled mid-step and took a deep breath. His face was tentative and afflicted, but I refused to soften my glare. I was determined to make him squirm as long as possible. He stared wide-eyed at me for a moment before slowly sinking to the ground where he sat. Uncomfortably. I don't think I've ever seen a glare like that. You could win a contest. Samuel laughed once, attempting to lighten the mood. It didn't work. Now that he was sitting, I tore my gaze away and rested my chin on my knees. I stared at the wall as if it was suddenly the most interesting thing in the world, when in reality, it was the only distraction keeping me from tearing across the room and slapping Samuel in the face. Samuel shifted his weight and spoke slowly. I know you're mad, but in my defense, we aren't getting out of this without him. I scoffed but stayed silent. My words were simmering, waiting for the right moment to be unleashed. He would have come anyway. It just would have been a matter of time. Samuel tried again. I rolled my eyes as justification. He could do no wrong. If I didn't talk to him when I caught to him, then I caught to he wouldn't have killed everything in his path looking for me. This was the best option. His words danced in my mind, and my eyes snapped closed. I could tell Samuel was growing impatient, but his irritation only fueled my own. He lowly growled as he tried again. You can't be mad, Samantha. I was just doing what's best. I saw it. I saw furious, dark, burning fire that defeated any and all other senses. I can't be mad. I breathed out, slowly opening my eyes. I can't be mad. I questioned again, raising my gaze to Samuel's. His face was contorted into an unreadable expression, but I saw the fire dancing in his eyes too. I was challenging him and he was gladly accepting. You have no right. My voice was low, barely above a whisper. My hands were trembling as I felt the fire encompass every limb. I have every right, Samuel stated, his short fuse starting to burn. I shook my head and scoffed. To think that I trusted you for even a moment. I let out a harsh breath. You've just proven everything. A low rumble came from Samuel's chest. Samantha, you need to calm down. Don't you dare tell me to calm down. I beat out. He took a deep breath. You're acting irrationally. You're in pain, hungry, tired, and you're not thinking straight. Though his words were calm, his voice was dangerous. I don't want to do this. We'll be out of here soon and then we can talk. You have no idea what I am thinking. Samuel, don't even try that with me. My voice was slowly rising. You're being ridiculous. I snapped. I snapped hard. If you think in being ridiculous, you better look in a goddamn mirror. I was only doing what's best. Samuel suddenly matched my temper. I shook my head wildly. You have no idea what's best. All you think about is yourself. You have absolutely no right to go around trying to tell me what I should feel and how I should act. You have no idea what the hell is even going on. What the hell is going on then? Samantha, what piece of information did I miss apart from you running away and causing all of this? If you would have just listened, then we wouldn't be in this shit hole in the first place. Do you think I wanted you to come after me? I suddenly roared. What do you think I was running from? Samuel stilled, closing his eyes. His voice lowered considerably, adding to the danger. We both know that's bullshit. You were planning to run long before you met me. Stop blaming me for your mistakes. The only mistake I made was not running sooner. You lied to me. You outright lied to my face. Just so you could please your goddamn alpha and drag me back to hell. You think that town is hell. I know it is. Samuel suddenly stood and advanced towards me. He stopped a few inches shy of my shaking frame. You have no idea what hell is. You think you could survive a single day out there. His hands flew upwards. You're so goddamn naive. If you knew what was really out there, you'd be crawling back to me, begging for protection. I shot up, holding my side tightly with both hands. Though I was head shorter than Samuel, I stood tall with every inch I had. I've survived daily beatings for more than half my life. I've survived living in a town where every person I meet wants to kill me for being nothing more than a human. I've been on the brink of death, and you know what? I survived that too. I've watched people I know, friends and neighbors, be slaughtered by the dogs you call family. I watched my brother almost die at the hands of one of you. I've seen my mother beaten, every single day of my life, knowing that if I did anything to stop it, I'd wind up dead myself. I paused, my entire frame now shaking. Small tears escaped my eyes and fell down my cheeks, landing in the dirt. So if you think I can't handle myself, you are sorely mistaken. I finished my rant and looked directly into Samuel's eyes. His expression narrowed as his lips turned up into a snarl. That may be true, but there is far worse. I've been there. I've lived it. You think you're the only one who's had it rough. He bit out. You have no idea what's really out there. All I've done is try and protect you. But you're just senseless to ever realize or admit that. I stand by what I said. You wouldn't make it today. What could you possibly have hard in your life? You have everything. I threw my arms to the side, staggering slightly. Samuel tried to steady me, but I flinched back and continued. You're practically in command of the pack. Everything you could ever want is given to you. You work for nothing and you take everything. Have you ever had to worry about the next meal? Have you ever seen someone you love die? Have you ever feared for your life? How could you possibly tell me you've lived anything other than a life of luxury? Samuel tried to speak, but I cut him off. You can't. You will never know what it's like, Samuel, and because of that, you will never understand. All you'll ever be is a moronic wolf who thinks they cheers better than anything and anyone. Samuel glared at me, eyes wild. You know nothing. You think you have this hold on the world, but in reality you're just a scared girl who's running from her problems. You think you've got me pinned down. Do you have any idea what I did to get here in the first place? He shook his head and opened his mouth, but no more words came out. I waited for his remark,
For a degrading retort.
but none came. He remained frozen in place, just inches away. His arms were at his side, with his hands were slowly clenching and unclenching themselves. His face was slightly flushed, eyes were starting to match the red color. I knew he was on the verge of shifting, but I didn't care. I stood my ground. I was done rolling over for him. So carefully, I watched as he took several deep breaths, never moving an inch. After an eternity, his voice met my ears as barely a whisper. You don't know me, Samantha, so it's a jest you stop acting like you do. I met his tone. What else is there to know? Your actions have spoken pretty loudly, louder than your so-called proclamations of what you think is love. You asked for a chance and I gave you one. You blew it. Samuel slowly shook his head. In not letting you go, and in not letting you have me. His fists raised to his temples as he stared me down. Before I could say anything more, he spun on his heel and stalked to the other side of the hole. He began pacing back and forth, his feet viciously digging up the dirt in their path. I carefully watched him and let out a long breath, leaning back against the wall. My hands returned to clutch my throbbing side and I closed my eyes, only now realizing the pain had worsened. Slowly, I slid down the wall until I was sitting in the dirt once again. Samuel didn't seem to notice my actions as he kept furiously pacing. I let several tears flow from my eyes as I watched him, my anger still playing on the chords of my heart. I was no longer blinded by it, but I felt as if no other emotion would ever take its place. I remained in my same position for a long time. Eventually, Samuel stopped pacing and sat across from me. Neither of us had spoken, but there was nothing more to say. The longer we sat in silence, the harder I fought against the fatigue that wanted to pull me into its arms. Samuel, on the other hand, couldn't have been more alert. Every echo of a sound and he was tensed and ready to spring forward. I couldn't help but grow annoyed by his actions, as they were threatening my heart with anxiety instead of the familiar anger. Suddenly, a dull and faraway swarm of voices was heard from above. Samuel jolted up from his sitting position and, despite my glares, came to practically stand on top of me. My legs started to push him away, but he forcefully held out his hand. I don't care what just happened, but you need to listen to me now. They're coming. Chapter 22 bound. I stilled at his words. They're coming. I looked wildly up towards the sky, expecting to see heads peering down at any moment. Samuel was practically standing on top of me now, hiding most everything from view. Who's coming? What's going on? I harshly whispered. He looked down at me for a moment before whipping his gaze back up. "All you need to know is we have a plan." Samuel rushed. "Just stay with me and you'll be fine." I started to ask more questions, but they were cut off by a noise directly above us. I peered around Samuel's large frame to see the silver bars up above slowly raising towards the sky. Shadow figures were lifting up the heavy metal while others were scattered around working along the edges. I struggled to make out their faces and recognize even one of them, but the setting sun made it impossible to distinguish anything but shadows. Once the bars were out of sight, a few of the figures started moving away. As they disappeared, though, one person emerged. They came to the edge of the hole, like all the others, but stalled once they saw us. I noticed hair falling around the shoulders of the figure as they tucked their hands behind their back. "Here's how this is going to work," the person spoke. I immediately recognized the voice of Maria, the silver-haired woman who everyone seemed to worship. As she spoke, two other people came to stand next to her. They stretched something between them, holding the edges about a foot apart from each other. Maria nodded to the couple and they released part of what they held. It fell down the dirt wall of our prison, swaying as it came to a standstill around Samuel's waist. Now that it was closer, I recognized that it was a thick, roped ladder. "Samantha will come up first, then you. If you try anything, we will not hesitate to shoot." As she spoke, I heard the easily recognizable clicking of a trigger locking into place. I quickly started to get up and make my way towards the ladder, but Samuel held me down with one hand. He shot me a glance, silently telling me to stay in place. When Samuel was sure I was going to move, he looked at Maria and lowly spoke. "We come up together or not at all." Maria sighed. "You're not in the place to be making demands." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelbay, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "I am. We're happy to stay down here for as long as we need." My eyes widened. I tried to stand again, but Samuel's hand was still holding my shoulder down. My eyes darted to Maria, who was still as a statue, watching us with a never-ending calculating stare. I gripped Samuel's leg, grabbing his attention. "Samuel, I'm not." "Wait," he whispered so only I could hear, squeezing my shoulder. Then he lifted his voice to Maria. "We come up together or not at all." At Samuel's words, the two people beside Maria began to raise the rope ladder. I watched in horror as it rose above my reach. It continued to ascend and neither Sheen or Samuel moved to stop it. They stared each other down as the rope kept climbing, inch by inch. Then suddenly, Maria held out her hand. The two figures holding the ladder immediately stilled. The rope just a feet from the surface. Maria continued to stare but said nothing. She eventually nodded to Samuel, who immediately turned to face me. As he did, she disappeared from view. A couple more people replaced her and took the rope, binding it down to something in the ground. "Get on my back," Samuel lowly spoke as he lifted me up by my forearm. I quickly obliged. I sprang from my position, holding onto Samuel's arm for support. When I was steadily standing, he crouched down low enough for me to climb onto his back. I hesitated only slightly, glancing between the rope that had just been dropped down and Samuel's bare back. My stomach churned at the thought of holding onto him so intimately. Samuel noticed my small hesitation and turned to face me, sending me a careful look. He held my gaze for just a moment before turning to face forward again. I shook my head and took a shaky breath, trying to calm myself. This was the only way out. Once we were above ground, I could take off running and never look back. That was the driving thought in my mind as I felt my arms wrapped around Samuel's neck. He grabbed my legs and hoisted me further up as he slowly stood, adjusting my weight against his own. I bit back a gasp as the movement stretched my side, making it feel as if my body was being torn apart. Samuel noticed my discomfort. "I'm sorry, but this is going to hurt. Just hold on and try not to choke me." I immediately loosened my grasp around his neck, causing him to chuckle slightly. He walked towards the ladder and gripped the thick rope, pulling against it forcefully. When he was satisfied with the strength, he turned his head to the side a bit. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I quietly nodded my head while burying my face in my arm and preparing myself for the misery of the climb. Samuel wasted no time as he caught hold of the rope and hoisted us upwards, his feet catching on the rope beneath us. We swayed slightly, but Samuel was quick with his movements. He didn't hesitate as he moved from one rung of the ladder to another. I, on the other hand, struggled. Samuel kept in a prey posture, but the gravity pulling against me was straining muscles that I didn't know I had. I involuntarily tightened my grip around his neck and shoulders, my legs doing the same around his waist. I squeezed my eyes shut as I tried to concentrate on holding on instead of the burning pain from my side slowly eating me away. Samuel whispered encouragements to me, reassuring me we were getting closer and closer to the top. After what seemed like an eternity, our bodies finally met the solid ground. Samuel gently took me off his back and set me next to him. I clutched my side as I sharply breathed in, willing the pain to leave. Samuel was on his knees as well, breathing heavily and taking in our surroundings. I quickly followed suit and stilled. We were surrounded by half a dozen people, each of them pointing a weapon at us. Some held knives, some held what looked clubs, and a select few held a gun. I winced away from those, unknowingly falling into Samuel. He gripped my shoulders tightly, pulling me up to stand next to him. As we stood, I saw more people behind the ones directly in front of us. People seemed to surround us in every direction. Some walked towards us, some watched from afar, and some hid behind trees to catch a glance. But each of their eyes held the same things: apprehension. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And most of all, to my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As soon as I got my bearings, they were suddenly ripped away. I was being pulled away from Samuel by foreign hands that fiercely gripped my forearm. Samuel still had his iron grasp on my other arm though, and I suddenly found myself being stretched between two people. Samuel was careful not to pull me, but the other person didn't care for my comfort. I struggled against their grip as it grew tighter and tighter, never yielding. I whipped my head to face whoever it was that was pulling me away, only to be met with the glare of one of my personal demons. Her curls bounced wildly as she scowled at me, suddenly releasing her grip. Samuel, however, was done. He darted in front of me, barreling towards Margaret with his teeth bared. The minute he moved though, Margaret lifted her hand and pointed the barrel of a gun at my head. Samuel stilled, breathing heavily. He was facing me now, our torsos almost touching. Do we need to remind you what happens when you don't do what we say? Margaret suddenly spat. Samuel snarled but was cut off by Doma speaking from behind us all. That's enough, she demanded. Now this is simple. We do this without a fight or we'll kill you both. Samuel continued breathing heavily, not moving away from me. His hands found their way to mine where he grasped them tightly. He turned his head to look at me and I did the same. I could tell he wanted to tell me something, but he never got the words out. The minute Samuel complied, we were being forced to our knees by a new swarm of people. They quickly circled around me as one of them bound my wrists behind my back, while another wrapped a piece of cloth around my mouth. As soon as they were satisfied, I was forced to my feet again. Margaret appeared at my side with the all-too-familiar gun pointed at my head. Her other hand grabbed the rope around my wrists, pulling me towards her. As she did, I heard a large growl pierce my ears. I whipped my head to the side to see countless men wrapping Samuel in rope and gagging him as well. He tried not to fight against them, but I could tell every part of his body wanted to tear them to shreds. A new person suddenly appeared in the crowd, but he kept his head down low. He moved slowly to Samuel, Placing his hand on a shoulder of whoever was in his way, they each parted immediately, giving this new and direct access to a bound and gagged Samuel. My heart lurched as his eyes quickly found their way to mine, a pained expression lining each and every one of his features. He didn't notice the man walk up to the side of him, something long and pointed coming down to the skin upon his arm. As soon as I noticed what it was, my eyes widened and let out a small cry. Samuel turned, but he was quick enough. A needle was plunged into his arm, inserting a thick substance into his body. He roared in agony as he fell to his knees. His body began to convulse as his limbs tightened until his entire frame went limp. The man with the needle walked away slowly, and it was then that I realized who it was. It was hard not to miss the long dark hair, the tanned skin, enthusiasm, and the conflicted expression. His gaze lingered on Samuel before he looked at me and slowly started to advance, pulling another needle from his pocket. My eyes widened and I fought against Margaret, who only pressed the gun against my temple and tight in her grip on my wrists. Hot tears fell from my eyes in what felt like an ever-ending waterfall. Kate was standing next to me now, a pained look lining his face. His eyes darted between my eyes and the arm before he turned to look behind him. People began to disperse as Don Maria emerged and caught his eye. His voice came out slow and unsure. "She's not fighting. Maybe we don't have to. Stop being such a coward and do it." Margaret suddenly growled. "Enough." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Christ's enthusiasm. Don Maria swiftly demanded. "Cade, this is the only way. Do you want them back or not?" Cade bowed his head and closed his eyes. After a moment he opened them and looked at me again, a new-found light of determination glinting in his expression. The world seemed to slow down as he brought the needle to my arm and thrust it into my skin. There was a small sting followed by the pain of a thick substance entering through the tip of the needle. I tried to fight as the liquid started taking its toll on me, my limbs growing heavy and weak. Cade caught me as I fell forward, my knees getting out from underneath me. He held me tight as darkness ensued, eventually consuming my mind. Chapter 23 The Alpha. I awoke to someone shouting. I tried to focus on the sound, but it was impossible. My senses refused to back to me, and it seemed as if I was fighting against some unknown force to let me stay awake. I desperately tried to distinguish who the familiar voice belonged to and what it was saying, but each time I tried I failed miserably. The words were loud and harsh, but that was the only thing I could really tell. I tried opening my eyes, and not sure if I succeeded or not because what I saw confused me. Globs of green, grey, and brown mushed together in blurry and swirling circles that danced before me. I blinked heavily time after time, but the formless shapes kept changing. Darkness surrounded them and myself, playing around the edge of my vision, beckoning me as if I were an old friend. I tried to feel my surroundings, but again, that only confused me. My head was heavy and laying on my chest. My legs were extended awkwardly in front of me. My arms, however, were nowhere to be found. They disappeared behind my shoulders, and no matter how hard I tried to pull them forward, I couldn't. Something held my hands and fingers together so all I could feel was my own clammy flesh. I don't know how long I sat like that, unknowing, confused, and terrified. The voice could still be heard, but it did nothing to try and help. It just kept screeching. Something told me not to make any noise and alert them, though, and I happily obliged. I didn't want to be on the receiving end of those screams. Too much time passed before eventually the shapes in my line of sight started to make sense. I understood the blobs of brown and green to be trees. The darkness was the night closing in. The grey was something far off, some sort of structure. Again, something told me I knew what it was, but nothing would click into place. I heard another noise, but this time it was much closer and coming from directly next to me. I waited for my head to feel less heavy before I brought it to rest on my shoulder, my gaze shifting to the space where I heard the noise. Most of what I saw was once again darkness, but as my eyes continued to adjust, I was able to make out a large figure slumped against what I deemed to be another tree. The figure was moving, but soft grunts were coming from its lips. Then, it all came back. The night hit me as a heavy wave crashing upon every fiber of my being, pulling and pushing me against the tide. I tumbled and turned with every assault. My vision came back. My mind was cleared, and I knew exactly where I was and who I was with. 6 figures stood before me in a small clearing. A small white stone building sat in the middle of the clearing, the old safe house. But the figures made no move to go inside. They were each spread out a few feet apart from each other, staring at it intently. However, upon closer inspection, I realized it was the building they were staring at. One smaller figure was pacing back and forth the front of the structure, throwing her arms wildly in the air while letting profanities spew from her mouth. I realized it was her voice, Margaret's, that had woken me up. Now that my ears were working again, I heard another voice too. This one was also female, but it was not shouting like Margaret. It was icy, stiff, and demanding. I couldn't make out the words, but I followed the sound to the shape of another woman standing in the middle of everyone else. The short white hair and tall frame revealed the woman's identity as Damaria. Though her frame was unmoving, I noticed her head flick to the side with any movement from the trees. She watched her surroundings carefully, waiting for something. After a few moments she snapped in Margaret's direction, and her shouting immediately died down. She stopped pacing and moved to stand next to the 3 other figures. I could tell they were men, but I didn't recognize them. I only recognized one other person from the group in front of me, and it was perhaps the one person I least wanted to see. Kid was standing slightly away from everyone else, though still close enough to clearly be a part of the group. He was standing on his toes, bouncing slightly. A large white box was held in his hand, and he kept incessantly fidgeting with the clasp. A few other supplies were next to him, things I recognized as towels, water, and a long and wide piece of wood. The soft grunts came from beside me once again, and I whipped my gaze around to find a barely conscious Samuel tied to the tree next to me. When I saw the ropes binding him, my own position made sense. Like him, my hands were tied behind my back. Behind the large tree, I wasn't able to move or bend my elbows no matter how I tried maneuvering myself, and it seemed Samuel was in the same boat. I watched carefully the next few minutes as Samuel got his bearings. His eyes fluttered before they flew open wide, hastily scanning his surroundings. He saw the people in front of us first. The view of the crowd with their backs to us sent him into a frenzy as he viciously pulled forward, oblivious to the ropes binding him to a tree. When he felt the restraints holding him back, he whipped his gaze to fight against them. As he did, he caught my eye. His body immediately stilled as he scanned me once over. Then again, just to be sure, I offered him a small smile, though smiling wasn't exactly what I wanted to be doing in this situation. "Are you hurt?" he softly whispered. My gaze darted forward, watching the group in front of us. They hadn't seemed to hear Samuel, so I attempted to match his whispering. My voice barely came out, but when it did, it was hoarse and unrecognizable. "No, are you?" He let out a long sigh, eyeing the ropes behind my back. "What happened?" "I don't know. I just woke up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He watched me through tired eyes and I bit my lip, taking in his tattered state. I didn't fail to notice how he ignored my previous question, but it was hard to decipher why. Memories of his thrashing limbs reflected in my mind, and I closed my eyes, trying to hold back a flinch. Finally, I breathed out, "What did they do to you?" Samuel kept my gaze, but he fidgeted with his ropes. "I'm not sure. It felt like silver. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I broke eye contact and looked at my feet, trying to find a worthy distraction. I knew I was supposed to be angry with Samuel, but I couldn't focus on that. In this moment, He was who I was fighting against. It was the humans, my own people, that I now had to escape. Have they said anything? Samuel suddenly prodded. I didn't have to look up to know he was staring down the group in front of us. Margaret was really upset and was going off about something. Cal didn't really make out the words. Cade was too, but he didn't say anything. I looked up at his confused face for a moment before my eyes darted back down. The woman next to Maria and the man with the medical supplies. Samuel took a deep breath through his nose. Cheers, the one you smelled like, he said lowly. It was his jacket. Yet, I replied without emotion. He looked at me pointedly and though I didn't want to talk about it. I reluctantly elaborated. They're the ones who helped me out of town. He didn't say anything to me for a long time. I could feel his eyes on me. But again, I couldn't bring myself to focus on him. I had to come up with another plan. I knew Samuel's pack was bound to be out there somewhere. Probably watching us right now. If that were true, they'd defree us. The minute they did, it'd run. Hopefully, they would all be too occupied with Damaria's group to notice my absence or come after me. It was a long shot. But it was the only option I could see. Samantha, listen to me, Samuel eventually stated. I kept my gaze down. Riley's going to be here soon and I don't know what's going to happen after that. I need you to stay by my side no matter what. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought he told you what was going to happen. I countered, ignoring his request. That doesn't mean HES going to stick to the plan. I laughed once but didn't respond. Samuel seemed to grow annoyed with this because he quickly asked me again. Samantha, please. I don't want you getting hurt and I don't know what Maria has planned. They'll be careful, I slowly answered. He wasn't satisfied. I know what you're thinking and I'm telling you it's not going to work. You need to listen to me. Samuel was suddenly cut off by a loud noise coming from across the clearing. The trees next to the house started to move slightly as a powerful voice pierced the night. Donna Earborn. The voice loudly sneered. Our group all turned towards the sound of the voice as we watched 3 men come out of the trees. One man was in the middle with the other 2 flanking him. They each walked haughtily towards us as a large smirk grew on the face of the man in the middle. As they approached, the group in front of us shifted back until they were standing only a few feet in front of where Samuel and I sat. The 3 men continued their advances though, only stopping when the one in the middle held up his hand. Riley Matthews. Maria suddenly spoke, her voice cool. The middleman's face darkened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought you'd have a little more respect, seeing that you did call on me. I stared at the man in the middle, taking him in. I'd only seen Riley once before, and that was just hours ago. That time, I hadn't been able to define much of his features. Now that I was able to take in his whole frame, I realized he wasn't what I expected. And it was unnerving. He had the typical werewolf build, large and broad shoulders, thick muscles, and clenched fist. But he was much taller than average. His height towered over every person in the clearing. However, it wasn't his height that demanded attention. The thing you couldn't look away from was his face. Bright red eyes shone constantly and thick two-soled brown hair accentuated their color. I realized they were the same color that Samuel's eyes were each time he shifted. However, there was something more lurking in Riley's eyes. They were wild. Unforgiving. They were the kind of thing you saw right before death. I held my breath as the 3 men suddenly looked towards Samuel and me. Riley's frame stiffened and his expression grew to the rage of 1,000 storms. Are you all right, Samuel? He ignored everyone else and spoke only to the man at my side. Samuel shifted, tugging on the rope behind his back. Fine. I assume you brought them, Maria interrupted, stepping into Riley's line of view. It was then that Riley nodded to the men at his sides. They both disappeared and reappeared a moment later, with a line of people being towed behind them. I widened my eyes at the sight. They each had ropes binding their hands and wrists, and they were tied together like cattle being led to a slaughter. I counted 7 in total, men and women of all ages. They were all tired, their bodies dragging behind them as their wrists were pulled forward. My breath hitched as my eyes rested on a particular girl. She had familiar features and had to be the youngest one, no more than 17 years old. She, like the men and women around her, was struggling to even stand. My gaze shifted to the men that were holding the ropes, realizing that I immediately recognized one of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. It was hard to miss the icy, vacant expression of Peyton Bray. His hair was black and cut short, leaving no room for error in his sharp features. His thick and broad shoulders matched his arms and legs. The muscle beneath his clothing seemed to beg to be ripped out of its constraints. Looking at his small blue eyes, you could tell he was willing to let them. It made sense that Hed here, as I knew he was third in command. But still, his presence unnerved me. The group came forward until they were standing just behind Riley, who was now openly smiling. He looked at each person before him, his grin only growing wider. Maria noticed and quickly tried to take control. Give them to us and we will release these two. She deliberately gestured towards Samuel and me. Riley cocked his head and faked a sigh. Where's the fun in that? He gestured behind him and Peyton grabbed the nearest person to him, who happened to be the girl he'd been studying earlier. When Peyton grabbed her, she looked around wildly, reaching out to another man that stood next to her. He was a bit older, but it was hard to miss the similar features. The more I studied them, the more I realized they had features exactly like someone else I knew. This man reached out and tried to grab the girl, but he was quickly pulled away from her. The young girl let out a cry as she was shoved harshly into Riley's arms. Damaria's group noticeably stiffened, and I heard something fall. My gaze whipped to where the noise came from to see Kate struggling to stand still. Hed dropped the white box and medical supplies had been spilled all around him. A man held onto his arm as he pulled Kate back, but Kate only had eyes for the girl in Riley's arms. As she struggled, I noticed the man the girl had reached out to was fighting to get to her. Before he could accomplish anything, Peyton turned to him and forcefully locked his hands behind his back and around his neck. Riley stroked the young girl's matted dark hair. Such a precious thing. I assume she belongs to you. He pointed his smirk at Kate. Riley then noticed Peyton holding the other man and smiled wider. It seems they're both yours. Is that so? That doesn't concern you. Damaria spoke authoritatively, glancing to Cade. We had a deal. Now hand them all over. Yes, we did. Riley paused, looking down at Cordet's sister. She had her eyes closed and I noticed the gleam of tears on her cheeks. But it just doesn't seem fair to me. I mean, you get all of these humans back and a chance to live forever. What are you giving me? Again. Damaria narrowed her eyes. Your beta and his mate. I saw the two men behind Riley shift and exchange glances. Riley, however, seemed to already know what I was. He frowned and stuck out his bottom lip, a mock's-ed expression lining his features. I still don't see how this is fair. Stop playing games. Matthews. We had a deal. Riley suddenly sneered. He looked at the girl beneath him, his smile only growing as he watched her terrified expression. Yes, but you see, deals are so easily broken. With his last word, he placed a hand on either side of the girl's head and twisted, breaking her neck in one easy gesture. All hell broke loose. During the escape, I fell into the mud, feeling an inexplicable fear. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit me, and I lost consciousness. Chapter 24. All hell. The minute Riley snapped the girl's neck, Cade screamed. It was a sound unlike anything he'd ever heard. He immediately lunged forward and broke free from the person holding him back. He was the only one charging the wall. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Countless figures burst from the trees behind us. Men and women brandishing silver weapons charged the three men, their screaming drowning out Codess. Maria slipped behind them as she and Margaret barked orders. The werewolves, however, had been expecting this. The minute people emerged from the trees, wolves appeared across the clearing. Though there weren't as many of them as the humans, there was enough. Even I could tell it was going to be much of a fight. Each wolf was a different size and color, and each one seemed to have some sort of feral air to them. There wasn't a single shred of humanity in their eyes, as it seemed they'd abandoned that long ago. The original three didn't bother to shift. The wolves parted around them as they watched the scene unfold. My blood ran cold as the first human met the first wolf, and chaos ensued. Weapons were being lunged into fur. Teeth were cutting through skin. The only thing I could hear was the countless cries of pain as a new target was met. Through the chaos, I watched a familiar figure stalk towards me, a fire blazing in their eyes. Margaret was following behind Maria, who was lifting a gun out of her waistband. For the first time since I met her, I saw something shine in her eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Before they could come any closer, Samuel was screaming with rage. I whipped my gaze just in time to see him burst forward from the tree and lunge at Maria. Before she could fire her weapon, Samuel was on top of her. I heard her scream, but it was cut short by two gunshots ringing through the trees. Margaret stood next to the duo, arms extended and pointed at Samuel. His roars echoed trees, and then suddenly he was alone. Bridie appeared next to Margaret, hitting the gun out of her hands. She whirled around to face him, but before she could, her head was ripped clean from her neck. I heard myself scream, but the noise was drowned out by everyone around me. My hands pulled desperately against their restraints as I watched Margaret's body crumple, blood spitting from the gaping hole where her head once was. Riley paid her no mind as he stooped down to where Samuel rested. He raised him from the ground, but his body was limp. Riley wrapped his arm underneath Samuel and started carrying him away, but not before he sent a sickeningly forceful kick to Aria's head. Her hair fell to the side and blood started oozing from her ear. I stayed silent, frantically working on the rope that had my hands tied, as Riley dragged Samuel back through the chaos. Then, suddenly, my hands were released. I quickly brought them forward as I heard someone move from behind me. My gaze rested on a dark figure holding another man at his side, and I recognized Cade immediately. I looked at him and the ropes, confusion lacing my features. I'm sorry this happened. Breathlessly, his eyes darted behind me before he continued, his voice pained and cracking. I just wanted my family back. And with that, he was gone. He disappeared into the trees and I was left kneeling on the ground. It only took another second and a glance at the fight behind me before I drew after him. I was running after Cade, but I knew HE'd be going in the right direction to get away from everything. I didn't pay attention to the noise behind me, the burning in my side, or the warning signals sounding in my mind. My eyes scanned the terrain as I expected to pass Cade and the other man at any second, but I never found them. That didn't thwart me though, as I was concerned with finding them. The only thing I could think about was running. My limbs were heavy and they tripped over every fallen branch, every random twig. I wasn't making a lot of progress, no matter how desperately I tried. My body was tired. I hadn't eaten. It barely had any water or sleep. In the last few days, it walked miles upon miles without stopping. So it was in this moment, where I needed my body most, that it was deciding to fail me. I wanted to scream. I wanted to cry and throw my fist into a tree, but I focused every last thread of my energy into putting one foot in front of the other. I listened carefully to the forest behind me, trying to detect any signs that I was being followed. I didn't hear anything, but I knew that meant nothing. The forest was the wolves' domain and they could easily conceal themselves. As I stumbled forward once more, I tripped over an uprooted tree. I couldn't catch my footing before I fell, and I ended up lying face first in the mud. I quickly tried to lift myself back up, but the atmosphere around me suddenly changed. I don't know if it was a shift in the air or perhaps the trees warning me of the danger, but somehow I knew something was terribly wrong. Someone was here. Fear coursed through my veins as my limbs froze in place. My heart pounding in my chest was the only thing I could hear. I stayed plastered to the ground, somehow knowing what was going to happen before it hit me. Pain, a flash of red. Then, darkness. When I awoke, I only knew one thing. I was cold. My body was shivering and my limbs were cold around myself, trying to conserve what little heat I had left. However, as I laid there, I knew there wasn't any more to be found. I slowly opened my eyes, not eager to face reality, though I desperately tried not to. I remembered everything. The run, the flash of red, and then the darkness. I wanted to stay there and let my mind be filled with its seclusion, but I never got that mercy. Life wasn't even kind enough to slowly guide me back to the light. It didn't allow me to forget a thing. Reality was hitting me like the daggers of ice spreading across my skin. My eyes slowly adjusted to my surroundings, and what I saw surprised me. A familiar stone room with a used for peat in the middle. The door leading outside and into the forest was to my left. The small back room it snuck out of was directly across from me. I was in the hold safe house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought I was alone, but as I scanned the room my gaze landed on a heap by the repeat. I immediately recognized the heap as Samuel. Scenes from the clearing entered my mind, and all I could think about was Riley dragging away Samuel's lifeless body. But sitting here, watching his chest slowly rise and fall, I knew better than to think him dead. My body twitched violently as I tried to adjust my position. I tried to hold back my groan, but I was successful. At the noise, the door to the small room opened and two figures emerged. I kept my gaze down low, as I knew exactly who they would be. Looks like one of you is finally awake. Riley suddenly spoke. I didn't respond, but I heard the two men's footsteps draw closer to me. My heart started pounding in my chest as I closed my eyes, fearful of what they would do. Oh, come on, Samantha. We don't bite. That's Samuel's job. My breath caught in my throat and I suddenly looked up. Riley was standing next to Samuel's unconscious body. But he was watching me. His eyes followed the other man as he walked around the room and towards the front door. Don't be too long, Bray, Riley voiced. The figure of Peyton Bray paused, nodding towards Riley. I won't. He quietly exited the building. I suddenly found myself alone with Riley. Fear twisted my heart and clouded my vision as I watched him slowly walk the length of the room. I tried again to sit up as he got closer to me, but my body wouldn't move. He watched me curiously as I flinched again, my hands flying to hold my side. You're bleeding, Riley stated. I tried not to roll my eyes. I had a few things I wanted to say, but I knew I wouldn't have as much forgiveness with Riley as I did with Samuel. You're allowed to speak. You know. I shook my head, avoiding his gaze. Well then, this is going to be rather boring. I watched him and he slumped against the wall next to Samuel. He breathed heavily once more, watching his lifeless figure. Are just going to be okay. You know. I stayed silent, but my eyes were trained on Samuel as well. The sound of gunshots kept ringing in my ears, and I couldn't help but wince. Do you even care? Riley suddenly asked. My eyes shifted to look at him. He didn't seem angry or hostile, merely curious. I thought about not responding, as I wasn't even sure what I would tell him. Did I care? Yes, I slowly responded. I hoped it was the correct answer. Riley laughed. Interesting. I shuddered at his laughter, holding myself tighter. I felt unbelievably weak and vulnerable, lying there in the fetal position, though there wasn't much I could do about it. Riley said a few things to himself, none of which I caught. After his voice died off though, he abruptly got up and walked towards the front door. He hesitated as he put his hand on the wood. Suddenly, his voice was much darker. "Don't do anything stupid." And with that, he left. I was alone in the small building, breathing heavily, freezing cold, and dying to be anywhere but here. I tried to ignore my body's protests as I again attempted to lift myself off the ground. I knew it was stupid and feeble, but that didn't stop me. If I was given the chance, I would run. I refused to sit idly by and let the monsters kill me. I managed to pull myself up into a sitting position. As I was mustering the strength to kneel, I eyed Samuel warily. He was still passed out on the floor, lying next to the fire. His limbs were awkwardly positioned around him, and the moon sent shadows dancing across his body. I didn't know how much longer he would be passed out, but I hoped it would last a bit longer. I just needed one more chance. Almost as if he sensed my hope, Riley sauntered back into the shanty building to crush it. His red eyes quickly scanned the room once over, resting on me for just a moment. He smiled to himself as he moved to the center of the room and dropped a bundle of wood into the fire-pit. I watched his movements carefully as he took a lighter from his pocket and lit the wood on fire. He then pulled Samuel closer to the flame, warming his body. As I watched the flames grow larger, I suddenly wanted nothing more than to be next to them. But I stayed put. I didn't think I'd be able to move. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When the fire was stoked and Riley was satisfied with Samuel, he moved to the back room where he fished out some old blankets. He came back and laid a few across Samuel before surprisingly tossing one in my direction. I caught the soft material and quickly wrapped it around myself, welcoming the warmth I knew it would bring. Not only that, but the new weight on my shoulders calmed me slightly, acting as an anchor for my anxious heart. Riley's voice suddenly rang out. "You know, if you were a good mate you'd be doing all this." I furrowed my eyebrows and buried my head in my knees as I slowly raised them to my chest, relishing in the new warmth creeping across my body. I didn't respond to Riley, as I didn't know what he wanted me to tell him. I could hardly move, let alone carry firewood and cuddle my soulmate. I heard Riley sigh heavily. I watched him through pieces of my hair as he repositioned a few more things and then slowly wandered to my side of the room. My breathing hitched the closer he came, but he didn't stop his advances. My eyes quickly darted between him and Samuel, and I suddenly prayed he would wake up. Riley wouldn't be able to come after me, or at least I hoped. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My prayers were never answered, and Riley came to sit right next to me. I quickly tried to move away, but he held up a hand. I froze my movements, fear taking control of my body. "We need to have a talk." I slowly raised my gaze to meet his eyes. They were cold and calculating, entirely different from before. Questions were dancing in my mind, and it seemed Riley knew every single one could be answered with one name: Samuel. I looked over at his lifeless frame. Riley followed my gaze, his shoulders stiffening. I didn't want to respond, but he seemed to be waiting for me to answer him. "What about him?" I slowly asked, my voice cracking. "Well, I should clarify. Samuel and you." I waited breathlessly as Riley settled himself, shifting his weight to lean against the wall. His frame seemed relaxed, but I knew better. His hands twitched and his eyes never rested. When I didn't react, he continued. "Samuel is a good man. I chase my bait for good reasons. We've been waiting for the day he'd find his mate since we were kids." He paused, grumbling the next part to himself. "I should have known. After everything, I cheat to get stuck with a human." Red eyes were staring at me once more. This time, they held me hostage. I couldn't figure out where he was going with his words, or what his statements were tended to suggest. "Okay," I trailed off, trying to catch the next few grumblings he made. However, his voice only grew lower so that only he could hear his words. Riley then shook his head, exasperated. "Mates are supposed to make their mates happy, not make their lives a living hell. Ever since Samuel met you, his life has been that. I can only assume it's because of what a pain in the ass you are. I raised my eyebrows. Quick retorts come into my tongue. Riley waited for me to voice them, but I bit them back. Knowingly. Nothing to say. He taunted, frowning. I sighed heavily, though it did nothing to calm me. I refused to play his game. Smart choice. As I was saying, he gestured grandly to Samuel. He deserves to be happy. So you will make him happy or I will make your life a living hell. He pursed his lips, catching my wide eyes. Even for a human to understand. I tried finding my voice. He wouldn't let you hurt me. Maybe. Riley mused. But you have a family, don't you? My breathing stopped. Oh, you do. I believe one of them is already in the hospital. Is he not? This doesn't involve them. I breathed. Riley raised his eyebrows in clear amusement. Oh, how little you know. His words played on my mind and a hard glare found its way into my features. I was beyond angry at him threatening my family. But more than that, I was scared. You see, Samantha, I can make things very difficult for you and your family. It'd be easy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He paused, flicking something off his shorts. Or you can do as I say and we can all be happy. My breathing quickened as the blood rushed to my heart. It wasn't enough for Riley to drag me back from the brink of freedom. No, he wanted me and everyone I knew put in a cage that only he had the keys to. He wanted to pull my strings and make me play a role I could never fill. What do you want me to do? I bowed my head, my hands curling tightly around my legs. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure you can manage it. The hard glare sank further into my face as I stared at the ground, waiting for his response. He plastered a smile on his features, clearly enjoying the fact that he had complete and utter control. Let Samuel turn you. My breathing stopped. Riley took my silence as defiance. Listen, if you really love being a human that much, then I guess I'll put my warriors to work. Your brother's name is Will, right? He took the phone out of his pocket and began dialing the number. Panic struck my heart as I lifted my hands at his phone. I'd been anticipating this though, and only tossed it to his other hand. What could be the matter? Samantha? He raised his eyebrows in mock surprise. I struggled with the pain that was rising from my side as I struggled to speak. Please don't hurt them. My hands started to shake as my eyes darted from him to the phone. His expression darkened with sick pleasure. It would take one call one. His hand held up phone, his thumb hovering over the deadly button. Please just leave them alone. They have nothing to do with this. My voice broke. I broke with it. Riley suddenly snarled. If you don't want them hurt, then I suggest you do what I say. I bent my head. My heart ached. My limbs sagged. Even though I knew what would happen to me, I didn't think twice about Riley's deal. I would not risk their lives for anything. Tears started forming in my eyes, threatening to spill, as I whispered my answer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry. What was that? I slowly lifted my gaze. Fat teardrops falling down my cheeks. I'll do whatever you want. Riley smiled. A putrid, triumphant smirk. Yes, you will. Chapter 25. You're not going to run. I watched Riley's smirk widen as the horror slowly crept into my mind. He seemed to know he had complete and utter control, and he was relishing in it. In that moment, the only thing I could manage was keeping myself from screaming. I wouldn't give him that satisfaction. In the midst of our silent battle, Samuel stared. We both watched him intently as he groaned and shifted his weight around. For a moment I thought he would wake up and be rid of Riley's company, but eventually, he settled down once more, remaining unconscious, After Samuel's stirring, Riley was slow to bring his gaze back to me. When he did, he had a new light in his eyes. The anger was gone and had quickly been replaced by something that could be mistaken for happiness. "This is going to be good," he nodded to himself, his eyes lingering on Samuel's frame. "You're not going to screw this up?" I found myself nodding. Riley seemed pleased with my reaction as a sincere smile spread across his face. "You're Isma, Samantha. I don't think I'm going to have to worry about you. Am I?" He waited patiently for my response. I tried finding my voice, but it wouldn't come. His previous threats were still running rapidly through my mind, and it seemed as if I could focus on nothing else. Riley watched me carefully and thought for a moment, rubbing his hand along his stubbledy chin. "You've got to make him believe it. You've got to make him believe you're by choice." I nodded, even though I didn't know how that was going to be possible. Samuel knew I hated him and everything he stood for. That would never change. Riley couldn't be more pleased with my reaction. He sat back against the wall and relaxed his shoulders, placing his hands on his knees. A content smile was plastered on his cheeks, and I didn't think it was leaving any time soon. It did seem to light up his features, making him appear much younger than he actually was. Though he had a boyish face, I knew Riley was much older than he seemed. "We'll have to have a plan," he eventually mused, shifting his weight. "Samuel's a smart guy and I don't want him suspecting anything." Riley looked at me expectantly, but I only nodded my head again. He laughed at my simple motions, shaking his head in disbelief. Maybe if Samuel had known this was all it would take to tame you, he would have done it himself. I closed my eyes, but other than that I didn't acknowledge his comment. I let his words roll off of me and disappear into the cold air. My prior anger threatened to slip through my tongue, but I couldn't let it. Not now that Riley held all the strings. Riley stretched and groaned slightly. His eyes flickered between me and the door as he pursed his lips. "Well, it's getting late. Bray is taking too long, and frankly, I'm tired." Riley stood up and slowly made his way to the back room, where he started moving things about. His back was turned to me, and the only thing I could see was his muscles tensing as he reached around, searching for something. Before long, he came back out of the room holding something heavy in his hands. As he approached, I made it out to be a bundle of thick and frayed rope. I watched wearily as he came to kneel next to me, the smile never leaving his face. One of his arms reached for my hands but stopped when I flinched back. I avoided his pointed stare and tucked my arms under my legs, praying he would leave. My eyes rested on the rope and it suddenly felt as if I was being caught all over again. I knew I should be listening to Riley, but I didn't know if I could be tied up again. Not so soon after I'd gotten free. Not when I was alone in a small room with two werewolves. The images of Riley tearing Margaret's head clean off her shoulders were still fresh in my mind. And if I was tied up, it would be even easier for him to do the same to me. He sighed and tucked condescending. "You were doing so well, Samantha. Surely you aren't afraid of a little bit of rope." He held out his arms to show me the tangled mess. As he continued speaking, he untangled the material and laid it over his knees. "I guess I understand. I mean, those humans were pretty nasty. You can actually thank them for this rope. They've got quite a few handy supplies." He paused, looking at my wary features. His grin slowly turned into a smirk. "I do have a good reason for this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it's not just to torture you. We can't have you running off now." I bowed my head, burying my glare. He reached for my hands, easily overpowering my feeble attempts at resistance. My wrists were then clamped in his meaty hands as he started an intricate knot, humming a tune in time with his movements. I tried to follow them, but it was impossible. He moved with precision and speed as if he did this countless times per day. Then again, he probably did. He saw me watching him and suddenly paused, catching my eye. I carefully looked back at him as a thought crossed his features. He tilted his head side and frowned thoughtfully before finally speaking. "New plan." At that, he started undoing the ropes around my wrists. I looked at him, bewildered, as my skin came back into view, and he gathered the rope back in his arms. My body stayed frozen when he abruptly stood up and walked back to the small room, depositing the rope in the doorway. When he turned back to me, a different kind of smile was on his face. "You're not going to run?" My eyebrows involuntarily raised. "He'd said the statement casually, as if he'd only been talking about the weather. When I stared into his red eyes, though, I knew there was a more sinister meaning. "What?" I breathed out. "You're going to stay by Samuel's side for when he wakes up." He said it as if it was the simplest thing in the world. My eyes darted to Samuel's unconscious figure. He was still laying by the fire, several blankets covering his body. They rose and fell evenly, keeping time with his heavy breathing. I slowly brought my gaze back up to Riley. Why, he rolled his eyes. "It's part of the plan, isn't it?" My face contorted in confusion. We'd never actually specified a plan for Samuel's and my new relationship, but it seemed Riley had it all figured out. Whether or not he decided to share that plan with me was still undecided. "Plus, like I said," he continued, his voice a tone darker, "you're not going to run. What makes you so sure?" I decided to play his game. If but for a moment. He laughed, but his expression told a different emotion. "Because if we wake up and you're gone, I would have no problem going back home and killing everyone before you even made it out of the forest." My heart started to beat faster as his words sunk in. Even if I did have the chance to run, I wouldn't make it far. By the time the wolves noticed me missing, it wouldn't be hard to overcome me or run ahead. By the time they caught me again, everyone I knew could be dead. Riley noticed my panicked features and loudly scoffed. "Oh, come on now. You didn't think you'd actually be able to outrun a werewolf, did you?" His words stung. They pierced my heart like 1,000 knives. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I thought I could outrun them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I thought I could get away. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I had hoped things could be better. I was slowly realizing that hope was useless. It had more than enough chances to run, and they all ended the same way. I got caught. I got captured. And now, my family would pay the price for it. They would be killed if I didn't comply with everything the wolf told me to do. There was no way around it. They were smarter, faster, and stronger. I was merely a human who had the delusion I could escape them. The thought of freedom was nothing more than an unattainable fantasy. "I won't run," I whispered, closing my eyes. Countless emotions threatened to spill out, but I willed the tears away and let numbness slowly overtake me. "No, you won't," Riley sang. "Like I said, you're a smart little human." Riley was at my side in the next instant, hoisting me off the ground. His grip was rough, but it was demanding and forceful. He kept a steady hand on my upper arm and shoulder as I stumbled a bit, dizzy from the sudden change in position. Along with that, the wound in my side started to burn once more, and I was sure how much more blood I could lose. Riley didn't seem to care about this, though, as he pushed me forward towards the edges of the fire. My feet fell over one another and he sighed, annoyed. After a long minute of me stumbling and Riley spit fury mumbling, we reached Samuel's side. Riley led me next to the front of his body and let go of my bicep. I immediately fell to the ground, momentarily surprised at the warmth spreading around me. My arms brought the blanket tighter around my shoulders as I relished in the new feeling. I didn't think he'd be sleeping, but at least now I didn't have to be cold. I watched as Riley retreated to the other side of the room. He settled in a corner where he could see each part of the house clearly. There was a door or window he wouldn't know that opened. It was hard to notice that from his new position. He could watch Samuel and me as well. I kept my gaze down, bowing my head and letting my hair cover my features. I kept an eye on Riley through the parting strands. His eyes soon closed as he leaned up against the corner where the walls met and let his head fall behind him. His shoulders were squared and arms folded, and he looked completely and utterly relaxed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What did he have to worry about? He knew I wouldn't run. My gaze finally fell on Samuel, beckiest of the shadows from the flames. I couldn't see his face, but I could feel the warmth of his body. I was sitting maybe a foot away from him, directly next to the fire. If he opened his eyes, it'd be the first thing he'd see. Only time would tell whether or not that was a good thing. I skinned Samuel once more before shifting my weight away from him and closer to the fire. Riley didn't say anything, so I figured he was letting himself fall asleep. I held my hands out to the flames, sighing as the warmth danced along my fingertips. I watched the fire for a moment before my eyes traveled up to the door just beyond the flames. It was run down like colored wood and it looked as if it would fall apart at any minute. To be honest, I wasn't sure how it was still standing. I thought for a moment of what was beyond that door. An open forest. It would be so easy to leave. I'd just have to wait for Riley to fall asleep. Then I could slip into the night like before. I could hide. I could run. I could leave all of this behind me. I shook my head, biting down forcefully on my lip, allowing the sensation to bring me back to reality. There was no getting out and I was foolish to think anything different. There would be no more running. There would be no more freedom. I couldn't risk all of my mother's lives. It worked too hard to let them die at the hand of some arrogant beast. I brought my knees to my chest, hugging them tightly. I didn't know what to do. It seemed as if I'd spent my entire life knowing that someday I would be free of all of this, and it'd free my family too. Somehow, somewhere, it would happen. Maybe where I'd even find my father along the way. But now, Riley was forcing me to become the thing I hated most in this life. He was forcing me to become a monster, a bloodthirsty, power-hungry, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And if I refused, I'd kill the only thing I had left. It was next to impossible to think of myself as one of them. Not only was I not a killer, but there weren't many humans who made the change. Anymore. None that I knew personally, but stories circulated. Rumors were heard. Any human who attempted to shift went through hell to survive it. Many didn't. It's why the werewolves stopped changing people. In the first place, my mother always told me that they were killing people faster than they could turn them. If Samuel and Riley really did force me to turn, who's to say I would even survive? My thoughts were cut short as Samuel started moving once again. His breathing came out rapidly as his legs twitched. I glanced back to Riley to notice him awake, but he hadn't moved any closer to us. He was watching Samuel intently, looking for any sign he'd do more than just mindlessly move his limbs. I turned back to watch him, soon noticing how he was moving more now than he had the entire night. I held my breath as I inched to the side, letting the light from the fire light up his features. And then, Samuel's eyes opened. Chapter 26. Faking Riley was behind me in an instant. We both watched with bated breath as Samuel's eyes peacefully fluttered open. He was still for just a moment before everything came crashing down onto his consciousness. His eyes suddenly widened and his muscles tensed, ready to attack the first thing they saw. Riley's voice instantly came from behind me. Samuel, it's all right. Samuel's eyes darted up to Riley, but before he could respond, he saw me. His frantic gaze softened immediately as he scanned me once over. He propped himself up on one elbow as he did so, bringing his other hand to rub the length of his face. I watched him timidly, very aware of Riley standing directly behind me, his feet digging into my hips. Samuel continued staring at me, and I steered back. I was sure what to say, and it seemed he wasn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His expression held 1,000 different emotions, changing to a different one with each passing second. The one that seemed to keep coming back around, though, was confusion. What exactly happened? He finally asked. I watched the firelight dance across Samuel's furrowed brows. He flicked his gaze to me, scanning my body once again, almost in disbelief. I lowered my eyes after a while, rubbing my arms and shifting under his gaze. Riley's threats were still fresh in my mind, but I had no idea what to do with that knowledge of Samuel as a whole. It was obvious how Samuel felt and what he wanted, but it spent so long resisting him, I didn't know how to do anything else. Even if it was a feigned reaction. Riley spoke up. One of them shot you down close to your heart. He paused and nodded his head. And after that, well, I dragged you here. Everyone else finished them off. Bray's gone now to make sure there's no one left. I tensed. Riley had failed to mention that was where Peyton, or as they called him, Gray, had gone. Were they really planning on killing every last human out here? I didn't get the chance to mull it over too long before Samuel noticed my apprehensive state. He reached a hand towards my leg as if to rest it there. However, he got halfway to my body before he froze and retracted his hand. Thinking better of his action, he brought his arm back to rest at his side, but his eyes still lingered on my body. What about you? He finally prodded me. I hesitated, looking away. I was sure how he'd react when I tell him he'd run off again, specifically against his orders. Noticing my pause, Riley spoke up. She came back with me. We've been waiting for you to wake up. It's been a lovely time. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel stilled, his eyes the only thing moving. They kept scanning my face, once again in disbelief. He didn't run. I furrowed my eyebrows and started to answer, but Riley cut me off. She didn't. Like I said, she came back with me. It was my turn to be confused. I wanted to turn and ask Riley what he was playing at, but I didn't get the chance. His foot moved the egg into my hip, applying a small pressure. He didn't voice anything, but I knew what he was trying to say. If I told Samuel the truth, it'd pay the price. I looked up to see Samuel staring at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I took a deep breath, modeling my words after Riley. What he said hadn't been a lie. It just was the entire story. Achidi caught me running in the woods, but I had come back with him to the safe house. Samuel didn't need to know it was unwittingly unconscious. I came back with Riley. The sentence came out smoother than I expected, surprising even myself. Samuel had been listening carefully to my answer, but as soon as I spoke, his face slowly twisted into a wide and lopsided grin. His expression lit up his entire face and made him into a new person. It was infectious, and had I been in any other situation, I would have smiled too. He shook his head slightly, watching me with a glint in his dark eyes. They lit up with his new expression, and for the first time, I noticed small specks of blue dancing around his irises. As soon as I noticed, though, he finally broke eye contact and tilted his head up to Riley. Achidi'd been watching Samuel closely, but the minute he started smiling, Riley noticeably relaxed. Riley looked down at Samuel and laughed once. You know, you look like shit, Samuel. Samuel returned the gesture. I could say the same for you. He paused, flitting his eyes over me. Both of you. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Riley suddenly started to retreat from behind me, waving his hand lazily. As he spoke, he moved back to the other corner of the room to sit down. Yeah, well, we can't all be as pristine as Bray. Samuel barked out a laugh. It was sudden and abrupt and caught me slightly by surprise. I managed to hold back a flinch, but Samuel noticed my muscles tensing. He lowered his voice somewhat as he responded. Where is he? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told you. H.E.S. finishing them off. I told him to find that leader too. I have a couple questions for her. Placing his hands behind his head and closing his eyes, I tried not to think about his words, tried not to let them affect me. But questions kept running through my mind. Did he mean they went back to the other safe house? Did they kill every last person out here? I shuddered at the thought. Some of those people were mere children and innocent in all of this. Most of them had nothing to do with Damaria's plan. They'd only been the families that made up the rest of the group. Samuel was quiet and I noticed him watching me. He was probably preparing himself for the impending explosion of my emotions. However, I managed to keep a level face. I forced the pictures of all the innocent people out of my mind and let a dark, numbing sensation take over. "How are you feeling?" he asked me after a while, his eyes never leaving my face. I noticed he stared me down quite a lot, but I knew now was the time to call him out on it. But that didn't stop me from wishing he would look away to give me a single moment to myself. "Fine," I lamely told him. He cocked his head to the side, raising his eyebrows. Clearly, I was not fine, and he could see right through my facade. I heard Riley start to move behind me and panic crept into my heart. My chest tightened as my heart rate increased, and I was sure it was the only thing Samuel could now hear. I tried desperately to slow it and not to look behind me, calming myself with reassuring thoughts. Samuel just had to think everything was normal. It was that hard. "My side hurts," I blurted out. He furrowed his eyebrows and looked at my blood, so close. Samuel shook his head, calling over my shoulder. "Riley, how long are we staying here?" "We're staying the night. That LL give you enough strength and brain enough time," he simply stated. "Samantha needs to get back. She needs medical attention." But I quickly cut him off. "I'm fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I can manage the night. You were shot too. More than me. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And probably with Silver. You need time to heal." I rambled. "I just need some sleep. That's all." Samuel looked at me skeptically. I plastered a smile on my face though, not allowing any other emotion through. Sure, my side burned and ached like nothing else. Sure, I wanted to collapse and sleep for weeks. Sure, I was beginning to feel like passing out. But I couldn't let that show. Riley laughed. "She sounds fine to me." Samuel groaned and shifted his weight, lying on his back once more. He stared up at the ceiling and the minute his eyes left mine, I let my smile fall and closed my eyes. Everything threatened to seep in, but I pushed it back. I couldn't lose it. I felt Riley's gaze on me, and no matter how desperately I wanted to avoid it, I turned my head to look back. Sure enough, his red eyes were burning holes into me. He had a deadly expression on his face, and to be honest, it made me want to flinch. But I held his fixed stare. 1,000 threats were poured into his facial expression, and he didn't need his voice to make them known. When I finally realized he was going to look away, I slowly brought my head to face Samuel again. He was still staring intently at the ceiling, as if deep in thought. I held back a sigh and moved to mimic his position. Honestly, the ceiling was a much better view than Riley's cold glares. Samuel didn't move as I laid down a small distance away from him. I stayed close to the fire, so I figured he wouldn't take it personally. The minute I was lying on my back, I felt as if I never wanted to sit up again. Sleep tugged at my eyes, but I refused to let it take me just yet. I didn't want to be sleeping when I was trapped with 2 werewolves who were wide awake. Several silent minutes passed until I was sure both Samuel and Riley were resting. Just as I was allowing myself to slip into unconsciousness as well though, Samuel's whispers echoed in my ears. "Are you really okay?" It took a moment for me to answer, but I eventually whispered a small, "I will be." Was Riley telling the truth? I furrowed my eyebrows, looking in Riley's direction. Samuel heard my unvoiced concern and again softly spoke. Ceaseless sleep. I nodded to myself, thinking of Samuel's question. I was more awake now, but it still confused me. Can't you tell if they GS lying? It's harder with werewolves. Oh, I breathed. I thought carefully for a moment, delicately wording my next sentence. He was right. I came here with him. Samuel was silent for a moment. Why, his question caught me off guard. 1,000 responses flew into my mind. But before I could stop myself, I blurted out the poorest one possible. I don't know. He laughed once. I don't get you. Samantha. A smile tugged at my lips. Honestly, I don't either. Well, what am I supposed to do about that? I held back a sigh. The last thing I wanted to do was banter with Samuel. That's your problem. Samuel laughed again. I don't see that as much of a problem. More like a challenge. I forced a laugh but didn't say anything. Silence fell for a few minutes. It crept in and filled every crevice of our small room until it was the only thing I could hear. I knew Samuel wasn't asleep yet, for whatever reason, and it was slowly driving me mad. I had things I wanted to know, and now, with Riley asleep, was the best time to ask. Where's Peyton? Riley said, "Yes, off in the forest." I bit my lip, taking care of the rest of them. Samuel was silent for a moment before he reluctantly responded. Yes, all of them. All of them. Horror crept into my heart, but I tried to keep my voice level. What's the point? What do you mean? I mean, why would you kill all of them? The families. Not all of them had something to do with it. Samuel didn't answer for a long time. I didn't think he would. But finally, after several tense minutes, his voice stiffly came out. It doesn't matter to Rai. They were all technically part of the human resistance. Does it matter to you? What I want doesn't matter. I'm not the alpha, he whispered heavily. I furrowed my eyebrows, opening and closing my mouth several times. There were so many things wrong with what he said. So many retorts I wanted to spit out. But I didn't think I could tell him any of them. Riley might be asleep, but once he woke up it wouldn't be hard for him to know it upset Samuel. Samuel stayed silent, patiently waiting for me to explode. I shook my head once more, just to make sure I wouldn't, before I spoke again. So, what's the plan now? Now he paused, surprised at my change of topic. Right now we should be sleeping. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I meant tomorrow. I could almost hear him shrug. Not sure. Go back home, I guess. Get you to the doctor. My heart stunned at the word home. We were going back to where we lived, but I was sure I would never see it as home again. When I didn't respond, Samuel shifted his weight and let out a long breath. Look, I just don't know what's going to happen. I haven't talked to Riley about you yet. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I softly replied. I didn't know what else to say. No, it's not. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I want to talk about things. The tone of his voice raised, he continued. Can we talk tomorrow? About everything. About us. I closed my eyes, willing back the tears. Never had I planned for there to be an us to talk about. Now, it seemed it was beyond inevitable, and I'd have to fake every last word. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 27, Pain and Panic. I woke up in the early hours of the morning, countless nightmares fresh on my mind. I was breathing heavily, sprawled out on my back, with my limbs folding over my chest. The fire next to me had died long ago, and small rays of sunlight were emerging from the treetops outdoors. Beads of sweat fell across my forehead, but I quickly wiped them away, thinking only of the images flashing through my weary mind. Sleep had come quickly last night. After Samuel finally let me be, I'd listened carefully to his measured breathing, once I was sure he was passed out. However, It was the peaceful slumber I slipped into. Countless and tortuous dreams tormented me. Images of my family, bloody and lifeless, were the main themes. In more than one nightmare, I was the one that had killed them. I was tired, even though I slept. I didn't know how much rest I'd actually gotten. After each nightmare, I'd wake up only to find I was still in the small cement house, still sleeping next to a dying fire. Though I was always shivering, I'd be covered in sweat. When I would finally fall back asleep, another nightmare would ensue. This caused a vicious cycle, the visions only getting exceedingly horrifying and twisted as the night went on. Riley and Samuel never noticed my constant waking-ness, and I made sure to keep it that way. Surprisingly, I'd gotten quite skilled at staying quiet. However, with the images of my bloody family plaguing my mind, I wasn't sure how much longer I would last. I was suddenly called from my thoughts when I heard an abrupt and loud noise right outside the door. I whipped my head to the wall downward, watching carefully for any sign of movement. At the same time, Riley shot up from his position in the far corner of the room, readying himself for any sign of danger. Samuel immediately followed, placing himself directly in front of me. When the door started to open though, they both visibly relaxed. My eyebrows furrowed at a sudden change of demeanor, and I painfully lifted myself to my knees to peer around Samuel's wide frame. Sure enough, the door was fully opened and the morning dew was starting to seep inside. Just beyond the door were 3 figures, though only one of them was standing. When I tried to get a better look at the others, my gaze was cut off by the first from walking towards us. When I saw who the large figure belonged to, I understood Riley and Samuel's instant relief. Peyton Bray was slowly walking into the house, quickly closing the door once he was inside. I immediately noticed he was covered in dirt and missing his shoes. His clothing was slightly torn and his bright blue eyes were tired. This didn't take away from his overpowering presence though. And when he walked through the doorway he seemed to take up the entire room. "Bray, it's about damn time," Riley suddenly growled. "Sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I ran into some problems. He jerked his head behind him, causing Samuel and Riley to follow the motion. Riley nodded, looking back to Peyton. "Why didn't you call? It wasn't anything I couldn't handle." Slowly relaxing, Riley laughed. "Obviously. What happened?" It was then that Peyton's gaze rested on me. Crouching behind Samuel, his cold eyes held mine in a tight hold, never allowing me to leave. It was only a moment he looked at me, but it felt like much longer. Deciphering what his gaze held was impossible, and I soon felt the overwhelming need to apologize for even trying. "Maybe we should talk outside." Finally looking away, Samuel shifted his weight. Glancing down at me, Riley did the same, casually nodding. He didn't say anything but walked past us all and through the door. Peyton quickly followed him, leaving me alone with Samuel. "What was that about?" I quietly asked, falling back to sit on the hard floor. Samuel turned to face me, taking in my ragged state. He shrugged his shoulders in response, not bothering to say anything. I watched him carefully as he started picking up the various things that littered the small room, piling them into bags he pulled from the back. As he worked, all evidence of us spending the night was gradually disappearing. A few silent minutes passed and I could tell Samuel was listening to the conversation happening outside. His face was twisted in concentration, and though he continued packing our belongings, he was distracted. I waited for him to become fully immersed in their conversation before I tensed my muscles, ready to try and stand. I knew from the start it would be difficult, and I didn't want Samuel hovering over me while I made the attempt. I was too stubborn and prideful to admit I needed help. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I failed miserably. My legs gave out and I stumbled to the side. catching my weight on my bad wrist. A mangled cry left my mouth, immediately notifying Samuel of my failed attempt. I desperately tried to readjust myself and play it off, but Samuel was by my side in an instant. He quickly pulled me up from the ground and led me to the small seat of the windowsill. I leaned against it, half sitting and breathing heavily, as Samuel regarded me with concern. "You're not looking good," he mumbled, almost to himself. "Thanks," I muttered. I rolled my eyes before bringing my gaze to the floor. He didn't even know the half of it. I shifted under his intense stare as both of my hands went absently to my side. They'd grow accustomed to resting there, always attempting to ease the constant burning of the gunshot. Samuel followed my motion, his eyes narrowing in on my wound. "We'll get that taken care of when we get back." I stayed silent, not really believing him. If anything waited for me back home, it was more pain. Samuel started to say something, but he was quickly cut off when the door opened. Riley walked through, glancing at the two of us before running his gaze around the room. "Bray is pulling the car up now." Samuel sprang into action, picking up the large backpacks that now scattered the floor. Riley helped him with a few, not bothering to acknowledge me. They both left the room for a minute and I began to wonder if I was expected to follow. Just as I was gathering my strength to walk, Samuel came back in. He held out his hands and stepped towards me. Knowing I had no other options, I took one of his arms in both of my hands, gripping tightly for support. He brought his other arm around my waist, supporting the weight I couldn't manage. Then slowly, he led me out of the house. It was a beautiful morning, and that was an understatement. The trees seemed to glisten with morning dew as rays of sunlight broke through their thick branches. The grass was slightly wet and bright green, with small clumps of weeded flowers scattered to the tree line. From there, they broke off and crept up the rough bark of the trees, molding the scenery into one perfect portrait. I didn't get too long to admire the rare sight before Riley was in front of us, ruining my perfect moment with his red eyes and wide smirk. I tried to hold back a sigh, but it seemed he was too preoccupied to notice any resentment on my part. He regarded Samuel with pursed lips, an unvoiced thought lingering there. "Peyton's bringing the truck." He finally spoke, his words coming out slow and careful. Samuel nodded, understanding flashing across his face. Before he could respond, though, Riley spoke again. "HES got a load in the back." What I asked him to grab. Samuel scrunched his face in confusion, watching Riley carefully. I mimicked his actions, noticing Riley's unusually cryptic words. However, after a moment, understanding dawned on Samuel. He was silent, furrowing his eyebrows in concentration. Samuel's eyes darted to mine for a quick moment as he finally responded. "There's some blankets back in the house." Riley smirked again and nodded, casually strolling past us and back into the white, stone building. I watched him for a moment before Samuel began pulling me forward, diverting my attention. "What was that about?" I asked slowly. Samuel shrugged. "Nothing." Annoyance tugged at my heart and I cowed and helped but grow heated from his response. My carefulness were out the window, quickly replaced with my temper. "Obviously it's something. You just won't tell me." He glanced back at the building inside. It's nothing. Bray brought the truck, so I'm going to sit with you in the back. There's not enough room up front." And I did panting. "And nothing." He spoke lightly. "Riley's got some stuff back there, and wanted to know how to make the ride more comfortable. Don't tread too much into it." I raised my eyebrows, my lips forming a tight line. Before I could retort, Riley was back in front of us. I jumped at his unexpected and prompt arrival. He smiled lightly, glancing at Samuel before clearly noticing my irked expression. "Trouble in paradise." Samuel scoffed and I quickly darted my gaze to the grass, hiding my annoyance. I could feel Riley's eyes on me though, and I knew the message his sentence implied. I had to make Samuel happy, not give him trouble. "No matter," Riley spoke after an awkward silence. "Bray's ready. Come on." He started walking to the other side of the building and Samuel and I immediately followed. When we came to the opposite end of the clearing, a large truck was pulling up from a gap in the trees. It was white with a small, two-person cabin and an extended back half. Peyton jumped from the front seat and moved to the back, lifting a latch to raise the sliding metal door covering the trunk. Samuel guided us to where Peyton stood and whisked as he finished lifting the door. Inside the truck was dark and stuffy. Various things were scattered along the floor, everything pushed up to the walls. A few small items had fallen from their place though, littering the floor. I quickly scanned the items, searching for anything suspicious or covered in blankets. My eyes rested on a small heap to the left of the truck where multiple blankets covered what was underneath. "Ure?" Samuel suddenly asked. I was brought back to the moment as Samuel removed his arm from my shoulder, causing me to stagger slightly. He quickly steadied me though, holding firmly to my arms. Feeling eyes on me, I glanced up to see Peyton curiously watching Samuel's gentle grasp. Peyton suddenly spoke. "It really is true. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Samuel glanced up at Peyton only to see he was staring at me once more. I avoided his gaze though, knowing it would hold me captive and cause fear to quickly rise. I watched Samuel's face flash with an untold emotion. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Peyton shrugged, putting his hands in his pockets. "It's hard to believe. You can't blame me." Samuel paused, thinking for a moment. "I wouldn't believe it myself if it didn't happen to me." He laughed once, adjusting his grip on my arms. I tried following their conversation, but once again I felt eyes on me. I looked up to see Riley standing a few feet away, arms crossed and eyes blazing. He was staring me down, forcing every threat possible into one look. I flinched back, wishing I hadn't looked up in the first place. Samuel noticed and took the motion for Payne. "Let's get you in, Samantha." Samuel softly spoke. He nodded to Peyton, who returned the gesture before walking back around the truck. When he was gone, Samuel's gaze softened, resting on me. He searched my features, smiling sadly. "This is probably going to hurt." Before I could respond, HED picked me up, one arm under my legs and the other supporting my back. I gasped in shock and pain at his sudden movements, but as quickly as it happened, I was released once more. Confused, I opened my eyes. I hadn't realized did shut to see I was at the back of the truck, leaning against the hard metal surface. Samuel was back at the entrance, quickly sliding the door back down. When he did, I was overcome with complete and suffocating darkness. I could hear Samuel's footsteps coming back towards me, and I suddenly wanted nothing more than to be far, far away from him. I don't know if it was the darkness, my pain, or the uncertainty of the entire scene, but something inside of me was threatening to snap. I tried desperately to keep my breathing steady and my heart rate normal. However, the closer he came, the faster they both went. When he was standing in the space in front of me, I was close to having a panic attack. "Samantha, what's wrong?" Samuel asked, quickly crouching in front of me. I couldn't see his face, but I suddenly felt his hand on my leg. I flinched violently, scooting back further into the wall. The movements hit my side and I gasped in pain, willing the sensation to the back of my mind. I couldn't deal with both pain and panic. I knew that Samuel was confused and I could hear his soft words attempting to soothe me. However, my breaths were already being cut short. It breathed in as much air as my lungs could hold, but it didn't seem as if I could exhale. But each time I did, my lungs wouldn't comply. Suddenly, it felt as if I was suffocating. My hands reached up to my chest, pushing against my heart and neck, trying hopelessly to make my body obey my mind. Then suddenly, it was light again. It was the same light as before, but a white and unnatural glow that cast harsh shadows. I blinked several times as my eyes adjusted. When they did, I saw Samuel was still crouched in front of me, but he was holding a small phone in his hand, the white light coming from the tip. Now that I could finally see, my heart decided to start calming down. My lungs shakily exhaled the air they'd taken on, and when they did, I realized how dizzy I suddenly was. When Samuel saw my head spin, he carefully moved to sit next to me, holding the phone steadily in his hand. I barely noticed his movements as I could only focus on further calming myself down. After several tense and quiet moments, I finally heaved a large sigh. My hands left my chest and rested in my lap as I fumbled with my fingers. Samuel was still sitting next to me, unmoving. I dared a glance in his direction, only to find he was staring right at me the entire time. I shied away from his intrusive stare, looking instead at my feet. His voice met my ears, barely above, a whisper. "Are you all right? What happened?" I shook my head. The last thing I wanted to do was talk, but I knew he wouldn't let me ignore him. "I don't know. It just got darkened," I sighed, searching for an answer to my anxiety. I soon found there wasn't one. "I don't know." Samuel nodded, shifting his weight and slowly bringing a hand to mine. I tried not to flinch, but I was suddenly so overcome with exhaustion. It was hard. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I should have thought about that. The truck suddenly started moving. I whipped my head up, looking around as various small objects fell haphazardly to the ground. Samuel noticed them too and let out a small laugh. Trying to diffuse the tension, he watched me anxiously, waiting for me to break down once more. I managed a small smile to let him know that for the moment, I was all right. As the truck bounced along the road, several more items bounced with it. I watched twirly as backpack slipped, supplies falling from their contents. One smaller bag fell on the heap on the far side of the truck and bounced lightly to the ground. I watched, confused, as it pulled a piece of blanket along with it. My eyes widened at what I saw when the blanket had been pulled away. A cold chill ran up my spine and a large pit settled in my stomach. My face paled and my hands went slack, no longer mindlessly fidgeting with my shirt. "Samantha?" Samuel questioned, following my gaze. When his eyes rested on what I saw, his face flashed with apprehension. He tried speaking again, but I was already gone. There was nothing that could pull me away from the thing sticking out from the blanket. Nothing that would erase the image from my mind. Nothing that would stop the fear seeping into my skin. It was lying limply in the air as if suspended by invisible strings. Blood was seeping through, dripping to the metal floor. The shadows from Samuel's light only aided in the dead and cold or emanating from its tips. A hand. He pulled me back from the brink of death, only to imprison me in his world. I thought I had escaped that terrifying place, but fate pushed me back into his arms. Chapter 28. "I didn't want to freak you out," I screamed. I don't know how it sounded because honestly, I could no longer hear. All of my senses were focused on what appeared to be part of a dead body lying only feet away from me. My legs flailed, pushing me as far away from the hand as possible. I've AP registered Samuel helping me along the wall and calling out my name, but I didn't answer him. Then suddenly, he left my side. Achiti laid the phone beside me, and I grabbed it quickly, holding to the light for dear life. I followed Samuel's movements and watched as he forcefully pulled the blankets around the hand, adjusting whatever else was under the material. When he came to sit next to me again, he rested his fingers on my arm. I didn't move. I cowered. My eyes were still trained on the place had seen the gory hand, and they never wanted to leave. Though I could only view the dark material of the blankets now, I knew what was underneath. Nothing could shield that anymore. I suddenly felt a small pressure on my chin, pulling my face to the side. Before I knew what was happening, I was staring into the eyes of Samuel. His fingers gripped my chin, just hard enough to hold my face in place. "Samantha, look at me." Samuel's voice came out gently. I reluctantly did as I was told. My eyes stopped darting to the side, but instead focused on the face before me. Familiar dark eyes, stubbledy chin, wide nose. The longer I stared, the more that I surprisingly calmed down. It seemed as if focusing on Samuel's features forced my brain to think of something other than the limb hanging in my memory. Samuel eventually dropped his hand, but I didn't divert my gaze. I took a deep breath, searching his features for an explanation. What was that? I slowly asked, despite knowing exactly what it was I saw. Samuel closed his eyes inside, and I somehow knew he was about to play it off. Before he got the chance to speak, I interrupted. Don't you dare tell me it was nothing. That was nothing. You're not stupid. He opened his eyes and let a small smile come to his face. I guess I should have seen that one coming. Samuel, I snapped, the smile disappearing as quickly as it came. I don't know what to tell you. Samantha, how about you start with why there was a bloody hand under a pile of blankets? I didn't want you to freak out. Great job you did there. Finally breaking my gaze away, I looked down to my lap, suddenly not wanting to face the rest of the truck. We were still bouncing along the dirt road, and things were continuously being thrown around. There was no guarantee the blanket hadn't shifted again. Why are you carting dead bodies around? Samuel stilled, shock lining his face. He thought for a moment before painfully uttering his next words. They're not dead. Samantha. My expression followed his, though fear melded with my shock. As well. What? He shook his head, glancing up at the spot I was avoiding. Bray found them. Why you want some answers? They're human, I practically whispered, panic creeping up my spine. Yes, but you don't need to worry. They won't hurt you. He quickly spoke, misplacing my fears. Bray will take care of them when we get back. I nodded, biting my bottom lip. It was the humans I was worried about. The only thing running through my mind was the fact that if I didn't listen to Rai, the bloodied hand and unconscious body would easily be mine. Who is it? I suddenly asked, recalling the countless faces of Damaria's people. I can't tell you that. I shook my head, pushing away my annoyance. However, Samuel clearly saw through my weak facade. It's not that I don't want to tell you. Riley just doesn't want anyone to know. We're not even telling the pack. My interest piqued. How does that work? What do you mean? I mean, how would they not know? They're everywhere. Samuel laughed, folding his arms in his lap. It does seem like that, doesn't it? Why wouldn't you tell them? I tried again, ignoring how he danced around my previous question. Riley just doesn't want everyone freaking out. There were a lot more people with Damaria than we originally thought. He doesn't want the pack to panic. I agree. I furrowed my eyebrows. That made no sense. Why on earth would they panic? They were just humans. His tone hardened. Humans can do a lot of damage. I bit my lip once more, staying silent for several long minutes. Samuel didn't seem too intent on starting up a conversation, either because HED taken back his phone and was typing away on the screen. His movements were foreign and out of place, but I didn't comment on it. The only time it ever interacted with Samuel was when he was following me traversing through the woods, so it was hard to think of him doing anything different. But now that I thought about it, it only made sense. Everyone had phones. Well, everyone but me. You should sleep, Samuel eventually commented, finally laying his phone down. He kept the light on, something I greatly appreciated. It's going to be a few hours. I tilted my head. How far are we? Maybe 3 hours from the edge of town. A bit longer after that. I meant, how far distance-wise? He paused, pursing his lips and thinking. I'm not sure. Maybe close to a little over 100 miles out. Why? I ignored him, a small smile spreading across my face. Even though I was caught running, it'd gotten pretty far. Granted, most of the miles traveled were in a car with Cade, but it walked a fair distance too. It was hard not to be proud of my small accomplishment, even if it didn't mean anything anymore. What are you smirking about? Samuel suddenly asked, I darted my gaze up to him for a small moment. My smirk widened a bit more as I used Samuel's method against him. "It's nothing." He laughed. It wasn't for store strained, but a full-sounding bark that echoed through my ears. "Tooth, Samantha." We fell into a comfortable silence. I had no intent on breaking it and was even debating trying to sleep again. However, the thought of Samuel catching me in a nightmare was enough to keep me awake. Samuel eventually broke the silence, much to my dismay. "You know, we should talk." "About what?" I slowly asked. "About what happened. I know you're still upset with me." I wasn't quite ready to have this conversation. Yes, I knew exactly how I felt and where I stood, but I also knew that I could share none of it with Samuel. Not anymore. Not now that Riley had threatened my family. I started fidgeting with my hands, picking at the skin on my fingers. What's there to talk about? It was long, tired, and heavy. "Look, I'm sorry for the things I said. It was uncalled for. I was pissed off and not thinking. I was confused for a moment before I remembered our encounter where it finally snapped. It was just after I realized Samuel lied to me, and I was beyond furious. To be honest, the conversation was still raw in my mind. The deception was as fresh as the worm on my side. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hiding my face from his and trying not to cringe at my next words. "I'm sorry." To Samuel shifted his position. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I paused. His voice reminded me of a small child waiting anxiously for a parent's praise. Was it really this easy to fool him? Finally, I laughed once, trying to hide my discomfort. "I guess so." "What?" "No angry insult." Samuel chuckled. "Don't push me. I'm used." From the corner of my eye, I saw him raise his hands in surrender. "Done. I don't think I could face that again." To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was terrifying. I rolled my eyes. "Right." He continued laughing. "No, I'm serious. You could be a seriously scary she-wolf." My body tensed. My nerves skyrocketed. His comment replayed in my mind, over and over again. No matter how hard I tried, it wouldn't even. I cowled and relax. It'd been an innocent remark, but it insinuated something far from it. "I'm not a wolf." I tried not to seethe, but I wasn't successful. Samuel unmistakably noticed my sudden change. "Look, I was just making a joke." He quickly backtracked. "I didn't mean anything by it." To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I responded a little too quickly, folding my arms across my chest. I held myself tightly, forcing back every emotion possible. Once I was sure my rashness wouldn't get the better of me, I slowly repeated myself. Samuel sighed, abruptly changing the subject. "It was a smart move. You should try and get some sleep. The doctor wants to see you as soon as we're back." I gently nodded my head, leaning it against the wall next to me. The metal was cold against my cheek, but it was the good kind of cold, the kind that allowed you to focus on the numbness. What's that dominated my mind? Fatigue quickly found me. Before I knew it, despite my best efforts, I was falling asleep to the sounds of Samuel's breathing. Chapter 29. Just call me a saint. The drive was long. I didn't sleep, no matter how much I tried. With each bump in the road, each nightmare that started, and each movement from Samuel, I was left more and more awake. So, I spent the time thinking. I thought about everything that happened previously and everything that was bound to follow our arrival back in town. The reality of the situation was pressing, and decisions needed to be made. So I started with the small things and worked my way up. The least of my worries was that I would probably no longer be allowed to work or to go anywhere. For that matter, I would have no more freedom in any sense of the word. Samuel would never leave me. That much. I needed to get used to his presence, which led directly to my next problem. I would probably be spending a lot more time with the wolves. If Samuel still insisted I move in with him, he'd probably be living with the rest of his kind. They would most likely all want to eat me alive. I was supposed to ignore this and push past my anger at Samuel. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At everyone. It'd have to do more than lie and fake emotion because they would see right through me. Riley would see right through me. There was no doubt in my mind Riley would constantly be watching me. That I was sure of. I'd monitor my every move and hold it over my head if I didn't live up to his expectations. Samuel had to be kept happy. If not, I was the only one that would get hurt. At that, my thoughts turned to Riley's threat, his demands. It was in that moment, in the dark of the truck with Samuel distracted beside me, that I finally allowed myself to dwell on the fact that my humanity wouldn't last much longer. If Samuel wanted to turn me, I couldn't refuse. Riley wouldn't let me. If I were to even try, my own life would be the least of my concerns. I saved my biggest concern for last. Knowing once I'd dwelled on this thought, all others would cease. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All other thoughts led me here. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My family, my small, broken family. I couldn't help but think of the possibility of arriving back home only to find they were gone. Dead. That thought broke me more than anything else could. They were all I had. I was hopeful that Riley hadn't harmed them, as I hadn't provoked him enough to do so. But they'd been left alone with James, and that was just as dangerous. These thoughts were enough to occupy my mind for days. So it was surprising when enough time had passed and the truck was suddenly being opened. When the light flooded our surroundings, I was given time to adjust, think, or move. Samuel scooped me up and brought me directly to the hospital. I was in the same hospital where we resided. That much I knew. It was where all the humans were treated. Where I was, what floor, or even what room, was left a mystery. When Samuel brought me through the sliding doors, a whirlwind of people hit me. I vaguely recognized a few of their faces from when I visited Will, but none of them would look directly at me. They followed orders barked at them by Samuel, hurriedly preparing what was needed to make me whole again. They brought me to this room, placed me on the bed, and cleaned me up. It was absolute hell. They dressed and sewn up my gunshot wound, force needled into my skin, pushed medicines down my throat, and mumbled about infection and treatments. I was a rag doll in their hands, a broken dish they were intent upon forcing back together. It seemed like lifetimes before they left. When they did, it was only after they were temporarily satisfied with the endless supply of fluids and pain medication dripping into my body. I was now lying back on the bed in a white gown with matching knitted blankets pulled up to my shoulders. I was supposed to be sleeping, but I was only fading in and out. For some reason, my body wouldn't let me fully relax. The reason couldn't be that Samuel was continuously staring at me from across the room. "Will you stop?" I finally called out, shifting the blanket around me. My sleep deprivation left me utterly exhausted and therefore short-tempered. I was normally able to ignore his intrusive stares, but today they were dominating my consciousness. Enthusiasm. After the rush of doctors started to recede, I thought Samuel would leave to be examined. But the hospital workers didn't so much as glance at him. He seemed to be in perfect health. It was as if the past week never happened. Stop what? I crossed my arms, ignoring the wires that tangled around me. "You know what?" I grumbled. "You're supposed to be sleeping. You know." My eyes rolled dramatically. "I know. Do you need something to help you?" He started to stand, motioning to someone through the open door. He quickly caught an Ursa's eye and she began a slow trudge to my room. "No, I quickly cried. He looked back at me curiously but didn't stop the nurse. I frantically continued. No, I don't need anything. I'll fall asleep in no time. No time at all. No drugs needed. I rambled, waving my hand. To prove my point, I leaned my head back once more and pretended to get comfortable. Samuel stayed in place, continuing to watch me before he waved off the woman who came to the door. When she was gone, he slowly wandered to my bed. My body involuntarily tensed at his presence, but I tried not to let it show. So far, it put on a pretty good show of trust, and I was going to stop now. You're acting a little crazy, he told me. Meta, are you sure you don't want anything? I would stay here the whole time you were asleep. That's what I was afraid of. Being completely alone with Samuel while I was in a drug-induced sleep. I forced my body to relax and pushed out a yawn. It'll be fine if you just stop staring. Raising his hands in surrender. Fine. Anything for you. Samuel made his way back across the room to sit in the armchair he'd been occupying all afternoon. It was a light-coloured woodwood with green cushions and seemed extremely out of place compared to everything else. The rest of the room was plain and colourless. My bed, the table designed to hover over me, even the equipment. A large window was to my right, but the curtains had been shut to hide the outside view. He settled himself in the uncomfortable chair and pulled out his phone. When I was sure he wouldn't move, I turned away from him and closed my eyes for what seemed like the 100th time. I was immediately met with visions of guns and bloodied family members. I was almost used to these pictures running through my mind by now, but they still stung, preventing me from even thinking about sleep. After only a few short minutes, I opened my eyes and trained them on the heart monitor sitting next to me. It beeped monotonously but kept track of the time passed. I let the rhythm to lull me into a numb state, where I was allowed to lay on the bed and pretend to be anywhere but here. Eventually, though I'm not sure how, I fell asleep. It was, once again, fitful and nightmarish. When I woke up, the room was dark and the door was shut. A bright light shone underneath the crack, illuminating the few pieces of furniture in the room with me. My gaze glanced over Samuel, who was still sitting in his chair, but now with his head slumped on his shoulder. I shook away the images remaining in my mind and pulled the blanket and countless cords off of my body. My feet swung around and hit the floor, and when I was ready, I pulled myself up to stand. I swayed only slightly, but for the most part, held a firm position. When I was sure I wouldn't fall, I quietly padded away from my bed and towards the bathroom door next to Samuel. The minute I got a foot away from my bed, though, something caught on my arm and fell to the ground. It crashed and bounced, sending an abrupt noise to the still and quiet room. Not another moment passed before Samuel was on his feet, searching the room wildly. I paused, ignoring Samuel, and half turned to glare at the tangled cord that knocked my cup of water to the floor. When I was sufficiently satisfied that nothing else would fall if I moved, I started towards the bathroom once more. I was stopped, however, by Samuel's broad frame stalking towards me. "What are you doing?" he called out. His voice held to many emotions: worry, concern, to my ancient extraordinaire Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and a touch of hurt. I was confused until I realized the scene HED woken up to. It was the middle of the night and I was sneaking in the direction of the front door. The bathroom was right next to it, but of course, that wouldn't be Samuel's initial thought. I was just trying to go to the bathroom, I quickly muttered. He was beside me now, untangling a cord I hadn't noticed that was attached to my wrist. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He looked at me warily, watching my lost expression. Finally, he shook his head and sighed. "Sure." I cowed and pulled back my scarf. "If you're that worried about me running, then maybe you just tie me up. Works for everyone else. Stop being so dramatic." He rolled his eyes and tried to hold back a frown. His hand was still on my wrist, though the wire was long gone. eyes glancing over my expression as I shifted under his stare. I was still fuming at his comment, and I was certainly not holding back my glare. Eventually, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He met my eyes and softened. Come on, I'll help you to the bathroom. I let him help me to the door, where he waited patiently for me to finish my business. I gave myself enough time to compose my features and push back my anger. But I was through and ready to face Samuel. He carefully led me back to the bed and pulled the blankets around my shoulders. I leaned my head against the flat pillow and pressed a button that raised the back of the bed and allowed me to sit up. Samuel watched me warily, holding out his arms as if I was going to fall. It's going to be hard to sleep sitting up, don't you think? He asked after a while. I adjusted my pillow and closed my eyes, wishing I could ignore him. I'm not tired. I got enough sleep. I think we both know true. I raised one eyebrow while opening my eyes to a slit. When I saw his hardened expression, I closed them again and remained silent. I was finding that it was easier to say nothing than to risk the wrong words escaping my mouth. Samuel slowly lowered himself to sit at the foot of my bed. His hand rested on my cuff and I fought the urge to pull it away. How are you feeling? Fine, I quickly responded. Do you need any more pain medicine? No, you'll tell me if you do. No, sure. We fell into silence. It wasn't comfortable, but it was filled with unease. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was just there. Neither of us knew what to say, and I believed it was because neither of us knew what to do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No matter how I tried, Samuel knew I was still upset with him. He'd known me long enough to realize I didn't let things go so easily. Why he was confronting me about it was something I was going to bring up. I listened to the soft hum of voices outside my room, trying to discern what they were saying. It passed a bit of time and allowed me to focus on something other than Samuel's fingers running along my lower leg. How long will I be here? I suddenly broke the silence. Opening my eyes, they'd adjusted to the dark room now, and I was able to make out Samuel's features clearly. His main feature was exhaustion, and I could tell he needed several more hours of sleep before the bags under his eyes would disappear. He thought for a moment. I'm honestly not sure. They want to watch you and make sure everything is all right. There's a big chance your wound is infected. I'm fine. But he quickly cut me off. Samantha, he deadpanned. You were shot. I huffed out a short breath. So were you. More than once, I believe. Yeah, well, I heal quickly, he muttered. It was hard to tell he wasn't in the mood to argue. I quickly changed the subject, asking my next question before thinking it through. Can I see you while I'm here? I paused after I asked, watching him carefully. His eyebrows raised and then furrowed, and I instantly regretted my outburst. This was a question I wanted an answer to. He was quiet for a moment longer before slowly saying, I don't see why not. Had I heard him right? Not here was no, absolutely no way. HUD never allowed me to see my family after I ran. I was supposed to be rejected, clicked down, and banned from speaking for the rest of the night. Samuel noticed my astonishment. His lip twitched, hinting at a small smile. Did you really think I wouldn't let you see him? I'm not that big of a dick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mind barely registering my words. His expression dark and I quickly recovered, catching up with the conversation. Sorry, not about that last part. You're really okay with me seeing him? His face fell back to normal and he shrugged. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mean, you can't go alone, but you can still see him. A large smile slowly spread across my face. I never expected there'd be allowed contact with my family. Never thought that Samuel would allow me any relationship outside of his. Thank you, I breathed. When can I see him? He looked at the curtains. I guess when morning finally decides to show up. My smile spread further. Thank you. Really? I repeated. This time a smile did appear on his face. I watched it light up his features like it had so many times before. He looked years younger with this expression, and it suited him greatly. Not that I would ever tell him that. Just call me a saint, he responded, waving his hands aimlessly. I tried to hold back a smile. Yeah, right. He looked at me with pure innocence, mock offense lining his amused expression. You don't think him a saint? You're a lot of things, Samuel, but I don't think a saint is one of them. I left. It was a loud noise. Abrupt and foreign. I couldn't remember the last time that sound came from my lips. Samuel was slightly shocked as well, but he recovered quickly. You hurt me, Samantha. I rolled my eyes, my small fit of laughter dying off. When I looked up again, Samuel had his dark eyes trained on mine. They held something unreadable, some untold thought or emotion. I was suddenly reminded of the past week, the pain and betrayal from every corner, and it was as if the world came crashing down around me, reminding me that I had nothing to laugh for. I cleared my throat, quickly glancing away, trying to remain casual. You should get some sleep. You look worse than me. I shook my head, attempting to clear my thoughts. He shrugged and momentarily took his hand off my leg, stretching his arms high above his head. No, I'm great. Besides, if you're in a good mood, we could talk about some things. What things? I held back a groan. I hated talking about things. This might have worked moments ago, but now every time I looked at Samuel I could only think of the reasons I ran from him. Mirroring those thoughts were Riley's threats, constantly reminding me that if Samuel wasn't happy, my family would be hurt. I tried to hold back a sigh. This was impossible. Samuel let out a small laugh. Well, I talked to Riley about everything. I told him about you, your situation, everything. My heart skipped a beat and I almost missed his next words. He agrees that things are different because at least one of the reasons you ran was your father. Stepfather, I automatically mumbled. He shot me a look, to which I mumbled a quick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel nodded. His hand moved to rest on my foot, where he rubbed small circles as he finished his explanation. I just decided to let you off pretty easy. I mean, considering you are human and all, and you broke one of the biggest laws. His voice trailed off for a moment while he thought of his next words. I tried desperately to hold my tongue and push back my glares. I just giving you a small sentence. Simple house arrest for a few weeks. Maybe less. House arrest. What did that even mean? Samuel noticed my confusion. It basically means you'll just be confined to a certain place, under surveillance, for a certain amount of time. Just one place. He nodded and I furrowed my eyebrows. So essentially, you're throwing me into a jail to rot away the rest of my days. Samuel's body stiffened slightly and he took a deep breath. When he spoke though, his voice was surprised and gentle. Of course not. It's called house arrest for a reason. So you're confining me to my house forever. No, he started, shifting his weight so he was sitting more fully on the bed. He paused the circular movements of his hand and gripped my foot lightly. My house. Chapter 30. I'm not so dense the bastard. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Conniving. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Riley knew Samuel would come to him. He knew Samuel would ask what to do with me, and what had he suggested? that I'd be locked inside his house for an immeasurable amount of time as punishment for something they deemed wrong. He was a genius, even in my current state. I couldn't deny it. I would be a fool not to realize what this meant. If I was locked away with Samuel as my only contact, not only would I be forced to be with him, but I'd be given that much more access to my life, my humanity, the very thing I was trying desperately to hold on to. There would be no running, no stopping him. I would be rendered helpless to his will. Samuel watched carefully as countless thoughts and emotions crossed my features. I tried to keep my face numb and untelling, but it wasn't working. I knew it wasn't. My brain was sluggish, my body was tired, and I was coming to the ends of my ropes. Samuel read me like an open book. I knew he saw the pain and fear etched permanently in my eyes, and there was absolutely nothing at it. No matter how hard I fought against it, how much willpower I had, or how many times I convinced myself it'd be all right, my resolve eventually had to end somewhere. Suddenly, I was panicking. I didn't know why. I'd expected this punishment, or at least something like it. I knew that the minute I stepped back into this town, Riley would cause me a world of hurt. He would make sure I was exactly what he and Samuel wanted. There was no way around it. So why was it that when my fate was finally revealed, I had wave after wave of panic, dread, and anxiety crash upon me? Tense minutes passed. I tried calming myself. I truly did. However, with each one gone, another piece of my mind followed. Samuel was silent. He didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. And the situation was quickly turning into an impending storm. Each minute, each second, signified one more wave pushing me further under a frenzied ocean. Samuel was at the surface, waiting, while unbeknownst to him, I fought to breathe. My breaths were short and shaking in time with my hands. I planted them firmly in my lap, trying desperately to shield the tremors from Samuel's watchful eye. My heart was racing. The monitor beside me registered the accelerated pace. The beeping noise quickened until it sounded like one solid high-pitched drone. I didn't acknowledge it and prayed Samuel would do the same. He couldn't know what his words were doing to me. Riley would find out and we'd all be dead. Samuel opened his mouth, worry lines etching deeper into his skin. The smile he held before was nowhere to be seen, replaced instead with a man that had too many troubles. He looked at me with a pained expression as his body went stiff, watching intently as I slowly unraveled. When the heart monitor didn't calm down, he nodded to himself and smiled sadly at me. His gaze darted to the door, leading to the myriad of hospital staff. Before I could say anything, he called for them. Another wave hit me. This time, it forced every last bit of air out of my lungs. I fought frantically to breathe in again, but it wasn't working. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get air. There was nothing there. My hands snaked to my chest and throat where they clutched and pulled at my skin, fighting to find a new way to breathe. What happened? A woman suddenly spoke. I shot my gaze up to see a petite woman with short blonde hair. She was standing in the middle of the group of workers that had just flooded the room. They each had their gazes drilled into me, silently assessing my declining state. I flinched away from them, but they did not rush me like before. For whatever reason, they stood rooted in place. I suspected it had something to do with the werewolf sitting at the foot of my bed, just having another panic attack. Samuel started, moving to the side as he spoke. Only when he moved was I immediately engulfed in what seemed to be an endless number of people. A light was shown into my eyes the same moment my legs and arms were gripped by numerous hands. I quickly realized I was thrashing wildly, my arms and legs striking at whatever they could make contact with. I told my limbs to stop. I told myself to calm down. I told my lungs to breathe. But my head was spinning. Nothing was making sense. And I still couldn't get any air. Eventually, things started to slow down. The nurses' and doctors' blood. A sensation was slowly overtaking my senses, dragging me far away from the hospital bed. The blonde woman's face was suddenly over mine, and she was speaking softly, though I couldn't make out the words. Her voice sang a soft lullaby, The sound overcame and filled my thoughts. In the next moment, I could only see darkness. My eyes fluttered open suddenly. There was no gradual ease back into reality. Rather, it hit me like a freight train. I was still in the hospital. Still in the same room. Nothing had changed from when they put me under. Not even Samuel sitting in his chair. He was sleeping, like the last time I awoke. And it almost felt as if nothing had happened. I could almost pretend Samuel and I never had a conversation. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The memories moved slow as molasses, but they were there. They just weren't making sense. Then again, the only thing I could really focus on was my throat. It was burning, begging for liquid. I noticed the water on the table beside me and reached out to it instantly. When my hand lifted up, though, it met resistance. My eyes groggily traveled down my arm to stare at my wrist. It was loosely tied to the side of my bed with a soft fabric. When I attempted lifting my other arm, I found the same thing. I groaned loudly and gradually lifted myself up to a sitting position, staring confused still at the two pieces of material binding me to the bed. Abruptly, I heard movement from across the room. By the time I lifted my head up, Samuel was beside me, eyeing me cautiously. I stared blankly back at him, my eyelids heavy and refusing to cooperate. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words would come out, though this would normally bother me. I couldn't find it in me to care. The only thing I wanted was water. Suddenly, I felt his hand on my arm. It was strange, almost comforting, feeling his flesh so delicately resting upon my own. His hand was light and gentle, only resting there to give me reassurance. My eyebrows furrowed at the sensation and I tried to sort through the reasons why I hated Samuel. "Samantha," he softly cooed. The hand lingering on my arm was brought up to my cheek. Unconsciously, I leaned into it. "Samantha, how do you feel?" Though I didn't move my head from his hand, my eyes glanced to the side where I'd seen the water. Samuel understood immediately and brought the cup to my lips, tilting it ever so slightly. The cool liquid fell into my mouth, reviving me slightly. He placed the cup back on the table and sat next to me while pressing a button on my bed. After a few moments and creaking noises, I felt the support of my mattress behind me, allowing me to lean back. I quickly did so, adjusting my weight so I was comfortable. When I was settled, Samuel rested his hand on my thigh. Blankets and my hospital gown separated his flesh from mine, and I was suddenly wishing he'd hold my cheek once more. The thought was unsettling and I quickly pushed it aside as exhaustion. "How are you feeling?" he softly asked. His frame was relaxed, along with his features. Dark eyes searched my own. My thoughts were barely starting to become coherent. It took what felt like hours to comprehend his question, then another day to finally speak. When I did eventually respond, my tone was laced with confusion. My wrists, I trailed off. My head rested on my shoulder and I stared down my arm to the soft material binding my limbs. Samuel smiled sadly. "We didn't know how you'd be when you woke up. Didn't want you hurting yourself." As he spoke, he reached forward and began untying the fabric. They were only loosely tied in the first place, so it wasn't hard for him to do. When the material was gone, I lifted my wrists to my face, examining them. Samuel chuckled lightly. "They must have really knocked you out. You're still pretty out of it, huh?" I narrowed my eyes, bringing one hand to hold the side of my head. "What happened?" My voice came out surprisingly smooth, but notably quiet. "Nothing." I sighed heavily, and when his words registered, I used all my strength to glare at him. This only caused him to smile. "Just testing you. You had a pretty nasty panic attack. I had them sedate you." I nodded slowly. The molasses of my thoughts were starting to make sense. After a few silent moments, I quietly asked for more water. Samuel quickly gave me the cup again, but this time let me hold it myself. I greedily drank the entire thing, emptying the small plastic cup in seconds. "Do you want more?" he asked when I handed the cup back. I shook my head and offered a quiet no. He nodded, searching my features. Can you tell me how you're feeling? I took a quick mental inventory. The longer I was awake, the more my consciousness came back to me. I was no longer confused as though to process things, I was just tired. To my agent extraordinaire, Marlene Nilben, thought thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ultimately sighed. You should get some more rest. Samuel took my hand lightly in his, keeping it placed in my lap. I didn't fight his grasp but decided to ignore it. How long was I asleep? I disregarded his request. He thought for a moment, frowning slightly. A long time. You slept the entire day yesterday and most of the night. It's about to be morning. That long? I breathed, dumbfounded. That long? You woke up a few times, but you were never up for long. I shook my head in disbelief. I didn't think I'd ever slept that long in my life. It makes sense, Samuel continued, lazily glancing around the room. With all the medicine you're on and what happened, your body needs to recover. Maybe a sedative forced it to do just that. It sure didn't feel like my body had recovered. I guess. I mumbled. Did you sleep or did you stay here the whole time? I slept here, he stated simply, returning his gaze to mine. I wanted to be here if you woke up or something happened. I bit my lip and nodded, bobbing my head to my chest. My hair fell across my features, hiding them like they'd done so many times before. So Samuel slowly started with a question in his voice. You ought to tell me what that was all about. What do you mean? My voice was low. My face was hidden. I mean, something set you off. You were just fine and then you weren't. Oh, I managed half a whisper. I knew exactly what he was talking about, and in my half-awake state, I couldn't find it in me to argue with him. Will you tell me about it? His question caught me off guard. It wasn't a demand or even a request. It was a plea to reveal my innermost thoughts we both knew were deep-rooted fears. Tired, Samuel, I eventually answered. Not only did I not have it in me to argue with him, I also didn't have the strength to open this tightly shut box or pretend to be something I wasn't fine. He slowly nodded. I know. I just want to know what you're thinking. I'm not so dense that I couldn't figure out what set you off. It was silent while he waited for me to gather my thoughts. I brought my head from my chest to lean against the mattress, where I stared at the wall beside Samuel's shoulders. It's just a lot. I tried to explain without revealing too much. My family, too. They're taken care of. I shook my head. You don't understand. I do. He quickly cut me off, squeezing my hand. Have you taken care of it? I knew you'd be upset and asking about your mother. I sent someone over there to check on her. He had my immediate attention. I brushed my hair aside, and my wide eyes landed on his. They were filled with tenderness and understanding. She's fine. One corner of his lips tilted up. Her husband is gone. I paused. Gone. He nodded. No one knows what happened. Your mother said he disappeared a few hours before we got back. I let that information slowly sink in. James was gone. Supposedly. It didn't make sense. Why eventually asked. Samuel was momentarily confused. Why, what? Why would he just run off like that? I shook my head, furrowing my eyebrows. He had no reason to run before, no matter how much we all wished he would disappear. The only thing that changed was Samuel. And as far as I knew, James had no idea about him. Samuel suddenly lowered his gaze. I might have asked someone to retrieve him for me. He must have caught wind. I blinked a few times, his voice swimming in my ear. You did what? I asked in disbelief. I asked someone. I held up my hand that he was holding, cutting him off. I heard what you said. Why did you do that? Trying to maintain his casual appearance. However, his gaze stayed averted. I knew it was important to you. I'd had a lot of time to think, especially on the drive back. I was silent. If I wasn't being careful, my jaw would have been on the floor. His words were registering in my mind, but I was believing them. I also was believing the fact that James had disappeared. It lived most of my life under his horrific reign, and to have him suddenly out of the picture wasn't something I ever thought could happen. So, 8 years gone. My voice came out barely above a whisper. Samuel lifted his eyes to meet mine. Before I knew it, a small smile was forming on my face. I suddenly felt as if an enormous weight had been lifted from my shoulders and buried deep in the ground. James was gone. He was gone. Even if it was temporary. Even if it was under questioning circumstances. He was gone. And that was a day I never thought I'd live to see. Can you please tell me what you're thinking? Samuel eventually broke my train of thoughts. His voice held a touch of concern and apprehension. It was only then I realized my face was morphed into an unreadable and half-mad expression. My eyes were wide. My jaw was open, and I was staring blankly at the space in between Samuel and me. I tried and failed miserably to form words, but that didn't stop a wide smile from spreading to my ears. I mean you. Samuel let a small smile tug at his lips. It'd be great if you could teach me that language. I don't understand gibberish. I shook my head fervently. Sorry. I trailed off. I don't even know what to say. Well, I guess there isn't much. I just wanted you not to worry. Thank you. I whispered. Words couldn't portray how much this single act meant to me. I didn't care so much about myself, but knowing that my mother would no longer have to live with James was enough to send me over the moon. For a moment, everything else was forgotten and I allowed myself to dwell on the fact that something had finally gone right. Samuel finally smiled my favorite smile. Anytime. Chapter 31. I don't need a wheelchair. I quickly reciprocated Samuel's smile. I couldn't help it. In that moment, a weight I'd been carrying for years was finally taken away. It was liberating. It was freeing. It made it seem as if everything would eventually be okay. They really mean a lot to you, don't they? Samuel suddenly questioned. I turned again to look at him. He'd been staring at the wall for the past few minutes, relishing in my small reprieve from reality. They're all I have. They're everything, I answered simply. I understand. He gave me a small grin, though it was laced with an emotion other than joy. I tried to catch it, but as soon as it came, it was gone. I furrowed my eyebrows, speaking before I knew what I was saying. What about you? What about me? He looked at me with curiosity and amusement. I bit my lip. Well, I mean, do you have a family? Samuel was surprised at my sudden forwardness. And to be frank, so was I. The question and my curiosity slipped out before I could stop them. My initial instinct was to retract my question and apologize, but I resisted the urge, letting the question linger heavy in the air. Emotions ran across Samuel's face, disappearing the minute they surfaced. He was quiet for a few moments, deep in thought and contemplating something weighing heavy on his mind. He stole a glance my way every few seconds, as if reassuring himself I was still there. When he finally did answer, his face was devoid of any emotion. The pack is my family. Oh, I breathed. Why the sudden interest? He gave me a sideways glance. I let out a long sigh. I don't know. I was just curious. He laughed once. The pack is all I have. He told me, though his voice was slightly strained. Riley's always been there for me and I hope I can always be there for him and the pack. At Riley's name, thoughts, memories, and threats flashed through my mind. My mood was instantly dampened. I didn't let that reach my face but gave Samuel a small smile. That's nice. I'm glad you have him. Samuel raised one eyebrow at me. I broke his gaze and stared once more at the wall. Just as he was about to say something else, there was a small and timid knock on the door. We both whipped our gazes to it, Samuel tensing slightly. After the third knock sounded, the light wooden door began to slowly open. A woman peeked her head through, glancing at Samuel as she did. He nodded once and it was enough for her to fully enter the room. When she was fully in view, I was able to recognize her as the woman from before who helped in sedating me. It was her voice that ultimately lulled me into what seemed to be a never-ending sleep. She spoke softly as she walked slowly forward. How are you feeling today? Her gaze darted between Samuel and me. Tired. I trailed off, suspicious of her intentions. Under no circumstances would I be sedated again. That's to be expected. She smiled sweetly, tucking away a piece of blonde hair into her ponytail. It was then I realized the bags and her monotone face of exhaustion she seemed to brand. She was older than me, probably middle-aged, with a petite frame that was heavily weighed down. The woman continued her way across the room and came to stand on the opposite side of the bed of Samuel. She looked over the monitors, writing a few things down here and there. No one in the room breathed and the sound of silence was deafening. How is your pain? She suddenly questioned, not looking up from what she was writing. I paused, realizing it was practically non-existent. Great. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She smiled again, nodding to herself. We'd like to take a look at your stitches and change your dressings before we move forward with anything else. You're not going to sedate me again, are you? The woman laughed lightly and I saw a small smile creep across Samuel's face. No, she clarified. We're not. I nodded and smiled back at the woman, relief flooding me. Though I wasn't intent on being sedated, I doubted I could have fought them off. I'm going to grab some supplies and I will be right back. The woman nodded to us before exiting the room. Samuel stood up from the bed, stretching his arms high above him. He sighed heavily as he moved away from me, retreating to the arm-chair in the corner of the room. You don't have to stay. You know, I told him, watching the door for the nurses to come back in. I'm not leaving. The next hour was a blur. The woman brought in other nurses to assist her, and they all worked quietly and quickly, as they peeled back bandages and rubbed cream around my wound. The pain started creeping in once more. I promptly ignored it, knowing additional pain medicine would only add state of exhaustion. So, I gritted my teeth and kept it. As they worked, they explained to me what they were doing and how my healing was progressing, but I didn't really pay attention. Most of their words were foreign. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All I could gather was that it would take longer than preferable before I was fully functioning again. Though that knowledge was frustrating, it didn't surprise me. Traversing through the woods with two species out to kill you wasn't exactly a walk in the park. I realized that the longer I stayed in the hospital, the longer I could postpone being locked away. Eventually, the nurses left. After they were gone, my wounds were cleaned, and various foods were forced down my throat. I was finally left on my own. Samuel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stayed with me, but it was hard to pay him any attention. I leaned back on my bed once more, closing my eyes and drifting in and out of consciousness. Now that I was moving, my pain was once again non-existent and I was left with a comfortable numbness. A calming silence filled each and every crack in the room, only adding to my relief. Samuel didn't attempt to speak to me, but allowed me solace in my small reprieve. The remainder of the day proceeded like that. Easy silence with countless naps. The blonde woman would come in every few hours to check on me, but that was the only anomaly in an uneventful day. When the clock read well into the evening, I voiced a thought that had been lingering in my mind. Can I see Will? I questioned Samuel, lifting myself to face him. He was currently sitting in his chair, though now it was pulled obnoxiously close to my bed. Between that and the medical equipment, there was much room. Samuel didn't seem to mind though, and he wasn't planning on moving his chair back anytime soon. And Samuel opened one of his eyes. His arms were folded across his chest and he was leaning back, his head falling against the back of the chair. To anyone else, it would have looked like he was sleeping. I, however, knew he never slept unless I did. I asked if I could see Will. I repeated in an even tone. My hands fidgeted with the blanket resting on my waist. I knew that HED agreed to let me see my brother previously. but that was before I had a slight mental breakdown and had to be sedated. Samuel shifted his weight, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. I don't have anything against that. He then paused, mulling over his thoughts. My heart sank, recognizing the uncertain expression he now wore. But I want to check with the doctors. I let out a heavy breath and tried to resist rolling my eyes. I just want to go sit with him. I'm not running across town or anything. I know. I just don't want to take any chances. He gave me a pointed look. You were shot, Samantha, so you keep reminding me. I grumbled. Samuel laughed and rose from his chair, pushing it back. He then stepped towards the door, leaving it half-open as he called to the nearest nurse on duty. He lingered just outside of my earshot, speaking with whoever it was in a low tone. I tried desperately to hear what they were saying, but he made sure that was impossible. Soon enough, he eventually came back through the door and walked over to me. I was surprised, however, to see someone trailing closely behind him. When I saw what they carted, it was impossible to hold back his cough. A wheelchair. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel shrugged, turning around and dismissing the nurse while grabbing the black chair. He placed it directly next to my bed so that I could easily maneuver onto it if needed. When it was locked in place, his hand reached out towards me, gesturing for me to take my place in the horrifying chair. I vehemently shook my head. I don't need a wheelchair. I figured you'd say that. Samuel looked as if he wanted to be annoyed, but a smile tugged at his lips. The nurses said that you shouldn't be moving around a lot. It could tear your stitches. Plus, you have a lot of medicine running through you. I'm not exactly sure I trust you to walk on your own. I'm fine, I insisted, narrowing my eyes. And I'm not sitting in that thing. What? You don't trust me? Samuel pouted. I rolled my eyes at his childish gesture. Pouting does not look good on you. Wolf boy. He barked a laugh. In wolf boy. Again. We're back to that. We never left. I grumbled, folding my arms across my chest. Samuel continued laughing, shaking his head. Look. He paused, moving closer to me and placing a large hand on my folded arms. I'm ready to take you to see your brother, but my one condition is the chair. It's not that bad. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I looked at it warily, treating it more as a snake than a simple piece of furniture. Having Samuel wheel me around the hospital was the last thing I desired. But on the other hand, I desperately wanted to see Will. I hadn't heard anything about him since I left, and I wasn't sure what state he was in. It'd really be fine to walk. I tried one last time, pushing my chances and playing on Samuel's sympathies. And it'd really be fine to let you stay in bed all day. I glared at him, where I knew he was going to budge. I let out a frustrated breath and the expression melted away, moving quickly to the side to allow me full access to the chair. I braced my muscles, swinging my legs over the edge of my bed. Though I tried to do so gracefully and without pain, it didn't go according to plan. I got tangled in blankets and twisted my hips a bit too much, causing a sharp burning to shoot up my side. My breathing hitched in my throat as I held back a gasp, waiting for it to subside. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel was next to me in an instant, holding my hand tightly. I'm fine, I quickly told him, seeing the look of concern cross his features. I just moved a bit too quickly. Samuel nodded silently and started untangling the blankets from around my legs, causing me to shiver from the sudden exposure. Not a moment later was he helping me off the bed to sit in the uncomfortable chair. Gracefully and with minimal effort, when I was situated, he placed an extra blanket in my lap. I quickly tucked it around my legs while Samuel grabbed whatever machine I was connected to and pulled it beside the chair. When everything was settled, he unlocked the wheels and began carting me out of the room and across the hospital floors. It was humiliating. I avoided the glances from the hospital workers, though I knew they didn't linger on me for long. From this alone, I knew most of the workers had to be human. They skirted far around the edges of Samuel and me, some even turning the opposite direction when they saw us coming their way. Samuel didn't seem to notice this, nor did he seem to mind. Not soon enough were we finally in a hallway I recognized. I knew the exact room Will was resting in. Somehow Samuel knew this too, as he brought me right outside the correct door. When he reached forward to turn the handle, my heart started racing with anxiety. For all I knew, Will could be on the brink of death and there would be nothing I could do about it. In my current state, there was no way I could continue to provide for his treatment. When the door opened and Samuel wheeled me inside, I took in a sharp breath. The scene before me was enough to send my mind into a frenzy. Will was still laying in a hospital bed in the center of the room. However, that was the only similarity to the room they'd been in so many times before today. This room used to hold the rejected equipment, the overused bed, and monitors that seemed as if they were ready to fall apart. Those were the only things we could afford and the only things James would allow. Now Will was laying in a bed that seemed twice the size of any normal hospital bed. Brand new equipment lined the wall behind him and fresh, up-to-date techs ways littered the opposite. For a fleeting moment, I thought we were in the wrong place. Samuel had paused as soon as we stepped foot in the room, allowing time for me to adjust. I took countless deep breaths, my hand finding its way to my heart while my eyes scanned everything over again and again. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. What happened? I let out a whisper. Samuel didn't explain but pushed me forward until I was sitting next to Will. I talked with his doctor. He spoke slowly, dancing around my earlier question. She said his surgery went well and he is slowly improving. For the first time, I allowed my eyes to wholly rest on my brother. Compared to the last time I saw him, he looked almost like a different person. His legs were no longer bandaged and elevated, but resting underneath mounds of knitted blankets. The bruises were long gone, leaving his normally rough and dry skin spotless. Though wires were still attached to multiple parts of his body, they were much less than last time. When I looked at him, I could almost imagine he was only sleeping and would wake with a brush of my hand. Tears welled in my eyes, though they weren't tears of sadness. I never thought my brother would recover from what James did to him. But here I was, staring at the evidence of just that. Though he was still asleep and there were parts of his body that still needed healing. It was a far cry from being on the verge of death. It seemed almost a miracle that HED improved this much in the short amount of time since I last saw him. I asked, shaking my head. Samuel moved from behind me to stand at my side. He looked at Will with interest. The doctors have been working hard on him. Apparently, I trailed off, my eyes scanning the new equipment behind Will. Where did all of this come from? Where did all of what come from? I gestured to the walls. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't afford any of it. Samuel shrugged, avoiding my gaze. His peculiar behavior was starting to make sense, and I stared at him in disbelief. It was you, I questioned, but it was more of a statement. When Samuel shrugged again, I grabbed his arm and attention. My eyes bore into his own, demanding an answer. I might have called the hospital. He ultimately sighed. My hand released his arm and absently came back to rest in my lap. I furrowed my brows, searching my mind for a reason as to why Samuel was suddenly acting this way. Up to this point, nothing I wanted about mattered. Now, suddenly, Samuel was straining his neck to take care of those I loved. I was beyond grateful knowing these things were no longer a constant concern. But his actions were perplexing. The minute I thought I had Samuel pinned down, he did something to defy my expectations. Why are you doing this? I asked him softly. Samuel turned my chair to face him as he crouched down to my level. We were staring at each other, face to face, when he spoke. Because I want you to be happy. I refused to look at him. knowing if I did I would fall into what I always thought was false sympathy. Confusion swam thick in my mind, and I needed all of my senses in order to try and understand it. That didn't seem to matter before. I eventually told him, resting his hands on mine in my lap. It's always mattered. Samuel must have noticed something lingering on my face because he softly continued. I know I'd messed up. Samantha, trust me. I know. He ran a hand through his dark hair. I'm just trying to fix this. His words swam slowly through my mind, tumbling over one another until I cowed and analyzed them any longer. From the tone of his voice and the desperation on his face, I knew he was telling the truth. However, that terrified me. Can I have a minute? I looked at Samuel briefly before flicking my gaze to remain on Will. I needed time to process what Samuel was telling me, and I couldn't do that with him kneeling in front of me. He hesitated, searching my features. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His tone was defeated, and I didn't have to look at him to see the strain etched into his features. I didn't watch him walk out of the room, but I listened for the click of the door. Only when I knew he was gone did I allow my composure to falter. I bent forward, resting my head in my hands. I didn't cry though, as I knew Samuel would be back the moment he heard a tear fall. I breathed heavily and curled into myself as much as the stitches on my side would allow. Imagine being torn between trusting a werewolf who seems to care for you and the undeniable fact that werewolves have always been ruthless and cold-hearted. Chapter 32. What a pleasant surprise. I held myself for a few fleeting moments, attempting to gather my thoughts into something I could comprehend. When it didn't work, I groaned and threw my head back, staring at my brother. I could seriously use you right now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His blank features remained the same, unaffected by my plea. I had grown to expect this though, so it didn't thwart me. Weeks of not having him around trained me to expect silence. I learned to fill it though, my one-sided conversations helping cut through the void left behind. I started to speak again but quickly stopped myself, remembering Samuel. Knowing him, he would be waiting just outside the door, listening to every word that left my mouth. This was beyond frustrating, considering the very thing I wanted to speak to Will about was the dog himself. My fingers found their way to my temples. A headache was coming on, but I knew it was from my injuries. Samuel's actions were sending my body into overdrive. If I knew what to expect from him, I could prepare for and easily handle it. But, with him switching back and forth from controlling my life to taking care of my problems and family, I couldn't keep up. I had so many questions and so many conflicting emotions that I didn't know what to do with them. On the one hand, I knew Samuel's actions were sincere. I could tell that much. With Samuel, whatever he was feeling was usually plastered on his face. Unless he was careful, I was able to read his every emotion. As far as I could tell, his intentions were genuine. The things he'd done for me since we'd been back home were what one might expect from someone trying to show they care. On the other hand, everything he'd ever been through pointed to werewolves being incapable of caring. They took over the world, and all the creatures in it. To gain power and control, they slaughtered anything that could breathe, tore apart families, and built a world revolving around their needs and their needs alone. Nothing and no one else mattered. They were ruthless, cold-hearted, and controlling. But lately, Samuel hadn't been any of those things. There were times that he terrified me and times that I saw the animal inside of him. But on the surface, it seemed as though there was something more than an animalistic need to dominate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was no gain from him taking care of me or my family. His actions held no profit for himself. I shook my head, trying again to clear it. It was a near impossible task. Letting my troubles slip away took a few minutes, and only when I looked at my brother did the stress finally melt off of me. "You're looking a lot better," I whispered to him, bringing my hand to his arm. "You sure have missed a lot." I was silent for a while, watching and listening to his even breaths. The urge to tell him everything that happened was growing. Because of this, I opened and closed my mouth multiple times, searching for anything I could say that would relieve my stress. I got out. "You know, I made it." I spoke so softly, I could barely hear myself. When I opened my mouth again, the words came as easily as a breath of fresh air. "I made it pretty far. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It was wonderful. "To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Everything was so green. It was only me out there. I smiled to myself, but it was quickly wiped away. I would have made it all the way, too, but you know me. I'm always screwing things up. My lungs let out all the air they'd been holding, but that somehow only made me feel heavier. I glanced at the door, knowing who lurked beyond it was part of the reason. "I'm back now." I spoke again, my voice lowering considerably. It was back to nothing more than a faint whisper. "Well, I'll be safe. And that's what matters. Nothing else. Everything from before." I trailed off, thinking of the plans Will and I shared for our family's escape. It doesn't matter. And in that moment, I realized how true my statement was. I would never risk their lives for anything. As long as Will and my mother were safe, everything would be fine. I knew the only way I could ensure their safety was by falling into Samuel's arms and not questioning his intentions. No matter how confusing, didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was Riley's promise that my family would receive no harm, as long as I made Samuel happy. I stayed in Will's room, mulling over my thoughts, for what felt like hours. Samuel never came inside and never interrupted us. Eventually, "To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I knew it had to end. This thought rang true when a knock sounded at the door and a familiar face came walking through. "Drive Gates." I perked up, surprise lacing my tone. "Samantha." She nodded my way and smiled. It seemed a foreign gesture for her, but it also seemed to be sincere. What a pleasant surprise. I promptly returned her smile. When I saw Samuel walk into the room behind Drive Gates, I laughed lightly. I'm sure it was that big of a surprise. Her gaze darted behind her, but she didn't acknowledge Samuel's presence. She turned her back and came to stand next to my chair, both of our gazes turning to Will. "He seems like HES doing better." I hesitantly spoke. "Much better than previously. His swelling has gone down. Brain activity seems to be normal, and the internal injuries are healing nicely. We're expecting him to wake soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I turned to face her. She nodded firmly, eyeing the monitors next to Will's bed. "Thanks to his new accommodations, his healing has improved greatly." Samuel suddenly spoke from the doorway, interrupting us. "We should be getting back." I turned my head to glance at him, but Drive Gates kept her gaze forward, her face hardening. At her actions, my heart leapt and eyes widened considerably. What she was doing was considered blatant disrespect, and from the scowl slowly creeping onto her face, I was positive she meant it. Panic started coursing through my veins, but when I turned to Samuel, he only had eyes for me. He didn't comment on her behavior, nor did he glance her way. He only watched me carefully, holding out one of his hands. I tried to keep my composure and ignore Drive Gates' actions as my hands reached down to direct the wheels toward Samuel. When I got past her and Samuel took my chair, I offered her a quiet, "Thank you, Drive." Gates opened her mouth to respond, but before she could say anything I was wheeled out of the room. The halls were quiet as Samuel pushed me the short distance back to my room. The only noise was his footsteps rhythmically echoing off the floor. It was well into the evening, much later than I initially thought, and it seemed as if most of the workers had gone home for the night. "Thank you," I eventually told him, my soft voice blanketing around us. Samuel's step faltered slightly. "You don't have to thank me for seeing your family, Samantha." I raised my eyebrows, my comment slipping out before I could stop it. "Well, you could have refused and just locked me in that room. It's not my place to keep you from your family." The smallest whisper of bitterness laced his tone. My mouth opened to respond, but no words came out. The abrupt sharpness of his voice left me speechless and baffled. I thought Samuel would relish in the fact I was thanking him, but it seemed it did the exact opposite. "Sorry," I muttered, not sure how else to respond. We came to a pause outside my door. Instead of Samuel leading us inside, he stopped and turned my chair to face him. He crouched down to my level and rested one hand on my knee, the other on the back of his neck. "Don't be sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for." I almost apologized again, but I caught myself and gave him a small nod, biting the inside of my lips. He gave me a short smile and stood up, pushing me the rest of the way into my room. Getting into my bed was much more difficult than getting out. True to Samuel's suspicions, the minute I tried standing on my own, he was there to catch me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." But didn't let me try standing again. He easily picked me up and placed me on the mattress, tucking the blankets around me as I settled in. When he was satisfied with my state, Samuel pulled the armchair next to my bed once again. I tried not to stare as he shifted awkwardly in the chair, moving his limbs this way and that. It was honestly much too small for him, and he was having a hard time making himself comfortable enough to lie back. In the end, he settled to sprawl his legs underneath my bed and fold his arms across his chest, leaning his head on his shoulder. I smiled tentatively, noticing the clear discomfort etched into his expression. "You really should find a bed or something." Opening one of his eyes to meet my own. "You really shouldn't worry about it." My response was cut off by a pounding noise right outside my door. Samuel shot out of his chair, throwing it back against the wall and sending countless machines with it. He jumped in front of me as the door was thrown open, and white light came flooding in from the hallway. A figure emerged from that light, gallivanting into the room like nothing had happened. "Riley," Samuel abruptly called out, clear annoyance seething from his voice. "You scared the hell out of me." Riley's laugh sounded through the room, and suddenly, the bedroom light was turned on. It blinded me for just a moment, which was enough for Riley to close the distance to my bed. He stood at the foot, staring at me and Samuel, holding his arms out. "What? You aren't happy to see me?" Samuel huffed, turning to grab the chair and pick the equipment up from off the floor. "What do you want?" I was surprised at the terse nature he adopted, but I didn't comment. "I just wanted to come and see my favorite patient." He spoke innocently, eyes landing on me. I avoided his gaze, knowing his red orbs would send my heart racing. "How are you, Samantha?" "Fine," I whispered. Samuel spoke over me, though the irritation was leaving his voice. "We're tired, Riley. Shouldn't you be back at the house?" Riley shrugged, placing his hands on the bottom of my bed. "I've got Bray doing the rest of everything." I was bored. "Bray?" Samuel paused. "I'm Riley." "Oh, calm down. It's nothing important." Samuel relaxed and fell into the chair once more. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and one arm on the side of my bed. Subconsciously, I folded my legs and curled my arms into my body, making myself as small as possible. "I see the doctor's fixed you up quite nicely," Riley drawled on, patting the frame of my bed. I nodded, keeping my gaze trained on the white blanket beneath me. Where this hospital room was once spacious, It suddenly seemed too small to even breathe. Riley laughed suddenly. Cat, got your tongue? Or was it a dog this time? Riley, Samuel half growled. What? I'm just trying to have a conversation. Samuel shook his head. Exasperated. You're egoting her. Me, Riley scoffed. No, Eden wouldn't let me do that. In being a perfect gentleman, Samuel let out a heavy sigh, glancing carefully at me. While I was watching the two of them from my peripheral, I hadn't moved my gaze from my lap. I thought if I was careful with my actions and lucky enough, Riley would take Samuel and then I could rest without either of their presences. Why are you here? Samuel asked hurriedly. I told you. I wanted to see my favorite patient. Samuel gave Riley an abrupt look of discontent, at which Riley laughed, always straight to the point. Isn't he? Samantha. Again. I nodded. Riley smiled even larger at this but finally decided to give his full attention to Samuel. The other reason I came here was to talk to you. Since you so selflessly haven't shifted the past few days, I came to relieve you of your babysitting duties. You need to go for a run or something. Maybe go clean out your apartment. We both know you're a pig at heart. Samuel's eyes darted to me, and I tried not to stiffen. I knew what Riley was insinuating. Perfectly fine. Riley, Samuel started, and I can send someone to clean the apartment. Maybe so, but you don't want them going through your personal belongings. Do you? It's been a while since you've been there. I'm sure there are some things that need to be put away. Riley emphasized. Samuel stilled, then cursed under his breath. I can go later. He spoke to Riley while looking at me. I caught his gaze for a moment, noticing the stress and conflict binding his eyes. Nonsense. Why put off until tomorrow what you can do right now? Samuel rolled his eyes, giving Riley a look. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're really telling me that? He laughed lightly. I never was one to follow my own advice. We both know that. He paused, giving Samuel time to retort. When he was quiet, Riley continued on, smiling. Now go on. Samantha and I will be perfectly fine here, won't we? The room seemed to hold its breath as it awaited my response. In that split second, I realized I had two options. I could beg for Samuel to stay, upsetting Riley and his agenda, or I could convince Samuel I was terrified to be alone with the alpha. Both were unsettling and impossible choices. But, in the end, it was Samuel that had my family as lives on a string. It'll be fine, I told Samuel softly. Go take care of yourself. Samuel opened his mouth, but no words came out. His expression held deep conflict ion, and I knew that whatever was in his apartment must have been important. He wouldn't willingly leave for anything trivial. Eventually, Samuel sighed and slowly rose from his chair. Just give me an hour. I gave him a small smile before landing my gaze back on my lap. Riley came around to sit in Samuel's chair while urging him towards the door. Take all the time you need. Chapter 33. Go on. Ask me. Samuel begrudgingly started leaving the room, repeating over and over again that he'd be back soon. He wasn't keen on leaving, and multiple times he tried to make an excuse to stay. However, because he was so distracted, his excuses were weak and easily dismissed by Riley. I stayed impassive while Riley shoved Samuel along, pushing him through the door. When he was finally out of the room, down the hall, and out of earshot, Riley turned to me. I expected his face to darken and the threats to ensue, but he kept his cheerful demeanor. I doubt he'll even be an hour. Riley mused. Honestly, I'm surprised he left in the first place. I thought he'd take a lot more than that. I held my breath and nodded. It seemed that was all I was capable of. Riley laughed. You don't need to worry. I'm not going to kill you. I'd be too messy. Plus, Samuel would never forgive me. I nodded again, my suddenly clammy hands twisting the blanket in my lap. Riley waited for me to say something else. and while the silence stretched, my heart rate climbed. 1,000 questions ran through my mind, but I didn't let them go any further than that. If I misspoke in Riley could easily use it against me. I was going to give him any reason to go after my family. With Will so close, there would be nothing I could do if Riley wanted to prove a point. When he saw I was going to verbally respond, Riley sighed, exasperated. Seriously, just calm down, will you? You're making me on edge. His legs started twitching as he came to sit in what used to be Samuel's chair. I tried to do as I was told, letting out small breaths and focusing on soothing my mind. Why are you here? I eventually managed. Well, he shifted his weight forward, leaning towards my bed. I wanted to see how my favorite couple is getting along. We're doing fine. My voice was small. Maybe so, but I heard there was an incident of sorts. Riley prodded. Confusion swam in my expression as I fought through the memories of the hospital. At no point had I deliberately disrespected or upset Samuel. Most of my time here had been spent asleep or with my brother. For these reasons, I couldn't figure out what he was referring to, nor how he knew anything had happened. As far as I was aware, Samuel hadn't been in contact with Riley. Then again, I didn't know much. When Riley saw my expression, he continued, rolling his eyes dramatically. Come on, Samantha. You thought I wouldn't hear about your so-called panic attack. Who do you think these people work for? I shook my head fervently, finally understanding. I started to explain, but he cut me off. Don't care. They'll hear the correct story from Samuel and I don't need your excuses. My mouth stayed hanging half open. What do you want? To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, firstly, let's make sure we don't have another one of those episodes. Sound good? I nodded, and he smiled. We need to talk about this plan with Samuel. You'll be getting out of the hospital soon and real life is going to start. Real life for Samuel means that he has responsibilities with the pack. Responsibilities that his mate is supposed to help him with. But, since you're human, it complicates things. He groaned. You really do make life quite difficult. If you were a wolf we wouldn't have to deal with any of this. Sorry, I muttered, trying to keep the bitterness out of my tone. If they were human I wouldn't have to deal with any of this. To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Riley waved his hand. Dismissively. It's no matter. Your humanity won't be a problem for much longer. I took a deep breath, trying to relax and ignore his last comment. What am I supposed to do? To my agent extraordinaire, Mazen, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I glanced at Riley briefly. He was staring at me but looking around the room, bored, as I regarded his nonchalant attitude. A spark of annoyance licked at my heart. While I was fighting to keep myself together, he was acting as if there was a care in the world. Whatever Samuel asks you to. Unable to hold it back, I meant for my next word to only sound in my head. But it came out of my mouth, too late for me to stop it. Obviously, Riley's eyes darted to mine immediately, glowing red with a sudden fire. Well, if you know so much, then why don't you explain to me how this works? I closed my eyes, cursing myself. The one goal ahead was to not piss Riley off. Yet here I was, doing just that. I could feel his gaze burning into me, but I pressed my lips tightly together, fearful that anything I said would only anger him further. This is exactly why I could never let my guard down. This is why it was better to stay quiet. No answer, he demanded. I bowed my head and slumped my shoulders, showing him that in every way possible he won this small fight. However, he was done with me. That's what I thought. You don't have an answer. You don't know anything. He told me. Matter of factly, the only reason you're even still alive is because of Samuel. You owe your life to him, no matter how pathetic of a life it may be. Do you understand that? Yes, I whispered. Good. Do you also understand that I could kill your brother in a heartbeat? And no one would notice or question it? That I could put your mother on trial for the disappearance of her mate? That if I were really dedicated, I could find that packless mutt and bring him back? How would your dear family fare then? My heart stopped, along with my world. His threats cut deeper and deeper into an already raw wound. I desperately tried to fix my mistake, keeping my head bowed and my full attention on his rising temper. I'm sorry, do you understand? He reiterated, ignoring my groveling. My voice couldn't have been softer. Yes, wonderful. Then the job shouldn't be too hard. Even for you. He immediately calmed down, leaning back in his chair and resting his arms behind his head, mumbling something I couldn't hear. I stayed silent, despite the fact my mind was going wild. It wasn't in my nature to bend over and allow someone to speak to me like Riley did. But I had no choice, just like I had no choice when James did it. If I were to argue, I wouldn't be the ones facing the consequences. Those were reserved for my family. That was reason enough to stay withdrawn and endure their demeaning words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Like Guy was saying, Riley stopped his mumblings and focused on me once more. I refused to let this humanity thing get in the way for much longer. I understand. But we will fix this. It's going to take time. But I have a plan. Riley paused, his voice growing excited. Go on. Ask me what it is. I held back a sigh. What is the plan? You must ask Samuel to change you. I went deathly still, searching desperately for a way to postpone this new idea of his. Won't he change me? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not sure. Riley hummed. He is a stickler for the rules, but he also doesn't want to hurt you. After your little stunt, I'm sure H.E. is going to do whatever it takes to gain your approval and not make you want to run again. He laughed. Not that you could. My mouth open to respond. But I couldn't find the correct words. 1,000 different questions. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And please threaten to spill all at once. Suddenly, I was sure that if I uttered even a syllable, my thoughts would come out uncontrollably and Riley would be at my throat. Riley noticed my inner struggle. Now I know what you're thinking. He took on a high-pitched voice. He'll never believe me. The change will kill me. Being human isn't a bad thing. I raised an eyebrow at his horrific impression, noting that he only gathered half of what I was actually thinking. Riley, however, laughed at himself. Well, should anyone ask, I have answers to all three of those concerns. Answers for yourself and Samuel. Now go on. Ask me what they are. He looked at me, eyes wild and glowing red. I checked my words before I hesitantly spoke, his last question intriguing me most. What's your answer to my humanity not being a bad thing? Riley raised his eyebrows and clapped his hands together. Well, you've come to realize who the real enemy is, have you not? Samuel told me how those humans you trusted turned on you. What a shame. It was a real eye-opening experience for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you saying? I slowly prodded. You now believe that humans can't be trusted, the belief I wholeheartedly agree with. Mind you, they're terribly unloyal and dishonest creatures, only looking out for themselves. He shuddered dramatically before continuing his thought. Once you realize this, and once Samuel gave you such a shining example, it was easy to decide to become something better and make the change. Understand? I subconsciously nodded, trying to keep up. He was practically spelling out the thoughts and feelings I should be having. If I could ingrain those into my mind, Samuel would be happy, my family would be safe, and Riley would be satisfied. There was only one problem: I had no idea how to do that. The things he spelled out weren't close to anything I was thinking or feeling. Sure, it'd been betrayed by my own kind. That hurt. I'd learned not to place my trust in them anymore. If I saw one of them again, I wouldn't hesitate to tell them what I thought of their betrayal and more. But I also knew that not all humans were like that. I'd met plenty of people who were willing to put their neck on the line to help someone else or myself. However, I never met a werewolf who thought of anyone but themselves. Even Samuel, who had been the kindest to me out of any of them, was forcing me to stay in this town with an additional punishment for running away. Everything he did was to gain my approval, so he could have me as his own. Ask me about another one, Riley continued, oblivious to my concerns. I took a deep breath, pushing those thoughts out of my mind to focus on another flaw in Miley's plan. Won't the change kill me? It was a valid concern, one that I was more worried about than I let on. Not only was the change extremely long and painful, but not everyone survived. Additionally, some humans only made it halfway, becoming just part werewolf. On the surface, these creatures looked the same as any other human, but underneath their skin, their bodies were waging a constant, painful battle. Becoming this was almost worse than having the change kill you. These creatures, halflings as the wolves called them, were almost as low as humans on the totem pole. Then again, according to the wolves, if you weren't born a werewolf then you were automatically inferior. Only the true-born wolves could lead a pack or be counted as anything more than extra space. That is a valid concern. I'm glad you voiced it, Riley mused, bringing his fingers to his chin. The change is risky for anyone, much more now than it used to be. But, if you have a mate change you, it's much less of a risk. Anyone who shifts with a mate beside them is automatically stronger. My head was spinning. That was the least bit reassuring. He was only saying that I probably wouldn't die. As for the last concern, whether or not he'll believe you actually want it, Riley started, not bothering to wait for me to ask. That is up to you. As Eden always told me, the first step in making someone believe a lie is to believe it yourself. My ears perked up at the unfamiliar name he used once again. I didn't dare ask him about it, knowing not to interrupt this lively mood of his. I tried another risky question, one I needed to know the answer to in order to even attempt success at his plan. My head was still bowed, and my voice grew small once more. How am I supposed to want to change into a werewolf? Riley looked at me with what could have been mistaken for pity. I knew it wasn't, only because it wasn't in his nature to show sympathy for someone like me. Suddenly tired and hesitant with his words, "I'd ask Samuel about that one." What? I shook my head. That doesn't make any sense. Ask him and maybe it will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I'm honestly not sure he'll tell you. My eyes closed for a moment as I gained my composure. If he isn't going to tell me, then what am I supposed to do? I tried to keep my tone even, despite my growing frustration. That sounds like a problem you've got to figure out. A doozy, if you ask me. Riley flashed his teeth. But I'd suggest you figure it out quickly. I've talked to the doctors and you're being discharged tomorrow. You will finish your painfully slow healing process at home. I knew he was talking about my home, but in that moment, I had other things to focus on. Biting my lips, I tried desperately to hold back the vicious argument running through my head. There was no way I could do this. Riley was insane. Samuel would never believe me. He always knew when I was lying, even if it was something small. But I knew that despite my fear and trepidation, I didn't have a choice. If I couldn't pull this off, there was no chance Riley would be merciful. Riley cocked his head to the side as he looked at the time on his phone, rolling his eyes slightly. I'd suggest you figure it out quickly. Samantha. H.E.S. back. Chapter 34. Something I should know. Riley held up his hand, quieting me, and trained his gaze on the door. His words slowly sunk in as I waited with him for Samuel's arrival. Barely a minute passed before Samuel flew into the room. His eyes darted to each corner, scanning over every piece of furniture and speck of dust. He was clearly winded, his hair was a mess, and his stance was ready to pounce. Riley laughed, looking at his phone. 25 minutes. Impressed. Sammy boy. Samuel finished his once over of the room and glanced at me, relaxing slightly as he took the time to scan me over. As well. When he was satisfied, Samuel looked away and pulled at his new shirt, adjusting his dark jacket. What can I say? I missed you, Riley. He joked, but his tone was distracted. Though I knew he didn't mean those words, I had to hold back a scoff. Both of their nonchalant attitudes were enough to infuriate me. Samuel must have noticed my reaction, for he suddenly sent me a wild grin, ignoring Riley's presence completely. Well, that's a good thing. Then, Riley sneered. I'd be eager to talk to you about a few things, since you've so wonderfully gone this in the past week. You've got a lot of catching up to do. It can wait. Samuel stared at me while he spoke, keeping that enthusiastic grin in place. We should be out of here in a couple days. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sure you won't kill anyone until then. Riley sighed heavily, rising from the chair. He walked over to Samuel, placing a hand on his shoulder. It can't wait, and I can't promise anything. Samuel begrudgingly looked at Riley, lowering his voice. His smile faltered. What's going on? Riley nodded towards the door, turning Samuel to walk with him out into the hallway. However, Samuel refused and stayed rooted in place. They both whispered harshly for a second, Samuel gesturing towards me while they did. If Riley was aggravated by his defiance, he didn't show it, but instead let out another heavy sigh, rolling his eyes and half turning to face me. Such a heartthrob. He smirked suddenly as he shook his head and patted Samuel on the shoulder. Just remember, you're the one who said you wanted to wait. I'll be in the hole. With that last cryptic statement, Riley sauntered out of the room, closing the door behind him. When he was gone, Samuel groaned and ran a hand down his face before coming to sit heavily in his chair. Sorry about that. I laughed once, immediate relief flowing through me at Riley's disappearance. Samuel raised an eyebrow, watching me curiously. How was Riley's company? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Fine, I repeated, though less chipper. My thoughts went back to the Alpha for a moment. They clouded together as I remembered our conversation, dampening my mood once more. I hadn't even been given the chance to sort through a single thought before Samuel came back. Now it'd be expected to implement Riley's new plan, and I had no idea how. Even if I preferred Samuel over Riley, that didn't mean I was ready to spend forever with him and pretend to enjoy it. I needed time to figure this out. Your face tells me otherwise. Samuel smirked, reaching forward to grab one of my hands. He intertwined our fingers and began racing my knuckles. I fought the instinct to pull my hand away. Ignoring his statement, I instead redirected his attention. Did you get everything taken care of? Samuel nodded and absently began running his other hand through his winded hair, putting the strands back into place. I watched him, my curiosity heightening, as I thought of what could have been important enough to cause him to leave, if only for a small amount of time. Luckily, Riley hadn't been too bad, but I would have preferred not to spend time with him at all. You can ask me. You know, Samuel cut into my thoughts, bringing his hand back to his lap. Ask you what? The questions you want to know the answers to. It's okay to ask. I'll answer what I can. I bit my lip. If he knew everything that was running through my mind, he might not be so generous. I ultimately decided to keep the conversation safe, satisfying only my immediate curiosity. What did you go back for? I haven't lived in my apartment for months. I've been staying at the pack house with Riley. I rolled my eyes. That didn't answer my question. You're getting good at this. He laughed. I had a few things to put into storage. Plus, I might have left the place a disaster. What did you have to put in storage? Why was it a disaster? You sure are nosy today. He squeezed my hand gently. I shrugged but didn't relent or pull back my questions. You said I could ask. He shook his head, rolling his shoulders a few times. It was just some old belongings from when I was younger. When I came here I brought a lot of junk with me. And when I moved into that apartment I started through everything. I gave up after a while and ended up spending most of my time back at the house. That's why it was a disaster. My interest peaked. Why did you go back? It was too quiet. Lonely. Sometimes. Oh, I breathed. Well, where were you before here? Up north. My eyes narrowed. That's vague. His face morphed into an unreadable expression. Because of this, I knew there would be more to the story than what he was about to tell me. There's not much to tell. I was up north. Then I came here. I spoke before I could find my filter. Obviously there's more. You just don't want to tell me. He rolled his eyes and shifted his shoulders forward. There's nothing more to it than what I just told you. What else would matter? Oh, I don't know. Maybe why you came here. Where you were up north. Who you were with. I didn't know why I was suddenly so interested in this part of Samuel. But I persisted with my newfound intrusiveness. If this conversation kept my mind off other matters, it was a success for me. He answered one of my questions. I needed Riley's help. That's why you came. Samuel nodded and I continued my interrogation. Why did you need his help? I bit my lip, knowing I was pushing him more than I should. With Riley in the building, probably lurking just outside the door, it was hard to forget my presumed place. Samuel suddenly shut down, though he tried to hide it. His face became emotional and his hands seized the circles he'd been drawing around my knuckles. He helped me with a couple of things. Like what? I persisted, but Samuel gave me a hard look. I immediately retracted my question, continuing to another one, in hopes I could get different answers. Sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I kept my tone light, lifting up my free hand in surrender. How long have you been with Riley? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Since I was 12. So you came here when you were 12? Samuel nodded. My face scrunched as I thought through his words. Alone, I clarified and he nodded his head once more. I tilted my head to the side. Curiously, what about your family? He sighed heavily, his patience once again wearing. I didn't know why this subject was sore for him, but I ached to find the reason. This was the most he'd learned about Samuel. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've already told you. The pack is my family. What about before the pack? Samuel pressed his lips together, letting thick eyelids stretch for a few minutes. It was soon clear he was going to answer me. My curiosity still burned, but I knew I was drawing close to Samuel's limit with his patience. In any other situation, I wouldn't worry about pushing him. But Riley was still fresh on my mind and walking the halls, waiting for Samuel to go outside and meet him. When the silence ultimately grew to tense and the idea of Riley listening in grew to be too much, I forced my pride back into the depths of my soul and uttered 3 painful syllables, trying to sound sincere. Samuel was momentarily perplexed and the tense air lifted. For being nosy, it's none of my business, I guess. He laughed. It was a loud barking sound, animalistic but innocent. Don't apologize for that. It's just not something I like to talk about. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My face scrunched in confusion and intrigue. A sudden memory from my conversation with Riley came to the front of my mind, only causing the expression to deepen. HED told me of something Samuel wouldn't talk to me about, and it was time to test that theory. though I knew now probably was the best time, and Samuel probably wasn't in the best of moods. I didn't know if I'd have another chance to talk like this with him. He was giving me some answers, and I couldn't make it much worse. I worded my next question carefully, knowing it might be the only chance I had to not set Samuel's suspicions off, but to still get answers. As well. Do you like being a werewolf? Samuel was beyond startled. What kind of a question is that? I'm just curious. Trying to play it off, but desperately needing to know the answer. If Riley was lying, Samuel's answer could solve one of my problems. Samuel countered my question, watching my face carefully. What exactly did you and Riley talk about? Nothing. I looked down, avoiding his gaze. The accusation in his voice told me he'd seen right through me. Right. He huffed, suddenly aggravated. And him to believe this sudden interest has nothing to do with him. Is this why you're asking all these questions? What did he tell you? I started to panic until Samuel's last question registered. Is there something I should know? Samuel clamped his mouth shut, shoulders tensing. My gaze was back on his. Even when he broke away and scowled at the wall next to me, he closed his eyes. I just don't understand why you're asking these things. And I don't understand why you're not answering them. It was true. I was thoroughly confused. Suddenly, the Samuel lid painted a picture of was beginning to morph. There were things he was telling me, and not just things about the pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or what happened behind closed doors. These new things were pertaining to Samuel. I'd never cared to learn more about him before, but now that he was refusing to share his past or opinions with me, it was suddenly the very thing I craved most to learn. Samuel's scowl deepened. I took this time to fully study his features, staring deeply into his now opened eyes. Thankfully, they were his natural dark color with no hints of red. Red meant he was angry or out of control, and not what I needed. I could handle annoyed or frustrated, but I didn't want to deal with a wolf in my hospital room. As the silence stretched and the tension increased, I thought back to Riley's plan for Samuel and I. HED laid out perfectly how I was supposed to think and act, and expected me to do so without flaw. It was impossible, unreasonable, infuriating. A large part of me suddenly wanted to deepen Samuel's scowl. This emerging feeling wanted to argue with Samuel, craved to tell him exactly what I thought of him, and ultimately send the wolf off the deep end without a second glance. I humored this new feeling for a fraction of a second, and I suddenly realized what exactly it was. Resentment. For Samuel. It was wrong. I knew that. If I should be feeling bitterness towards anyone, it should be Riley. While I did loathe the I dreaded each and every interaction with him, Samuel was the easiest target for my anger. He was the very reason Riley was coming after me in the first place. If it wasn't for him believing we had some sort of special bond, I would be halfway across the world, working on getting my family there as well. But instead, I was stuck in a hospital with my family under the pressing thumb of a demented werewolf. Before I knew it, a slight scowl was forming on my face as well. It matched Samuel's, and I'm sure in that moment, we both looked beyond irritated, my body involuntarily tensed, my hands forming into small fists. Samuel still held one of them and noticed immediately. When he looked up to greet my eyes once more, his expression softened ever so slightly. Don't be upset with me. I'm not. I practically seethed, though trying desperately to hold it back. I could resent Samuel, but I couldn't let him know it, because then Riley would know. But every emotion was too overwhelming to deal with, and I couldn't keep them all in check or under control. There was the sudden animosity for the person before me. There was the dread of the alpha werewolf prowling the halls. There was the bitter disappointment at being back in this godforsaken town. And finally, there was the hot fury burning in the depths of my soul, ready to be let loose. Samuel sighed, leaning ever so slightly away from me, finally releasing my hand. Look, Maybe now is not the time to have this conversation. We're both tired. You're still on heavy medication. And we've been in this hospital for too long. I'm going to talk to the doctors and see if we can't get you sooner. Riley already talked to them. I told him. My voice is still. He said we'd leave tomorrow. Samuel nodded. Then why don't we talk more then? I let out a heavy breath, painfully forcing every emotion back into my chest and nodding my approval. This was not the time. This was not the place. There would never be a time or place. Samuel could never know what I truly thought or believed. He began to stand, his shoulders sagging and wrinkles making their way onto his forehead. When he turned away from my bed, it hit me how Riley was just waiting for an excuse to harm my family, and this would be the perfect opportunity. Samuel was annoyed and frustrated, right of talking with me, and he was about to go see the alpha. Panicking, I shot my hand out to Samuel's. Don't be upset. He stopped short, immediately turning back to face me, his eyes turned soft, glancing over my suddenly rigid frame. I didn't believe him. Please don't be upset. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to make you upset. I'm just tired and hurting and I don't think. Samuel cut off my rambling and shook his head softly, grabbing my hand and entwining our fingers. I told you. I'm not upset. See, he flashed me a wide smile. I tilted my head to the side, sending him a hard and knowing look. He chuckled lightly, squeezing my hand for reassurance. I've got to go talk to Riley. I promise him not upset. Just get some sleep and he'll be back soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He let go of my fingers, not waiting for my response before he turned away and walked slowly out the door and into the hall. My heart was threatening to overtake my lungs as I watched him leave, my panic rising with each second. I could only pray he was truly upset, or Riley wouldn't notice. Chapter 35, I promise. Sleep came surprisingly quickly. When it hit me, I didn't wake for anything. The first time I awoke was when the sun started creeping through the hospital room's window. The curtains were finally pulled back, allowing me a stunning view of the rooftop. Behind it, though, was the rising sun. It came gradually, allowing me to adjust to the new light. Then it hit the room all at once and refused to let me rest any longer. Samuel was sleeping soundly in the chair next to my bed. His head was resting on the edge of my mattress on top of his folded arms. He was leaning against my upper leg. Though I could hardly feel him through the blankets that covered me, I assumed that my stirrings would cause him to wake immediately, but he stayed in a death-like trance. He didn't look peaceful in his sleep. His brow was furrowed and his lips were pulled into a small frown. His dark hair was scattered about his head, pieces falling forward and into his closed eyes. A small part of me wanted to push the hair from his face, but the larger part pushed me to shove him off my bed. I did neither of things but instead took advantage of the rare opportunity of silence. This silence was almost comparable to being alone, something I hadn't had since the day I first left town. Without everyone breathing down my neck, it gave me a chance to sort through everything, even though I felt I'd done it 1,000 times. My mother always told me I was a worrier, and apparently that hadn't changed, though there was nothing I could change or fix about the majority of my circumstances. That didn't stop my brain from constantly circulating with anxiety. Today was no exception. By the time the sun was fully streaming light into my hospital room, it thought everything through as much as possible. It figured out ways I could survive and push back feelings. It made a plan to follow in order to keep my family safe, though there weren't many. It even allowed myself to think of the good things that could possibly come out of this. But despite all of this, I still worried. A soft knock on the door was what finally woke Samuel. It was one of the nurses, the blonde woman who seemed in charge of my care, that knocked and came into the room. At the sight of Samuel just barely waking, she tried to flee, but I quickly motioned her forward. If we were leaving this place today, there was no reason for Samuel to keep sleeping. I wanted to be gone as soon as possible. Pardon me, I was just checking up on Samantha. The woman spoke to Samuel first. Samuel nodded to the nurse, who immediately came to my side to jot things down on her clipboard. When she faced the equipment, Samuel sat up and leaned back in his chair, rubbing a hand down his tired face. It was hard not to feel sorry for him in that moment. He'd been spending the last few days cuddled up in bed while Samuel forced himself into a chair too small for him. Is it truth they're letting me go today? I turned to the nurse, speaking quietly and allowing Samuel a moment to wake up. She jumped slightly at my voice but tried to mask it. I believe that is still the plan, yes. We will have to remove your stitches and talk about your continued care. But afterward, you will be fine to leave. Thankful I wouldn't be spending another night here, though I knew the next day would be exhausting and only result in me sleeping in yet another foreign bed. It would be worth it to finally leave the doctors and medicines. Samuel suddenly spoke. They'll call for you when we're ready for all that. The woman finished her writing, turning to face Samuel. She nodded and bowed her head, taking his sentence as a request to leave. Why aren't we ready now? When the nurse was gone, I looked at Samuel. Curiously, it was then I realized the bags and crow's feet accentuating his eyes. Before I could stop myself, I commented, "You look horrible." He laughed stiffly. "How late were you out with Riley?" Samuel shook his head, leaning forward once more. He placed both elbows on top of my mattress, close to my leg but not quite touching. Most of the night. I nodded, knowing he wouldn't elaborate even if I asked. I didn't expect him to. Anymore. How are you feeling? Smoothing out the blanket in my lap. Probably better than you. Samuel smiled, tightly and rolled his eyes, but he never responded. I found this odd, as he would normally counter my sarcastic comments and goad me further. It seemed this morning was not the case. Are you all right? I turned my head to face him, biting my lip. Fine, he grunted, voice strained. You sure? You seem a little fine. I shook my head ever so slightly, trying not to furrow my eyebrows. The last time Samuel was this short with me was when he'd done something to piss him off. Unless he was upset about last night. I wasn't sure what he'd done to cause this reaction from him. Samuel suddenly groaned, running a hand down his face once more. His movements set me on edge, as I noticed the stress running tightly through his limbs. However, I didn't make the mistake of voicing my concern again. I looked for a way to lighten the mood. I was intent on getting out of here today, and I was going to let his actions prevent that. Do you want some water or something? I gestured to the cup sitting on the table hovering next to my bed. His eyes were closed, head resting on his hands, but he smiled ever so lightly at my question. I'm fine. You should drink. Not really thirsty. Samuel sighed heavily, opening his eyes to meet my watchful ones. They were dark and pained, and I immediately knew something was wrong. His actions were starting to make sense. The short tone, the exhaustion, his stress, all of this led to me believing something happened last night, something that was less than favorable. Keeping eye contact, I asked him once more. What's wrong? He searched my face for an answer, knowing I couldn't give him one. A tense and silent moment passed before he finally spoke. You're going to hate me. I was alarmed, to say the least. What are you talking about? Samuel broke my gaze, looking at his hands resting next to my leg. He fidgeted as he responded. There's something I need to tell you, and you're not going to like it. What is it? My heart rate was slowly climbing. Samuel sighed heavily. There was a pause as he looked into my eyes, the stress etched into his features only increasing. You can't freak out. My eyes went wide. What do you mean I can't freak out? Please, just tell me what's going on. He shook his head. Before I tell you, you have to promise to stay calm and listen to everything. I don't want the doctors asking me questions, and I don't want to sedate you again. Though still stressed, held a bit more force. I nodded at his request, knowing he wouldn't tell me anything otherwise. Whatever Samuel wanted to tell me was going to be good, and only that much I knew. No matter how much his cryptic words set my mind racing, I couldn't figure out what had him so on edge. However, thoughts of my family, bloodied and dismembered like in my dreams, flashed through my mind. That would be enough to make me freak out. He watched me carefully for a moment, making sure I would keep true to my word. I kept my face calm and composed as I awaited his words like they were the last I would ever hear. Something happened, and we're not sure how. Samuel eventually spoke agonizingly slow. I was going to surprise you later today. I was going to have your mother come to the hospital. He went silent, his eyes trained on mine. When he didn't continue, I pushed him on and Samuel's lips thinned. I've been having a few people keep an eye on her. I knew you would be worried and I didn't like not knowing where James was. I didn't want you to worry about her. He paused, making sure I was still with him. The guys I had watching her last night were supposed to tell her and bring her up here to meet you this morning. My heart dropped. Realization hit me like a wave crashing on a rocky shore, tearing each and every loose bit of stone apart. He continued, shaking his head. I don't know what happened. Samantha, there were multiple people watching the house. He trailed off, searching for an explanation. He rambled on a few more sentences, telling me things I didn't want to hear. While he did, my world crashed around me. What do you say? I abruptly cut him off. Samuel looked at me in pain. Your mother's gone. I was suddenly unable to breathe. Talk. A cold silence filled the room, sending daggers piercing into my body. Samuel didn't speak. He only watched me with an unreadable expression. Even he knew there was no point in speaking. There was nothing that could be uttered that would be able to fix the words that just left his mouth. What do you mean? I suddenly cried out, cutting through the stillness as the panic found a permanent home in my heart. Samuel reached forward to grip my hands. I flinched back involuntarily, and additional pain flashed through his features. His hands were left extended by my side, reaching out for something he knew he could never have. When he spoke, his voice was low and defeated. Peyton and a few others went to her house. When he knocked on the door, she didn't answer. He went inside and found the place abandoned. Tears were stinging my eyes. She left. He shook his head fervently. No, of course not. There was a struggle. The house was a mess. She didn't go willingly. A struggle. I repeated. We had a few trackers scope the place out and they've been searching the territory all night. There weren't any unfamiliar scents. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They don't have anything to go off of. It's like she disappeared. Disappeared. I took a deep and shaky breath, my voice trailing off on his last word. I'm so sorry. Samantha. Samuel hung his head. I don't know how it happened. I had people watching her. There was no way anyone could have gotten to her. My mind was racing. The first of many tears slipped down my cheeks, and I saw Samuel reach out to catch them. However, he retracted his hand as soon as the thought crossed his mind and folded his hands in his lap instead. Please, say something, Samuel begged. I was breathing heavily, 1,000 different thoughts running through my mind. I wanted to scream. I wanted to yell. I wanted to push Samuel and everyone else as far away from me as possible now. No, Samantha, no. You're lying. My brain looked for a reasonable explanation. He looked even more hurt than before. I wouldn't lie about this. I shook my head, hysteria slowly creeping in. What he was saying couldn't be true. It couldn't. That would mean she was gone without a trace or clue as to where to find her. Tears were waterfalling down my face now, and my chest was so tight I doubted if I would ever be able to breathe again. You have to be. I suddenly cried out, my voice much louder than before. Samuel's head snapped up. Samantha, please, why didn't you tell me sooner? I demanded, scooting to the edge of the bed. You needed more rest. If I woke you up and told you, it would have been much worse. I shook my head, clutching my heart. I have to find her. I have to. Samuel cut me off. gripping my wrist as I tried to slip off the bed. I pulled against him, attempting to swing my legs onto the floor. He anticipated this though and gripped my knee. "You're not going anywhere." I pulled harder against his grip. "How can you say that? I have to find her. I have people looking for her right now. It's not going to do you or her any good if you go running through the woods again. Your ear's still knotty and fully healed." Fine. I bit out, letting myself fall back into the bed. Fighting against his grip was useless. "But Chestnut, I have to do something. Let me go." He shook his head, his grip never easing. "You can't leave. But, if you calm down then we can talk this through." "What is there to talk about?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Voice raising once more. Samuel closed his eyes. Though his face told me he was angry, I knew that there was more to it than that. He was hurting. For what reason? I didn't know and didn't care. "What do you know about your stepfather?" My eyes widened, recognition of his insinuation doing nothing to calm my nerves. "James." My gaze snapping to Samuel's. He nodded. "It's the best we have to go on. We've had people following his scent all night, but they can't find anything." My voice broke as I croaked out. "It has to be him. That's what I think too." "Now, what do you know about him? When did he and your mother meet? Is he from this territory?" His questions went in one ear and out the other. I had no answers. I knew nothing about James, apart from the fact that he was the man who made lives miserable. I never cared to know. Now it seemed that was coming back to haunt me. James could have taken my mother anywhere. Tears continued to flow. I curled my legs into my chest and wrapped my arms around them. I felt the pull of my stitches, but I didn't care. In that moment, I felt a different kind of pain, one that I wasn't used to, nor did I know how to deal with it. "We'll find her, Samantha." Samuel cut through the pain for a moment, dangling hope on a string. "I promise we'll find her." My mother has gone missing, and yet entrapped in a strange apartment, unable to leave. Chapter 36. 3 days. It had been 3 days. 3 days of waiting, without a single word. 3 days of Samuel disappearing, leaving me behind with my thoughts. It had been 3 days of complete and utter torture. We'd left the hospital soon after Samuel revealed to me that my mother had gone missing. From there, he brought me straight to a small apartment that sat in the middle of town, for what seemed like hours. He led me on everything I knew about James, who he was, how he met my family, where he used to live. The only problem was that I had no idea about any of it. I was too young to remember living anywhere but this town, and consequently too young to remember my mother meeting James. He never spoke of it. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It was a tortuous thought to realize that it took my mother's disappearance for anyone to see that James was a complete stranger. I hadn't seen anyone but Samuel since we arrived in his apartment. Apparently, despite the circumstances, Riley insisted my sentence of house arrest stayed intact. This resulted in Samuel leaving me alone on a daily basis, for hours at a time. He told me he was searching for my mother, and I could only hope he was telling the truth. The thought of escaping and finding her on my own crossed my mind more than once, but every time I tried, something got in my way. Either Samuel would come home early, a door would be locked, or someone would be standing just outside the apartment. Samuel told me Riley insisted on having a few men guard me during the day, for my own safety. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Another day had come and passed, and it was night once again. I was sitting upright in the bed, staring blankly at a book Samuel had given me, though it was the first new novel I'd seen in years. I couldn't pay attention to it. There was no escaping this reality, no matter how desperately I tried. The sound of voices just outside my bedroom door echoed through my ears. They were tense, though careful not to rise in volume, It was easy to distinguish who the voices belonged to Samuel and Riley. I perked at their arrival, hoping I would be able to catch a glimpse of what was going on outside this apartment. Samuel updated me every day on what was happening, but he could never tell me much. Nothing had changed. There were no leads. Carefully and quietly, I crawled out of bed. Tan sheets wrapped around my ankles and threatened to trip me, but I didn't let them. My hands gripped the bed posters that shot up to the ceiling, allowing my balance to stay intact. When steadied, I padded my way across the small room, staying as silent as possible. I knew that Samuel and Riley would sense my presence at the slightest of disturbances, and I wanted to hear their conversation before that happened. Thankfully, the path to the door was a straight shot. It's right next to the door leading to my bathroom, so I knew if I got caught I could use that as an excuse. As well, I heard Samuel's voice the minute I leaned against my bedroom door, holding my ear to the opening. "I don't understand." Riley immediately responded. "There's nothing to understand, Samuel. It's my decision. You have to support it. I know that. But this is Samantha we're talking about." I heard a heavy sigh from Riley. "You know the only reason I let this happen was because it's your mate, Samuel. If it were Eden, it'd have done the same thing. But we can't do it anymore, and you've got to know that. We've got the best trackers out there looking. And for what? A human and a wanderer." Riley suddenly scoffed. "Do you know how ridiculous that is?" "It's not ridiculous." Samuel raised his voice slightly. "And if this were Eden, you would have done all of this and more." "Maybe," Riley mused, unaffected. "But I've made my decision. I won't have the pack putting themselves out there for a human who's probably already dead. Or even better, turned." My breath hitched and a mangled cry threatened to emerge from the back of my throat. I plastered my hand over my mouth the minute I felt it, and thankfully, no noise was made. Samuel's voice was pleading now, though still raised. "She won't be able to handle this. Her family is all she has. She's got you, too, Samuel." I suddenly heard Riley's voice much closer than before. "And I'm sure she will be just fine." Abruptly, the door was pulled open, causing me to quickly stumble forward. I caught my footing before I could trip, however, gripping the wall beside my door. When I had my footing, I didn't move from that position in the doorway. Taking the moment to gather my thoughts, Riley caught me eavesdropping on an important conversation, and I wasn't sure how he would respond. Silence stretched for a short minute as the two men stared at me, Samuel slightly surprised. After a moment, he rolled his eyes. Was that necessary? I opened my mouth but realized he was speaking to Riley, who shrugged and moved away from me, back towards the kitchen. Samuel was standing not too far away from him, leaning all his weight against the white countertop. "You'll be fine, won't you, Samantha?" Riley called out. He hadn't stopped in the kitchen like I thought he would, but instead continued walking towards the front door, which stood at the point where the living room and kitchen met. The door matched the color of Riley's eyes, and compared to the neutral colors of the rest of the apartment, they were both extremely out of place. I tensed as Riley turned back to face me, his amber eyes meeting my own. Over the past few days, it had occurred to me that Riley could have easily been the one to take my mother. It would explain why they hadn't found even a trace of her, along with many other things. But I never got the chance to confront him about it. I managed to not worry by telling myself that I hadn't broken the deal, and there was no reason for Riley to have taken my mother. Still, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was a worrying concept that plagued my vacant days. "Riley," Samuel called out, stalking towards him. "We're not through with this." Riley shot me a wild grin before blatantly ignoring Samuel and slipping out the front door. Samuel followed him through the opening, cursing as Riley walked down the hall and further away from the confrontation. I watched as Samuel's body stopped in the doorway, his hands gripping the frame in clear annoyance. After another slew of curses, Samuel hung his head inside. He didn't go after Riley. and I watched him carefully as he retreated from the door and came back to the kitchen. He leaned against the counter again, running a hand down his face. When he refused to meet my or even glance my direction, I knew something was wrong. "What's going on?" I asked quietly. His eyes flickered to me, but as soon as they did, he turned his back and started rummaging through the fridge. After a moment, he brought out 2 bottles of water, setting them on the counter. He gestured for me to take one. I slowly walked towards the bar stools and sat in the one directly across from Samuel. We had an entire counter between us, and I suddenly felt as if he was thousands of miles away from me and this conversation. Samuel only added to this notion when he put his hands on the edges of the counter and leaned as far back as his arms would allow. "What's going on?" I repeated with a little more force. "You're not going to like it. I don't care if you're not going to like it. Tell me." For the first time that day, his eyes met mine. "Riley has decided to call off the search." "What?" "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Everything was slowly starting to make sense, and I cowled and helped the bitterness that laced my tone. Why? Because my mother and I are only human. Because Jess probably already dead. My voice broke on my last word. And as it happened, Samuel swiftly leaned across the large white surface, closing the distance between us. He couldn't reach me, but his hands snaked forward. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'm sorry, Samantha. I'm so sorry. I tried to change his mind." "That was you trying to change his mind?" I questioned in disbelief, remembering the brief conversation he'd heard. "You barely said 3 sentences. You practically let him waltz out of here without a second glance." "That's not true. I've been trying to talk to him all day and you just heard." "I don't care." I sharply cut him off, standing at the same time. "If you won't look for my family, I will. She's not dead. You don't not know what you're talking about." I started walking towards the front door, even though I knew Samuel would stop me. Sure enough, he was blocking my path before I could step 2 feet away from the kitchen counter. He firmly gripped my upper arms, and as he did, I sent him a harsh glare. "Let me go. I know you're upset. Let's talk about this." "There's nothing to talk about. You're going to do exactly what Riley asks, are you not?" Samuel groaned. "It's not that simple, Samantha. Cheers, my alpha. I can't just, are you not?" Cutting him off again. At this point, my anger was burning so brightly that I didn't care about the amount of disrespect I was showing him. Nor did I care about any consequences that would come later. The only thing I could focus on was the fact that Samuel was giving up on my mother. I wouldn't accept that. "Yes, but I should have known." I cut him off again. "One word from your precious alpha and the world stopped spinning. Have you even been looking for her? Do you even care? Will you let me speak?" Samuel growled, cutting me off. "No," I growled back, "because all you're going to do is defend Riley and his decision to give up on my family." He sighed heavily, his grip easing slightly on my arms. "I haven't given up, Samantha. I've been looking for her non-stop. You know that. But I don't know what else to do. Riley's right. We've searched everywhere outside the territory and can't find a single trace. No other pack has seen them. There's no trail. She's disappeared." "That's right. Have you ever thought to look inside the territory? Have you really searched everywhere? How can you know that she's gone when it's only been 3 days?" Samuel groaned, hanging his head back. "No one should be this hard to find. Samantha, why would she be inside the territory?" "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." James wouldn't be that stupid or reckless. If that were the case, we'd have found them days ago. His slight annoyance only fueled my fire, causing me to say something before I could think. "Maybe James didn't take her." Samuel snapped his head back to look at me. "What is that supposed to mean?" His grip tightened again. I squirmed underneath him, very aware of what it just suggested. I immediately tried to take it back. Nothing. I didn't mean anything. I'm just trying to find an explanation. Yes, you did. What are you saying? Do you think someone from the pack took her? I bowed my head, realizing his train of thought was going exactly where I didn't want it. Even though my mother was missing, I still had Will to worry about. If Samuel told Riley what he'd just said, it would be over for my brother. I don't know. It was a stupid suggestion. Tell me why. I was silent. I refused to speak. I could tell Samuel was going to let this go, just by the grip he had on my arms. It was uncomfortably tight now, and I could tell he knew I was keeping something from him. In this moment, there were no words I could say that would remedy his suspicions. After a few minutes of painful and tense silence, Samuel abruptly released his grip on me. I stumbled backward a few steps, but Samuel stayed in place. His hands raised and I flinched involuntarily, but they only came down to rest on the back of his neck. When he noticed my reaction, he stiffened. Samantha, what aren't you telling me? Surprisingly calm, begged me for an answer. Nothing. I can't help you if you don't talk to me. I was quiet for a moment before I softly spoke. There's nothing to talk about. And it was true. I could never tell Samuel what Riley threatened. I didn't know what Riley would do, but I was almost certain it would include the ending of my life and many others. What do you want me to do? Samantha. I looked up to find Samuel staring at me, my hand wrapped around my arm, and I hugged myself closely. I just want to find her. I know. She can't be dead. Samuel was silent. Tears stung my eyes. I firmly blinked them away, bowing my head and letting my dark hair fall forward to shield my face. Samuel noticed, however, and took a hesitant step forward. When I didn't move, he closed the distance between us. A finger was placed underneath my chin, and he gently raised my head to meet his gaze. A sad expression lined his features and his mouth was hanging half open as if he was fighting to find the right words to say. Despite my best efforts, the tears starting flowing, Samuel watched them slip, catching a few as his other hand cupped my cheek. As they continued falling, all my anger and resolve disappeared. The only thing left in their wake was a terrified girl who wanted her mother. Samuel smiled sadly, noting my change. We'll find her. I haven't given up. They'll find a way to fix this. There's no fixing this. Samuel, I whispered, the first of many sobs escaping my lips. Samuel hushed me, smoothly wrapping his arms around my body in a gentle embrace. I was still holding myself, but Samuel didn't seem to care about my awkward position. He held me firmly against his chest, one hand cradling the back of my head. His chin rested on the top of my skull, and it suddenly felt as if there was nothing in the world apart from Samuel and me. I guiltily relished in the feeling for a few fleeting moments, allowing the man I swore I hated to comfort me. When my sobs quieted, Samuel slowly unwrapped his arms from around me. He kept his grip on my shoulders though, holding me back a little to look at my face. I think it's time for bed. He spoke softly. My mother always told me things are much worse late at night. I nodded and allowed Samuel to lead me back to my room. In that moment, I didn't have control over my body or my thoughts. The reality that everyone was no longer looking for my mother was sinking in, and it was easier to let the numbness take over. He led me to the small bedroom, ushering me to sit on my bed. I obliged, tucking myself underneath the sheets as Samuel went to the dresser across from me. He pulled out sweats and tossed them toward me. I recognized them as my favorites, the ones that used to belong to my brother. Samuel told me HED had someone grab a few of my clothes, but I didn't know those had been in the mix. I smiled to myself as I grabbed the grey material, appreciating the small moment. Samuel closed my dresser and walked to the other side of the room, falling on a cream couch that sat underneath the window. It was hard to see much of the night with the light of the room glaring off the glass, but I noticed a few stars peeking around a full moon. Thanks, I told Samuel, tucking the clothes away for when he left. Anytime. Is there anything else you need? I shook my head. All right. He hesitated and glanced behind him, into the dark night. I furrowed my eyebrows. Everything. All of it. I know how much they mean to you. Samuel sighed and turned to look at me. Family is important. I smiled sadly, nodding in agreement. Why can't I go look for her? There's not much you could do. You can't be alone out there, and I don't want anyone hurting you. If someone took your mother, they could take you as well. Anything would be better than sitting around. I know. How much longer? Until I can leave the house? I mean, I'm not sure. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes and instead let out a large breath of air, puffing my cheeks as I did. Well, just let me know what the damned alpha says. Samuel chuckled lightly, though I could tell he was stressed. You really don't like him? Biting my lip, I carefully responded. Yes, just a lot. I lifted the sheets up to my chest, leaning against the dark headboard and allowing my body to fall into my pillows. Exhaustion was slowly grabbing hold of me, though I knew it was because of anything I'd done that day. The emotional stress of worrying about my family was enough to let sleep permanently take me in its tempting grasp. You know he would never hurt you. Right. Samuel started, shaking his head as I gave him a sad smile. Riley won't hurt you. He knows what you are to me. I nodded, my thoughts returning to Riley. It was my life I was worried about. His threats against my family, though nothing new to me, were still fresh on my mind. As my thoughts wandered through the conversations I'd had with him, I suddenly remembered a point of curiosity. I looked at Samuel carefully, trying to judge his reaction from my question. Who's Eden? Surprise filled Samuel's face. What brought that up? Urging him on. However, he only shook his head. How do you know about Eden? I don't. I've just heard the name a few times. He nodded, rubbing his neck in the process. Eden, Samuel started, but quickly trailed off. When he couldn't find the right words, he let out a sharp breath and caught my eye. Don't tell him I told you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes widened slightly. Why? It's just a sensitive spot for him, and I'm not sure it's the best thing for you to know about. So why are you telling me? Samuel smiled. Because I don't want to keep things from you. I want you to trust me. My brow furrowed at his words. Samuel was a constant enigma, and had yet to figure it out. Who he was now was completely different from who he was before. He no longer came across as a terrifying wolf that would force me to bend to his will. And I was no longer afraid of Samuel. Some part of me, though deep within my soul, knew I could trust him. I doubt he will ever ask you about it, but just don't mention anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded slowly, my brain trying to keep up. I was still fighting exhaustion, and I didn't want to miss this information he was going to give me. It was a worthy distraction for everything else going on. Samuel let out a large breath and looked around the room, wrapping his hands around his jaw. I could tell he didn't want to talk about this, but I didn't repeal my question. Eden was Riley's mate. Samuel eventually spoke. I tried to hold back a scoff, picturing the sadistic werewolf in love. Riley has a mate. Samuel sighed. Riley had a mate. Chapter 37 Eden. Samuel's words rang through the air for a long moment. I tried to process them as he stared at me, trying to read my thoughts as I was his. In my mind, thoughts and scenarios waterfalled, each one more intriguing than the last. They each brought up a new question and a new perspective on Riley. What happened? I initially asked. Samuel sighed again, twisting his fingers. She died. I nodded silently, my heart twisting at Samuel's tone. I was surprised by his statement, but I was still curious. Can I ask how? He looked at me for a moment, voice lowering. Then, He shook his head and lowly mumbled, "Childbirth." My eyebrows shot up and I had to keep my jaw from dropping. To compensate, I took a long and deep breath through my nose. None of the situations that had just run through my head was anything like what Samuel was telling me. Riley has a child. No, Samuel shook his head. They both died. My eyes widened. I suddenly felt a small pain in my chest, though I was quite sure why. Riley was never anything but cruel to me. But the thought of anyone enduring that sort of grief was heartbreaking. It was enough to allow a small sliver of pity to enter my heart. However, the pain in my chest grew and it was beginning to feel like much more than pity. A deep and empty feeling was settling in the pit of my stomach, and I felt a huge piece of my heart breaking. I couldn't place why I was suddenly feeling this way until my eyes slowly lifted from my sheets to rest on Samuel. His face was as blank as a sheet of paper, and his frame was as still as an ocean of glass. However, I knew exactly what was beneath that facade. I'd seen it take over Samuel's features too many times not to know he was hiding another emotion. How I'd known that Samuel was feeling this way was beyond me, but I pushed that thought aside. I watched him carefully for a moment, planning my next words carefully. "Did you know her?" I questioned softly, already knowing the answer. The atmosphere in the room had drastically changed, and I suddenly felt as if I could do no more than whisper. He nodded. "She was the first person I met when Riley brought me here. I was a mess, but she took care of me. Next to Riley, Eden was the first person I considered to be family. Then again, she was every owner's family. For the last few years, her and Riley ran the pack." "I'm sorry," I whispered. "She sounds wonderful." She was. Samuel smiled. "She wasn't only perfect for Riley, but for everyone. She took care of the pack. But in no way did she baby us." He suddenly laughed, recalling a memory. "She whipped me into shape when I got here. She was barely 18, but she still acted like she owned the place." I couldn't help but look up to her. I took a reprieve in the change of atmosphere, chuckling lightly at Samuel's comment. "You needed whipping into shape." He shot me a wide grin. Believe it or not, I haven't always been this ruggedly handsome and confident. I laughed for real this time, and that only seemed too wide in Samuel's grin. What can I say? Eden knew her stuff. I rolled my eyes. That's one way of putting it. We laughed together, letting a brief and comfortable silence fall when we were through. And like times from before, I didn't feel the need to shy away from this silence or ask Samuel to leave me be. The more we spoke, the more I felt the pit in my stomach disappear. It made no sense, but I could tell Samuel was feeling the same way. I quickly brushed the thought aside as a neutral pity for Riley, knowing it could be nothing more. Eventually, Samuel broke the silence. His tone was no longer sorrowful or troubled, but tired and drained. "We're recovering, you know, but the whole pack took everything pretty hard. Riley, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He shifted his weight. "You don't just get over losing your mate. When did it happen?" He thought for a moment. "Just over a year ago." I raised my eyebrows once more. "I didn't know it was that recent." Samuel shrugged his shoulders, rolling them at the same time. It did little to relieve the stress etched into his joints. "It's been a hell of a year. The pack's doing better, but Riley is still adjusting." I hesitated, biting my lip, before slowly saying, "He seems fine to me." It was meant to come out as more of a question, but I failed miserably at hiding my suspicions. Riley didn't seem like he was dealing with the loss of his soulmate. Rather, he was happily carrying on with his superior life. Samuel eyed me warily. He raised an eyebrow as he spoke his next few words. "You see what he wants you to see. Riley still has an entire pack to take care of. He can't just break down and leave them." "Oh," I breathed, biting my... "Well, why didn't you just take over for him?" Samuel sighed heavily. His shoulders slumped forward ever so slightly, and he stopped fiddling his fingers. "I'm not an alpha, Samantha." "Why not?" He looked up at me, head tilting. You don't know how anything like that works, do you? Suddenly self-conscious. Because I grew up isolated from the wolves. I knew nothing about the way the lives or the hierarchy worked. Sure, I knew the basics, but beyond that was nothing more than a mystery I previously had no desire to solve. Now, however, I was realizing that this was knowledge I needed to know. If I was going to spend my life with Samuel, it would benefit me to know how that life worked. I know the basics, I told him, looking at my hands. He laughed once at my response, but his voice was still tired. Riley is the alpha, and so was his father. He'd have to die for another alpha to take his place. So it follows the family. I questioned Samuel, and he nodded. Well, what if there's no family when alpha dies? Then the beta would become the alpha. He paused, then added, the chiefs would have to approve it first. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rubbed my forehead. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel was quiet for a moment, gathering his thoughts. His mouth hung half open, like it usually did, as he searched for the right words. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He started slowly. It's basically like the alpha, you know, but higher. They take care of other alphas and their packs if there are disputes or something of the sorts. I had no idea there were more of you. I grumbled. It was meant to sound bitter, but it came out more of an afterthought. That's not even the half of it. Samantha. He laughed. I puffed my cheeks with air and let that out. Slowly. That's enough for me. For now. Moving on. I know. This is all a lot, I said more to myself than Samuel. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He caught it, and he gave me a small smile. You'll be out of here soon enough, and then it'll get better. Keeping my thoughts to myself. In all honesty, I didn't think it would ever. It would just get manageable. We'd find my mother, and that would make things slightly easier. But after that, my life would consist of pleasing to werewolves. Silence fell once more, and my mind wandered. It ran through all the events that led me here, and I couldn't help but feel a loss for the girl that ran away. As I looked back on everything, it suddenly seemed like she was gone. And then, I realized the moment she left was the moment Riley threatened my family. Life was no longer about getting out of this town and finding a way to fight back, but being trapped here to walk on eggshells the rest of my life. So that girl and that fire had died out. The burning desire to escape and create something better was replaced with a burning fear of what would happen if I made a mistake. What are you thinking? Samuel suddenly spoke. His face scrunched into an unreadable expression. When I looked up, I found him watching me. I hesitated with my answer, knowing that lying to him would only cause him to ask again. So, I told him half of the truth, hoping it would work. Riley. He nodded, eyes softening. A cheer's changed. You know, since everything happened. A cheer's not the same as he was before. Samuel slowly stood up and began walking back and forth along the length of the couch. Eden had a way of forcing Riley to be his best. He still talks about her like Chess here. That's probably where you heard her name. Samuel trailed off, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. Throws a lot of people off. It's best if you just don't comment on it. I thought for a moment of the Riley that I knew, trying not to cringe. All he did was threaten me and my family, and force me to obey his will. On the surface, he seemed like a controlling and manipulative werewolf who did anything to get what he wanted. Riley being any different than that was a foreign and unbelievable notion. What was he like with Edith around? I questioned. Samuel paused his steps. He was more grounded. I mused over the word, but before I could think for too long, Samuel was interrupting my thoughts with his own. Why are you so afraid of him? He began walking again, tucking his hands behind his back as he awaited my answer. His question caught me off guard, ere I stuttered before spitting out the first thing that came to my mind. Yes, intimidating. Samuel gave me a look, and I knew he didn't believe me. I've told you that you don't have to be afraid of him. I know. So why are you? What am I what? I questioned, giving myself a few moments to calculate my response. Afraid of him. Samantha. I could almost hear him rolling his eyes. I've told you. Yes, just a lot. That doesn't tell me anything. Playing his comment off and redirecting his attention. It was always the best way to distract him. Why do you do everything he says? Because H's an alpha. So, I questioned, trying to hold back a scoff. Samuel's step faltered, but he continued as if my comment was something he heard every day. Because H's my alpha. I mimicked his earlier words. That doesn't really tell me anything. He laughed once, then suddenly stopped his pacing and turned to face me. He tilted his head, as an unreadable expression laced its way onto his face. Why do you keep doing that? He thoughtfully questioned, his brief smile fading. I furrowed my eyebrows, not following his abrupt change in thought. Doing what? Redirecting the conversation. Refusing to speak your mind. I raised my eyebrows, complete and utter surprise filling me. That was something I expected Samuel to pick up on, and now that he had, I was sure what to do. Holding back my thoughts was the only way to make sure he didn't find out what I really thought about everything. If he did know, it'd be the end for me and my family. Eventually, I muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. Samuel rolled his eyes. Yes, you do. No, I don't. He raised an eyebrow, giving me a clear look. I only shrugged my shoulders, keeping his gaze. If I broke away, it was a clear sign that he had one, and I cowed into Samuel thinking I was lying in any way. After a few tense moments, he shook his head, looking around the room. You can be extremely difficult. You know that. I rolled my eyes, allowing my shoulders to relax. And you can be extremely cryptic. Then added, with a smirk, see, I just spoke my mind. Samuel laughed and walked around the bottom of my bed, hesitating before moving any further. You know, resting his hand on the wooden post, you can tell me anything. My breath hitched in my throat as a weight settled on my chest. What do you mean by that? I mean just that. You can tell me anything. Okay. I trailed off, where he didn't move, or say anything. I knew he was expecting something more from me. I racked my brain for something he'd want to hear but kept coming up empty. I didn't think it was possible he knew about Riley's threats to me, or he wouldn't be asking me so calmly to divulge something. Then again, Samuel had a peculiar relationship with Riley, and I could never pin either of them down. I don't know what you want me to say. I finally sighed, looking anywhere but at Samuel. He shook his head as if he were processing difficult information. I know it's not great being locked up in here, and I'll talk to Riley to see how much longer that will be. I know you're stressed about your mother, and I'm doing everything I can to find her. I know all of this is a lot for you, and I'm trying to make it better. But if something else is going on, I need to know so I can fix it. I bit my lip, noting his frustration. There's nothing else. However, when I said that, Samuel rolled his eyes, shaking his head again, exaggerated. I quickly defended myself, repeating my statement. There's nothing else. My voice raised slightly, betraying my true feelings. Samuel scoffed. Right. Well, when you want to tell me, I'm all ears. Samantha. I was surprised by the amount of bitterness in his tone, and it took me a moment to catch up. My next question came out before I could stop myself, and I was suddenly digging my grave deeper and deeper with every passing moment. Why does this bother you so much? What? The fact that something is clearly wrong and you won't tell me. I held my breath. I don't know what you want me to say. I held up my hands. I'm really fine. I've just got a lot on my mind. Why don't you tell me? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's nothing to talk about. You know everything that's going on. I'm just stressed about my mom, and Will, and the fact that James could be out there. It's just not going to hurt you. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know. Like I said, there's nothing to talk about. Samuel was quiet for a moment, and I held my breath, waiting for his words. I knew he was going to fully buy what I was giving him, but it had to be enough. Finally, he took a deep breath. I just need you to know I'm here for you. I know, I told him. And it wasn't entirely fake. I knew Samuel's statement was true. Achidi proved that Achidi never leave my side. No matter the cost, he would do whatever it took to make sure, in his eyes, I was okay. The only problem was that we didn't always see eye to eye, and there was no way of fixing that. Samuel sighed heavily. It's getting late. We should sleep. His voice was tired again, and I knew I didn't tell him what he wanted to hear. Instead of responding, I simply nodded and tucked myself deeper into my blankets. Samuel muttered a good night before leaving my room, closing the door behind him. The silence of the bedroom immediately crept into my senses, and it was slightly unnerving. Where there was silence, there was time to think and worry, and those were the last things I wanted to do. Chapter 38. Something's happened. The room was dark and still. Hours had passed since Samuel left, and in that time I'd easily fallen asleep. I would have still been asleep if it weren't for the incessant slew of noises coming from just beyond my door. It had only been a few minutes ago that I'd woken up from another nightmare to the sounds of doors opening and closing and Samuel cursing, too drained to move. I stayed lying in bed, listening to his voice grow in anger. After a while, it was clear I was going back to sleep, and Samuel was going to cease his increasingly loud tantrum. Eventually, I dragged myself out of bed, wrapping a blanket around my shoulders as I did. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was barely a few hours into the night, and nowhere near morning. This sent a spark of annoyance through my heart. Just as a loud and harsh thud was heard outside my door, I annoyedly stalked towards it, intending to peek outside my room and give Samuel the glare of the century. When I opened my door, however, I stopped in my tracks. The harsh and white light of the kitchen initially burned my eyes, but when they adjusted, I had to take a step back from the scene before me. Samuel was wildly pacing the kitchen and living room, knocking everything over in his path as he did. His phone was held tightly to his ear and he spoke into it furiously. His hair was wildly out of place and the only thing he wore was a long pair of black sweatpants. I made a small noise as he knocked over another bar stool, retreating further into my room. However, the moment the noise left my lips, Samuel stopped dead in his tracks and turned to face me. His features softened immediately, though his eyes still burned with anger. Samantha, still holding the phone to his ear. His attention was drawn away from me when the voice on the other end responded. Samuel's features quickly darkened once more, and he turned away as he snarled into the phone. I couldn't catch what he was saying, but after another minute, he hung up. As he slipped the small device into his pocket, he held out his hands and slowly walked towards me. I immediately pulled the blanket tighter around myself, flinching back from his large and raging frame. This didn't faze him, though, and it was as if H.E.'d been expecting my reaction. "What's going on?" I called out as he continued slowly walking towards me. My eyes darted around the room, eyeing all the turned-over furniture, then back to the man who was obviously the culprit. I knew from the way he walked that Samuel was anything but calm and I didn't want him anywhere near me. Samuel caught my gaze, and as if reading my mind, stopped walking. "It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm fine." My eyes scanned his body, and I could see that he was struggling to ease the tension in each muscle. We stood at an impasse for a moment, neither of us moving, as his hands clenched into fists then relaxed at his side. I knew he wouldn't move again without my permission, so after a while, I stiffly nodded and repeated my earlier question. What's going on? Almost immediately after I nodded, Samuel began walking towards me again. It was even slower this time, and it felt as if he was waiting for me to run away. But I stayed rooted in place. This meant little to Samuel because even when I did, he came only as far as the kitchen counter closest to my door. He then stopped and leaned against it, folding his arms. Something's happened. Watching me carefully, my heart fell out of my chest, and I half cried. What's wrong? Why don't you sit down? He abruptly turned from me and picked up the bar stool he'd knocked over, gesturing for me to take a seat. I numbly heeded his words, waiting for him to speak again. However, Samuel seemed at a loss. His face held a distant scowl, and as he resumed his closed, off stance from before. His anger from earlier was just on the surface, and it was hard to tell he was still fighting to keep it at bay. Is he all right? I questioned, watching his features contort with different emotions. No. I took a deep breath. Is he dead? Samuel closed his eyes. Not yet. My breathing increased as my heart started beating rapidly. I tried my best to keep my composure, but I knew that if Samuel didn't tell me what happened soon, I would lose it. What happened? Samuel's voice was harsh. I don't know. I have no idea how it happened. I didn't know anything had even happened. But he hesitated, stiffly rubbing the back of his neck. Willa shifting. I repeated, letting out a half, crazed laugh. Shifting. Into what? One of you. I shook my head fervently. That's not possible. You're insane. He was bitten, Samantha, quite a while ago. It's been in his system long enough that it's starting to take over. My jaw was left hanging half open as my eyes widened. Samuel's words were left suspended in the air, waiting for me to catch hold of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I refused. That's not possible. She has been in the hospital this whole time. She has been asleep this whole time. There's no way anyone could have gotten to him. My voice was growing louder with each question that left my mouth as I tried, desperately, to deny what Samuel was telling me. Why would anyone want Will? Wouldn't someone have noticed the bite? Why didn't anyone say anything? I was in hysterics now, repeating the same sentences over and over again. At some point during my small breakdown, Samuel walked over to my chair, pulled me off, and into his arms. They did little to calm me, as enough tension for the both of us was straining his muscles. After a moment of standing there in his arms, what Samuel was saying had finally sunk in. Then, it all made sense. The sudden and miraculous healing Will had done in the days that he'd been gone. The fact that he needed no more surgeries, or anything, to aid him in the process. The only thing we'd been waiting for Will to do was to wake up. And now that he finally was, it was in the worst way possible. Where is he? I let out half a yell, pushing back against Samuel's chest. He immediately let go of me, but still held me at arm's length. When he didn't answer my question, I repeated myself, fully letting out a scream. Where is he? Samuel closed his eyes. The doctor sedated him, but Riley is on his way over there right now. Chia's going to take care of it. Take care of it. My eyes widened, and I immediately gripped Samuel's arms harshly. Riley can't do anything to him. We have to go and get him, now. I ripped myself away from Samuel, much to his surprise. Before he could grab me, I ran to my bedroom and threw the blanket on the ground, grabbing a sweatshirt in the same motion as I reached for my shoes. However, Samuel caught up. Samantha, just calm down. Riley's not going to hurt him. Samuel grabbed my shoes from the floor, and I frantically reached for them. He danced around me though, bringing us both back out into the kitchen. Give me my shoes, I demanded, my voice growing louder by the second. When he refused and held them high above his head, I screamed in frustration. However, I didn't let that deter me. Before Samuel knew what was happening, I dove around him and sprinted for the front door. I heard my shoes drop to the ground as Samuel jumped after me, easily catching hold of my wrist. "Let go," crying now. "He's going to kill him. I have to get to him before Riley does." Samuel stilled, complete and utter confusion taking the place of his anger. My words rang sharply through the air, and he looked at me like I was half mad. In reality, I knew exactly what was going on. Somehow, it'd screwed up, and Riley was going to kill my brother as consequence. When I tried to make another run for it, Samuel grabbed my other hand and rooted me firmly in place. "Samantha," he commanded as I continued fighting against his grip. When I didn't calm down, he repeated himself, matching my screams. "Samantha, look at me." His change in tone sent my body still as a stone. Slowly, I brought my eyes back to him, despite wanting to be thousands of miles away. When I met his gaze, I was surprised to see his eyes were still the dark abyss of blue and black. Not a hint of another color there. He looked into my own eyes for a fleeting second before taking a deep breath, calming himself. When he spoke, his voice was low, threatening to release another yell. "You have to calm down." I took a shaky breath, letting his words wash over me. For both our sakes, I needed to do as Samuel said. However, the thought that Riley was going after my brother, probably at this very minute, was enough to send my heart racing, and I realized I couldn't calm down. I had to focus this energy on finding Will. Silence fell as Samuel breathed heavily. I desperately tried to follow his example, but confusion and horror clouded my thoughts. I hopelessly tried to figure out what could have caused Riley to go after my brother. In my mind, Riley being behind all of this was the only reasonable explanation. HED had to have been the one to bite him, or at the very least, gotten someone else to do it. No one else could have gotten to him in the hospital. But it didn't make sense. It'd done everything he asked me. It kept Samuel happy. There was no reason he should be going after my family. Samuel breathed with me for another moment, before loosening his grip on my wrists. "Now," he started, closing his eyes for a moment. "Why don't you explain to me what's going on? What are you talking about?" I shrilly cried, immediately betraying the fact that I'd done little to calm myself. Samuel gave me a hard look, his eyes doing little to hide his frustration. I quickly calmed my tone and took another shaky breath. "The only thing going on is that we need to go to Will." My voice came out eerily smooth. "Before Riley kills him." "Right." I bit my lip. "I just don't want Will getting hurt. We have to go to him." Samuel shook his head, deepening his frown lines. "There's something else you need to know, Samantha." He abruptly changed his tone to one that was softer and almost pleading. "We will go and see your brother. I promise you that. But we can't right now." My temper flared, but mostly out of fear and panic. "And why the hell not?" "There's multiple reasons." Samuel tried to keep his soft voice, one being that it's not safe for you to be around him like this. My voice rose an octave, doing the exact opposite of Samuel's. "I thought you said he was sedated." He ignored my comment. "The other reason we can't go is that it's not safe out there tonight." "What is that supposed to mean?" "You remember that group of humans you were traveling with?" My brow furrowed. "I don't see. They're back. And they killed about a dozen of us." My heart stilled. Why on earth would they come here? Samuel sighed, and I knew he didn't want to tell me anything. I gave him a look, trying again to pull my wrists from his grasp. He let me go this time, but I stayed rooted in place, waiting to hear his explanation. "They were trying to get someone back," he delicately explained. Images flashed through my mind of the night Riley had come to save us from the humans. To my knowledge, almost all of them had died. Then, I remembered the bloodied hand riding back to town with us who... I whispered, the memories clouding my voice. "I don't know their names." I sighed heavily, folding my arms across my chest while glancing at the door behind Samuel. "Look, I don't care about them. I care about Will. He's in trouble and I've got to help him. He can't be shifting. He won't survive." We don't know that, he firmly stated. And he's not in trouble. Bridie will be there when he wakes up. My breath caught in my throat, and it suddenly felt as if the world was crashing around me. I tried to speak, to tell Samuel that Bridie was the last person I wanted to see when he woke up. But no words would come. Samuel noticed, and he hesitantly ran his fingers up my arm. He's not going to hurt Will. Samantha. I shook my head, tears forming in my eyes once more. My brother was as good as dead. Samuel gently gripped my upper arm, pulling me closer to him. Why don't you believe me? My breath came out in shortened, shaking huffs, and I used that as an excuse to ignore Samuel's question. The tears were falling from my eyes now, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. I just need to see Will, I eventually told Samuel, who had been waiting patiently for my answer. He closed his eyes, giving me a tired and hopeless smile. I know. Chapter 39, I have to go. I know, Samuel told me. Then, why can't we go? I questioned, angrily wiping away my tears. Samuel's hand that was resting on my arm flicked forward, but he sighed, and dropped it from me completely. I told you, it's not safe. I shook my head. Will would never hurt me. Samuel looked at me, and I could have sworn I saw an ounce of pity in his eyes. Before I could catch it, he looked at the ceiling, avoiding my gaze. Will's not going to be himself. I don't understand. My voice cracked as I spoke, but I chose to ignore it. I also chose to ignore the fact that all the knowledge I previously had about humans shifting was suddenly nowhere to be found. It had been replaced by sheer and utter panic that was slowly clouding my thoughts, throwing anything and everything else out the window. Right now, there's a wolf in Will that is trying to get out. Considering how long H.E.S. had that bite, it's going to be a strong one. Will's not going to be in control of his actions. What do you mean how long H.E.S. had the bite? I questioned, frantically. Who bit him? Why am I just now finding out? Then, I paused, a sudden, red, hot fury entering my chest. It pressed down heavily against me, weighing enough to stop my breathing and irrational thought. Ever so slowly, I looked up at Samuel and seized my next words. Did you know? Of course not. Samuel immediately shot his gaze back to me, eyebrows raising. It was hard to notice my sudden change of attitude, and Samuel realized I was ready to snap if he said the wrong words. He proceeded slowly, watching for any sign that I might lose it. Samantha, I would never keep that from you. Somehow, I knew he was telling the truth, but the fire was still alight in my heart. It wanted someone to blame. It wanted a reason to scream. Who bit him? Samuel was eyeing me warily, watching my chest rapidly rise and fall. We don't know for sure. We won't know until he shifts. My lips twisted into a disgusted scowl. I believed Samuel, but he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, though I didn't blame him. And somehow, I knew he was telling me the truth. The only thing I could think about was that it was his alpha that had caused this. It had to have been. Bridie biting Will was the only explanation. He was the current source of all my suffering, and he would be forever. I didn't realize it at first, but my rational thinking was suddenly nowhere to be found. It was replaced by a feeling stronger than anything it ever before felt. A resentment so strong that it buried itself in my very core. It started in my chest, then seemed to bleed into every one of my veins, coursing through my body until there was nothing left but pure and raw hatred. Samuel suddenly took a step back, causing me to turn my glare on him. However, when I rested my bitter stare on him, he was glaring back. A look of concern mixed with confusion flashed in his eyes, and his mouth hung half open with an unspoken thought. What? I snapped. He shook his head, quickly recovering his steps. He eyed me for another moment, before slowly speaking. His voice came out smooth and level, attempting to lull me into a calmer state. Samantha, you have every right to be angry. I won't tell you otherwise. But we must keep a level head about this. If we're going to find who did it, we need to stay calm. I know who did it. I snarled. James. Samuel hesitantly questioned. I knew there was more to his question, but he didn't elaborate. I bit my lip once more, my scowl deepening. No, he has been gone for too long. Though James was a likely culprit, it was much easier for me to go after Riley. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The one who threatened my family. There was holding him back from turning my brother and using it as leverage against me. Just like there was nothing stopping him from taking my mother. Samuel pursed his lips before slowly responding. He watched me discreetly, waiting for the moment I would snap. Like I said, Will's had this bite for a while. How long? My voice was harsh, and it almost made me want to cower away from it. How Samuel stood before me, taking the full brunt of my fury, was beyond me. We don't know exactly. It looks like it happened a few days after we got back. James was gone by then. Samuel nodded once. When he didn't say anything else, I had to hold back a scoff. Someone would have caught him if he went to the hospital. Someone would have said something. They knew he was the one who put Will in there in the first place. That's something else. Samantha. Samuel closed his eyes, avoiding my burning gaze. Riley knew when it happened. The doctors called him. They'd seen someone in Will's room and found the bite. My heart stilled. As Samuel's words sank in, my world began to fall to ruins. If what he was saying was true, then that meant when I went to see Will, Achidi probably already been bitten, and it had no idea. My own brother had been suffering from a bite and I had absolutely no idea. I was naive enough to believe that Achidi healed that much on his own, that some sort of kind mercy was out there long enough to allow my brother to come back to me. I stood in stunned silence for a moment as Samuel slit open his eyes. His entire body was tensed, much like my own, but his eyes were trained on me. Once more, as I stared back at him, my resolve crumbled. I tried to speak, but my voice came out much weaker than intended. I meant to sound accusatory, scornful, disbelieving, but none of those emotions were made manifest. My voice was cold and dead. You're telling me you didn't know? Samuel tightly clenched his jaw. Riley didn't tell me. Why not? Because I was taking care of you. Silence fell. I didn't know what to say to his words, and it seemed like Samuel had nothing else to tell me. Pieces of my heart were slowly breaking away, each one falling somewhere they would never resurface. A piece fell for my brother. A piece fell for my mother. A chunk was torn away from my sanity. Then, finally, a fraction of a piece fell for Samuel too. I didn't want to focus on it, but I knew he was hurt by Riley's actions. They were brothers. If I guessed correctly, this would be the first time Riley hid something from Samuel, and he was taking it well. I'm sorry, I whispered before I could stop myself. Don't be. This isn't about me. Samuel sighed. But I'm going to make sure we find whoever did this. If it was James or not. James' name swam through my mind, and no matter how hard I tried to push the thought away, I knew Samuel was right. It was more than possible that James bit Will, even though Riley could have set the entire thing up, and the better part of me wanted to believe this. Something in me knew that was the case. The small piece of sanity still left in me forced my brain back to rational thinking. That I realized something. Riley had no motive. He'd done nothing wrong. If Riley were the one to take my mother and bite Will, it would only result in furthering my hatred for him and Samuel. That was exactly what he didn't want. I knew Riley was manipulative, conniving, and sadistic, but I didn't think he was reckless enough to throw away what HEB set up with me. With my mother gone and Will a wolf, his leverage was thrown away. On top of that, he had to control a newly shifting werewolf with no prior knowledge of the fact that it was going to happen. A first shift was something the pack prepared for. One that happened unexpectedly never ended well for anyone. Even if Riley knew. The pack didn't, and that was enough to cause panic. Then again, James had no motive that I could see. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As far as anyone knew, he left town to escape the wrath of Samuel. Coming back here and risking his neck to turmoil was something anyone with a rational mind would do. James had plenty of opportunities to turn us before, and that is the very reason we were ostracized from the pack. He refused. He didn't want the responsibility of the children, on top of his mate, so risking his life to do so now made absolutely no sense. A shrill ringing suddenly sounded through the trash department, and Samuel and I both snapped our gazes to his pocket. He called out his cell phone, answering it with a rough voice. He didn't say anything after that, but hung up after a moment, and sighed. I have to go. My jaw dropped, and my anger immediately resurfaced. What do you mean you have to go? I'm going to help Will. Riley's there now, but he needs help. The humans are still somewhere in the territory as well, so I've got to get Bray and a team together to find them. As he spoke, he typed something quickly into his phone. I'm coming with you. I have to help Will. Samuel sighed, looking at me with sad eyes. We've been over this. Samantha, you're going to get hurt. Will could kill you. I shook my head, crossing my arms. He wouldn't do that. And if you're going, I'm going. I won't be left here alone. Not all my brothers out there being killed. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can't force me to stay here. Samuel mimicked my posture. Your brother will be fine. No one is going to kill him. I'm going to help Pray, and he'll be fine. I closed my eyes, forcing back the tears that never seemed to want to leave. After a moment, my voice softened, and I resolved to beg. Samuel was responding to my harsher accusatory tone, and I was desperate to find a way out of this apartment. I couldn't leave Will alone. If he was waking up to be a werewolf, I needed to be there. If he was going to die, I needed to be there. There was no way around it. Please, let me go with you. I won't get in the way. I'll help. I'll stay behind you the entire time. I'm sorry. Samantha. He opened his phone once more, typing another message before continuing. It's not worth putting you at risk. You're still not even fully healed. My attention turned momentarily to the stitches just above my hip. They were burning, as usual, but the feeling only added to my earlier anger. It did nothing to hinder me, and the past few days had been pivotal in my healing process. We both know I'm fine. Please, I'm begging you, let me go with you. I'm sorry. Samantha. A sudden knock was heard at the door, and Samuel and I both turned to face it. The next moment, the door was being opened and two figures walked slowly into the apartment. The first figure I immediately recognized as Peyton Bray. He was towing someone behind him, a girl that had never before seen. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Peyton spoke, his gaze darting between Samuel and me. His icy blue eyes seemed to scream with amusement as he judged the clear tension in the air. Samuel sighed, but didn't relax his posture. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bray. Good. He grunted, pushing the girl behind him forward. I've got your company here, and we're ready to go. I've gathered a few men already, but we'll need more than what I've got. We need a plan. I've got one. Peyton nodded and turned towards the front door, leaving the girl standing awkwardly next to the turned-over sofa. Samuel took a step towards him, then hesitated, silently debating something. There'll be 1 minute. He ultimately spoke, his eyes glancing at me. I refused to meet Samuel's gaze but watched Peyton as he paused, and half turned to face Samuel. We need to leave. The men are waiting for us. Riley's waiting. Samuel's tone immediately changed. He growled suddenly, taking a small step forward. I said I'll be out in a minute. Bray, they can wait. Peyton stiffened, his grip on the doorknob tightening. His face went blank for a moment before he let a small and fake smile spread across his face. It didn't reach his eyes and looked more disturbing than anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta, he'll be waiting outside. With his final words, Peyton left and slammed the door behind him. I stood watching what HED just stood, motionless, as the tension in the air did nothing but rise. I was half tempted to run after Peyton, but before I could, Samuel stepped in front of me. I have to go, Samantha. I didn't want to look at him, but I found my gaze traveling up to meet his. Samuel's eyes were sad, but they held a determination I knew I couldn't argue with. Silently, I bowed my head and cursed his name. I'd find a way to get to Will, with or without Samuel's help. In leaving Raven with you, Samuel continued, jutting his jaw out to the girl Peyton brought in. She was giving us a moment, busying herself with turning the heavy couch back over. So please don't do anything stupid. Here's a phone, as well. It has my number in it. And Raven can tell you how to use it, if necessary. I'll keep you updated. He took my hand and firmly placed something small into my palm. Before I could glance at the phone, Samuel took my other hand and brought it to my face. His hand enveloped mine and my jaw, and a look of tenderness glazed over his features. However, I ignored Samuel's actions, gripping the phone in my other hand and shoving it into my pocket. I'll be back by sunrise. Please, please don't do anything. Just wait for me. Samuel desperately searched my eyes for some sort of acknowledgement or promise, but I gave him none. I refused to sit idly by while he went after Will without me. I refused to accept the fact that he was leaving me behind. Don't be upset with me. Trying one last time to change Samuel's mind. Cheer's all I have. Samuel, please. I looked up at him, my eyes clouding with tears. I didn't fight them this time, hoping they would prove to Samuel just how desperate I was to see my brother. Samuel closed his eyes and tightened his lips. I'll make sure Cheer's okay. Samantha, I'll get through this. I stayed silent. When he saw I was going to answer, Samuel sighed. He straightened his posture, walking past me and towards the front door. His hand rested on the knob for a moment as his face half turned toward me. I could see his jaw hanging open, but before he said anything, Samuel shook his head and left, knocking the door behind him. In this story, I'm trapped in an apartment with dangerous wolves outside, while my brother is undergoing a painful transformation. I must choose between saving him and protecting another innocent life. How will it all unfold? Chapter 40. I can't let you go. I stared for a moment at the red door, half expecting Samuel to come back and take me with him. I refused to believe that Chidi actually left me alone, or that he didn't so much as think twice about leaving me behind. Much to my surprise and distaste, the thought stung. It pulled at my heart in places I hadn't even realized Samuel had strings attached to. Our time together since Dee's been brought back to town was decent. Samuel had been trying. He didn't seem to be keeping things from me. He was giving me my space. And he was pushing me, though I refused to admit it. I was beginning to find I didn't hate the man, and had begun to trust him, if only slightly. While I held a deep resentment for my situation, I couldn't find it in me to blame Samuel for the things going wrong. But when the heavy door stayed closed, it felt like everything shattered. The small portion of me that was finally starting to relax took a plunge into the ocean. I stared at the door for a second more, before a frustrated scream escaped my lips. I shot my hands through my hair, pulling at it to ease the hysteria rising in my chest. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the woman named Raven flinch, but I paid her no mind. Enthusiasm, in the moment, I could do nothing but let a slew of curse words rain from my lips, each and every one of them directed at Samuel. Without thinking, I let out another mangled cry and reached for my shoes. I pulled them on in a smooth motion, ignoring the fact that I wouldn't make it to steps outside this apartment. I was naive enough to believe Samuel left someone with me for the company. However, I was going to do everything in my power to get out of here and get to my brother. Sure enough, the minute I headed for the front door, Raven was blocking my way. She stood before me, taller and stronger, but with hesitation. Her chocolate brown eyes refused to meet my own. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ground out, ignoring her anxious expression. I'm sorry, but I can't let you go. Her voice was soft, but it held an unwavering conviction. As she spoke, she pushed her black, wavy hair behind her ears, pinching my nose. Look, I don't know if you understand, but my brother is going to be killed if I don't leave this apartment. Her stunt, the minute it did, I darted around her. She was caught off guard and I was able to grip the doorknob and pull it harshly. However, when I did, it didn't move. No matter how hard I pulled against the shining metal, the door refused to open. What the hell? I cried out, relentlessly tugging at the door. The next moment, Raven was in my vision and pulling me back. Her grip was surprisingly strong and it was enough to make me lose my footing, causing me to trip backward and fly through the air. Before I could hit the ground, though, she caught my elbow and lifted me back up. They locked it from the outside. She huffed, straightening the both of us. I ripped my elbow from her arm, scowling at the door. Just as I was about to try it again, Raven placed herself in between me and the wood. Her back was leaning against the door, and when I glared at her, she awkwardly tucked her arms behind her back. I'm sorry about your brother, she rushed out. But I can't let you leave. Both the Alpha and Beta told me to keep you here. I paused. Both of them. She slowly nodded, her short waves falling back on her face. Both of them. Alpha Riley told me if I let you leave then I'd have to face him in the morning. She paused, looking directly into my eyes. Please don't leave. Her words hit me like a freight train. He threatened you. I paused, staring at her. I'm sure it came across as a cold and hard glare because honestly, I couldn't keep the expression off my face. I was completely torn. There was no doubt in my mind that I had to get to Will, or he would be killed. But if I left, the very same could happen to this woman. Abruptly, I let out another scream of frustration. Raven flinched back again, her already light skin paling even more. She took a hesitant step back further into the door, but I paid her no mind. I stalked towards the kitchen, pacing back and forth. I hated that I was doing it, as it reminded me too much of the same exact thing Samuel did when stressed. But I couldn't keep still. My mind was racing, my heart was pounding, and my soul was being crushed. I'm sorry, Raven told me again from across the room. If I could help you, I would. What do you know about humans being bit and tanned? I suddenly questioned, turning to face her. My fingers strummed against my legs. It was the only thing keeping the panic in my chest from rising. I am, she stammered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, they don't often survive the shift. I know that. What else? Raven was at a loss. There's not much more. They're bit. Then they shift for the first time on the full moon. What about after? How many have survived? I'm sorry, but we haven't had a human survive the shift in a while. It's just too hard on their bodies. Normally, we don't even turn the ones we keep anymore. I leaned up against the kitchen counter, ignoring the turned-over bar stool at my feet. Another scowl was etched onto my features, but this one was laced with more than anger. I was terrified of what was happening just beyond the walls of the apartment. Will was out there, and he was probably going to die. Not only that, but there was absolutely nothing I could do about it. What is the shift like? I questioned, my feet tapping incessantly in time with my fingers. I'm not sure you want to know. She trailed off. My jaw tightened and I ground out. What is the shift like? I looked up for a moment, catching Raven's expression. She looked almost as terrified as I felt. Painful. Mostly. I've heard it's worse for humans. If you're born a wolf, then you've already got it in your system. When a human's bit, their entire being changes. The hardest part is not letting the new body kill the old. My body tensing even more. Every word that left this woman's mouth was another reason I needed to be there to help Will. Not only that, but this could be the only chance I had to see him alive. Now Samuel and Riley would be the last faces he would ever see. Silence fell between us for a short minute, and the entire time Raven stood in front of the door. Unmoving, I refused to look at her, but I knew she was doing nothing but studying me. The air was tense, and I knew if I opened my mouth I would be screaming. The reality of the situation was hitting me, and it was all I could do to stay calm. On the one hand, I could attempt to get around Raven. There were multiple things I could do. I was already in the kitchen, and I knew where we housed the knives. It wouldn't be easy, but I could do it. I was sure of it, and it to see Will, even if it was for the last time. But on the other hand, if I managed to escape, Raven would probably be dead in the morning. Riley didn't keep light on his threats. Every word he spoke of them was completely true. If I fought against this woman, it'd be sealing her fate. Raven let out a small and shaky breath, her timid voice cutting into my inner turmoil. Is that what's happening to your brother? Confusion swam through my mind and leaked into my scowl. Did they not tell you? She shook her head. No, but you still came here. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stared at her blankly, while she raised her eyebrow, eyeing me with uncertainty. When one of the leaders of the pack asks you to do something, you do it. I rolled my eyes and attempted to hold back a cough. I was too successful. This is ridiculous. I glowered, once again torn. I lifted myself up onto the counter, pushing aside a broken glass. The movement burned my side, but as usual, I ignored it. I tucked my legs into my chest, holding myself together as tightly as I could manage. I was tempted to rock back and forth, but I didn't want to appear on the verge of a breakdown. Not when I had no idea who Raven was. Not when I didn't know if I was going to try and get around her. Raven watched me, her shoulders slumping. However, instead of responding, she slowly moved away from her position where she was guarding the door. When I didn't move towards it, she let out a long breath and headed to the living room. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She began turning furniture right side up, attempting to erase the evidence of Samuel's tantrum. Her brown eyes darted to me every few seconds though, never letting me out of her sight for too long. I watched her for a few moments, calming my erratic heartbeat. You know, I eventually ground out, begrudgingly. You don't have to do that. Samuel can pick up his own mess. She shrugged. The beta has better things to do. Right. It wasn't easy to keep the venom out of my voice. Raven paused, turning to face me, casting her eyes to the ground. If you're sorry, then you do let me leave. You can't leave. I can't even leave. Not until one of them returns. I shook my head in disgust. Why is it that you people do everything they say? Can't you think for yourselves? She hung her head, twisting the black shirt she wore. Her voice was small and practically non-existent. I watched Raven for a moment, trying desperately to hate her. She was the thing keeping me from leaving. She was the reason I was with Will right now. She was a werewolf. If I could just find a way to get around her, then it'd be free. But I also knew that was the entire truth. That was just what I was telling myself to justify potentially getting her killed. In reality, the only reason she was here was that a selfish and tyrannous alpha ordered her to babysit me. Not only that, but he threatened her life if she couldn't keep me here. No, I eventually sighed, burying my head in my knees. This isn't your fault. Wave and didn't respond. But after a moment I looked up to find her straightening the living room. Once more, I watched as she tried putting furniture where it belonged, but she clearly had no idea where anything was supposed to go. Holding back a groan, I hopped off the counter and made my way over to her. She started to get between me and the door once more, but I shook my head and half-heartedly pointed to the spot where the couch belonged. She immediately understood and quickly moved the heavy piece of furniture in that direction. When I tried to help her move it, she refused. "I'm sorry, but the beta told me not to let you strain yourself," she huffed, easily maneuvering the three-person couch. "I don't need help. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm." We continued in silence for the next few minutes. Raven would direct the furniture where I pointed, and I would pick up the pillows and any broken objects. I was amazed at the damage Samuel had managed to do, and I was slowly realizing how really upset he was. He ceased throwing things around when he saw me, but I knew he still wanted to. This brought my thoughts back to the hurt that flashed through his face where he told me Riley had kept Will's but a secret. It tugged lightly at my heart, but as soon as the sympathy came, I pushed it away, reminding myself that HED left me and the apartment while my only brother was dying. It took almost an hour to successfully clean up the trash department, and when we were done, my hand flinched to my pocket. The small phone rested there, and I wanted desperately to pull it out and see if Samuel had contacted me. The entire time I helped Raven clean, I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening beyond this apartment. I hadn't made the conscious decision to stay, and every few seconds my eyes would glance at it or a window, but it'd meet Raven's eyes each time I did, and I knew I wouldn't be able to leave. If I left, who knew what would happen to the timid woman before me? When I thought about it, I was sure that's the reason Riley and Samuel wanted her here in the first place. Samuel may have been thinking about not letting me out, but Riley had probably figured out I wouldn't risk someone's life for my own gain. That was his specialty. "Are you tired?" Raven eventually asked, hesitantly sitting down on the cream couch. It faced a matching arm, chairs with a wooden, now broken, coffee table in between. "I could help you to your room if you need it. The beta told me to let you sleep." I sat down heavily in the chair across from her, sinking into the cushions. "The beta seems to have told you a lot of things," I grumbled, staring out the open window behind Raven. It gave me a clear view of the moon and stars, just like a window in my bedroom. Sighing, I continued, "But no, I don't think he'll be sleeping tonight." She smiled, sadly. "I'm sorry. I'm just trying to do what he says." A thought suddenly entered my mind. "Did he threaten you?" Her eyes went wide. "The beta." I nodded and she vehemently shook her head. "Of course not. HES the only one who is kind to me. Sure, he can be firm, but HES never threatened me." I let out a long breath I didn't know I'd been holding. When I didn't respond, Raven continued on in a small voice. "Can I ask you a question? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Sure." She hesitated, looking at me cautiously. "Is it true he is your mate?" My lips pursed. "That's what he thinks." A hint of a smile tugged at Raven's lips. "Can I ask you another question? You don't have to keep asking me if you can ask me questions." "Sorry." She nodded. "What do you think?" "What do I think about what? Is he your mate?" I sighed again, this time much heavier. "Humans don't have mates." She nodded, thoughtfully. It was the first expression I'd seen her take on, other than caution of fear. My eyebrows furrowed, but I didn't dwell for too long. My fingers still bounced in time with my legs, and I was trying desperately to keep my panic at bay. Though I wasn't actively trying to escape, my mind kept playing out the scenarios where I would. Each one would end with me finding Will dead. Raven watched me. "Are you all right?" I shook my head, my leg bouncing beneath me. "No," she sighed. "I really am sorry." "Stop saying that. You didn't have a choice." I hung my head. "I know what it's like." Raven hesitated, watching me with sympathy. I could feel her gaze burning holes in the top of my head, but I couldn't bring myself to look up. It's not bad. You know, she started. The beta. He takes care of us. It's the only one who treats me well. I slowly lifted my head, furrowing my eyebrows. What do you mean by that? She shrugged. I'm an omega. The pack doesn't really care for people like me. I'm the lowest of the pack. Compared to them. That's ridiculous. Why are they any better than you are? They just are. It's their blood, their position, their family. I'm not upset by it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm used to it. It's nothing I can change. I shook my head in disbelief. It's not right. I didn't bring it up to get sympathy. She told me. Simply, I wanted to try and show you that it's not all bad. If your brother is in the hands of the beta, Achia's got a good chance. She smiled, tilting her head and watching me. Even if that were true, I still need to be there. Will needs me. She tilted her head the other direction, leaning further into the couch. The beta's right though. It's not safe. Her words, much like Samuel's, went in one ear and out the other. Will wouldn't hurt me. Raven opened her mouth to respond, but both of our attention was pulled away from an echo of a noise outside the open window. I whipped my gaze towards it, just in time to hear another, much louder, mangled scream. Though it was distant and unintelligible, I knew what it was the moment I heard it. Will's screams. I shot to my feet, my side burning with the action. Raven quickly followed suit, her gaze darting to the window. The noise sounded again, and just as I moved my feet to run to the window, Raven was there, shutting it tightly. She whirled around to face me, but the only thing I could do was stare at the glass. The noise was gone, but the damage was done. The tears that threatened me all night finally filled my eyes, betraying my emotions. Desperately, I looked at Raven, pouring every pleading word possible into my stare. She seemed lost and uncertain, but the smallest shake of her head answered my unvoiced question. I was leaving. Instantly, I broke down. My legs gave out and I fell to the floor in a tangled heap. Raven caught me before I could hurt myself, but I barely registered her body beside me. A scream escaped my lips and blended with my sobs. Tears relentlessly poured from my eyes and onto my clothing. I clutched my chest, barely aware that I couldn't breathe. In that moment, it was the last thing I wanted to do. Raven's hand ran up and down my back. She spoke softly in my ear, though her voice was strained and tense. I pushed her presence from my mind, as it was only another reminder of what was happening. The phantom screams from the window pierced my ear and again, and my mind began to conjure images of Will. He was bloodied. He was broken. And then, he was dead. Chapter 41. I exploited it. My senses came back slowly. It was the burning of my side. Then, it was a soft hand running up and down my back. Lastly, it was Raven's voice, small and tense, whispering lies of encouragement. I tried to dwell on those lies. I tried to believe them, but I couldn't. No matter how desperately my heart pined for encouragement, I couldn't believe that all would survive. When the tears fell silently, Raven pulled back to look me in the eyes. She was silent for a few long moments before she bowed her head and dropped her hand from my back. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. When I didn't respond, she looked up, watching me carefully. "Do you need anything?" Her voice was barely a whisper of the wind. It was as if even talking too loud would cause me to break once more. I was nothing more than a house of cards precariously balancing on my tears. Slowly, I nodded. It took her only seconds to leave me and return with a glass. I pressed it to my lips, not really feeling the cold liquid enter my system. When the water was gone, Raven took the glass and set it on the ground beside us. I could tell she was comfortable with silence, because, after a tense, silent moment, "Are you all right?" No, my voice cracked. Sorry. Stupid question. She trailed off. It's going to be okay. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's going to be okay. I didn't respond. Raven continued, filling the silence. She rambled on, and half the things she said I didn't hear. Whether the nonsensical talking was for her benefit or my own, I cowed until. Maybe she knew that it was better to fill the silence with useless words rather than alarm memories of Will's screams. Maybe she just didn't want me to break again. Hey, she eventually paused, rubbing a hand up my back again. I know I said humans don't often survive, but HES in good hands. I can promise you that. Had it been any other situation, I would have rolled my eyes. I didn't even have to think before I croaked. Riley's not good hands. I was talking about the beta. I shook my head slowly, my voice as dead as I felt. Neither of them are good hands. Raven shifted her weight. I knew it was in her nature to talk down about the leadership of her pack. It was like that for any werewolf. But I didn't care. Not that I was making her uncomfortable. Not that I was showing my hatred for her kind. None of it mattered anymore. I was going to lose everything. The short struck me harder than a bullet piercing my skin. For the next few moments, it was all I could think of. My mother was gone. Will would soon be dead. And what was I doing? What had I been doing all week? Sitting in an apartment waiting for something to happen. A new feeling rushed through me. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was shame at my cowardice and refusal to act. It was that I hadn't tried to escape. The first day had consisted of nothing but me searching Samuel's apartment for any openings that weren't guarded. But, after that, I'd given up. When I saw that there were too many werewolves, too many odds stacked against me, it sat down in my bedroom and brooded, resigning myself to the fact my life was no longer my own. I accepted that my existence was only to make Samuel happy. Next, I felt contempt and anger. However, it wasn't outwardly focused anymore. This anger was directed at me. The entire week I'd been too involved in my own self, pity to even realize what was happening. I was too scared and to fight as I normally would. The girl that had run, the girl that had risked everything to save her and her family as slaves, was pushed behind a wall I hadn't even consciously built. And now, it took the last bit of what meant something in my life to finally wake me up. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice shaking, I turned to face her as I spoke, initiating eye contact. My hands twisted forward, catching her wrist as it once again started to smooth over my back. I stopped her from further movement, and she looked at me, confused. Stop. She immediately stiffened. Her expression grew guarded and she looked at me warily. I didn't allow her expression to linger before I was speaking again. This time, my voice held a small amount of strength. Do you have a family? Raven looked at me, bewildered. I could tell she was trying to follow my thought process. But in that moment, even I was having a tough time keeping up with it. I was purely following the new feeling rising in my chest, pushing me forward to do what I feared most. Risk everything. Yes, Raven eventually whispered, uncertainty tainting her soothing tone. What would you do if they were in trouble? Again, she hesitated. It helped them. Slowly, I nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You would. They're your family. That's what I would do. She leaned away from me, her wavy hair falling on her face. It covered her features, masking the cautious expression I knew she had adopted. My family is in trouble. Slowly, each syllable that left my mouth, however, added to the new feeling rising in my chest. It caused my heart to quicken, my lungs to ache. My mother is missing and could already be dead. If I don't do something, then my brother will be too. You can't leave. Raven quickly shook her head. She was pleading. Now the alpha will kill me. I hesitated. There it was again. The one obstacle between me and that door. My heart tugged one way in my chest, while the other half was already sprinting out of the apartment. I can protect you. The words left my mouth before I knew what I was saying. But when they did, I didn't take them back. I was letting my body run on instinct. I wasn't holding back. There would be no more caution, not if I wanted to save Will. She looked at me, dubiously. How can you do that? No offense, but that's one of the reasons the beta wanted me here. To protect you. Samuel is on my side. I told her with as much force as I could muster. If I tell him to protect you. I didn't know if it was true. I didn't know if I'd be able to protect Raven at all. But, in this moment, I didn't care. For the time being, we both had one common enemy, one common threat. If I had any chances of getting this woman to listen to me, I had to use that in whatever other means I could. Unfortunately, the only resource I believably had was the mate bond with Samuel. So I exploited it. Samuel is my mate. I tried not to cringe as I said the words aloud. If keeping you safe means that much to me, I'll make sure it happens. Her breathing quickened. I don't know. The alpha. She trailed off. Raven inched further away from me. I could tell I was quickly losing her. So I did the only thing I could think of. I'd play further on the common ground between us, revealing the one thing I swore I would never speak of. I didn't know what was coming over me, and I knew that when I came to my senses I would probably regret every word that left my mouth. But I didn't stop. Riley's threatened me too. My voice was small, betraying the fact I was wrestling with my own emotions. However, I paused before continuing, waiting for Raven's reaction. Her body stilled again, and she ceased her inconspicuous movements. When I knew I had her attention. Heavily, Archias threatened me and my family. If I don't let Samuel change me, if I don't make him happy, I'll kill them. She cast her eyes to the floor. Stop saying that, I snapped. My eyes darted to the window, watching the full moon for the briefest of moments. If you're really sorry, then help me. I reached my hand for hers, squeezing it tightly. Her palm was limp in mine, and I knew her resolve was failing. After a moment, I gave her a small smile. I can't do this without you. Raven took her hand from mine and rubbed it on her leg. Slowly, her brow furrowed, and she refused to meet my eyes. I can't just disobey my alpha's orders. You're not disobeying him. You're following the beta's order to keep me safe. In leaving, one way or another, and having you there would lower the risk of me getting killed. Again, I didn't know if I was telling the truth. Maybe that's why Raven so easily bought it. I don't even know how to get out of here. She half cried. You saw the door. Her hand no longer ran up her leg but rested firmly on her hip. I tried to hold back a smile, though my heart leapt at her words. It wasn't an outright agreement to my proposal, but it was close enough. We can figure it out. I rose to my feet, almost too quickly. My body swayed, threatening my balance. I reached my hand out to steady myself against the chair, and Raven was at my side in an instant. I don't think you understand. She huffed as she released me. It's locked from the outside. There's a bar across the door. It was hard to ignore that knowledge. Even as my hopes were rising, we were too high up to attempt an escape from the window, and there weren't any other ways to leave the apartment. When Samuel first dumped me here, I checked for evidence. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Trapdoors, extra rooms, everything. There was an old stairwell a few stories outside the main window, but even that was too far to reach. The only way in or out was through the front door. You're strong, right? I questioned as I made my way to the front of the apartment. Raven followed close behind, holding her hands out in exasperation. Yes, but I don't know if I could break it. They made it to keep us in. You know, I stopped beside the redwood, tracing my fingers around the doorknob. They made it to keep me in. Raven stopped behind me. I could practically feel the doubt and fear rolling off her shoulders, but I let it do just that. It rolled off of her and melted into the ground,
unable to break through my newfound determination to get us both killed.
The beta's not going to like it if I break his door. With my back facing Raven, I rolled my eyes and ignored her statement, though I knew it was futile. I gripped the metal doorknob and pulled. Like before, the door didn't budge. The handle twisted, but the wood stayed firmly in place. I bit my lip as the gears turned in my mind. Each thought that passed caused me to pull harder at the door. After a while, Raven huffed and shouldered me aside, rolling her eyes. "You're not doing anything." She pushed me back further, and it didn't take long for me to interpret her intentions. My feet carried me the small distance to the kitchen, and I watched as Raven pushed against the door in various places. From my viewpoint, each one was as strong as the last. After a moment, though, she smirked and turned to me. "The bottom half gives way a bit. I'm going to try there, but I don't know if it will work." She hesitated then, her eyes growing wide. "If there's someone outside this door, they're going to know what we're doing." Her last thought hadn't even occurred to me, but now that it had, I realized why there was a sudden fear in her voice. If Riley or Samuel placed someone outside this apartment to guard me, we were both dead before we even left. "There won't be anyone," I spoke firmly, trying to convince myself. "Samuel told me the pack was out looking for the humans." Raven readied herself to charge the door, but she abruptly stopped. "The humans? As in the humans? The rebellion humans?" I guess. Her arms fell to her side, swaying with the motion. Her brown eyes grew even wider. "You didn't tell me that. If they're out there and we get caught, then our alpha is the least of our worries. Your alpha isn't a worry at all. And we won't get caught. Peyton got a team together and was going after them." She nodded, but it didn't soften the lines creasing her forehead. "He's our best hunter," she thought out loud, trailing off, "and our best tracker. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "We'll be fine." Raven shook her head, giving me one last glance as she tensed her body like before. She crouched, positioning her shoulder towards the door, then tucked her arms into her chest. Her back leg braced, and in that moment, I swore she was more intimidating than I ever gave her credit for. Before I could dwell on the thought, she simply took in a large breath and charged the door. Her shoulder hit the door, right on the mark. A loud splintering exploded through the air, and when Raven pulled back, there was a small hole in the otherwise perfect wood. We both stared at it. My feet carried me forward, but my eyes never left the hole. It was small, but we could easily peel back pieces of the door until it was large enough to fit through. That was too easy. Raven mumbled. I nodded, but I didn't let myself think about it. "Riley underestimated you," she scoffed. More like he didn't think I was stupid enough to disobey him. I crouched down, ignoring the pull of my side. "I'd call it bold, not stupid." Raven followed my movements, reaching to pull back the largest piece of wood. "Is there a difference?" I didn't answer, but instead began helping Raven pull back the pieces of splintered wood. It was messy and time-consuming, but eventually, we created a hole large enough for someone to crawl through. I didn't hesitate in doing so, but Raven did. "Maybe I should just stay here," she began. "Have you knocked me out or something?" I was outside the door now, but I stayed crouched down. My eyes scanned the hallway before us, but it was as if the entire building was abandoned. There were no other werewolves guarding us, no indications that anyone had even heard the door breaking. When I was satisfied it would stay that way, I turned to look at Raven through the hole in the door. "You know I could never knock you out. You're strong for a human," she stated. "Hopefully." I rolled my eyes. "You can stay if you want." But believe it or not, I need you. Raven tilted her head, condescending. You need me, she scoffed. Right. She began to disappear from the doorway, and as she did, a small sliver of panic once again entered my heart. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called out. She appeared a moment later, skepticism lacing her eyes. I do need you. I told you. I can't do this without you. I don't know this part of town. I don't know the forest. I can't smell things, or sense when people are coming. You can. She shook her head and disappeared again. I was about to crawl back through the door and drag her out into the hallway until her head poked through the opening. She quickly crawled out, and we both stood outside the door, scanning the hallway once again. You're going to get us both killed. I don't know why I'm doing this. In that moment, I decided that I led her like Craven, though I was using her and had no idea if I'd actually be able to keep her safe. For the time being, it was nice to be in the company of someone who understood. If only but a little. You're doing it because you know what it's like to have a family. She shook her head, following me as we slowly began our way out of the building. I know what it's like to have them taken away. Chapter 42. We followed the screams. It was harder than I thought it would be. Will's cries could be heard clearly from outside the apartment buildings. But hearing them was the problem. The problem was that they were distant, almost an echo, and seemed to surround us at every angle. If it weren't for Raven, I would have been lost in finding where they were ultimately coming from. We darted through the streets, my footsteps at Raven's ankles. She didn't mind but even pulled me closer to her. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We found strength in each other. My weaknesses were her strengths, and it seemed the other way around too. When she'd hesitate, it'd push forward. When I was too reckless to regard danger, she had already searched for it. The one thing I hadn't lied to Raven about was the fact that I needed her. She led the way, as it was easy for her to pinpoint the direction of the noises. I followed closely behind, not only because she could hear Will, but also because I had no idea where we were. When Samuel brought me home from the hospital, I hadn't bothered paying attention. At that point, I was so drugged up, so tired, and so defeated, I didn't see a point. And now, I was paying for it. Raven's gaze again arted around a corner, her mouth pressed into a thin line. The coast was clear, as usual, but that didn't stop her from shaking her head and muttering to herself. She had repeated this phrase almost every minute since we'd left the apartment. And after a while, it was too hard to drown out. This is too easy. Though at first, I denied it. I had to admit Raven was right. It was late, and no one would normally be awake at this hour. But our flight from the apartment had almost been too easy. The fact that we hadn't encountered a single soul in almost the hour that we'd been following Will's screams was enough for even me to question. I wanted desperately to ignore this pressing thought, but my brain wouldn't allow it. Not only that, but Raven reminded me every few feet. Each time she reminded me, another thought struck my core. There should have been someone else watching us. The door should have been more enforced. We should have been caught. But we weren't. And though my mind screamed at me to think about my actions, I wouldn't. I forced the anxiety and panic from my chest, telling myself that at this point, it was too late to turn back. And though the odds were stacked against us in every way possible, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, something was going to go right. That maybe there was some high and mighty being that decided to fight it to give me a break and allow me to save my brother. Raven pulled me into another back alley, where she scanned the area around us. When she was satisfied, we walked halfway down the street and stopped next to a dumpster. I waited, impatiently, as she surveyed the area once more. It was hard to have patience with Raven's constant caution when I wanted so desperately to sprint in the nearest direction I thought Will would be. However, She never took a step without first deciding where that step would lead. Our bodies were plastered against the green nettle, attempting to blend into the surface. I had to hold back from rolling my eyes because this was how we'd been moving the entire night. Though I was appreciative that Raven was careful, it was beginning to wear on my nerves. I counted another minute before I finally huffed and turned to face her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I harshly whispered. She whipped her gaze to mine, the streetlight from the end of the corner illuminating her wary expression. We're never going to make it at this rate. She started to speak, but abruptly shut her mouth. Her gaze turned back to the street, but not before she pressed her fingers harshly against my lips. I watched the spot she was looking, but when nothing appeared, I rolled my eyes and pried her hand away from my mouth. What are you even? Her gaze whipped back to mine, and for a moment, I saw something glinting in her eyes, something more than caution of an empty threat. It silenced me immediately, just in time for me to hear the soft murmur of voices coming from the end of the street. My eyes widened, and my breath hitched in my throat. It was barely there, but once I heard it, there was no denying the sound. There were two voices. They were speaking in low, rushed, and undiscernible tones. Raven's hand on my mouth fell as soon as she knew I saw what she had heard. For a few, long, agonizing minutes, the two of us didn't move. We stayed rooted in place, eyes trained on the spot the voices were coming from. They weren't in our line of vision yet, but we knew they would be, soon enough. Two figures eventually emerged around the corner. They hesitated in the opening of the alleyway, one of them glancing around, tiredly. The yellow light of the street lamp sent dangerous shadows across their bodies, and it made it impossible for us to tell who these people were. However, I could see one thing. It was illuminated and glinting off the harsh yellow light, hanging limply from one of the figures' hands. A gun. Upon closer inspection, I realized one of them was leaning heavily on the other. They had their arms wrapped around each other's shoulders, and the one who was bearing their weight seemed to be looking for something. Their voices were still low murmurs, but I could also tell now that they were arguing. From the rushed words and harsh tone, I knew they were disagreeing about something important, and that something was exactly what had them stopped outside the alleyway. Raven chanced to glance at me. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth hung half open. I knew she was trying to ask me what to do, but, in the moment, I had no answer. The two figures answered for us, though, when they began moving once more. But, instead of continuing like we prayed they would, they limped into the alleyway and towards our hiding spot. The next few moments were torture. From our spot next to the garbage bin, we were concealed from the mouth of the alley. However, if you were to walk further into the alley like these two figures, we'd be in plain sight. Our goal had been to conceal ourselves from people outside the back street, not in it. Not even Raven had planned that they would wander in on us. A quick and reckless plan formed in my head, and before I could talk myself out of the idea, it was already in motion. Raven looked at me again, clearly not sure what I was going to do, but I gave her a curt nod. This did little to ease her tensions. She pressed her lips into a firm line and tried to push herself further into the ground, allowing me to carry out whatever thoughtless plan I had past my face. The two figures kept walking toward us. The minute they were just beyond our spot, I tensed my muscles and shifted my position. As soon as we came into their line of view, I pounced. I tackled the one who was holding both of their weight, immediately aiming for the gun in their hands. The figure was caught off guard and let out a loud yelp as the three of us came crashing to the ground. We stumbled over the concrete, one after the other, limbs tangling with limbs until the motion stopped, and we were all left on the ground, breathing hard, grimacing. I lifted myself to my elbows, quickly searching my surroundings for the gun. It managed to knock it out of their hand, but instead of holding on to it, the gun got pushed several feet away. For half a second, I sized up the two figures on the ground. One of them was almost limp, while the other was quickly rising to their knees. I immediately rose to my feet and sprinted for the gun. When I turned back around, one of them was standing, holding up their hands in surrender. The other was barely holding their head off the ground. We stayed in those positions for a fraction of a second longer. Each of us stared at each other, not fully being able to take in appearances with the harsh and unhelpful light. Then, Raven steadily rose from her hiding spot and came to stand next to me. "Who are you?" I demanded, as soon as she came to my side. The figure stilled. "Samantha." My brows furrowed at the voice. I recognized it, but couldn't place it, so I bit out once more. "Who are you?" My hands were shaking, causing the gun to tremble. I tried to mask this, shifting it to point directly at the person's chest. I also tried to ignore the fact that this was the first time I'd ever held a gun, and in reality, I had no idea how to use the thing. However, the two figures didn't need to know this. They just needed a threat. The figure lowered their hands just slightly. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Cade, yes. Now would you please put the gun down? We're not going to hurt you." "Like hell," I growled, pointing it firmly at his head. We were barely 2 feet away from each other, and now that he revealed himself, I could make out Codis features. His long and dark hair was pulled back but matted to his head in various places. Lines were etched into his face, and I couldn't tell if they were wrinkles or scars. His hands were bloody. Raven shifted next to me. "What's going on?" "I was going to ask you the same thing," Cade responded. His voice was heavy and tired. As he spoke, his gaze kept darting to the figure beneath him, who had given up on standing. I couldn't see their face, but they looked to be in a worse state than Cade. Dark hair was clipped short, revealing bloody bruises all over their skull. Their entire body was shaking, whether from the cold or the effort of standing. I couldn't tell. A cheer's part of the humans. I spoke lowly to Raven. She growled suddenly, her body tensing. The sound was animalistic, and enough to make me falter and steal a glance her way. Her eyes flashed red, just like Samuel's would always do moments before he lost it. It hadn't really struck me until this moment, but Raven was exactly like Riley and Samuel. A wolf. Eddie. Temperamental. Wolf. A wolf that would change not only her eye color but her entire being. As well. In a fraction of a second, she could rip us all to pieces. However, for once, I didn't have to fear this wolf. She was on my side, and I was on hers. Those eyes weren't meant for me. They were trained on Cade. Back with the wolves. Cade sounded, choosing to ignore Raven's glare. She snarled in response, tensing once more. I laughed, bitterly, pulling my eyes back to Cade. "It's not like you gave me a choice. Look, I'm sorry about all that, save it." The figure on the floor groaned. Cade lowered his hands. Slowly. "Can I help him up? He can't stand on his own." "You're not moving," I firmly stated. "Not until you tell me why you're here and what the hell is going on." Okay, I get it. I promise to tell you all of that. But first, I need to get him off the ground. Archias laying on his wounds and they're going to reopen." I hesitated, and the moment I did, Cade bent down and scooped the figure off the ground. He let out a large moan at the sudden movement, his body flinching violently. When Cade had him standing next to him again, it was in the same fashion as when we first saw them. Their arms wrapped around shoulders, Cade bearing most of the weight. "Okay, you've helped him. Now don't move," I demanded. "Who is he? What are you doing here?" "This is my brother, Titus. And before you tackled us both, we were minding our own business, trying to get out of here." "What do you mean?" "I mean," he huffed, shifting his weight to hold more of his brother's. As he did, he winced slightly, his left leg faltering. He hit it quickly though, turning his grimace into stone. That because Titus was injured, We were sent ahead of the group. We're leaving. They came back to rescue us and now we're out of here. It looks like you're injured. Too, Raven piped in. I can smell the blood. Cade sneered. Yes, we're both not faring too well. Is that what you wanted to hear? Your friends really are skilled. Where are the others? I shook my head, the gun moving with the motion. Cade eyed the weapon warily. I don't know. Liar. I don't know. They sent us ahead and we were supposed to meet up half an hour ago. We haven't seen them. HES not lying. Raven half whispered to me, never removing her glare from Cade. I breathed in deeply. But the moment I did, I had to hold back a wince. The adrenaline had run its course through my body and was starting to leave. And with it came the ever-constant burning of my side. I tried not to make it obvious as I twisted my hips, taking any and all pressure off the still-healing wound. It had been getting better, but crawling through splintered wood and tackling men to the ground did little to help that process. Once again, I eyed Cade and his brother, distracting myself. Raven's words rang through my mind, and I knew she was right. He wasn't lying. They were both in bad shape. Titus's head was now lying limply against his chest, and he made no sound apart from heavy breathing. Cade was breathing heavily, as well, and sweat was starting to form on his forehead. His face was paler than I remembered it, and it looked as if he was ready to pass out. How did you get away? I broke the momentary silence. Maria and what was left of them came back for us. I thought Riley and Peyton killed them all. Cade grimaced. They did. Most of them. The few that weren't captured got away. Where did you leave the others? Samantha, he pleaded. Where did you leave the others? I repeated, more forcefully, Ray aiming the gun for good measure. We were being followed. In the woods next to the beach, Maria sent us ahead and told us they'd let a false trail. She told us to meet up at the edge of town half an hour ago. What happened? Cade hung his head, much like his brothers. I don't know. I just heard screaming. I panicked and brought us here. We wouldn't make it in the woods. Alone. Screaming. Suddenly, I remembered the whole reason we were out here. I quickly turned to Raven. We have to go. She nodded but glanced warily at Cade and his unconscious brother. What do we do with them? I turned my attention back to Cade. He was watching us, cautiously, and I didn't fail to notice how his body was half turned away from the gun. Scenarios flew through my mind, each one of them involving me shooting Cade and washing my hands of him. Once and for all, if he was betraying me again, killing him would be the best option to ensure we weren't followed or taken. I shifted my thoughts, the more sensible part of my brain trying to take over. It didn't look like either of them could do much harm. One was unconscious, and the other looked like he wanted to be. More scenarios flew through my mind, these ones consisting of me letting Cade and his brother go free. Nothing sat right. What are you doing out here? Cade questioned, his voice testing. That's none of your business. The movement took more effort than it should have. Maybe we could help you. Right. Like the time you helped me escape town just to be hunted down. Like the time you got me shot. Like the time you literally threw me to the wolves. I was almost screaming my words at this point, putting all my pain and frustration into Cade. Raven immediately shushed me, putting her hand on my back. I shoved it off, and stood before Cade at full height. Raven glanced around nervously, listening for any signs that someone else had heard me. Cade pleaded with me. I told you I was sorry. I didn't have a choice. I helped you leave though. Remember, I cut those ropes. I gave you a chance. It's not my fault if you got caught. I closed my eyes, desperately trying to regain my composure. If I opened my mouth again, I would lose it. I kept telling myself this was why I was here, but I was wasting time. That Cade was simply not worth my words. HUD betrayed me, played me, and practically signed my death warrant. There should be nothing stopping me from pulling the trigger and ending him. But I couldn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cowered, not because I didn't want to, but because I had somewhere else my efforts were needed. Someone else deserved these bullets. I turned again to Raven. We have to leave. Where do we need to go? She turned to the mouth of the alleyway, tilting her head to the side. As she did so, Cade grimaced. There's wolves out tonight. You know, not the kind you're used to. It's why Dharma came tonight. In first place. What? I demanded, eyes going wide. There's wolves without control out tonight. Dharma knew most of them would be focused on that, not the prisoners. It's the only reason we got out. How the hell did she know that? He looked at me, warily. I don't know. And I'm not lying. I asked her, and she just told me someone tipped her off. One of the old insiders. I'm guessing. You know, he looked like he wanted to move his hands, but they were still supporting Titus. One of the people she has on the inside of town. One of the people who would have helped you leave town. I furrowed my eyebrows, mumbling to myself. That doesn't make any sense. Why would they know? I trailed off, searching the silence for my answer. Cade was watching me the entire time, trying to understand my incoherent mumbles. I've got it. Raven suddenly spoke. We need to go before I lose it. Again. I nodded, bringing myself back to the moment. Once more. I glared at Cade, adjusting the gun. He kept his eyes on the shining metal, his expression paling further. He looked terrified, and I took pleasure in that fact. How many bullets does this thing have? It's fully loaded. He spoke slowly. It's the last one we have. The others got taken when the wolves killed everyone. Look, if you're going to kill me, in not wasting these on you. I cut him off. Cade relaxed almost immediately. But, I emphasized, if you so much as cross my thoughts again, I will kill you. Without hesitation, he raised his eyebrows and nodded. Slowly. I wouldn't dream of it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I turned to her. She looked at me, almost as scared as Cade. Knock them out. When we finally reached the forest, it felt like the whole world held its breath. The trees towered into the sky, their green leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 43. The world seemed to hold its breath. Another hour passed before we made it to a forest. Because of what happened with Cade, Raven made sure to take things extra carefully. This meant pausing every 30 seconds. I didn't complain. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In all honesty, we were lucky it was Cade and his brother that wandered in on us. Had it been werewolves, we'd have been screwed. Knocking them out was fairly easy. Titus was already unconscious, and Cade didn't put up a fight. He knew when HED lost. We ended up leaving them inside the small dumpster, and Raven did most of the work in putting them there. It was actually her idea in the first place. She was concerned with their safety, but it would have looked suspicious for two humans to be knocked out in an alleyway. Raven inched closer to me as we scanned the entrance of the forest. The trees were skinny and tall, the green leaves vibrant despite the ending of summer. A small breeze swayed them lightly against each other, as they were placed close enough together to almost be touching. There was, however, a small gap in the trees. That was where both of our gazes were trained. It was as if we were magically expecting Will to waltz out of the forest, completely unharmed, and still human, judging by our luck so far. That wouldn't have fallen of a notion, but we both knew it wouldn't happen. Another echo of screams only solidified this knowledge, pushing me forward to act. Come on. I pulled against Raven's arm, lightly. Do you still know where they are? She nodded, but pulled out of my grip, keeping both of us planted firmly in our hiding spot. We were in yet another back alley, this one much like the last. Brick walls lined the buildings, and the concrete beneath our feet was old and stained. "I don't like this," she murmured, almost too softly for me to hear. My eyes darted between her and the trees as I bit my lip. "Why, what do you hear?" "Nothing. Nothing new. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I listened again for Will's cries. They were less frequent now, but there was no promise they'd ever stop. "Then what's wrong?" She hesitated. "I don't know. This was too easy, so. You've mentioned." Raven scowled. "Am I wrong?" It was my turn to hesitate. I couldn't answer her. We both knew she was right. But if I admitted it, then we'd be further away from getting to Will. "Well, be fine. I've got a gun. Remember." I waved it in her face for good measure. It was awkward in my hands, but I tried not to let it show. Neither of us really knew how to work the thing, but I'd watched Margaret pull the trigger a few times, and figured I could manage. "Do you even know how to use it?" Raven's voice rose an octave. "It's easy enough. You just pull the trigger." "This is a bad idea," she groaned, bringing her fingers to massage her temples. "I just have a bad feeling. We should really think about this. Something could be wrong." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Something's wrong. My brother is dying." Her lips pressed firmly together once more and she shot me a glare. When she didn't speak again, we both turned our gazes back to the forest to watch for movement. I don't know what I was expecting to see, or why we were still waiting. Perhaps I thought Cade would follow us. Maybe another wolf would be guarding the forest. Maybe Raven was right. "Let's go," I told her, standing up before I lost my nerve. I hadn't heard Wood in a while, and I was beginning to grow anxious. Raven hesitantly followed my actions, and this time I was the one to lead us forward. At this point, there was only one direction to go. We entered the line of trees, and I was immediately thrown back to the day I left town. Flashes of painful memories threatened to flood my senses, but I pushed them away. They would do me no good. All the images reminded me of was the fact that it failed once, and it was very likely it would happen again. But this time, it wasn't only my life at stake. I wasn't running through the forest to escape town or a person. I was heading into danger because Will was already there. The light around us quickly faded the further we walked into the forest. Trees grew thicker, foliage hung over our shoulders, and every uprooted tree limb threatened to send me flying to the ground. I walked with high knees, no matter how painful it was, in order to make it around the brush. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." However, acted like this was her second home. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." It probably was. Sometime into our journey, she had resumed the position in front again. Her head was constantly tilted to the side, and wherever it tilted, that was the direction we would walk. Eventually, I started to hear glimpses of what she did. The sounds of Will's screams of agony were no longer solitary. Each cry was accompanied by loud voices, two of them that I immediately recognized. I couldn't make out the words, nor did I care to. Their tone spoke enough. They were rough, demanding, and wary. When I was on the verge of making out the words the familiar voices spoke, Raven suddenly stilled. She crouched low to the ground, putting my elbow to bring me down with her. I complied immediately, cautiously scanning the surrounding trees for movement. My nerves were on edge, but it seemed I only knew this from the erratic beating of my heart. I couldn't pay attention to myself at the moment, for fear I would miss something around me. Raven turned to me, bringing her lips to whisper in my ear. Even then, I could barely hear her words. "If we go any closer, they'll know we're here." I nodded, turning my gaze back to the direction the voices were coming from. They were stagnant. not moving further into the forest. The agonizing screams of Will's misery had died down momentarily. As well, we were both silent for a moment longer as we listened for anything to tell us to stop. Any sign of danger to warn us away from what we were about to do. Then again, even if there was one, I wouldn't have listened. When the silence continued, I stood. It was slow and careful and went against everything my mind wanted to do. I wanted to run, screaming, to the spot I knew Will would be. I didn't care about Riley, or even Samuel in the moment. I needed to see Will. I needed to help him. But the minuscule rational part of my brain reminded me I needed to be careful, even if this was my brother. So in the end, I listened to my body. My feet padded softly against the fallen leaves. I made no sound as I walked across the damp, dead, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Behind me did the same. My gaze constantly searched the trees, the opening between trunks, the ground beneath me. At any moment, I could come upon them, and I needed to be prepared. The moment dragged on slowly, when I was sure time had stopped, and I wasn't even moving anymore. The trees parted just enough to allow me to glimpse carefully around an overgrown bush and into a clearing. The moon shone directly above it, brightly illuminating everything it could. Directly in the middle of the clearing, the moon flashing a relentless glare across his back, was my brother. He was broken, literally broken. Every limb was displaced and bent the opposite direction it belonged. His face was buried in the ground, and I could see the bones of his spine protruding from his back. It was arched at a terrible angle, reminding me more of a bell than a body. It was then I noticed the hand upon his back. I recognized the hand. It was the same one that held mine, that comforted me so many times before, even when I didn't want it. And it seemed in this moment, my brother held those same feelings for Samuel, or was alternating between digging at the ground beneath him and clawing at Samuel's hands on his back. With his arms breaking with any movement, it was difficult for Will to land strikes upon Samuel. Each time Will got a hold of Samuel, a large gash would appear on this flesh, and Samuel would jump back momentarily. When he jumped back, he'd come to stand next to Riley. Samuel was never by his side for long, and the minute Will stopped lashing out at him, he'd go back to his side. Riley stayed still. He was barely a foot away from the other two, and he was clearly on edge. His body was tensed, his eyes were glowing, and his gaze never left my brother. His thick arms folded tightly around his body, and each time Will would thrash at Samuel, he'd flinch forward. But ultimately he never moved. He stayed in his position, watching the scene unfold with an unforgiving scowl. I took one more step forward and looked back to Samuel, who was kneeling beside Will. Again, his face was hard as stone, laced with concentration and determination. His lips moved too quick for me to read, and he was so absorbed in Will, it took the snapping of a twig to bring him back to reality. My gaze flinched down to my foot. Sure enough, and as clipped as it could get, it stepped on a pile of broken branches. Raven had almost done the same, but my folly had saved her from moving forward. When I looked up, not even half a second later, every set of eyes in the small clearing was pointed at me. They each held different expressions, and each screamed at me for different reasons. Once again, though my mind pushed me forward to Will, my body stayed still. It wasn't my move, it was theirs. As if in answer to my thoughts, Will suddenly screamed again. His confused gaze broke away from my face, as he buried his face in the ground once more. Terrible and heavy cracking broke forth from his legs, and it was enough to cause me to flinch backward. By the time the noise was gone, Will's legs looked broken in the middle, almost as if he deformed another bone there. Will didn't move. He breathed heavily on the ground, groaning loudly into the dirt. The minute he stopped moving, Samuel stood abruptly and stared me down. He didn't wait for me to speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He balled his fist at his side and stalked towards me. I was tempted to cower, but my body held firm, even if Samuel didn't want me here. And I was leaving. What are you doing here? Samuel came to stand before me. His face was shadowed from an expression, but I didn't have to look into his eyes to know what they held. His voice told me everything. He spoke to me through his teeth with clipped words sharp enough to cut my aid of bravery. Samuel, Riley suddenly called out. There wasn't a hint of sarcasm or humor anywhere near his voice. When I looked around Samuel's frame, I could see that Riley had moved from his stiff position to kneel at Will's side. However, Samuel ignored the both of them and forced my gaze back to his own. In here for my brother. As if on cue, another round of screams and breaking bones ensued. My eyes darted around Samuel and I got another glimpse of Riley kneeling at Will's side before Samuel harshly gripped my shoulders. I told you to stay home. You have to leave. This is dangerous. Samantha. He looked past me for a moment, eyeing Raven behind me. His voice dark and even more. And you. I specifically told you to keep her safe. You shouldn't have been able to even leave the apartment. Damn it. By the time he finished, his voice was much louder than a snarl. He screamed his last word, and this time, I cowered and held back my flinch. I was still gripped tightly in Samuel's arms, and he didn't seem intent on letting me go. In not leaving, I ground out. I tried to sound determined as I pulled harshly against Samuel's grip. Let me see, Will. I can help him. Samuel bowed his head, but I knew it was out of submission. The muscles in his neck tensed even further, and he seemed to be holding himself back. His hands tightened on my shoulders. What is this? Samuel suddenly asked, one of his hands slipping down to grip my wrist. He lifted it, revealing my hand that held the gun. I gripped it tighter, and Samuel didn't fail to notice. However, instead of ripping it from my hands, he forced a sigh and dropped his hands from my wrist. To agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take her home, Samuel. Riley shouted this time, his voice demanding attention. Samuel flinched, his gaze back to him for a moment. Get over here. Samuel tensed again and raised his head. He stared at me for a long and hard minute before dropping his hand from my shoulder and looking pointedly at Raven. She immediately obeyed his unspoken order and shuffled forward. Stop. I have turned to her, keeping my glare on Samuel. I'm going to help him. Let me help him. Samuel clenched his jaw, matching my glare. He didn't say anything though, and when I felt Raven's hand grip my elbow, I snapped. My hand flew behind me, immediately connecting with Raven. It was the hand holding the gun, and when the metal hit her flesh, she cried out in pain. I didn't turn around to see where to hit because, enthusiasm, in that moment, Raven released me and Samuel growled. I didn't waste time in dodging around him, flying towards my brother as quickly as possible. Samuel was on my heels in an instant, but before he could grab me, I was on my knees next to Will. I was there for half a second. The moment I landed at Will's side, something changed. His back arched further than before, and the broken limbs seemed to solidify. Vaguely, I registered Riley shouting as Will raised his face off the ground and looked at me. For a moment, his eyes held everything I remembered about my brother, but this time, a silent plea lingered there too. Then, his eyes abruptly turned bright. Ruby. Color. A mangled noise escaped his lips. It was a sound caught somewhere between animal, and somewhere between a storm. The limbs that seemed so feeble and broken just moments before, tightened and tensed. I stole a glance at Will's face again, but what I saw wasn't my brother. It was a shadow of a human, a soul being taken over not only outwardly, but inside as well. He lunged, The world seemed to move in slow motion. 1 minute, I was staring at the broken soul of my brother. The next, a feral half-human was bearing down on me, teeth elongating the closer he came. I scrambled to lift myself off the ground, but it was too late. By the time I got a hold of the dirt, what was inches from my body, my eyes closed of their own accord, and I waited for the impact. I heard the thudding of 2 bodies colliding. Pain shot up my leg. Feral, wild, and vicious snarls echoed in my ears. But teeth never sank into my flesh. I waited and waited for the impact, but it never came. I felt a heavy weight settle on my chest. It refused to move, and after a moment, I forced my eyes open. Riley was laying across my chest. His back was to me, and in the distance, I saw we're curled into a ball next to a tree. He was breathing heavily, panting, sobbing. Immediately, I pushed against Riley, but again, he wouldn't let move. Samuel was there in the next moment. I watched him sprint to my side and push Riley's heavy weight off my chest. Riley groaned at the movement but made no action to move. He rolled off my shoulders and fell to the grass. He fell on his back next to me, and when my gaze landed on him, I realized why he was moving. There was a large chunk of his chest missing. Blood was quickly oozing out of the wound, staining what remained of the shirt he'd been wearing. My world seemed to still for a moment as I watched his chest rise and fall erratically. The rest of his body was completely still, as if moving any other limb would send him over the edge. His eyes were wide open though, and after a moment, he parted his mouth. Unspoken words lingered on his lips, and he desperately scanned his vision, looking for someone to tell them to. Samuel never stilled. He didn't waste a moment. The minute Riley was off me, Samuel had taken off his own shirt and was ripping it to pieces. He wrapped the material tightly around Riley's wound, his knuckles turning white with the effort. The entire time he worked, he didn't take his eyes off Will, who stayed cowering in the brush. Riley, however, was using the last of his strength to feebly try to catch Samuel's wrist. It seemed as if Samuel was the one those unspoken words were meant for, and Riley was determined to speak them. Even if he knew this, Samuel tried to ignore Riley. Ultimately, though, Riley caught his gaze, and both of them stilled. Now that he had our full attention, Riley let out a short breath. He trained his gaze on Samuel, moving his mouth quickly. Though his speech was cracked and barely a whisper, his voice was just enough to deliver the words he seemed so desperate to speak. It was the same sentence, over and over again, repeated until Riley was sure one of us caught it. "You can't lose her." The words eventually died off as nothing more than a whisper of Riley's voice. He leaned his head back, seemingly content, and closed his eyes. His body stilled, though his chest was still rising and falling. Every now and again a shudder would run across his limbs, and when it did, it only caused his rapid breathing to increase. Samuel didn't stop. When Riley finally laid back, Samuel pushed himself to find every gash, every torn piece of flesh, and knit it together with his shirt. Riley was still for the entire endeavor, and the longer this took, the more frantically Samuel worked. "Tu es agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Samuel suddenly shouted. She appeared almost immediately. He was about to shout another demand of her, but the minute he opened his mouth, both of their heads snapped to the line of trees behind Will. The world seemed to hold its breath as the 2 of them suddenly ducked low to the ground. Gunshots rang out. They seemed to come from every direction, and it was almost possible to see the bullets cutting through the air. I fell to my back, covering my face and ears with my hands, and buried my body as low as it could go into the brush. As the weapons continued firing, a heavy weight fell upon me. It forced the air out of my lungs and buried me deeper into the earth. It seemed to envelop my body entirely, and I felt as if I was suddenly invisible to the outside world. Large hands were placed next to my ears, on top of my own, and the stubble jaw of Samuel pressed against my cheek. His body was stiff, and still, across mine, gunshots still rapidly split through the air, and even Samuel's hands atop mine did little to dull the surplusting noise. In a moment of absolute madness, I slipped my hands from underneath his and placed them on his own ears. If we were going to die, I didn't want him to hear it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The shooting seemed to go on for hours. In reality, it was barely a minute. When the deafening noises finally died off, though, no one moved an inch. The silence was thick, and it seemed as if it were broken. If I stood, everyone around me would be dead. A small whimper eventually broke the silence. It came from across the clearing and was barely louder than a whisper, ever so slightly, and without moving my body, I raised my eyes off the ground to find the source. They scanned the trees before landing on my brother, who was curled into the fetal position. Blood was splattered across his naked back, and his figure shook violently. I closed my eyes, registering the ringing in my ears. I was also suddenly aware of the weight on top of me, crushing any remaining air from my lungs. It was hard to breathe, and each time I attempted, I only came up with small gasps. I did nothing to push Samuel off me, though, as the reality of what just happened was beginning to sink in. He'd throw himself on top of me, and because of that, could very well be dead. A tear escaped the side of my eye, though I hardly noticed it. Softly, hesitantly, I broke the silence. Having Samuel on top of me was torture, and I needed to know if he was alive. Samuel. I breathed. Nothing. I realized my hands were still on his ears. I pried them away and tried again. My voice shook, and another tear slipped into my mouth. Samuel. This time, he stirred slightly. A soft groan escaped his lips, falling on my ears. Samantha. I choked on a sob. Are you all right? What happened? A moment of silence passed before he abruptly lifted his weight off me. I breathed in a large gasp of air, and Samuel surprisingly did the same. He didn't move from my body but braced himself to hover above me. As he did this, I watched his gaze move across the clearing, and eventually, I did the same. Will was still curled into a ball, but now, his trembling had turned into fits of tremors. The trees around him were broken and splintered, and dust was falling from their midst. I turned my head to the side, and my gaze landed on another figure. This one was unmoving. Blood coated them completely, and when I saw the disembodied face, cold and lifeless eyes stared back at me. Riley. I let out an involuntary gasp, and Samuel immediately hushed me. My hand plastered itself over my mouth, and I tore my gaze away from Riley. Samuel was staring at the same spot, but unlike me, he wouldn't look away. His face was hard. The only emotion leaking onto his expression was one of caution. Something stirred in the trees behind us, and Samuel immediately whipped his gaze to the noise. Growling, he tensed above me, closing the distance between my body and his own. A soft voice cut out. Beta. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel breathed, though he didn't relax. I lifted my body up, twisting my head to find Raven. She was standing behind us, peeking through the line of trees. Parts of the forest were embedded in her skin, hair, and clothes, and she looked as if she'd just been eaten by the earth. Her eyes lingered on mine for a moment before she scanned the clearing. When her gaze fell upon Riley, she flinched backward and gasped. This action seemed to wake Samuel up further, and though he kept a wary eye pointed towards Will and the tree line, he jumped almost immediately to Riley's side. His hands worked quickly. He scanned Riley's body, tilted his head, pressed fingers against his neck. After a moment, he cursed harshly and began pumping his palms against Riley's chest. Every few minutes, a child leaned down over his face, and Riley's chest would rise with air. Then, Samuel would continue his pumping, never ceasing to try and breathe life into his best friend. It didn't work. Endless minutes of Samuel beating against Riley's chest, cursing at him, screaming for him to breathe, did nothing. He was dead. And whether it was the wounds well inflicted on him, or the foreign gunshots piercing the rest of his body, we would never know. Chapter 40. For the night turned to glut. Samuel didn't stop. Even when it was clear Riley's body would never move again, he continued to force it to try. His movements became harsh, limbs locking with the strain he forced upon them. The longer this went on, the more brutal his actions became, and it was clear to me he was going to slow down. There should have been some ounce of exhaustion in his body, some inkling of tiredness, but the only evidence Samuel had been overworking himself was the sweat pooling around his hair. He paid no mind to it. Just as he ignored the blood leaking out of his back, pieces of his skin were missing, and bullets stuck out from the fresh wounds. The blood from these injuries seemed to paint a picture of death on his back, and that only added to his crazed demeanor as he continuously beat against Riley's chest. Samuel's body refused to fail him, but his face was another story. It was slowly crumbling. His cold and determined eyes slowly melted away, revealing a frenzied glint permanently etched into his irises. His mouth was hanging open, and short, ragged breaths forced their way out of it. The wrinkles and lines of his face grew deeper, as if every moment past was another year taken from Samuel's life. "Samuel," I softly whispered, watching, horrified, as he began ferociously shaking Riley's limp body. However, Samuel didn't respond to me. He didn't even flinch. He only continued shaking Riley, cursing with every passing breath. My own breathing was ragged, and before I knew it, I was shaking too. It was only a slight tremor, but it was enough to take over my senses. I helplessly watched Samuel, completely oblivious to the world, and I suddenly wanted nothing more than to curl into a ball and disappear into the trees. I ached to crawl away from this clearing, and never look back. I wanted to ignore Riley's lifeless body, to pretend my brother was the monster, curled into a bloody ball across the clearing. I wanted to ignore everything that just happened, and run as far away as my legs could take me. But I couldn't. I knew I couldn't, and that was perhaps the thing that terrified me the most. Du är agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I spoke before my mind caught up with my mouth. Slowly, I turned to face her, wincing with the movement. I immediately pushed the pain away, knowing that if I didn't act now, I would give in to the large part of me that wanted nothing more than to disappear. Raven hesitantly stepped forward and crouched down next to me, her gaze avoiding Samuel and Riley. I watched her for a moment, trying to keep my voice even. "We need to get out of here. Can you tell if anyone is still here?" Her face paled, but, despite her wide eyes in clear horror, she slowly nodded. "I'll check the perimeter." She stood, quickly turning away from me and heading back into the trees. I watched her body slowly disappear, acutely aware that whoever had attacked us could still be just beyond our vision, lying in wait to fire another round. My gaze fell from the trees and landed on the grass where Raven had walked away. I noticed the gun they'd clung to earlier, the one that had provided me a small ounce of protection. Now it mocked me. Despite this, I leaned forward and took it in my hands once more, ignoring the shaking of my limbs. Once in my hands, I was tempted to throw it as far away from me as possible, but I resisted the urge and took a deep breath. If we were going to be attacked again, I wasn't going down without a fight. A mangled cry resembling what used to be my brother's voice broke through my ears. I whipped my gaze to him, just in time to notice Will's body, or what was once Will's body, go still. It stopped trembling, stopped convulsing, and almost seemed to stop breathing. A shot of panic pierced my chest, and without thinking, I tried to stand and run to him. I immediately fell back to the ground, crying out in pain. It began in my ankle, traveling up my body until it stopped at my side. The burning of my old wound intensified, and I felt as if the skin was being ripped apart. My ankle felt a similar pain, But when I pulled my weight off, I fought to keep my breathing even as spots danced in my vision. My gaze stayed trained on Will, and after a moment, I saw a slight rise and fall of his chest. This eased the panic I felt only slightly. He was still motionless, and still covered in blood. Whether it was his own, or someone else's, I had no idea. Samuel suddenly let out an especially loud curse, pulling my attention back to him. When I looked up, my heart broke. Tears were pooling around his eyes, and he still hadn't stopped assaulting Riley's body. He was panicking now. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As if it was only just dawning on him that Riley was gone, I took a deep and shaky breath, closing my eyes for a moment. My attention was being pulled every single direction, and there was still the large urge to shut everything out. But I had to focus, if I had any hope of saving Will, or living through the rest of the night. I couldn't shut down, but I also knew that I couldn't do this alone. Unfortunately, Samuel wasn't anywhere near functioning. He was still maniacally forcing Riley back to life, cursing things I didn't even know existed. Of course it had to be in this moment that I realized how much we needed him. How much I needed him. I opened my eyes and began moving, not thinking about my actions. My body inched towards Samuel, and almost out of instinct, my hand reached out to his shoulder. It hesitated in the air just above his skin, shaking in time with my breath. "Samuel," I called out, closing the distance between his shoulder and my hand. I placed my palm lightly across his skin, ignoring the blood staining my fingers. At my touch, Samuel stilled. His shoulders rose and fell rapidly, but any other movement ceased. His hands were still on Riley's chest, and he was kneeling practically on top of his body. I tried to catch his eye, but Samuel kept his head bent as low as possible. The night turned to glass and silence was heavy upon the surface. It seemed if either of us spoke, it would shatter in an instant, and Samuel would break with it. I bit my lip and took a deep breath, moving to close any distance between our bodies. My hand gently squeezed his shoulder as I used it to pull me closer, and I was sharply aware of the blood that would soon be staining my body. Samuel stiffened with my movements, but he remained mute, seated permanently next to Riley. His gaze was forever on his best friend's face, and though I couldn't see his eyes, I knew tears would be lying in wait. Samuel was broken. I didn't have to look at him to know it. Ignoring the growing pain in my side, I sat up on my knees and placed my other hand on Samuel's other shoulder. Gently, I pulled him back. Again, he stiffened, refusing to budge from his position. If anything, he turned away the smallest amount, showing me nothing but the skin of his back. I leaned forward, trying to twist Samuel's shoulders as I did so. My lips met his ear, and I again spoke quietly. "Samuel, look at me." He remained still for a moment longer, before finally giving way under my pull. He reluctantly turned his upper body to face me, keeping his gaze low on the ground. It was shielded by the moon shadows and his dark hair hanging limply across his eyes. Now that he was facing me, I dropped my feeble grip from his shoulders and found his hands in my own. I gripped them tightly, willing words into my touch. I could feel him looking at our hands, so I gave them a gentle squeeze and intertwined our fingers. Almost out of instinct, he curled his fingers into mine, pulling them lightly to his lap. "Samuel," I softly tried again. When he raised his face a fraction of an inch, I forced the unpleasant words from my mouth. "We have to leave." He abruptly shook his head, eyes darting back to Riley's body. I caught a glimpse of his features, and couldn't help but notice how utterly lost they were. It suddenly felt as if a massive weight had fallen on my chest, and for some reason, I felt lost too. The feeling was painful and instantly took the breath from my lungs. It was like the pain of my side. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was an empty and ever-ending abyss. I gasped involuntarily, And at that, Samuel finally raised his gaze to meet mine. His mouth hung half open, and water pooled inside his eyes. He let out a harsh breath, and I soon knew the pain I felt was only a fraction of what lied in him. I stared into his dark eyes as tears made their way into my own. I wanted to comfort him somehow, but I couldn't find the words. There was nothing that could be spoke to alleviate the reality he was living. Our attention was abruptly taken away when something moved in the trees. Samuel tensed, leaning towards me to cover my body with his own. I reached for the gun it deposited at my side, gripping it tightly as some sort of sick comfort. Before either of us could act, though, a familiar voice met our ears. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel. Peyton braced hard and tone broke the tense silence. Samuel relaxed slightly but didn't move from in front of me. He didn't have time to respond before Peyton came into view, towing several others behind him. In their midst was Raven, cowering several paces away from the nearest person. One by one, the group filed into the clearing. Each time they did, their reaction was the same. They de-skinned their surroundings until they noticed the body next to Samuel and I. When they realized who it was, they stilled. Silence filled the air as each of their gazes fell on the Alpha's dead body. I felt the need to avert my eyes, to avoid their horrified stares, but I refrained. I took them all in, feeling a piece of my heart break for each of their disbelieving expressions. Peyton was at the head of them all, but unlike everyone else, he had his gaze trained on Samuel. We were ambushed. Samuel eventually spoke. His voice was cracked or broken, but came out strong and full. I darted my gaze back to him, only to find that his face was completely devoid of emotion. Tears were no longer brimming in his eyes, and his mouth was set in a firm line. Where the hell were you, Bray? For a moment, Peyton's eyes darted wildly between Riley and the two of us. He slowly sank to his knees, gripping the grass beneath him and bowing his head. We were following their trail. It led back to town. When we heard the gunshots, we came as quickly as possible. You weren't quick enough. Samuel practically spat. The entire forest seemed tense. After a long moment, though, Samuel sighed, and everyone breathed again. He nodded once, turning his attention to the men and women behind Peyton. Take the body to the house. A few of them immediately stepped forward, obeying Samuel without a second thought. Peyton narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting between Riley's body and me. I looked had fallen into his eyes and I couldn't tell what it was. Apart from hard and cold, Samuel abruptly stood, pulling me up with him. I tried to ignore the pain that shot up my leg, and to do so rested heavily on Samuel's arm. He noticed, but didn't say anything, only wrapping an arm around my waist to steady me. What happened? Peyton spoke, his voice low. He followed Samuel and slowly rose from his knees. I watched men bend out Riley's body, picking it up with ease. Samuel watched them as well, temporarily ignoring Peyton. After a while, though, he sighed heavily. We were helping the new shifter. We were ambushed, shot at from behind the trees. He gestured stiffly to where Will was lying. Limply, I forced my gaze up to watch Peyton take in the news. His face was unreadable, something deep stirring in his eyes. When I looked into them, he broke his gaze away and followed Samuel's gesture. Did the boy survive? Samuel shifted. So far, Peyton slowly turned back to face us. The men and women with Riley's body had disappeared, but the others remained. There were more of them than I initially thought, and I realized that these people must have been the entire group Peyton had taken to hunt the humans. Every last one of them was now here with us. Enthusiasm, in the forest. In reality, there was many, but the 10 or 15 crowding the clearing suddenly made it seem much smaller. Raven still stood a few feet away with her head bowed and hands folded in front of her. Who shot at you? Peyton's voice was low. Samuel growled lowly. Who do you think? It was then I felt Peyton's gaze rest on me again. But it was my face he was staring at. It was the gun I still gripped tightly in my hand. I felt a sudden urge to cower away from him, to hide the one piece of protection I had hanging at my side. Peyton growled softly, his voice darkening. "That's one of theirs." I stiffened, unconsciously pulling myself closer to Samuel. Peyton noticed this and continued on in a toxic voice. "Where did you get that?" "Samantha." Samuel immediately tensed, quickly answering for me. "Don't speak to her." Peyton narrowed his eyes, turning to face the people still in the clearing with us. He raised his voice slightly. "That's one of the humans' guns she has. The ones that killed our alpha." The group collectively tensed, shifting their positions so they could more clearly get a look at me. I was tempted to cower behind Samuel, but there was no need. He quickly pushed me behind him. He was processing Bray's words before they even sunk into me. "Stand down. Bray, we were just attacked. All of us." Peyton's eyes flashed brightly. "Yet it's our alpha who is dead. And it's you who is harmed." He protected her. Raven interrupted, slowly stepping forward. Her face was still trained on the ground, and her voice wavered. "The beta threw himself on top of her. That is why she is unharmed." All eyes turned back to Peyton, who smiled. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I would expect nothing less, but that still leaves us with the question as to why the betas mate as one of the humans' guns, and why you are both here in the first place. He shot an angry look at Raven, who immediately stepped back. This was the duty of our alpha and Samuel. Alone, if I remember correctly. You two were ordered to stay behind. Now is not the time. Gray, Samuel practically spit. "We can answer questions later. Right now, we need to get back to town and find whoever did this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Beta, in just trying to guard the rest of us from the human. I didn't miss how Peyton said human and not humans. It suddenly struck me what he was implying, and I immediately gripped Samuel's arm to bring myself back into view and protest the accusation. He seemed to be anticipating this, though, and blocked my way to the others even further. Samuel stood up straighter. He responded to Peyton in what could have been the iciest voice possible. Guarding us was something that should have been done before our alpha was killed. Before Peyton could respond, he pushed on, biting his words. "Go and scout the area. I want cars waiting for us at the end of the forest." He paused then, lowering his voice considerably, and he foreshortened again. "It won't be the humans who need hiding." Gray, Peyton Gray stiffened, his eyes flashing with fury. The men and women behind him cowered at Samuel's tone, and quickly dispersed into the trees. Peyton hesitated for a second more before a smile spread across his face. It didn't reach his eyes, or any part of his expression, and I suddenly felt as if I was looking into the face of a murderer. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta. Chapter 45. The Pack House. What the hell was that? I bit out as soon as Peyton disappeared into the trees. I would say Samuel stiffened again, but his body never ceased its tension. He ignored my question and called out into the trees for Raven. She immediately reappeared, eyes darting behind her and back to Samuel, who didn't miss a beat. "Stay. I need help with Samantha." Raven nodded and came to my side, putting her arm around my waist as Samuel removed his. He walked to the edge of the clearing, practically stalking the entire time. When he reached Will's body, he picked him up without hesitation. "Wait," I called to him, tripping over Raven as I tried to walk. He paused, and I hesitated, not sure what I was going to say before it left my lips. "Don't let him hurt you." Samuel shook his head and walked back toward us, slinging Will's body across one of his shoulders. "Achia's going to be out for a while. Samantha." He paused next to the two of us, glancing warily around the clearing. It was deathly quiet for a few moments as he listened intently to every piece of the forest. Eventually, do you hear anything? Tu agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She fervently shook her head no. What did you smell when you were out there? Just our pack. Peyton and the others. Samuel's brow furrowed, bringing me back to my earlier question. I looked at Samuel, expectantly. What just happened? What's going on? He looked at me, but for once, I could tell nothing from his face. It was hard, cold, and emotional. Samuel ignored my question again, adjusted Will on his shoulders, and walked past the two of us. And going first, you to stay directly behind me. Don't leave my side for any reason. Understand? Raven instantly voiced her compliance, but I could only nod my head. My thoughts were swimming with the encounter earlier, and I wasn't given any time to sort through the currents. That, and the minute Raven acknowledged Samuel, he began moving. Raven darted forward, and I was forced to stumble alongside her. She held most of my weight, as any pressure I put on my ankle was enough to send me to the ground. The minutes spent getting back to the entrance of the forest were torture. None of us spoke, and the tension in the air was enough to drive me insane. Anxiety crippled what was left of my body, and with any snapping of a twig, any rustle of the trees, another wave of apprehension followed. Samuel had sent the others ahead to make sure it was safe, but that hadn't guaranteed anything. There was no promise that at any moment, shots would ring through the air again, but they never did. We ended up on the edge of the forest in hand. As Samuel has demanded, a car was waiting for us there. There was no one else around, but the car was running and ready for us to take. He didn't waste a second in leading us to it. And after he scanned the interior, he opened the back door and laid Will across the seats. He took up the entire back row, so the only place left for the three of us was the front. Samuel opened the passenger door, jutting his chin towards the opening. Raven carried me forward and the two of them helped me slide into the middle seat. The movement sent waves of pain crashing around almost every part of my body, but I refused to acknowledge them. I bit down hard on my lip and kept my breathing steady, keeping myself distracted with counting my breaths. It only took a few of them for Raven and Samuel to follow me into the car. Samuel got into the driver's seat, while Raven positioned herself between me and the door. She inched herself as close to the door as possible, eliminating any space between her and the tinted window. There were a few inches of space between me and her, but as soon as Samuel settled in, space was gone. The car was large, and three people weren't meant to sit up front. Where are we going? I voiced as soon as Samuel stepped on the gas, the car lurching forward with the movement. He half glanced at me. To the house. I felt a sudden lump in my throat. Though I hesitated. The pack house, yes. Mixed feelings crept into my heart, and I wasn't sure what to do with them all. I'd never been to the infamous pack house, and frankly, I didn't want to. It was an area highly concentrated with countless werewolves, all of whom probably hated me for being a human. Sure, they claimed to live in peace with us, but if that were the case, they wouldn't congregate in one area of town. In the first place, we're going in the back door. Samuel started, his voice emotional. There's a lockdown room for new shifters. We have to put Will there. You'll go in the room next to him. Why? I don't want the pack focusing on him or you. Not until I get everything figured out. Images of Riley's dead body flashed through my mind. I stole a glance at Samuel, lowering my head in the process. With the images of Riley's dead body came the memories of Samuel beating hopelessly against his still heart. I'm sorry, I told him in a small voice. About Riley. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter. Tu agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I need you to stay with Samantha. She had been quiet up to this point, but when Samuel spoke to her, she nodded almost too eagerly. I'd be happy to. Beta. He nodded once and took a deep breath through his nose. Good. Now Samuel suddenly cut himself off. He turned to look at me, eyes narrowing considerably. I tried not to shrink away from his gaze, mostly because I had no idea why he was suddenly looking at me. His face was still uncharacteristically emotionless, revealing nothing as to his thoughts or intentions. Samuel took another deep breath, watching me from the side of his eye. After he exhaled sharply, he spoke again. "Samantha, you're bleeding." "What?" "No, I'm not." My voice decided to rise an octave. I did a quick scan of my body, checking to make sure my limbs were all intact. Then, the burning of my sight was pushed to the forefront of my mind. I'd been ignoring it, and up until now, I had succeeded. My hands trailed up my hip and under my shirt, just enough so that I could feel the skin around my stitches. Sure enough, it was thick with blood. "Oh," I breathed, slowly turning my head to look back at Samuel, his hands tight and on the steering wheel. Once more, I watched the speedometer gradually start to rise as Samuel's foot pressed harder against the gas pedal. Change of plans. To my agent extraordinaire, Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You stay outside of Will's door until I find someone else to put there. Anything you say. Beta. I'm fine, I protested, my gaze darting between the two of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's probably just my stitches from when I fell. My eyes decided to linger on Samuel. Besides, you're either one who needs a doctor. Again, he ignored me. No more words were spoken between us, but the car was nowhere near silent. The hum of the engine was loud in my ears, reminding me of the fact that Samuel was pushing the car to go faster every passing second. I didn't dare look outside of the window, knowing that if I did, I'd be resigned to accept that Samuel was going to crash the car. To my agent extraordinaire, Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We never crashed. In a record amount of time, we made it back into town. The car came to an abrupt halt outside a large building, what I deemed to be the infamous Pack House. I couldn't tell much about the outside of the house, but the inside was buzzing. Lights were on in almost every window, on every floor. Shadows ran across them as figures moved hurriedly between each room. A small door was standing open in the middle of the house, with a short stairway leading to it. No one was outside the door. To my agent extraordinaire, Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it hung limply on its hinges, swinging with the wind. It looked as if someone had hurriedly run inside and forgot to close the door behind them. Samuel entered the car the instant it stopped moving. Raven was helping me out in the next moment, as Samuel moved to the back to sling wool over his shoulders. Before I could register the pain growing in my side, Raven was moving me forward, following Samuel. Blindly, the closer we drew to the door, the more noise met my ears. The hum of voices was evident, but loud shouting and harsh demands accompanied them. I was sure that when we stepped inside the house, a slew of chaos would greet us, but it didn't. We slipped inside the door, leaving it hanging open behind us, and dipped to a hallway immediately to our right. Though voices and shouts were louder now, we met nobody to match the voices with. The hallway we traveled was deserted. It took my eyes a few seconds to adjust to the unnatural light streaming through the hallway, and by the time I was squinting, we were standing outside a lone door. You could tell from looking at it that it was heavy. The steel was pristine and looked ready to hold back an army, or keep one trapped inside. Samuel lifted the handle, grunting as he pushed forward. The door slowly swung open, but before I could tell what was inside the room, Samuel slipped inside with Will, closing the door behind him. I attempted to follow, but Raven held me back. As soon as I tried to protest, though, Samuel was back in the hallway. He nodded to Raven, who moved aside and let Samuel take me. She positioned herself next to the steel door, and I had to admit, she didn't look nearly as intimidating as the metal. Without another second's delay, Samuel whirled me away from Raven and started back down the hallway. Now that my eyes were adjusted, I could see the brown wooden flooring, completed by cream barren walls. We came back to the door we entered, but instead of slipping back into the night, Samuel turned again. We headed down another short hallway, and further we walked, the louder the voices became. The hall opened into a large room, and all at once, my senses were overloaded. The light was even brighter here than in the corridor, and there wasn't a single piece of the room left in darkness. We were standing underneath an archway that led into what looked to be a living room. People ran about the spacious room, bumping into each other, screaming profanities, and rushing to their destinations. Many of them were limping with torn clothes, and most of them had blood staining their skin. There was a fireplace covering the entire wall directly across from us. Light-colored bookshelves sat on either side, and each shelf was filled to the brim with countless colorful novels. The wall on the right was made entirely of windows, and beyond that, even more activity bloomed. Glass doors opened up to reveal a wooden patio, where all the furniture had been pushed to the side to make room for the people streaming in and out of the open doors. In front of the fireplace were countless matching couches and armchairs, each one placed in a specific location. Some faced the bookshelves, some faced the fireplace, and a few sat by themselves in lone corners. Fleece and worn-out rugs sat underneath each one, protecting the dark wooden floors. No one noticed our entrance. At least, not at first. Samuel and I stood under the large archway for several moments, taking in the scene before us. Then, he abruptly caught someone by the arm, and for the first time, eyes met our own. The unfortunate soul Samuel had caught was a middle-aged woman with graying hair. Her dark eyes were alight with frenzy, and when she realized who it was that held her bound, the panic increased. She breathed. The word was soft and barely made it out of her lips. As she spoke, her eyes darted to me, but then quickly fell back onto Samuel. Her breathing was heavy, but despite her frantic appearance, she let Samuel keep her bound. Samuel spoke lowly. "What's going on?" The woman's gaze darted around the room. "Everyone has just gotten back. You just missed the warriors coming in. They were attacked. They were ambushed, and didn't have time to get out. We just cleared out the bodies. We were taking care of the others when another group came in, telling us horrible things. They said that the alpha had died." She trailed off, breathless. "Is it true? Is Alpha really all right? What happened? Where's Marshall?" She hesitated. I don't know. Last I saw he was carrying Lane away." She trailed off. "Again. Find him and tell him to meet me in the clinic." Samuel abruptly released the woman's arm, but she hesitated. "Are you sure? That's where we brought the bodies." He sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tell him to meet us in his office. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The woman nodded and was immediately gone from our sight. Samuel wasted no time in moving. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He kept to the back of the room, shielding me from view. I didn't question him, nor did I protest his actions, with the entire house on edge from attack. The last thing they needed was a foreign human in their midst. My steps faltered as Samuel's pace quickened. He never let me fall though, because when he noticed my struggles, his grip on my waist tightened. He slipped my arm around him, holding it firmly with his own. Using his other arm, he half-carried me, letting my weight bear down on his leg. We wound through hallways, climbed stairs, and passed countless doors. I soon lost track of my way, as every door, hallway, and room melded together to look much the same. Samuel didn't pause or hesitate as he traveled the house. His steps were deliberate and his pace quick. Had I been walking on my own, my legs would have failed me long ago. Eventually, we came to a stop outside a door that looked identical to everything else. Samuel wasted no time in throwing it open and carrying me inside. The room was dark at first, but Samuel flipped a switch and we were thrown into the white, unnatural light. Once more, the room was quaint, and apart from a large wooden desk and deep red armchairs, there wasn't much furniture. The back wall was lined with bookshelves, and another door stood on the wall next to it. Samuel brought me forward and to my surprise, placed me atop the mahogany desk. He pushed aside paperwork and picture frames, clearing the entire desk for me. I tried to protest, but the minute I opened my mouth, he sent me a sharp look. My voice immediately died, and my protests were left hanging in my throat. Satisfied, Samuel turned away from me and disappeared to the other door in the room. When he came back a few minutes later, his face was even more emotional than before. He was holding a large first aid kit in one hand, and the other held a hospital pillow and blanket. Wordlessly, he placed the two on the desk next to me, before turning his back to me, folding his arms, and staring at the door. I waited in silence for a solid minute. Samuel stood motionless and tense. I tried to watch the door with him, but every time my gaze drifted to the opening, it would be brought back to stare at Samuel. More accurately, to stare at his back. He was still shirtless, and his wounds were looking no better now than they had in the clearing. Subconsciously, my hand slipped to my side as I watched the blood drip down his skin. My shirt was damp now, and I knew underneath the cloth my skin looked much like Samuel's. Does it hurt? He abruptly broke the silence. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The burning had intensified, and it was dying down like before. There was little to distract me. Now Samuel grunted. "Dealt that." I folded my arms. "Well, then why did you ask me?" He turned to me, then shook his head, and resumed his stare down at the door. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes because, in reality, I had no right to be annoyed. I had no idea what was going on with Samuel, nor why his actions were suddenly so terse. Back in the forest, he'd been beaten down, broken even. Now, he was just gone. I took a deep breath. "Are you okay?" "I doubt that," I mimicked, raising my eyebrows. Samuel let out a heavy breath but didn't respond. For some reason, his lack of words stung. "What are we waiting for?" I tried again. "What exactly is going on?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Who's Marshall?" "Tech doctor. Shouldn't he be helping the others?" To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. From what the woman said, Ajia's going to help you. Samuel quickly cut me off. "We have more than one doctor. Marshall is the best for you." Slowly, I nodded, and finally looked away. His sharp tone was stinging more than his silence. Tension blanketed the room, but I didn't have to suffer in it for long. After another minute or so, hurried and heavy footsteps echoed outside our room. When they stopped, the door was swung open to reveal a heavily breathing man. Just when I thought I was finally safe, I saw a pair of yellow eyes staring at me through the window. They were unmoving, as if waiting for something. Chapter 46, a sermon in syllables. He was older than I expected. Patchy white hair adorned the old man's age, spotted scalp. A matching beard lined his jaw. Deep-set lines and wrinkles etched the story of his life across his cheeks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And forehead. He was a large man, but he was small. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What once must have been a tall and lean figure was now a hunched back and sagging skin. Beatus Amiel. I came as quickly as I could. He spoke in rushed words. The man's voice what it expected. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was light-hearted and showed no sign of his age. If it heard his voice without seeing him first, it'd have thought he was much older than myself. Samuel moved to the side of the room, clearing a path for the man. He kept his arms folded and jerked his head towards me. She needs your help. The man, who I assumed to be Marshall, glanced my way. His eyes light up for a second, their bright golden color glinting in the unnatural light. Certainly, Beta. Marshall walked forward, and once again his age was shown nowhere but his face. His walk was heavy, but it purposeful and elegant. He scanned me once over the closer he came, his nostrils flaring as he took a deep breath. I tried not to shy away from him, but the closer he drew, the harder it was. Appearances were misleading, and I was ready to let myself be deceived. My nerves were on edge, and though my body was tired and failing, it tensed for the worst. If Marshall noticed my wariness, he didn't say anything. He simply smiled lightly and came to stand next to his desk, opening the oversized first aid kits Amiel had placed there earlier. What seems to be the problem? Just above her hip. Samuel answered for me. Achidi mimicked Marshall in moving closer to me, and was now standing barely a foot away from the desk. His arms were still folded tightly against his chest, and his mouth was a permanent, thin line. Marshall nodded. Without further explanation, the old man lifted up my shirt to reveal the wound. I kept my gaze averted, but the silence that followed the revelation of my bloodied skin gave me everything I needed to know. Samuel abruptly cursed and took another step forward. His gaze snapped up to mine, and for the first time since we'd left the woods, I saw a glimpse of emotion leak back into his eyes. He opened his mouth to say something, but as soon as he did, Marshall sighed. With that noise, Samuel slipped back into stone. It's not as bad as it looks. Marshall began prodding the area around my stitches. He quickly grabbed a cloth and started wiping away excess blood, carefully avoiding my stitches. Can you tell me what happened? This will help me know how to treat it. As he spoke, he turned and brought something else to my skin, squeezing a cool liquid that rolled down my side and fell in a pool around my leg. Samuel answered before I could open my mouth. She fell. I fell on top of her. To my surprise, a small chuckle escaped Marshall's lips. Kids these days, he mused. It wasn't anything like that. I protested immediately, shifting away from the two of them. Marshall's gaze flicked up to mine, then to Samuel, who was still as emotional as Boulder. Unspoken accusations danced in his eyes, and he did little to hide his amusement. I stated it again, my voice rising. Tell him, Samuel, tell him what happened. Marshall laughed again, and as he did, something sharp stabbed my side. It was pulled painfully from my skin, and then, before I could protest, it happened again. I gasped in pain, my eyes darting to Marshall's hands just in time to see him pulling my stitches apart. Marshall smiled. Just trying to distract you, hon. Before I could register his words, he turned to Samuel. The stitches are torn, and a few were digging into her flesh, but I'm not going to sew them back up. I don't want to risk sealing in any infection. He turned for a moment, and when he faced me again, he was holding a large roll of gauze bandages. Keep it covered and clean. Change these every few hours until the bleeding stops. The skin has been healing nicely and shortened need further treatment. Samuel stepped forward. He was standing next to us now, a look of confusion lining his features. That's all. The blood, he trailed off. Superficial. Like I said, it wasn't as bad as it looked. Now that the loose stitches are gone, she should be fine. Just give her time to heal and she'll be functioning in no time. Marshall then turned to me, looking me dead in the eyes. Don't let Amy boy fuss you out of bed now. You need to stay still and relax no matter what he tells you, especially with that sprained ankle. Samuel let out what was an unattractive mix between a snort and a scoff. This seemed to be the reaction Marshall was hoping for because his eyes light up a little bit more at the sound. If you have troubles with him, you just let me know. Uncertainly, Marshall dropped his gaze and turned to face Samuel. As soon as the doctor caught his eye, Samuel's expression deadened. Once more, he folded his arms again, and gruffly told him, "Thanks. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." That's all we needed. Marshall shook his head. If you think I'm going to walk out of here with you looking like this, then you're more foolish than I thought. Go up on the desk with you. He gestured to the spot beside me. My eyes widened and darted between Samuel and Marshall. The two were in a sudden face-off, but Samuel was clearly winning. It half expected Samuel to lash out at the old man for his disrespectful tone, but he hadn't uttered a word of rebuttal. The two men stood glaring at each other. Every unspoken word poured into their expressions. Whoever this Marshall was, he was important enough to Samuel not to warrant immediate outrage at insolence. Marshall suddenly shifted and sneered, breaking the temporary silence. "Do I need to fetch Goldie?" Samuel scowled eaconed, but something flashed in his eyes, though he didn't move a muscle to comply or surrender. Marshall let out an abrupt laugh and all traces of annoyance were erased from his expression. "I didn't think so. Now up onto the desk before I change my mind." Marshall waved his arms about, and to my surprise, Samuel did as he was told. He picked up the box of first aid supplies and thrust it into Marshall's arms, sitting down in its place. The old man pulled up one of his chairs and placed the box on it, rummaging through the supplies. "Turn around," he demanded, brandishing gauze and tweezers. Samuel grumbled under his breath, and though I cowered to hear him, I knew it was a slew of curses aimed at Marshall. He did as he was told. Despite the flash of annoyance glare in his eyes, Marshall chose to ignore this and began to work on Samuel's back. It was a lengthy process, for several minutes. The room was deathly quiet. The only sounds filling the four walls were the clink of metal as Marshall pulled bullets from Samuel's skin and dropped them into a glass container. I watched his methodical movements, slightly entranced. His fingers were graceful as they simultaneously wiped away blood and handled tweezers. Marshall never hesitated, nor did he think about his movements. It was second nature to him. His hands were just an extension of his brain. Enjoying the show, Marshall suddenly cut into my thoughts. Pausing his movements, he looked at me with slightly tilted lips, and for some reason, I bowed my head in embarrassment. I've just never seen someone do this before. He resumed his work on Samuel's back, the words he spoke doing nothing to break his concentration. "It certainly hope not. It's not every day you have to pull bullets from the flesh." Remembering how it was just days ago I was doing the same thing to Samuel. We were trapped in a hole several feet underground. You'd think that was the case. Marshall laughed lightly. "Already got her in gunfights." "Do ya, Sammy boy?" "Not by choice," Samuel growled. I tried not to flinch at the sound and again searched my brain for the source of Samuel's anger. There were countless ideas that flashed in my mind, but I pushed each and every one away. It was easier to live in ignorance, if only for a few more minutes. Deep down, I knew why he was angry, and that was the very reason I was denying my thoughts. Marshall noticed my discomfort. He paused for a moment before a wicked smile spread across his face. His tweezers were halfway into Samuel's skin, and without warning, he twisted his hand and sent them deeper into the flesh. Samuel cursed loudly, flinching forward and whirling around to glower at Marshall. He stood in the same spot, hands lingering where Samuel's back had been just moments before. "What the hell?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel bit out. He raised his eyebrows in response. I was just trying to clean the wound. Beta. The bullets are extremely deep. Samuel rolled his eyes and huffed. He sent the old man a hard look, and when he turned around again, Marshall winked at me. I stared at him with my jaw hanging open and eyes to match my surprise. Marshall ignored the both of us. You know, I think I will bring Goldie up here. She deserves to meet your mate. Samuel. No, he growled again. Marshall repeated his movement from before. Samuel cursed loudly, and another smile spread across Marshall's face. She sure would hate to hear you take that kind of tone, in the presence of your mate. Nonetheless, I waited for a cold remark from Samuel, but none came. He simply kept his back turned to the two of us, letting Marshall continue his work. At this, the old man smiled. He pulled another broken bullet from Samuel's wound, much gentler this time. It fell into the glass tray, and before Marshall attacked another, he turned to look at me, eyes glowing. I don't think we've officially met. Marshall made odd. His smirk turned into a genuine smile, as he met my eyes for a moment. Samantha. I trailed off. Samantha, he repeated. A lovely name. A bit ironic, don't you think? I guess. The word came out as more of a question than a statement. Marshall laughed and began pulling another piece of Samuel's skin apart. Usually I'd implore Sammy boy to introduce us. As proper, but seem as HES a bit tied up at the moment. This will have to do. I smiled again. Uncertainly, Samuel cut in. Now it's not really the time for niceness and pleasantries. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Marshall's face fell slightly. Quite the contrary. Now it's more a time than ever. He hesitated, and as he did, his hands paused. Is it true? A moment of silence passed before Samuel let out a long and heavy breath. Yes. The old man resumed his work on Samuel's back. He was almost done. Now and only had to dress the wounds. That's what I feared. The smile had fallen from Marshall's face, and in its place was a sullen countenance. I was suddenly looking at a completely different man than moments before and wished he would smile. It lit up the room with a false sense of happiness and allowed all of us to bask in it for a few precious moments. You know what this means. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He continued. Samuel's harsh tone returned. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, but you know it does. It's not possible. Marshall tore off a large piece of medical tape, ripping it to smaller pieces as he placed patches of gauze along Samuel's back. Of course it's possible. Any other thinking is flawed, and you know that. What are you going to do? Samuel was silent. Have you considered what's going to happen? Marshall cut Samuel off. Then even you know you can't change it. He finished with the last bandage and tapped Samuel's shoulder. Samuel sagged ever so slightly and kept his back to the two of us. They'll find out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Oh, in counting on it. Silence fell, and the two of them remained in the same position. Marshall was resting his hand on Samuel's bare shoulder, and Samuel hadn't bothered to turn around. Though my mind was running wild with their conversation, I had the sudden urge to leave them alone. Despite my curiosity, the two of them were dealing with something I felt was far beyond my level. The intimacy between the two men was apparent, and it held no place for me. As if sensing my unease, Marshall turned to face me. Sadly, what do you think, Samantha? Tonight has changed quite a lot for our Samuel, has it not? For the both of you. Nonetheless, my brow furrowed. I don't really understand. Marshall's sad smile abruptly fell. In its place was an expression that looked much deadlier on the old man than anyone who previously humored the emotion. It was anger. Clear, raw and directed at Samuel. You haven't told her? Marshall seethed through his teeth. Samuel stiffened. It never came up. Never came up. Marshall's voice, instead of rising, lowered to just above a whisper. You'd better find a nice conversation starter then. Not much of a choice now. I'm sorry. But what exactly is going on? I cut in, my eyes piercing Samuel's back, begging him to turn around and explain. Nothing. Marshall's not thinking straight. The old man let out a sudden, hush laugh. I think I will go get Goldie. Shall get a riot out of this one. Samuel abruptly whirled around, swinging his legs along the side of the desk. Marshall had to jump back in order to not get hit, but his glare never faltered. When Samuel came to face us, I saw that a similar scowl was lacing his eyes. As well. Not tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Samuel bit out. Then, his eyes scanned the man once over. He softened his frown just slightly and let out a huff of air. His mouth hung open with more words, but before they could be uttered, the expressionless mask found its way back into Samuel's countenance. Marshall's glare faltered. His folded arms fell to his side, and he slowly shook his head. It's your decision, Beta. Samuel nodded but wavered slightly. He opened his mouth to speak again, but a quick look in my direction cut the words from his tongue. He settled to place a stiff hand on Marshall's shoulder. Thank you for your help. You should get back to the others. Marshall agreed, then smiled. It was like his previous smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. It was an expression to mask what he was truly feeling. The same mask. I realized that Samuel was fighting desperately to keep in place. Then concluded, you should both be fine. Just stop gallivanting through the forest and getting shot at. His gaze drifted to me. If your pain is too much, tell Samuel. He knows where everything is. It should get better. Just stay close to him. Before I could respond, the old man straightened and turned away from his desk. I better be off. If you have any questions, you know where to find me. How is everyone else looking? Samuel suddenly asked, his voice quavering. Marshall shook his head, letting his eyes fall to his bloody hands. I'll tell you in the morning. He left the room quickly and quietly. His previously pounding feet were nowhere to be found, but instead had been replaced with the dragging step of an old man. As soon as Marshall was gone, Samuel stood. He began cleaning what was left over from Marshall's work, keeping his back turned to me the entire time. A flash of hurt hit my chest, but I desperately pushed it away. Like everything else, I blinked several times before asking, what was that about? Nothing. I pursed my lips, taking a deep breath. I'm not an idiot. I know something's going on that you're not telling me. Is that something new for us? Samuel glanced at me from the side of his eye. He began throwing away pieces of bloodied gauze and tucking stray supplies back into the first aid box. Abrupt anger filled my heart. But before I could retort, Samuel had finished his task and disappeared through the door to my left. He was gone for several minutes, and in that time, my anger died. I was too drained to hold on to it and fight back everything else. Samuel returned, now wearing a dark-colored shirt. He ignored my presence and began picking up the countless piles of paper that had been carelessly thrown off the desk. I gave him several more minutes of silence, before finally sighing. Samuel. I resisted the urge to tap my fingers against my folded arms. What? Can you just tell me something? Letting his shoulders sag, he moved to sit in the chair that Marshall had pulled up to the desk, and when he sat down, he leaned his arms on his legs and hung his head. There's a lot going on. Samantha. My arms unfolded and fell into my lap. I understand that much. What do you want from me? What was Marshall talking about? Samuel rubbed the back of his neck, groaning under his breath. Nothing. His tone was filled with as much anger as previously, but it was now laced with exhaustion. I closed my eyes, counting my breaths. It took me upwards of 20 before I finally responded. I understand if you don't want to talk about things. But, from what Marshall said, whatever is going on involves me. Is that true? He hesitated. To an extent. Then I'd like to know. Samuel was quiet for a long minute. When he finally spoke, his voice was drained of emotion. I can't deal with that tonight. Samantha. Not on top of everything else. I've got to find Bray and figure out what happened, and what HES told the pack. I let out a long breath, twisting my fingers together in my lap. I hadn't really expected Samuel to tell me anything, so his reaction didn't come as a surprise. I was only growing tired of not knowing what was going on, and thought maybe this piece of information could distract me from the other thoughts threatening to spill from my eyes. Can't you tell me what's happening with Bray, or the pack? Anything. He raised his head to stare at my feet, hanging limply off the side of the desk. I don't know. That's the problem. Will's shift was going normal. You and Raven showed up. Then we were attacked. In all honesty, it was probably the humans. There's not much else it could be. Blindly, I nodded, taking in any information Samuel would give me. Something scratched at the back of my mind, though. And his words, no matter how hard I tried, didn't settle right with me. What are you going to do? Samuel straightened, sitting upright in the chair. I have to talk to Bray and sort everything out. Preferably tomorrow. But knowing him, it won't wait. He finally turned to look at me. I need to know the whole story if I'm going to confront him. Everything that happened with you and Raven. HES going to use it. My voice came out hesitantly. Bray thinks I had something to do with Riley's death. Samuel nodded. That's what it sounds like. What do you think? I asked before I could stop myself. Then, already knowing the answer, I continued. That's why you've been so closed off. I was beginning to tread dangerous waters, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't pull myself to shore. These thoughts were bursting inside of me, despite my harsh efforts to push them away. It barely had time to process the night's events, but as each moment came to my memory, a dark cloud covered my heart. With each scenario I sorted through, I was slowly realizing my never-ending faults. What if questions swarmed my brain? And before I knew it, I was entirely convinced that it single-handedly caused the night to end the way it did in death. Suddenly, I couldn't look at Samuel. I'm not closed off. I took a deep breath. You've barely said two words to me until now. Lowering my folded arms and twisting my fingers. You think I had something to do with it? My words were phrased carefully. If Samuel was only thinking of what Bray implied, the conversation would continue on and my thoughts would be left to myself. But, if Samuel believed I was the one to deliberately kill Riley, I'd understand my vague accusation and would undoubtedly affirm my suspicions. And the castle of cards would slowly begin to build would start to fall. But this time, it wouldn't be Samuel's fault. It'd be mine. Samuel was quiet for a long time. Eventually, he told me. That's what I thought at first. He paused then, letting the sentence sink into my soul. When he continued, I barely registered the words. But then I realized how stupid a thought that was. My brow furrowed and I bit my lip. What do you mean? I know you didn't have anything to do with it. How can you be so sure? Samuel finally met my gaze. His dark blue eyes swam in time with the ocean's currents, each emotion sweeping up and under the others. You wouldn't put your brother at risk like that. I'd like to think you wouldn't put yourself at risk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They did shoot at all of us. My fingers finally stopped twisting with each other and fell limply to my lap. I didn't want anyone to die. I know. He stared at me, trapping my eyes with his own. Though he spoke to simple words, a sermon was laced within the syllables. Those two words were so simple, and spoken so softly, that I almost missed it. So much rested behind the phrase. I could feel it when he spoke. It was as if the small sentence was all he needed to say to convey the fact he wasn't angry, hurt, or untrusting of me. He considered the very thing I was hinting at. And he moved on. There was no blame, no hatred, but that couldn't be true. Even though I was staring at his eyes, and felt the truth pouring out of them, I refused to believe it. He should have blamed me. I was the human. I had a gun. His alpha had died. It barely gotten hurt. However, where there should have been betrayal and fear in Samuel's eyes, there was only understanding. It didn't make sense, no matter how many times I wrapped my head around it. Samuel cowled and let something like go. He shouldn't be able to put aside what appeared to be true and trust someone who wasn't even of his own species. But he had, and I suddenly felt terrible. He'd done all of that, and had barely bothered to entertain the thought that it was my actions that got Riley killed. Where did you get the gun? Samantha. Samuel's question finally reached my ears and startled me out of my thoughts. I'd been asking this same question for the past few minutes, and had done nothing more than continue to stare into his eyes. What? He repeated the question for what I was sure was the 10th time, his annoyance starting to show. Where did you get the gun? I hesitated, gathering my thoughts and trying not to grimace. If Samuel trusted me before, this was sure to shatter it. Then again, maybe it was better this way. Maybe then I wouldn't have to face him and force myself to push back the guilt that was now threatening to eat my insides. Samuel questioned lowly. I nodded, biting my lip. He was one of the ones who first helped me out of town. Part of the humans. Samuel stilled and tilted his head. I could tell where his thoughts were going, but I did nothing to clarify. Facing this was easier than facing the truth. How did you get it? His voice was barely above a mumble. I want the full story. My head dipped to my chest. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel would want clarification. It would require a tender mercy for him to believe what it him to believe. But, being the perfect soul he was, Achidine ever believed a betrayal from implications. Raven and I were trying to get to the forest. We stayed in the back alleys, and when we heard someone coming toward us, we hid behind a dumpster. It turned out to be Cade and his brother. I took their gun and Raven knocked them out. He met my gaze, and once again, his eyes were a storm. You knocked them out. I nodded. One of them was already unconscious. I didn't want them to attack us or come after us. Raven did it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was her idea to put them in the dumpster. Samuel raised an eyebrow. The dumpster. We thought it might look suspicious for them to be out on the street. We didn't want to get caught. Samuel sighed heavily. They'll send someone to find them. If they're injured, they can't have gotten far. They can tell us where the rest of them went. That's it. I questioned, incredulously. You're just going to believe me? What do you mean? Is there more? No, I bit my lip. Why do you even trust me? After what happened? I trailed off, attempting to stop the flood of words threatening to spill. But the dam broke, and they came. If it wasn't for me in the first place. I just do. Samuel cut me off. His lips thinned and his gaze fell to the ground. It's not your fault. I'm sorry if you thought I was upset with you. I'm stressed. Samantha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's my fault. I said it was. That doesn't make sense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I quickly shook my head. You should be thinking what Peyton thinks. You should. I'm not. I desperately wanted to raise my gaze to meet Samuel's, but I kept it firmly planted on the ground. But it's true, and we both know it is. You shouldn't be trusting me. I've given you no reason to. That's not true. You helped me before. You're helping me now. Believe it or not. I've also run before, and broke out of the apartment, and kept things from you. and hated you, and blamed you, and cursed dryly too. Stop. Samuel cut me off. He was quiet for a long moment, letting out several large breaths. I know what you're thinking. Samantha, just stop. I told you it wasn't your fault. I know it wasn't. And I don't believe you. Samuel abruptly stood and began pacing the room. I listened to the echo of his shoes on the hardwood floor, and each step hitting the wood was another shot to my side. Samuel was broken, and here I was, opening a forbidden box of pain the very night it was inflicted. Let's just drop it. I tried to salvage the situation. We both need rest. No, Samuel spoke without missing a beat in his paces. No, we might as well finish this. It was going to come up sooner or later. I'd rather talk of this than anything else. Right now. My mouth hung half open in confusion. What else could weigh so heavily on Samuel's mind? That he'd rather discuss the death of his best friend, and more importantly, the woman who caused it. You made a mistake, Samantha, he continued, ignoring my silence. I'll let you have that much. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nodded, looking up momentarily to watch Samuel's movements. His hands were placed on his hips, and he travelled the length of the office in barely 3 strides. As he spoke, his mask began to slowly chip away. But you have to understand, I've made mistakes. I'm not innocent. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I forced you into a life you never wanted. I culled and protect you. I've snapped at you, taken you for granted, caused your family to disappear and your brother to turn into something you hate. I'm not oblivious to it all. I've just been selfish. He stopped pacing then, turning to catch my before I had the chance to lower my gaze. His face held a determination I hadn't seen before, and it trapped me in a single glance. Samuel's eyes held such intensity, such emotion, that I cowed and believed he tried to ever hide it. Mistakes aren't who you are. They're just a part of what we've done. We can't change it, and there's no sense in hating ourselves for it. He sighed and slowly began walking back towards me. Trust me when I say that there are many things I wish I could change. Before I met you, I wasted years trying to find a way to do just that. I'm still trying. But no matter what we do, we can't change the past. And we can hate ourselves for it. Or we can learn and not make the same mistake twice. Samuel was standing in front of me now. Our eyes were locked in an embrace that not even reality could break. 1,000 different stories danced between us, each one being told through our breaths. That's why I can't let you go, he eventually finished. And that's why I trust you. I couldn't find words adequate enough to respond to what Samuel had spoken. He seemed to understand this though and smiled warmly. His hand found my own, and without hesitation, my fingers laced themselves into his. Eventually, with my heart pounding in my ears, I breathed my response. Just like that. Just like that. I don't understand how you do it. What? Trust. Any of it. I don't deserve it. None of us really deserve anything. Samantha. But we give it to each other. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not always a good thing, and you have more reasons than anyone not to trust. You've only ever been around the worst. My eyebrows hung heavy over my eyelids. I thought of James, knowing that was exactly who Samuel was hinting at. But then, I also thought of Riley. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Certainly, my life had been tainted before I even had the chance to form an opinion. But then, I thought of Raven. I even thought of the brief interaction I had with Marshall. Lastly, I thought of Samuel. That's not exactly true. I told him. You're not all the worst. I finally raised my eyes to meet Samuel's. Knowing he'd been watching me this entire time, my eyes met his just in time to see a sad smile creep across his face. In a moment it was gone, replaced by a knowing smirk. You mean to tell me you don't hate me? I hid my smile. All in saying is you're not the worst. He shook his head. Any trace of humor suddenly gone. I wouldn't say that just yet. Why not? You practically just poured your heart out and I'm supposed to hate you for it. That was only a piece. I searched Samuel's eyes for a further explanation. Where's the rest? He dipped his head, and I knew, in that instant, the conversation was over. Before he even cut me off. Before he redirected my attention like he'd done with him so many times before. I need to go find Bray, Samuel mumbled. I resisted the urge to sigh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 47 for now. With the end of our conversation, I believed Samuel would immediately leave the room. However, he tiredly backed away and sat down in the armchair next to Marshall's desk. Then, he looked at me, warily. Bray's going to be throwing accusations out about you being human and with the gun. I'm going to try and isolate him, but I don't know if it's going to work. I'll bring you to the room next to Will and hopefully, everything will be sorted out in the morning. I nodded, then paused. A memory from the night resurfaced and refused to go unnoticed. Samuel, there's something else about the gun. I slowly started, thinking back to Cade and his brother. Samuel looked at me, raising one of his eyebrows. Yes. Cade told me something and it doesn't make sense. I've tried thinking about it, but no matter what, something is off. I tilted my head to the side, staring at the floor between us as if it held the answers. I hesitated, and when I did, Samuel let out a sharp breath. What is it? Well, Cade told me that the wolves already caught up with his group and him and his brother were just trying to escape. The way he talked made it seem like the others were already caught. Samuel shrugged. The gesture was supposed to be nonchalant, but tension laced his shoulders. He could have been lying. What does this have to do with the gun? He said that the gun he had was the last one left. The wolves took them all when they captured and killed everyone when we were taken. Samuel was quiet for a long time. He adopted an unreadable expression and held his fingers together against his nose. When he finally did speak, he kept his gaze trained on the floor. How do you know he wasn't lying? I bit my lip. I don't. Then, who shot at us if the humans didn't have guns? My shoulders sagged. I don't know. Nothing makes sense. Samuel shifted, opening and closing his mouth several times before eventually getting words out. Yeah, Samantha, what you're saying could be true. But the humans have come after us before. They've lied before. It was just a few hours ago they killed half a dozen of us. It doesn't make sense. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I quickly countered. Everyone has a different story. How could the humans have gotten to us if Bray was hunting them? How could they have shot at us if they didn't have any guns? How did they get away so fast? Why didn't you hear them before? Samuel put up a hand, ending my slew of questions. I don't have the answers. Samantha, well, what do you think they are? He rested his elbows on his knees and pressed the tips of his fingers to the bridge of his nose. He stayed in that position for a long time, closing his eyes and letting emotion roll away from his features. I hated this new part of Samuel, the one that hid everything he felt. It was so different from the person I initially met. It used to be that I could tell exactly what he was thinking by the look on his face. Now, he was hiding everything. It doesn't make sense. He eventually agreed, opening his eyes. I don't know about the part if we took their guns or not. I haven't seen any. But Riley stopped telling me things after all that happened. All I know is what you've told me, what Bray told me, and now, what some human said. I tried to catch his gaze and failed. None of his stories are adding up. It was true nothing made sense. If it was the werewolves, it couldn't have been the humans. If what Cade was saying was true, then they had no guns to even fire at us. They'd practically been caught by the time Cade left them. If this was the case, and Cade had no reason to lie to me, they wouldn't have been able to escape a dozen werewolves hunting them down, much less run to the forest to shoot at us. Then again, he'd been betrayed by Cade before. I phrased my next words carefully, sorting through my thoughts out loud. Maybe it was the humans. Samuel paused. James. I shook my head, though somewhat uncertain. What motive would he have? He couldn't have done it alone. Maybe he was alone. I closed my eyes and tugged on the loose ends of my hair. For so long, I believed everything that was going wrong was because of Riley. I was convinced he somehow bit my brother and taken my mother. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing cliché's enthusiasm. Riley's goal was for Samuel and me to be each other's worlds. It very well could be that he had done all of that. But now I realized there was something else happening. The shooting had been an attack on all of us, including Riley. Someone else was out there, and something larger was going on. You really think it was him? I don't know what to think. Samantha. Samuel let out a heavy sigh, his body falling deeper into the chair. My head fell to my chest and I let out a ragged breath. Why would anyone even want to attack us? He pursed his lips, clear thoughts running across his face. However, he didn't voice them. He only told me, you don't need to worry. Samantha, you'll fix it. Not everything's fixable. Suddenly feeling the weight of oceans crash down upon me, unexpected tears pricked at my eyes, but I forcefully pushed them back. There should be no reason for me to cry right now. No reason. Apart from the fact that my family was missing. It almost died again tonight. And I was no closer to fixing anything than I was when this whole mess started. Samuel shifted his weight, and after a moment's hesitation, he left his chair and sat on the desk with me. His large hand found its way to my knees, just as I pulled them up to my chest. I was tempted to lean into Samuel, but I stayed rooted in place and told myself it was exhaustion drawing me nearer to him, simply the need for a surface to sleep on. He softly continued speaking, comforting me with his words. Everything's going to be fine. Will's going to be fine. Your mother will be fine. Hesitantly reaching forward to turn my face to him. We'll be fine. We will figure out who did this. You don't need to worry. They'll fix it. You've been through enough. Samantha, you don't have to fix everything. Samuel. He shook his head softly. When it was me who caused the mess. Yes. I turned my gaze away and Samuel let go of my cheek. We've both to blame. We've established. He opened his mouth to counter my response, but I spoke over him, quickly changing the subject. Besides, you try and fix everything. He tilted his head. Everything. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Definitely not, he softly snorted. Agree to disagree. A small smirk played on his lips, begging for me to contradict him. I shifted my weight, raising an eyebrow and pointing a finger at his chest. No, I'm definitely right. What about Will? I didn't fix Will. I folded my arms, sending him a pointed look. You fixed his hospital room. Samuel shrugged my comment off, looking around the small office. When I realized he was going to respond, I rest my case. He looked back at me, holding back a wide grin. You're right. I'm a fixer. I know I'm right. Samuel's shoulders shook with his small laugh. A genuine smile threat and a break through my features. But for some reason, I held it back. Eventually, Samuel patted my knee and sighed. You need rest. So do you. He sneered suddenly, catching my eye. Care to join me? Rolling my eyes dramatically. In your dreams, Wolf Boy. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sammy. That my nickname. That's yours. I've heard two people use it. Now Samuel beamed. Who's to say I can't share? Another smile threat and to spread across my face. Samuel was already grinning broadly, waiting for me to follow. Instead of giving him the satisfaction, I turned my face away and buried my gaze into my other knee. He laughed once before standing and stretching out his hand, letting it linger in the air for me. When I didn't take it, he rolled his eyes. It's a hand, Samantha. It's not going to shoot. I scowled, though I scooted off the desk and took his outstretched palm. That's not funny. You've got to find humor. Somewhere. Come on. He tightened his grip, pulling me close to him so I wouldn't fall. I've got a room for you next to Will. Samuel once again calf carried me through the halls. I'm sure if my wound hadn't been on my side, he would have insisted on carrying me over his shoulder. Like before, I lost track of the number of doors we passed and hallways we crossed. Only when we descended a flight of stairs did I recognize the grandiose living room coming into view. Came the rumbling of voices and shuffling of countless feet running across the hardwood floors. We came to the bottom of the stairs, but before Samuel could lead us to another hallway, he was stopped by a loud voice calling out his name. When it did, the room stopped moving. Everybody paused their movements and turned to face the person who'd called out their beater's name. Up until this point, none of them even knew Samuel was here. Now there was no avoiding it. It didn't take the crowd long to find us, and soon, it felt like hundreds of eyes were staring into my soul. Samuel. The voice of Peyton Brake called out again. A steel tone echoed through the room, sending chills across the once cozy furniture. How nice of you to finally join us. Samuel shifted me so that I was slightly behind him and away from prying eyes. It's better to you, Bray. Samuel's tone matched Bray's in every aspect. Bray called out. That's what we'd all like to know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The room was devoid of any noise. The two men's voices echoed across the walls, bouncing back and forth, demanding any and all attention. Samuel eyed the room, stiffening as he held me with one of his arms. A few gasps were heard, and the crowd started to murmur. Countless cries of "Where's the Alpha?" and what happened pierced the group. Before they could get carried away, Samuel raised his hand, and everything silenced once more. I will answer any and all questions you have. For now, let us tend to the wounded and help one another through the night. What about the dead? Bray's voice rose above Samuel's. Shouldn't you be hunting the ones that killed them? Peyton's eyes narrowed. It seems you're already hiding one behind our backs. Again, low voices surrounded us. Bray's words were being taken to heart, and I could suddenly feel an entire pack of werewolves bearing down on me. Their glares, their contempt, their confusion, was all I could sense. It surrounded me in a cocoon, threatening to squeeze the life from my body. Samuel hugged me, reassuringly. Samantha has hurt no one, and she does not intend to. She's my mate. If I thought the crowd murmured before, it was a thunderous wake of outcries now. A ripple fell across each of the werewolves in the room, and each ripple caused a different effect. Some ripples were innocent and held only confusion. Some traveled further with caution. A select few were cut short with rage. Before Samuel could explain further, the crowd grew restless. A few pushed forward to get a better look at Samuel and me, while others began to retreat. Just as the unrest rose to a climax, another loud voice broke through the panic. The feminine voice called. Following it, the crowd parted. A figure emerged from the center of the room, revealing a tall woman stalking towards the front of the crowd. Her skin was darkly tanned, and contrasting bright. Blonde hair fell to her waist. When the woman was separated from the rest of the group, she slowly spun in a circle, catching the gaze of each and every soul. Whoever she met eyes with instantly cowered. That is, until she faced Peyton Bray. When her eyes fixed upon him, the room grew cold with Bray's freezing glare. The woman took no heed of it though. and instead let her voice ring through the air once more. It seems in the wake of devastation, this pack has lost who they are. The woman paused, and the room stilled. Everyone, including me, held their breaths in anticipation of her next words. She smirked, knowing the room was putty in her hands. We have lived around humans for decades now. Why is now any different? Why right now? Do we decide to challenge our leaders and force a divide? The woman didn't wait for a response, but turned back to Bray and returned his glare. It seems that some of us have forgotten our place in the world. Suddenly, the woman spun around again. She walked gracefully towards Samuel and me, her chin rising the closer she came. She came to a stop at Samuel's side, nonchalantly blocking me from view. Beta Samuel and I have this under control. Do your duty to our pack, and we will get through the night. As he said, everything will be explained in the morning. The woman finished speaking, but the crowd made no movement. They continued to look to her for direction, at which she covertly elbowed Samuel. He cleared his throat, gathering the attention back to him. Samuel looked upon the group with an expressionless face, catching each person's eye and sending their gazes to the ground. The ones who have thrown our pack into disarray are not with us tonight. The ones who have killed our own are still out there. While we've been wasting time, they are escaping further and further from our grasp. Yes, we've suffered losses tonight. Yes, we are all scared. But we don't have to be, if the remaining warriors would protect their pack, instead of sending them into panic. Samuel suddenly trained his gaze on Bray. We would all be able to sleep safely tonight. He paused then, letting his words blanket the air. A few people were nodding their agreement, while others suddenly looked as if they would faint. The medical supplies in the room grew heavier, and the toll the pack was taking was suddenly more than apparent. Samuel took a deep breath, sending a sideways glance to the woman beside him. She nodded slightly, and he continued. To those of you who wish to participate, we are organizing a party to hunt them down. You can see Bray for details. Peyton stiffened, and his hands made tight fists at his side. He scowled at Samuel, a pleasant smile beginning to creep across his cold features. Samuel is right. If you wish to protect the pack, follow me. With his final words, Bray left the room. He disappeared behind the wall of windows, glass doors slamming shut behind him. Several people followed, but a few hesitantly walked up to Samuel. He caught one or two of them by the elbow, spoke lowly in their ears, and sent them after Bray. These select few ran after the group that Bray was now going to lead, the entire time glancing back at Samuel. Eventually, the room settled back into the motions from before. Though the movements were not as frenzied now, people still scurried from one room to the next, carrying medical supplies, crying companions, and death-like stares. My gaze was fixed on them for a long moment until it was torn away by the woman at Samuel's side. Really, Samuel? She walked in front of the two of us. Was that the best way to make that announcement? Samuel shrugged. Good a time as any. She rolled her eyes and rested her hands on her hips. Her hard gaze lingered on Samuel for a moment, before flickering to me. Samuel noticed her shift and sighed. This is Samantha, as I'm sure you know. He pushed me forward a bit more. I staggered on my foot, but as soon as it happened, I was pressed into Samuel's again. The woman's gaze dropped to my side, then to my feet. As quickly as it happened, her eyes traveled back up my body and met mine. She seemed to study me. As I did her, her golden eyes burned into me, and I was reminded of an others that looked almost identical. Samuel's voice startled me out of my gaze. Samantha, this is Goldie. She smiled, and her large lips thinned slightly. They accentuated her wide, set nose, and despite her overpowering features, she was the epitome of beauty. It's nice to finally meet you, Samantha. Goldie took her hand in mine, shaking it briefly. I gave her a small smile, and she continued. But you can call me Carmela. Some of the boys around here think it's funny to come up with ironic nicknames. Goldie sent Samuel a brief glare. Samuel looked at me and shook his head. dismissing her comment and request. He laughed once. "Don't blame me. It wasn't my doing." She rolled her eyes. "Of course it wasn't your doing. You're perfect, Samuel." He shrugged and shifted his weight, pulling me closer. Goldie eyed the two of us for a moment before pulling her hair up into a ponytail. Samuel took a second to look around the room, only to find the same scene as before. The earlier encounter with Bray had seemingly been forgotten, and the pack was running about its business. "Who did you send with him?" Goldie suddenly spoke, bringing both our gazes back to her. "Briggs and Arthur. Both said they did keep an eye on him." She nodded. "Good choices. I've got Raven guarding a room and she needs help or a replacement," Samuel began, all trace of humor gone from his voice. "Sooner rather than later." "The shift true?" Goldie questioned. Samuel nodded quickly, and her gaze darkened. "They'll send Nina over there when we're done. She'll help her." "How many?" Samuel questioned. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "So far. And tomorrow?" Goldie shrugged. "Maybe 12. 11. If we're lucky." Without waiting for his response, Goldie continued. "Have you thought about this? About what's going to happen?" Samuel stiffened. "Have you already spoken with Marshall?" She scoffed. "Load of good that did." "Did he roll over when you snapped at him?" Samuel was quiet, and Goldie shook her head. "Cheers, right. And you know it. Come tomorrow." "I know." He cut her off. "I'll work it out. I'll fix it. There's nothing that needs fixing." Samuel was quiet. Once more, his shoulders sagged for the smallest moment before he picked himself up again. Goldie watched his reaction, and I knew she didn't miss his brief movement. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She caught my eye and nodded to herself, then spoke again. "Do you want me to take Samantha?" "If you are asking for you and Riley." He caught my eye, subconsciously tightening his grip on my waist. "No, I will take her. Give me a few minutes and I'll be back. I'll need someone outside her door." "As well." Goldie nodded. "Me and I can handle both, especially with Raven to help." She turned away from us then and began to cross the room, following a mass of people. "I'll be in the front." She didn't wait for Samuel's response before fully immersing herself in the crowd, getting lost in hurried feet and frantic bodies. Samuel sighed, but I spoke before he could. "What was that about?" He shifted my weight onto him again and turned down a hallway. I recognized it as the one we'd entered the house in earlier, the one that led to Will's room and a few others. "A few things. You don't need to worry. It'll be sorted out in the morning." She was talking about the same thing Marshall was, gripping onto his hand around my waist. It steadied me some, erasing the pain creeping into my side. "She's his daughter," he said without missing a beat, "and the beta female. She knows a few things." My step faltered. Beta female. By this time, we were rounding the corner and closing in upon the hallway of doors. I knew my questions were going to be limited, so I tried desperately to narrow them down to what I knew Samuel would answer, or I could drag out of him. Basically just the female version of my job. She helps me. I help her. We help the alpha. I had countless more questions about that, but they each got pushed aside for what was immediately weighing on my mind. What were they talking about? Her and Marshall. Samuel sighed. Heavily. "I told you we'd talk about it later." I resisted the urge to scoff. "Right." We rounded a final corner and reached a door. There wasn't anything special about it, as it was uniform with the rest of the hallway. "Why did you send Bray off on his own?" I asked as Samuel reached for the doorknob. He pushed the door open, pausing at my question, "Why Woodland High?" The door swung open and a small room was revealed. Much like the rest of the house, The walls were lined with thick wood and the floor was covered with a fleece carpet. This one had frayed tassels on the ends, a myriad of faded colors lining its design. A small bed lay against the back wall with a window just above its frame. Next to it stood a matching nightstand that held only a broken lamp. Samuel led me into the room, but before we could go any further, I sunk my good heel into the ground and stopped our advance. He turned and eyed me warily, at which I only glared. Why did you send Bray off on his own? He held my gaze for a moment, before dropping his eyes and scanning the room. Eventually, he brought the dark blue orbs back to me and furrowed his eyebrows. Odd, Ichias not alone. We sent people with him. But, even then, you have to watch what you're implying. Samantha, why? Samuel looked out the doorway for a moment. Becky's pack is family, and family trusts each other. The words fell off my tongue, and silence was left in their wake. Samuel took this opportunity to pull me the rest of the way into the small room. I'm sorry it's not the biggest, he began, gesturing to the room. I just figured you'd want to be closer to her rather than have a large bed. You were right, I told him softly. Samuel walked up to the bed and placed me lightly on its surface. I immediately sunk into the blankets. An abrupt exhaustion threatened to overcome me. I pushed it back for a bit longer though, focusing on Samuel standing above me. What are you going to do? He looked around the room again, avoiding my gaze. Talk with Goldie, see the pack, count the dead, prepare the funerals, figure it out tomorrow. My gaze dropped. I'm sorry you have to go through this. His hand suddenly found my chin, tilting it so that he could see my face. I gave Samuel a sad smile, which he returned. It's not your fault. Things happen. I nodded, and before I could ask another question, Samuel continued. I have to go. They'll come for you in the morning. He dropped my chin and took my hand instead. Our fingers intertwined and he traced my knuckles. Please. He paused for emphasis. Please don't try and leave or do anything stupid. There's someone guarding your room. But if you leave, I can't guarantee you'll be safe. Not tonight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I watched his thumb run along the cracked skin of my knuckles. Chapter 48. It was in the tree line. Samuel left quickly and without looking back. I remained in my position on the bed, sinking further into the comforter by the second. It was only the bed that wanted to swallow me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The entire room spoke of comfort and quaintness, drawing me into its soft and warm embrace. Sighing, I leaned against the wall behind me, my head brushed against the side of the window, and obstinately, my eyes wandered to the outside world. Exhaustion was quickly taking its toll on my body, but my mind held back. Almost immediately after Samuel leaving, my thoughts turned to Will. Among all my other questions and demands for answers, I'd forgotten to ask about my brother. I knew he was only a few doors down, but that gave me little comfort. I looked away from the fog glass to the bedroom door. The wood stood mockingly sturdy and proud. There was no way for me to break through the door, no way to see through even a crack into the hallway. I knew, of course, that I was locked in, simply that someone was supposed to be standing outside the door preventing anyone from entering. Still, I felt trapped. At the last thought, I found myself scowling. At the door, then at my ankle. If I was constantly injured, making any sort of attempt at escape or seeing my brother would be a lot easier. That door wouldn't be as intimidating, and I wouldn't feel as imprisoned. My glare deepened, and I shifted my weight forward, gingerly placing my foot on the ground. I put the smallest amount of pressure on it and immediately drew back from the sharp pain shooting up my ankle. As soon as I did, there was a sudden creak outside the door. I whipped my gaze back up to the wood just in time to see the door slowly opening. A small hint of fear suddenly laced my limbs as I watched a figure come into view. The realization that I was full of angry werewolves was quickly falling upon me, along with the recognition that if one wanted to barge into my room and hurt me, I was completely defenseless. Soon, I felt my body tense with anticipation as my heart began to climb. Abruptly, though, the fear was cut short. The figure came into view and I let out a large breath of relief. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What are you doing here? My hand made its way to my chest, clutching my racing heart. Sorry, she shrugged sheepishly. I didn't mean to scare you. I was supposed to bring you this. She held up a small blue bundle by a white cap. A rag was wrapped underneath it, catching stray bits of water running off the sides of the shiny material. It's an ice pack, she continued, as she shut the door behind her and made her way over to the bed. Marshall said to put it on your ankle. You spoke to him? I asked as I took the pack from her, lifting my foot onto the bed. Raven hesitated for a moment before nodding and sitting on the edge of the mattress next to me. Just in passing. He didn't say anything other than to get you an ice pack. I placed the pack on my ankle, wincing slightly at the contact, when the coolness of the rag crept onto my skin. To my agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you. Hopefully, this will fix it. She smiled lightly. Just doing my job. Let me know if you need anything else. Raven stood and began walking back toward the door. Wait. Just as she put her hand on the doorknob. How is he? Tu es agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She turned back to face me. I'm not sure. To be honest, we haven't heard anything from the room since we brought him in there. At this point in the shift, he should be resting. Is it over? Hope rising in my chest. Raven grimaced. No, not even close. My heart dropped. Is he going to lose control again? Not exactly. She trailed off. The physical shifting should be over. I don't know. It's different for everybody. It could come back. And if it doesn't, well, that's when the mental shift begins. Resisting the urge to massage my temples. Mental shift. Raven nodded, looking uncomfortable. It's what the humans have to go through. On top of everything else, they didn't grow up with a wolf inside of them, so their brain has to make room for one, or something like that. Okay. I trailed off, searching her features for elaboration. What does that even mean? I don't really know. All I know is the basics. I'd never actually seen a human go through it before. I nodded again, biting my lip as my next question surfaced. You don't think I could see him, do you? If Raven was uncomfortable before, she was entirely out of her element now. Samuel said not to let anyone in his room. I can't disobey him. Her voice heightened slightly. I sighed heavily, sinking back into the mattress. Relax. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not going to try and get you to break me out of here again. She smiled then, sagging her shoulders as if a huge weight had suddenly been lifted from them. Thank you. Don't thank me just yet. I left. Not until I can see my brother. Right. Raven rolled her eyes. Let's just make it through the rest of tonight. Deal. Get some rest, while you can. It'll be outside, so if you need anything, just holler. Thanks. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Marilyn Nilgan. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She returned the gesture, then slipped through the bedroom door. Once again, I was left alone. The room was filled with silence and still beckoned me to sleep. Groaning, I leaned back against the wall and resumed my prior position. The ice pack slipped slightly around my ankle, but I adjusted it and gazed out the window, letting the night lull my thoughts to sleep. It didn't work. No matter how long I sat in that position, no matter how hard I tried, my mind wouldn't shut down. I sat staring out the window, fogged with my breath, For what seemed like an eternity, the night was unnerving, attempting to aid the process of sleep. However, my mind wouldn't shut down. Questions, scenarios, thoughts, worries. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And panicked acts stumbled over one another, again and again, forcing out any thought of relaxation. Soon enough, the ice pack had melted, and my back was sore from leaning against wood. I groaned again, forcing my eyes shut only to have them ripped open by another panicked thought. This process continued for several minutes until it was cut short. Just as I opened my eyes to face that panic though, my gaze landed on something outside the window. It'd been staring into the night for hours, and it had remained unchanged. There was no sway of trees, no disturbance in the silence. Now, however, something was off. I couldn't find exactly where it was that something had changed, at least not at first. After a few moments of scanning the night, to my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was in the tree line, the one that Raven, Samuel, and I had driven through just hours before. The cars were still parked off to the side of the trees, doors hanging open as we'd left them. The trees had stayed the same as well, tall, green, and packed so closely together you could hardly see into the depth of the forest. That is, you could hardly see until something wanted you to. And suddenly, staring at the empty spot between the trees, I felt as if I was meant to see what was there. Yellow eyes, 2 of them, poking out just behind a gap in the tree line. They were trained on the house, the very window I was staring out of. The eyes never blinked, never moved, and never changed. For a moment, I thought I was imagining them. Then, an all too familiar feeling of panic rose from deep within my chest, and I bolted upright with a stark realization. I recognized those eyes. I'd seen them countless times before. Each time burned permanently into my memory. As if on cue with my realization, the eyes suddenly moved. They shrank for a moment, before bobbing up and down, growing larger and larger. The night hid the creature the eyes belonged to, but I didn't need it to know what it was. Even before the wolf came into view, I ripped my attention away from the window, already falling out of my bed and dashing to the bedroom door. Pins and needles crept up my back as I felt those eyes follow my movements. However, I didn't stop. I clawed desperately to the door, pulling myself up with the handle and ripping the doorway open. The minute I opened the door, I was met with a disgruntled groan. My eyes landed on the man who made the sound and quickly scanned the hallway for anyone else who could help. However, Raven was nowhere in sight, and I was left with the perturbed man. "What are you doing?" he demanded, coming into my direct line of vision. I leaned heavily against the doorway, taking my weight off my now throbbing foot. He stood tall, however, advancing ever so slightly upon my hunched frame. The man stopped in front of me, and I forced myself to stay where I was. Despite his height, the man was lanky and all bone. He was trying to covertly force me back into my room, but with the help of the doorframe, I was able to stand my ground. If anything, this annoyed him even more. "What are you doing?" he demanded again, looking me up and down. "You're not supposed to be out here." My breathing was heavy, and I suddenly found it difficult to speak. Where's Raven?" The man scoffed. "The Omega. I sent her to get me a snack." A snack? A snack? I was getting a little hungry babysitting all night and figured I deserved a reward. She was doing nothing, so I sent her along. My disbelief must have shown on my face, because the man scowled and continued speaking, making himself taller as he did so. "But, like I was saying, you shouldn't be out here. Your place is in the room and not out here with everyone else." His tone turned venomous, and I suddenly felt as if he were pushing me back with his words. I raised my eyebrows. The man folded his arms, cocking his head. Do I need to repeat myself? I didn't think humans' hearing was that bad. Guess I was wrong. My mouth fell open. I'm sorry. Did I miss something? Apparently. He ground his teeth. My temper flared. I opened my mouth to let the insults fly, but I suddenly felt pins and needles up my back one more. I chanced to glance behind me and back into the room, only to find the yellow eyes directly outside the window, bearing down on my back. Ignoring the man, I pushed myself forward, falling into his chest. He flinched at the contact and backed away immediately, raising his arms in disgust. "What do you think you're doing?" the man shouted as I hopped forward, slamming the bedroom door shut behind me. My heartbeat was loud in my ears, drowning out the previous conversation. "There's someone out there," I began. The man cut me off. "Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's someone out there. Peyton and his guys are searching for the murderers." His tone darkened once more, and he was suddenly glaring at me. Maybe they caught a scent. I resisted the urge to scream. It was them. It was... I was suddenly cut off by a familiar figure making her way around the corner. When she saw me, hunched over and panting for breath, she nearly dropped the plate of food she had been holding. As soon as I caught her eye, Raven gathered her composure and rushed forward. In one, she handed the man the plate and placed her shoulder under my own, supporting my weight. "What's going on?" she asked me, slowly. "I told you the white ones," the man suddenly cried, shoving the plate into Raven and my faces. "They were out," Raven replied so softly, I almost didn't recognize her voice. The man grumbled and dropped the plate hastily into a chair across the hall. "Get her back in her room." Raven nodded, but before she could move, I was pinching her arm against me in protest. "Wait." And as soon as I did, her movement stopped. She tilted her head towards me, so I continued in rushed words. She's out there, right outside my window." What are you talking about?" She shifted toward the bedroom. I desperately tried sinking my good foot into the ground to hold her movements. However, before I could speak again, the man was interrupting us. "This is ridiculous. Get back in the room. Stop making a scene." Before I could stop him, the man pushed past Raven and ironed into my bedroom. As soon as the door opened, I flinched back involuntarily, but the moment I did, silence filled the hall. My heart stopped beating, and no one moved. There was nothing there. "Samantha," Raven started. Like I said, the man interrupted again, turning back around to face me. He glared, and the expression sent ice down my spine. "Making a scene? Haven't you done enough damage tonight?" I bowed my head in defeat and confusion. "He was there. I swear he was." The man snorted. "Right. And Alpha Riley's alive. This ain't a fantasy land. Get in the room and don't come out again. Hear me?" Raven silently stepped forward, and this time, I didn't protest. The man walked behind us and back out into the hallway. He reached for his plate, and as soon as he did, an idea struck me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I began in a small voice. "I feel lightheaded. Can I get some water?" Her step faltered, but she quickly sat me on the bed and began to retreat. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The man in the hallway rolled his eyes. "Bring her a sedative while you're at it." "Omega." Raven nodded, bowing her head and moving out of sight. The door was left open for her short return, but the man was no longer paying attention to me. His gaze had shifted to the plate of food he was picking through, placing pieces of various meats and bread into his mouth. Ever so slightly, my head turned to look out the window. Sure enough, with the door completely open, the yellow eyes hadn't returned. I shifted my weight on the bed to get a better look out the window, searching for any evidence of their appearance. However, there was none. The night was as still as ever, the trees undisturbed, and the car doors safely shut on the trucks outside the house. I finally saw my brother, but he was the boy I remembered. His eyes were red, and his body trembled as if he might turn into a beast at any moment. Chapter 49, Living Hell. Waiting for Raven to come back was like waiting for a never-ending storm to subside. The atmosphere of the room was swirling with flakes of fear and apprehension, clouding together with memories of the figure outside my window. The eyes could back at any minute, any second, and I would have no hope of defeating their owner. The storm would climax, and I would be left in the wake of its destruction with only the yellow eyes to comfort me. Long moments passed. With each one, my heart rate climbed higher. Humming filled my ears until it was the only thing I could hear. My eyes shot wildly around the room for a distraction until I realized the humming was coming from my fear. It came from outside my room and traveled down the hall until it met my ears. Soon, I deciphered the growing humming to be a chorus of voices. They blended together as easily as the earlier storm of my room, each voice rolling around each other until their words were indisfigurable. The only thing I could understand was that they were growing louder. The man outside my room perked up. He stopped eating and tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes. "What's going on?" I called out. His narrowed eyes caught my glance, and he sneered. "It's not your business. Stay here." The man rose from his chair, letting the plate of food fall from his lap. His hurried footsteps echoed down the hall, retreating to find the source of the onslaught of voices. I pulled myself off the bed and muttered, "Like hell." I limped as quickly as possible down the long hallway. My hands gripped divots in the walls for support, and around every corner, I paused to search for anyone who would stop my endeavors. However, the hallway was empty. I didn't see a single soul until I emerged into the main room. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I found the source of the humming. The room hadn't changed in the short amount of time they'd been absent from it. Like before, a large crowd gathered, interspersed with furniture and various rooms. Doors stood ajar with people flooding out of them, and yellow lights contrasted greatly to the moon shining outside. However, unlike before, people weren't moving. They stood clumped together, speaking in loud voices and staring at a spot at the end of the room. My gaze followed theirs until it fell upon the wall of glass windows. The door leading outside was wide open and a small semi-circle formed around it. A figure moved into my line of vision, and I immediately caught their arm. To my agent extraordinaire, Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's going on? Raven pulled herself from my grip, glancing at the crowd. "I'm not sure, but it doesn't look good. Let's go." She grabbed my arm and began pulling me away. "Wait." Earning several glares, Raven stopped pulling my arm just long enough for me to catch a movement on the other side of the room. A door opened and Samuel's tall figure emerged. He wasted no time in pushing his way through the crowd, Goldie tailing behind him. The room parted around the duo, needing no more than a glare from Goldie to create a path. "What's going on?" Samuel called, breaching the semi-circle which framed the door. When he reached this point, however, he too. Goldie followed suit, and suddenly, the crowd grew louder. I was able to decipher what they had all been murmuring just moments before, but what they spoke did little to comfort me. "It's NTC daggers shooting down my back." "Who is it?" a woman called. And another, "Where did it come from?" One ran closer to the front door. I heard a knock and found her there. Finally, one familiar voice rose above the crowd. "Leave," Goldie called, piercing the protesting crowd. "Back to your rooms. Back to your jobs." Like the grass bending the will of a breeze, the crowd began to move. They retreated without a second thought, following Goldie's orders as if their very lives depended on it. Then again, catching her dark glare bearing down on each and every soul. It probably did. Raven moved with the crowd. She again pulled on my arm, but I was rock solid. While searching the room, my gaze had fallen upon Samuel. Archie turned his back to the door and was now facing me with a look I couldn't quite decipher. At least, not at first. His eyes were filled to the brim with emotion, more than I had seen in days. His body was tense and unmoving, but one hand was extended in front of him. Almost unconsciously, he was reaching out, calling me to come closer and ease the emotion surging within his soul. Then, it was gone. Samuel's hand retreated and his face paled. He shoved through the dispersing crowd, a frantic glint in his eyes. Long legs stalked toward me, and for a moment, I wanted to turn and run. Then, that moment passed, and a stark realization fell upon my shoulders. Something was wrong. Samuel reached me the very moment that thought rang through my mind. Completely ignoring Raven, Samuel grabbed my waist and turned me away from the glass door. Before I could protest, he was leading me back down the hallway to my room. Raven was left behind and soon disappeared into the crowd. I pushed against Samuel, digging my feet into the ground. I gasped as a sharp pain shot through my ankle. Samuel paused at this, and I took the opportunity to pry myself away from his grasp. What's happening? He looked me up and down, once, then twice, then again. The earlier frantic light was now fused within his dark eyes. We need to get you back to your room. I can explain there. No, I refused, folding my arms and dodging out of his reach. What did you see? Samuel's mouth hung open with the words I wanted to hear. However, he never spoke them. He only looked at me once more with those dark eyes. Without waiting for the response I knew would never come, I pushed past Samuel and stalked back into the living room. It was emptier now, with only a few souls lingering in the doorway. Goldie was among them. She turned to glare at the person who dared defy her order. But then her eyes met mine. Just as soon as she saw me, her gaze darted to Samuel, and understanding blanketed her expression. She moved into my field of view, just as I was closing in on the door. Desperately, I tried sidestepping her, but she caught hold of my shoulders and held me in place. Samuel came up behind me, replacing her hands with his own. What's going on? I cried out as Samuel pulled me backward. By this point, he was only halfway holding on to me. I could pry myself away from his grip just as I would a small child. And I continued yanking my arms out of his reach, throwing off his attempts to hold me back. Samuel, Goldie began. Let her go. Samuel hung his head and his arms fell limply to his sides. Goldie eyed me with sudden pity, stepping aside to clear my path to the door. My eyes darted between the two for only a moment before I pushed myself forward. When my gaze fell upon the doorway, my heart turned cold. To my agent extraordinaire, Helen Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lying in a mangled heap just outside the door was a body. Blood covered almost every inch of skin and torn clothing. Brown hair fell across their face. Twig-like limbs were bent at awkward angles, bending and folding around each other. They were broken in almost every spot and dark. Purple bruising covered the areas not coated in blood. The body was so deformed that upon first glance, it didn't even look human. But it was. I knew it was. I knew it, because it was just anybody. It was the form of some unfortunate woman that fate decided to send to their demise. No, it was a body I knew. It was my mother. I didn't have to push aside her dark hair because I knew exactly what features would lay beneath. Her eyes didn't have to open because I knew they were the same color as my own. There was no need for closer inspection because this disfigured heap of skin and bone was the same person I'd spent my life with. This was the woman who raised, comforted, healed, and guided my entire world. And now, she was dead. I don't know how it happened, but the next thing I knew, my knees buckled, and I was on the ground. My palms fell forward, bracing my body, until they gave way. As well, before I could fall, thick arms caught me and held me upright. A sick and crippled sob escaped my lips. Other noises sounded around me, voices calling harshly to each other. Feet moved, and before I knew what was happening, 4 hands lifted my mother's body. My hand reached forward to join them. Shaking fingers fell upon her cold shoulder, and the blood that was caked on my mother's body spread onto my fingers. The moment I realized the body was real, the other hands lifted it up and out of my vision. I flinched forward, both of my arms grabbing for what was left of my mother. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw several figures carry the lifeless form away. The moment I twisted to go after her, she disappeared through one of the hallways. My feet launched me forward, but the hands under my arms were merciless. They pulled me back and planted me on the ground without entertaining hopes of leaving. A series of broken sobs left me. I had no hopes of keeping them inside. At that moment, there was no control. The only thing I could think, the only thing I could see, was my mother's dead body. The arms pulled me closer to someone's chest. I pushed away, but my efforts were fruitless. Still, I didn't stop. My hands tore at those holding me. My legs kicked blindly in the air. Hot tears ran into my open mouth, screaming at whoever was holding me to let go. But they never did. They carried me away from the door, away from my mother. Soon, the walls around me changed and the floor grew softer. When I stopped fighting long enough to see where I was deposited on my bed, and Samuel's looming frame sat next to me. He called out my name. When I didn't respond, the hands returned. Only this time, they wrapped around my waist. I stopped struggling at this point, knowing that they wouldn't leave until they wanted to. They wouldn't leave me alone. They wouldn't let me see my mother. They wouldn't let me fight. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Nor their owner cared what I wanted. I heard my name called again. Upon recognizing Samuel's voice, I whipped my gaze up to his. He was staring down at me with sorrow-filled eyes. His lips continued to move, speaking comforting words and drawing me nearer. As his voice entered my brain, something willed me to calm down. It tried to lull me into his comforting tone and allow his hands to hold me the rest of the night. Then, I remembered my mother's body. My hands pushed again against Samuel's chest. He hadn't been expecting it this time, and I got away a fraction of an inch. When his voice stopped and I met his gaze again, I snapped. The immediate attack of grief abruptly turned to hot, searing anger. This is all your fault. My voice was low at first, but it rose with every word. He let me go at this point, and I tore away from him. I pushed myself up against the headboard, leaving him sitting on the other end of the bed. Samuel stared after me with confusion at first, and then, understanding, he hung his head. I know. My chest was heaving and tears began pouring faster down my face. No, you don't. You don't know a thing. How could you know? How could you? He looked at me at this point, eyes brimming with water. When he opened his mouth to speak, I cut him off. Don't. You can't say anything. This is your fault. Why didn't you let me go? Why did you come after me? Why did you let this happen? Samantha, you're what? You're sorry. That doesn't fix anything. That doesn't fix the fact that my mother. My voice broke off as another sob racket ed my body. Samuel reached for me, but I shoved his hands aside, taking a deep breath. That doesn't change the fact that my mother is dead. You said you'd find her. You said she'd be fine. You lied. None of this would have even happened if you weren't hell, bent on making my life miserable. Pain filled Samuel's features. I never wanted that. I just wanted you to be happy. Do I look happy, Samuel? I breathed heavily, my voice growing louder. The only people I have in this life are dead or about to be. He paused, then almost too soft to hear. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You have me. I don't want you. Samuel flinched, then nodded, as if he'd been expecting this answer. All alone, he closed his eyes. This was supposed to happen. No, it wasn't. My family was supposed to stay safe. That was the deal. If I loved you and made you happy, then they wouldn't get hurt. My voice trailed off, but my ramblings were cut short. What are you talking about? I shook my head, fighting back sobs. I did everything I could, and they still got hurt. I did everything to keep you happy and not argue and be a good mate. But it didn't matter. My mother is dead, and Will is either dead or a monster. And you know what? If you weren't here, if you didn't come after me, if I didn't have to live my life pleasing you, then my family would be thousands of miles away by now. Another sob tore through my body, cutting off my rant. Samuel didn't try to touch me. He was stiller than stone on the other end of the bed, staring at me with what I was sure was anger. When I raised my gaze to meet him, though, I could only see sorrow. Is that what Riley threatened you with? Don't you pity me, Samuel? I started again, drawing in a deep breath. Pity yourself. Because of you, my life is a living hell. This is all your fault. Don't you dare tell me otherwise. My voice had lowered to nothing more than a whisper, but I knew he heard me. I knew, because, after a moment of silence, his body slumped forward. He caught his head between his hands and shook it back and forth in agony. I know, he eventually whispered. Then, leave. His head lifted a fraction of an inch. What go? Leave me alone. Samuel stilled for another moment, then began rising off the bed. His back was turned to me when he stopped and tilted his head. I never stood a chance. Did I? I closed my eyes, resisting the urge to clutch my chest. Never. Chapter 50. He cursed. Samuel left, just as it told him to. He didn't waste another second before he trudged out of the room and closed the door with heavy fingers. I barely paid attention to the rest of the night. What was once a warm and inviting room had now turned cold. The yellow eyes that plagued my mind just moments before could no longer hold a place in any part of my consciousness. I was completely overcome with the image of my mother's dead body, forever burned into my heart. The night was spent crying. At some point, I drifted into a fitful slumber tormented with images of dead bodies. Each time I awoke, another round of sobs would attack me. This continued for torturous hours, until I finally gave up on sleeping and accepted the dark. Tears came silently. To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The sun crept into my room, inch by inch. The light turned from the pale colors of sunrise to a harsh glare, shining through the window into my dead eyes. It beckoned me to come outside and experience its warmth, and bathe in its life. I stayed in bed. I curled myself deeper into the blankets, cocooning my body so that I was safe from the outside world. If I never left, I wouldn't have to face what happened. I could stay forever in my respite and peacefully waste away. As time went on, the sun cast mocking shadows across my room. I could hear voices and movements throughout the house, but I had no desire to follow them. This was needed, though, as they came to me. Each time the sun would move a few inches, footsteps would draw nearer to my door, and occasionally, it would creak open. I never bothered to look up to see who it was that came into my room, and likewise, the person disturbing me never made a noise. They would simply open my door and deposit food next to my bed, then leave without uttering a syllable. The day dragged on. By the end of it, a pile of food, ice packs, and medicine had accumulated next to my bed. Like everything else, I ignored it. My eyes simply stared at the walls, not bothering to see my surroundings. My thoughts followed suit. They entered into my mind, but when I did little to dwell, they left. In their wake was a numbness, encasing my body. The room was bathed in the orange light of sunset when the door creaked open. Once more, however, unlike before, the person who entered lingered in the entryway. You haven't really eaten anything. Raven cleared her throat. My eyes focused for the first time that day, scanning Raven once over. Her hair was pulled up and it accentuated the anxious light flickering within her chocolate eyes. When she caught my glance, She smiled. I pulled the blankets back over my head. I heard her sigh. I brought some tea. It's what I usually drink when I'm upset. She settled herself at the foot of the bed. The blankets welcomed her as their own, pulling away from my face as they did. She peered around the cloth to attempt another look at me. But I turned away. It's really good if you give it a try. Not too heavy, so it won't make you sick or something. A warm cup was placed on the sheets, next to my hands. I stared at steam ascending from the brown liquid, feeling the additional and unwanted warmth invade my cocoon of blankets. When I continued ignoring her, Raven's shoulders sagged. "You're not allowed to leave until you eat or speak. Whichever comes last." Her words rooted their way into my mind, and before I knew it, I opened my mouth to let out a raspy groan. "Go away. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I could hear the smile in her voice. "You're halfway done." She shifted, pulling the blankets further away from my face. I glared daggers at her hopeful expression. Raven's face faltered, and she bent her head. The image of her sitting at the foot of my bed brought back memories of the previous night. Not horrific images that played my dreams, but the reality that carried just as much weight. A picture of Samuel, shaking his head in agony, made its way to the forefront of my mind. I tried ignoring it like it'd been successfully doing all day, but with Raven sitting at the bottom of my bed, continually reminding me, the image refused to pass. A weight began to settle on consciousness. It dripped into my soul like a leaking faucet at first, before it advanced as a raging storm. Then, everything hit. The numbness had succumbed to the entire day cracked away. At its place was every emotion it tried to suppress. Each one tore at my heart as a gust of torrential wind, whipping me in half-time and time again. Raven stared at me, watching the battle rage. Her eyes drooped and she licked her lips. "Do you want to talk?" My mouth pressed into a firm line and I shook my head. She nodded and pushed the mug of tea closer to my hand, warming the skin. I lowered my gaze and took hold of the cup, embracing the added warmth it provided my suddenly cold body. "Drink. It'll make you feel better." Raven raised her own cup to her lips. I mimicked her actions, letting a small sip of the brown liquid enter my mouth. It was sweet and instantly livened my senses. "See," and gave a slight nod. She smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "You know, when I was silent," she continued in a soft voice, "it's okay to hurt." The tears I'd been fighting began falling down my cheek, dripping into my cup. I opened my mouth, but words refused to come out. Raven saw this and slowly reached her hand toward mine. "Can you sit up?" I nodded, blindly following her request. As I did, Raven placed her cup on the floor, replacing it with another ice pack. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Take this." Before I could protest, she took my cup away and placed the ice back in my hand. I looked at it for a moment, before moving away countless blankets and fixing it gingerly over my swollen ankle. The purple skin was met with immediate relief. Then slowly brought my gaze up to Raven, raising an eyebrow. "You're not getting rid of me yet." She pointed her finger at the pile of food beneath us. "You have to eat." My gaze fell on the food in my stomach churned. I licked my lips and cleared my throat. "I'm not hungry." She smiled. "Then I guess I'll be here a while." "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The deep breath caused a coughing fit to rack my lungs. Raven quickly gave me the mug of tea, at which I took a grateful sip. When it was finished, I placed it back on the ground and gave her a sympathetic look. "You can leave." "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'm sure Samuel won't care if I eat." She shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it's a good thing Samuel isn't the one who told me to come in here." "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing and patient enthusiasm. When I met her statement with confused silence, Raven continued, smirking. I can think for myself. Sometimes. But you said, I know. She laughed. Softly. I made myself a rule that I couldn't leave until you ate or drank something. I stared at her for a moment before an unwilling smile crept onto my face. Won't they notice you gone? Everyone is a bit preoccupied. At the moment. I nodded, adjusting the ice pack on my ankle. Raven looked at it for a moment before twisting her fingers together and pulling on her shirt. Glancing in my direction. Samuel spoke to the pack this morning. It was a pretty good speech. I'm sure it was. I bit my lip as the earlier weight pushed harder on my chest. I'm surprised he isn't down here with you. And just like that, the storm came back, tearing me apart. Once more. I'm not. Raven paused, her nervous twisting. What do you mean? Nothing. The air grew heavy in the room, and I knew what Raven was going to say before she whispered. Something obviously happened. You want to talk about it? No, Raven resumed, twisting her fingers. Was it your mother? She took my silence for her answer and continued. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine. I know you said you didn't want to talk, but it helps. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She hesitated before asking her next question. How did Samuel handle it? I bent head, no longer deluding myself with the notion that Raven would let me ignore this reality. I took a long sip of tea before responding. Did he say what happened? No. She narrowed her eyes. Slightly. Does he know why? I doubt it. Raven tilted her head. Did he say anything? I took a long breath through my nose and closed my eyes. I did most of the talking. She nodded, content with that small piece of information. I'm sure you needed comforting. A sudden knife pierced my heart as I remembered Samuel's arms wrapping tirelessly around me. Without them, I would have collapsed and never walked again. Did he tell you about this morning? Raven continued her slew of questions. I shook my head. I haven't seen him since last night. Oh, she paused, debating her answer. Did something happen? I would have thought HED be here. She trailed off. Again, Raven took my silence for an answer and gave me a sad smile. I'm sure he'll come soon. Either way, he cares for you. I broke my gaze away from her as another surge of tears fell from my eyes. No matter how I pushed them away, they fell, along with my whisper. That's the problem. What do you mean? She gave me a sigh, glanced and began patting my extended leg. My voice was shaking. I don't think that's a problem. She trailed off. I shook my head, bringing sudden rumbling fingers to my face. You don't understand. She was quiet for a long moment. Then, she emphasized. Did something happen? For a long moment. The only noise in the room was our breathing. Raven's question turned over in my mind again and again, until I couldn't come up with the words to answer. The question was simple, and so was the response. But no matter how I tried, I couldn't utter a word. You don't have to tell me. Raven eventually broke the silence. I think I understand. And I'm sorry I brought it up. Sometimes things just don't work out. I guess. She raised herself from the end of the bed, patting the blankets. I'll go now. I didn't try to stop her. The remainder of light quickly faded from vibrant red and tore in and blanketing the room. I'd been left with my thoughts for hours now, and unlike before, I couldn't numb them away. They continued torturing me until there were no tears left in my eyes, no strength remaining in my limbs. However, I couldn't find it in me to care to move. I couldn't find it in me to care to even think. The problems that haunted my consciousness only the day before were now insignificant. What did it matter who took my mother? What did it matter who killed Riley? Who bit Will? The latter would probably not survive. The other two were already dead. And lastly, the only one that I might have had left in the wake of all the devastation. It pushed away. Darkness encompassed my room, The last light of day had faded, and I was left with nothing more than a cold moon glinting through a dirty window. Almost unconsciously, I pushed the blankets from my body and removed a now melted ice pack from my ankle. My leg slipped off the bed, my injured ankle landing on the floor last. To my surprise, the pain was nearly as intense as the night before, and I was able to walk. So I did. I walked straight to my bedroom door, and with only a moment of hesitation, creaked it open. The hallway was deserted. I expected to find Raven or the man from the previous night, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Without waiting for one to appear, I slipped out of my room, trudged down the hall. I went opposite the direction of the main part of the house and made my way deeper into the maze of doorways. It only took a few minutes and several lucky turns to reach my destination, a shining metal door. Specifically, the door was locked behind. Not to my surprise, the door was sealed shut. I tried it time and time again, but with each yank of the handle, the only thing accomplished was exhaustion. After pulling on the door for several minutes, my feet slid out from underneath me, and I collapsed on the ground. Tears and silence all tore through my body, as once again, grief overcame my senses. But this time, there was no one to lash out at. This time, I was utterly alone. I remained outside was door the entire night. No one came to find me. After Raven left, there was no need. They were all off in their own parts of the house, mourning their own losses. My own was only a drop of water compared to their ocean. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Insignificant. Drop. Swift footsteps echoing down the hall was what woke me. It took some time until they reached Will's door, but by the time they did, I knew to whom they belonged. Samantha. Samuel's deep voice confirmed my knowledge. I raised my head off the floor but stayed sitting in order to avoid looking at him. My voice came out gravelly and almost as low as his. Samuel. His frame was stiff. Raven suggested I give you breakfast. I put it in your room. My room is down the hall. I know. I was coming to check on Will. I shifted, keeping my gaze planted on the wall, unsure of how to respond. Samuel answered for me. He'll come back later. His footsteps began to retreat. Again, the loneliness of the hallway surrounded me, and before I could stop myself, I called out to him. At my voice, Samuel paused, then turned back around. He waited for me to continue, but I couldn't find the words. My gaze stayed trained on the wall and I bit my lip, forcing back the tears I thought had subsided. What do you want? Samantha. Samuel's tone was harsh. His words stung. In response, I stuttered over my own. Everything I spoke was incoherent and meaningless. When my voice died off, silence filled the hall, much heavier than before. Despite the knowledge that Samuel was only feet away, loneliness crept in, along with the image of him sitting at the end of my bed. Broken. Then came memories of my spitting voice and accusations, throwing him over the edge into a pit of agony. The heavy weight filled my chest. Once more, when I looked up, Samuel was gone. He left me outside Will's door, with nothing more than I deserved. As I watched him plod down the hall, a piece of my heart that I hadn't known existed was torn in two. Another hour passed. Just as I was debating returning to my cocoon, another set of footsteps came teroding down the hall. Tentatively, I raised my gaze to face their owner. Golden hair flashed into my vision. Just before Goldie spoke, "What are you doing out here?" She stopped just in front of me, standing close enough so that I had to tilt my head back to see her. When I met her gaze, I flinched. She was glaring at me, clear displeasure lacing her sharp eyes. My heart skipped a beat, and I lowered my gaze. Leaving? Don't leave on my account. I hesitated, flicking my eyes up to her. She had her hands on her hips, and the glare was etched deeper into her face. Instead of responding, I rose to my feet and pressed my back into the wall opposite of her. Inching back down the hallway, her voice stopped me. "Where's your guard? I haven't seen him since yesterday." Goldie was silent for a moment. I chanced another glance at her, only to see she was pinching the bridge of her nose in. Confused, I nodded. She shook her head in frustration. This is getting ridiculous. Her voice trailed off. Just as it did, her eyes snapped back up to mine, narrowing. You shouldn't be walking. What? I said you shouldn't be walking. On your ankle. Marshall will kill you. My eyes fell on my foot. It was still discolored, but it hardly hurt. I'm fine. I'm sure you are. My mouth fell open, but again, no words would come out. Goldie continued glaring at me, and when I couldn't take it any longer, I sank back into the wall. They'll just be going. Now don't you want to see him? My gaze darting back to her. What? Do I really have to repeat myself every time I speak? She rolled her eyes. Do you want to see Will? Well, I mean, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That. What? My shoulders raised as my hands searched the air for an answer. I didn't know I could. Goldie rolled her eyes again. That is why I'm here. To let me see Will. She shook her head. To check on him. I just figured you'd be here. To then why? Do you want to see him? Or not? She snapped. Instead of answering, I began walking back to where she stood. When I came to her side, I gripped the wall for some sort of support. She dug into her pocket, and a moment later forced something into Will's door. The steel elicited a series of clicks before it fell silent and opened a crack. Goldie held the door, glancing back at me. She is stable and should be fine. Don't provoke him. I nodded, but she still didn't let me through. I brought my gaze up to meet hers, only to see her brow furrowed. I'm serious, she continued, holding my gaze captive. Samuel will kill me if something happens to you. I shook my head and mumbled. I know you don't like him, but believe me, he will care. He always cares. My eyes were firmly planted on my feet now. I waited for Goldie to open the door for me, but she stayed in place, holding me hostage outside. After a silent moment, she snapped. Her hand fell away from the door, but instead of opening it, she closed harshly. She huffed out a breath and landed her hands on her hips. Do you? Do I? What? I could almost hear her eyes rolling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I bit my lip. Flashbacks of all the moments I had been asked that questions ran in my mind, and my initial impulse was to answer with what Goldie wanted to hear. But, instead of giving in to the impulse, I had nothing else to lose. Riley was no longer threatening my family, but that didn't even matter. My mother was dead. Will was already a wolf. There was no more leverage. Nothing more tying my hands and forcing me to answer appropriately. Nothing, except how I truly felt. Goldie noticed my hesitation. After a moment, she sighed and resumed her previous glare. Never mind. I know how you feel. Without waiting for my response, she unlocked the door and began to retreat. Lock the door when you're done. Chapter 51, A Liability. I started to thank her, but before I could utter a word, Goldie was gone. She left me standing in front of Will's open door with nothing to stop me from entering. Instead of barging through the door, though, like I had wanted to all this time, I hesitated. I lingered in the hallway for what felt like an eternity. For some reason, my feet wouldn't move. The door to Will's room was wide open. There was no longer anything holding me back from running to my brother. Still, I couldn't bring myself to walk forward and face him. Will's heavy breathing could be heard from inside the room, but it did little to comfort me. The only thing I could think of was what he looked like the last time I'd seen him. He was nowhere close to my brother. He wasn't even human. Not in the rawest sense. She'd been a pure animal, fighting to break free, and I was too afraid to see if it had won. I shifted on my feet, glancing down the hallway where Goldie had disappeared. It was silent out here, as if all activity in the house had stilled. The only noise to be heard was the heavy breaths of my brother and a pounding of my own heart. I shifted my feet again, and this time, the floor creaked. The breathing inside the room faltered, and before I could stop myself, I stepped forward. Every ounce of sanity left me as I pushed aside all my fears, knowing the only way to face them was to pretend they didn't exist. At least, not for now. The room was dark. There was no window and here only a small light bulb hanging from above. It wasn't turned on, and the only source of light came from the hall. The bedroom was small. A twin-sized bed took up the length of a back wall, and a wooden chair was placed next to it. There was a pile of blankets at the foot of the bed, and another mound on top of it. It moved up and down with the rhythmic breathing of a body, buried beneath countless duvets. My feet carried me into the room. With a thud, the door shut behind me, and all light was eliminated from my surroundings. The figure on the bed moved, and for a fearsome moment, I stood rooted in place. Then, the figure groaned, and that fear was washed away. I scurried forward and knelt next to the bed, pushing aside the wooden chair. It made no sound as it scratched the wooden floor, but at a movement, Will shifted. His hand fell off the side of the bed, and before I could stop myself, I reached forward to grab it. A nonsensical grin spread across my face, and my chest tightened. When my fingers curled around Will's, his breathing stopped. His hand went stiff, tightening substantially. My breath caught in my throat, but I didn't care to breathe. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. It would only serve as a distraction. Silence filled the room. Will turned his head to face me. His eyes fluttered open, and when they did, my blood ran cold. Will was staring back at me. He was gone, and in his place were glowing red eyes. They flashed through the darkness, staring at me from the face of my brother. His features were stiff and confused, and his eyes narrowed. His tight grip on my hand was suddenly crushing. His narrowed eyes were a cold glare. I was brought back to countless painful memories, each sending a wave of panic crashing against my chest. Just as I was ready to succumb to it, a strained voice cut through the silence. Samantha. It was Will's voice. There was no denying it. Though tired, strained, and lifeless, it was his. My body stilled, and there was a break in the waves of panic, a small moment that allowed me to lift my head up for air. I choked on a sob. To our agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. All at once, the red eyes were forgotten. They didn't matter. What they meant didn't matter. All that mattered was what was before me, my brother. Not a wolf. Not a human, but Will. He was alive. He was conscious. Most importantly, he was speaking. The sob escaped my lips. I buried my face in Will's captive hand as he shifted his weight, putting his body up on the bed. After a moment, I helped him and positioned the blankets to cover his body. He was shivering, shaking with every breath. What are you? He broke off the middle of his sentence, taking a needed breath. Doing here? My tears turned into a momentary smile. I came to get you out of bed. Something resembling a chuckle left his lips. He settled against his headboard, leaning his head back while struggling to breathe. Can't I have 5 more minutes? Though our tones were light, I could sense the truth behind Will's statement. The effort it took him to sit up was monumental, and it showed. Even in the dark, his hand was no longer curling into mine, but growing limper with every passing second. His body shook almost violently, though he hid it beneath the countless layers of blankets. I lifted Will's hand back onto the bed and placed it on his chest, giving it a small squeeze. Only if you really need it. I don't know. Will took another breath. I've been asleep for a while now. You haven't missed much. Resisting the urge to look back at the heavy metal door, knocking us inside, he snorted and looked around the room. The sound brought back dozens of memories. causing another slew of tears to cascade down my cheeks. No, not much at all. Will knocked. A silence stretched for a moment. Before he breathed, "Where are we?" I bit my lip. "The, Tack house. Hasn't anyone spoken to you?" He shook his head. "Not really. They haven't told you anything." His voice was suddenly grave. I didn't say that. My eyes were adjusted to the darkness now, and I searched Will's features. His eyes were closed, but his face was anything but relaxed. His brow was furrowed until it seemed that every inch of his forehead was covered in permanent lines. A grimace replaced his once light smile. "What did they tell you?" Will took a deep breath before responding. "They told me enough." Filled in the blanks. "I know why I'm here." My hand reached out for his arm, squeezing it lightly. "And how are you feeling about it all?" He tried to shrug, but when the movement became a burden, he slumped further into the bed. "They said the worst is over." "That doesn't tell me much." "Well, I'm not one to talk about feelings now. Am I?" I suppressed a grin, masking it with a scowl. "Will, I'm alive." He interrupted my protests. "That's all there is to talk about right now." Then, before I could disagree again, he took a needed breath and changed the subject. "Why are you here?" "To see you." No, another breath. "He told me you were staying down the hall." "Why?" I bit my lip, wondering if I could just ignore the question, when it was clear Will was going to take silence for an answer. I bent my head and sighed. "That's a long story." Will nodded and tried to shrug again. "I'm all ears." "It can wait. Until you get better. At least." "Samantha." "Yes, just tell me." And I did. I told him everything. Everything that happened from the moment he landed in the hospital until he woke up as a wolf. I told him about the day I met Samuel. I told him how James disappeared. I relayed the story of how I ran, and almost got away. Then, I explained the chaos that ensued in the days leading up to his shift. The death of Rai, the gunshots, and Bray. Then, the events that happened after Will shifted, I decided to leave out. For the moment, the last thing he needed was a bomb dropped on his blissful ignorance. When I finished, Will was quiet for a moment. He took his time responding, as was usual for him. Then, he mumbled, "Sounds like you had enough happen for the both of us." A mixture of a groan, cry, and laugh escaped my lips. "You have no idea. And how are you doing?" His question caught me off guard. "What?" He took another breath. "How you are doing with it all?" Will nodded and hummed. Before he could open his mouth again, I pushed forward, desperate to do anything but discuss my current state. "You should get some rest. You're avoiding the question." "And not. If you get to ask me about my feelings, I should get to ask you about yours. It's a simple courtesy. Don't I deserve an answer?" I've been in the dark for a while now. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I did tell you my feelings. Back in the hospital. It's not my fault you cowed and hear me." Will's eyes found my own. My breath hitched for a moment as the glowing red tried mock me into a panic. Then, Will shrugged. The movement was more successful than before, and a smile fell upon his face. "We can talk later, I guess. You're not off the hook. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I nodded, grateful that he was dropping the issue. "I'm just down the hall. Get some sleep and you'll come back." I started to stand, but was stopped when his hand reached out for mine. "Samantha." I turned to look at him, only to stare into those piercing red eyes. A phantom pain stabbed my side, but then Will spoke, and it was as if the red eyes didn't exist. "You're stronger than you think," Will mumbled. He dropped his hand and turned away from me, pulling the blankets back over his head. "Come back soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I left the room, softly closing the door behind me. I walked away from the door. But before I got far, I stepped on something cold. I lifted my foot up only to see a small metal contraption that resembled a key. My glance went back to Will's room, and after a moment of hesitation, I picked up the key and locked him inside. The worst of his shift may be over, but I was going to be the cause of someone losing another life, even if the chances were slight. Not again. After locking the door, I wandered back down the hall to my room. My feet paused outside it, but instead of going inside, I turned the opposite direction. I didn't know what I was doing, and for once, I let my body take control. My heart was lighter after my interaction with Will, and I was more than willing to let that feeling linger. I ambled down the hall, taking care to watch for others. However, the place was deserted. I didn't know what time it was, how many days had passed, or what was supposed to be happening in the house. I'd lost track of it all. For all I knew, it could be the middle of the night and everyone was asleep. With that in mind, I journeyed deeper into the house. I took the familiar route back to the main hallway, pausing at every corner to listen for voices or footsteps. I never came across any, and before I knew it, I was at the opening into the main part of the house. It looked different, deserted. Though there were no people, the lights were still on. The windows had curtains drawn over them, shutting out the night and prying eyes. All doors were shut, and a fire was burning on embers in the hearth. I glanced around the room before my gaze landed on the kitchen the opposite side of the staircase. Almost on cue, my stomach grumbled, and I was moving toward it. The kitchen matched the rest of the house, the only difference being that the floor was wood, but a dark and smoothed over stone. It matched the countertops that wound around the room, an aisle and separating the kitchen from the living area. I walked silently into the kitchen, making my way straight for the fridge. As soon as I reached the edge of the kitchen, though, I stopped dead in my tracks. Peyton was sitting on one of the bar stools at the far edge of the island. The curtains of the windows were open behind him, giving me a glimpse into the forest blanketed in darkness. Grey blended into that darkness, despite the light shining in the kitchen. Samantha. Surprise etching his features. He placed a mug on the counter, pushing it away from the edge. What a pleasant surprise. My feet were instantly walking away from him. There was something in his smile, something about his tone, that told me this was going to be pleasant. Bray stood. Where are you going? And without your mate? Nonetheless, my feet stopped moving, despite my mind screaming at me to run. Peyton waited for my answer, and after a quick glance around the kitchen, I responded. I was getting water. I thought everyone was asleep. I'll leave. I stayed rooted in place. Despite my statement, Peyton noticed, and smiled. The friendly expression did nothing but send ice pouring down my back. Do not leave on my account. Take a seat. I will get the water. He turned his back to me, walking around the counter to the fridge. Only when he turned away did I look around and back into the living room. Like before, the room was deserted. I was alone. Bray faced me again, brandishing a bottle of water and a cold smile. He held it out to me, but this time, my feet obeyed. I stayed frozen in my spot, wrapping my arms around myself. He tilted his head, a childish frown replacing the smile. I thought you were thirsty. I shook my head. I'm actually just fine. I should be going. Shame. Peyton dropped his gaze and began toying with the water bottle. You'll be needing your strength. My composure faltered. I hesitated, and it was just enough time for Peyton to know he had me in his reins. A smirk played on his features, though he tried well to hide it. I bit my lip and tried to find some control over the situation. What did you say? I said you will be needing your strength. Peyton placed the water back on the countertop, catching my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The next full moon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My breathing hitched. Every fiber of my being was now screaming at me to run, to get away from Bray. But I cowed and listened. Not after what HED just implied. What are you talking about? Bray's face fell. He broke eye contact and picked the water up again. A breath of air puffed out his cheeks, and he leaned forward on the counter, tossing the bottle between his hands. I had assumed you were informed. Anger bubbled beneath my skin. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Peyton shook his head. It is a shame. That sort of thing should be discussed mutually between mates. I cannot imagine what Samuel was thinking. If you're going to be cryptic. I'm leaving. We both knew that was true. Peyton had me exactly where he wanted me. I wasn't fooled by his pitying expression, nor the false kindness he exuded. He was toying with my emotions, waiting for me to beg for the knowledge he held. Bray's smile returned, colder than before. My apologies, Samantha. I had only assumed that because you and your mate are so close, he would have told you of his plans. They truly are a wonder. There is no doubt he will make his mark on the pack. He is not my mate. Letting my anger get the best of me. No, Peyton mused. Then I imagine this next month will be extremely difficult for you. I waited for him to elaborate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He refused. After a minute, I clenched my jaw and asked, why? It is easier for humans to complete the shift with a mate at their side. My heart fell out of my chest. I stopped breathing. My arms fell limply to my sides. And despite my best efforts, my jaw hung open. I stared at Bray, waiting for him to reveal that this was all some sick joke. Then again, he was never one to take things with humor. He nodded, regarding my demeanor. Like I said, I had assumed Samuel spoke to you of this. But they are his plans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My breathing quickened. What are you talking about? How do you know this? Peyton walked back around the counter, stopping to wipe away a spot of dew from his mug. The meeting Samuel held. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He told us of his plans for the future of the pack, which, consequential, include you. I do have to say we were wary of you at first, but now that we have a date set for your shift, that should be well taken care of. He looked up at me. If his eyes weren't already icy blue, I would have assumed the color was just for me. We are all quite excited. I was speechless. Bray ignored me for a moment, sitting back down on the bar stool and twirling to face me. His face held an expression of triumph, and he didn't try hard to hide it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He continued, we are not all thrilled. I snapped at him. What is that supposed to mean? Some of us are worried about your ability to properly lead this pack. You would play a significant role at Samuel's side. Despite the other seas and wolves around you, some might actually think that unfair. Why should I care what they think? Oh, you shouldn't. I quite agree with you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He took a sip from his mug. I am only thinking of you. I cannot imagine one such as yourself truly happy in these circumstances. I shifted on my feet, looking around the kitchen. Peyton followed my gaze, continuing, Samuel thinks otherwise. That is only to be assumed. He presumes you can help this pack. But I wonder, what do you think? It doesn't matter what I think, does it? My composure faltered. It's going to happen whether I like it or not. Peyton tilted his head toward me. I do suppose you are correct in that aspect. You have tried to run before, and failed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I held back a grimace. That doesn't have anything to do with this. On the contrary. He sat up, leaning towards me. Though I was several feet away, I felt his presence overpowering. It has everything to do with this. It seems you fail at everything you do. Does it not? My mouth hung open with a vicious retort. But he ploughed on, crushing my words. You ran, and you failed. You even led the humans here because of that escapade. You attempted to help your brother and you got our alpha killed. If it weren't for you, this pack would be thriving. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's not your not. Sadly, you are a burden. Samantha, a liability. It's a wonder Samuel has not forced your shift. Yet you are powerless. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No help to him, this pack, or your family for that matter. Your mother is dead. Is she not? My initial reaction to his words was anger. Pure. Murderous. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then, they sunk in and began to coincide with every thought I had of myself. The deep-rooted fears resurfaced. Every debilitating thought I had of my life was no longer in my mind alone but recognized by others. It was all in my mind. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was true. The evidence lay in the graves I created. My mouth was left hanging open. Hayton left his words dangling in the air. I didn't move, and neither did he. He only stared at me, while I kept my gaze trained on the floor. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. It was all too much to process, and I couldn't do it. Footsteps came up behind me. Shoes echoed on the hardwood floors, stopping just before they reached the kitchen. I knew who it was before he spoke. What's going on? Samuel. Bray took his gaze off me and shifted it to the space behind my shoulder. I was just retrieving Samantha some water. She wanted it here whilst I was enjoying my late night snack. Samuel moved forward and placed a hand lightly on my waist. I wanted to push him away. I wanted to scream, but I didn't. Bray was back to staring at me now. He was waiting for me to break. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of doing it in his presence. Let's have it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel held out his hand. The water bottle was suddenly flying through the air. Samuel caught it with ease, his other hand tightening around my waist. As soon as the water was caught, he turned me away. Bray called out as we retreated. His voice hissing, song sentence, sweet dreams. Samantha. Chapter 50. To bite you, I folded my arms around myself, squeezing my eyes shut. My feet moved of their own accord, and before I knew what had happened, I was back inside my room. Samuel was still beside me, guiding me to sit on my bed. I did so without hesitation, barely resisting the urge to lie back and disappear into the blankets. Samuel held out the bottle of water to me. I took it without a word, staring at his feet. When they didn't retreat, I lifted my gaze up to his face. I expected to find anger lying in wait, but what I saw was a mask. There was no emotion in Samuel's features. He was completely shut off. What were you doing down there? Samuel eventually asked me in a monotone voice. I don't know. You could have asked someone to bring you water, or used one of those. He gestured to the pile of water bottles and unit and food next to my bed. I know. You shouldn't be alone. It's not safe. I paused, then responded in a faint voice. I expected my tone to come out as harsh or hostile, but it was lifeless. I felt the pack light me. Now after what you said. Samuel stiffened. What did I say? My gaze traveled back up to meet his. When I looked into his eyes, he knew my answer. He didn't have to guess at what I was talking about. The mask cracked for a moment, and every thought he had was written plainly on his face. "Oh," he sighed, cursing under his breath. "To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Were you going to tell me, or were you just going to wait until the full moon and then bite me? Samantha, I guess it would be easier to wait. I cut him off, my voice still faint. "I wouldn't try to fight you or run that way. You could catch me off guard." Samuel shifted his weight. "Let me explain. Then again, if you didn't wait, then the whole pack could see that you finally have me. I couldn't run that way. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I'd be forced to stay here until my shift was complete, or else I would probably die. My voice quieted further. "I don't think you want me to die." My throat went tight, and my voice cut off. Samuel took that moment to close the distance between us. He knelt in front of me, grabbing my face between his two hands. "Stop. Just stop." He stared at me with a trembling expression. My own eyes caught all the emotions whirling in his. He wasn't angry with me, his eyes weren't threatening to turn colors. But there was an emotion just as strong as anger bubbling up to the surface and threatening to explode. "What did Bray say to you?" I shrugged and tried to pull my face away. My hands weakly tugged at his own. "Samantha." Samuel took my attention back with a forceful tone. "What did he say?" Tears were forming in my eyes. Now, I didn't know how it was possible. After the past few days, I shouldn't have any tears left, but they were brimming, nonetheless. At this point, I didn't have the strength to fight them. They blurred and distorted my vision with every blink. I almost wished the water woodland stopped flowing, and would simply drown me. My hands stopped fighting. They rested on Samuel's, and now we were both cradling my face. His thumb traced small circles along my cheeks. I stared into his deep blue eyes, tormented with things inside, sure that my own reflected the same expression. "Is it true?" My question caught us both by surprise. A moment of silence passed. Then, Samuel broke eye contact. He shifted his gaze to the floor and his hands dropped from my face. My head fell to my chest, and in the next moment, Samuel was walking to my door. I watched his retreating footsteps, my world crumbling around me. Never had I felt so betrayed. Never had I felt my heart so viciously ripped into. But then, I should have expected it. I should have known this was what would happen. In the end, I was nothing more than a weak and helpless human. I had done nothing to prove otherwise. Samuel had even told me, countless times, that I would not be human for long. And on top of that, I drove him away. I pushed and pushed at Samuel until he had finally cracked. It was only natural that he would change me into something he could love. It was only to be expected. I couldn't find it in me to be angry. I knew that was the normal reaction I would have at a moment like this. But in the end, I was too broken to care. Bray's words were still ringing in my mind, and each step that Samuel took away from me only solidified that belief. Then, his footsteps stopped. His hand hovered over the doorknob. I glanced up just in time to see the resolve pass along Samuel's features before he turned and crossed the room. Back to me. He took me by the hand and raised me off the bed. I stumbled behind him, and when I did, Samuel lifted me into his arms. He carried me out of the room like that, swept up in his embrace. We traveled deeper into the hallways. We passed Will's room without a second glance and descended a flight of stairs that I never knew existed. The doors turned from wood to metal. The regular rooms were long behind us, now replaced with an entire hallway of reinforced shifting rooms. It was darker down here, unlived in, abandoned. Samuel stopped outside a particularly sturdy door. It was thicker than the rest with a large bar across the front. My blood ran cold as I stared at it. Samuel hesitated, and I could feel his heartbeat quicken with my own. His grip grew tighter, now holding me hostage rather than in an embrace. His muscles tensed and the mood shifted. Then, suddenly, I knew. This was where I would be deposited after Samuel bit me. This was where I would hope to die. This was happening now. Samuel opened the door. I began to struggle in his arms. The last bit of my fight resurfacing. I craned my neck to look into the room. I was sure to meet my death. But Samuel walked backward through the door, limiting my vision to anything but his chest. I struggled harder at this point and began pushing against his shoulders with any strength I could muster. My legs flailed, and I managed to land a solid kick to his shoulder. Samuel grunted, and the next thing I knew, I was falling. What I thought would be several feet was only a few inches. I landed on something soft, and when I looked down, I saw it to be a thickly woven rug. Samuel backed away and I saw that the rug covered the entire room. Apart from it, there was nothing else. A light bulb hung above, but there was no furniture. Not a chair, not a bed, not even a blanket. Samuel shut the door. I was engulfed in darkness. He began to walk back to me, but I scurried away until my back hit the wall. Then, the room was illuminated. Once more, Samuel stood in the center, holding a string connected to the light bulb. My heart was pounding out of my chest. "Leave me alone." He ran a hand down his face, pulling at the skin. "Stop being dramatic. Just stay away from me." Samuel let go of the string and raised his hands toward me. In not moving, to my agent extraordinaire, Milben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not expecting his answer. Good. I eventually choked. My eyes searched the room for something to defend myself with. There was nothing. Nothing except the layer of dust we were both disturbing. Samuel noticed my search. He looked as if he wanted to roll his eyes, but after regarding my trembling frame, he thought better. He drooped his head and put on another expressionless mask. "I'm not going to hurt you, Samantha." I glared up at him. "Like hell. You aren't. Stay away from me." He raised both of his arms, palms facing me. "I'm not going to bite you." My chest heaved with my quickened breathing. Adrenaline was coursing through my veins, breathing back what little life I had left. Samuel took the moment of silence to lower his hands and sit on the ground. He was still several feet away from me, but with him sitting on my level, my fearless and slightly. "I'm not going to bite you," he repeated. "I'm not going to force you to shift. Maybe not right now. You're not." He tried catching my gaze. "Not now. Not ever." "You what?" Samuel spoke slower. "I'm not ever going to bite you." I searched his face for deception, my heart still hammering in my chest. "Then why would you bring me here? It's the most soundproof room in the house. So people won't hear me scream when you finally kill me." My voice was strained and weak. Samuel bent his head. "I don't want you dead. Samantha, you were right about that." Desperate tears were streaming down my cheeks. "Again, I don't understand." I mumbled. "I don't understand what's going on." Bray said I cut myself off. He narrowed his eyes. "What did he say?" I took a shaky breath, filtering through my conversation with Bray. "He told me your plan. What you told the pack. He told me you're going to make me shift at the next full moon." My sentence broke off with a sob I hadn't realized was still lingering. Samuel flinched forward, arms outstretched. Then, he shook his head and retreated into himself. "To my agent extraordinaire, Milben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I did tell them that. My sob died off, replaced again by the aching emptiness of a betrayed heart. The knowledge of its imminence didn't diminish the hurt, and as I stared back at Samuel, I knew the truth. This was only him trying to offer consolation before he turned me. This was only his good-natured self, trying to give me a respite before the storm. I didn't mean it. I paused, my breath hitching in my throat. What? I didn't mean what I told them. It was a lie. But I trailed off. Why, it was a cover. Something to buy time. I had to tell them something. They needed information and reassurance. After everyone figured out about Riley, they needed it. So I told them I called the chiefs in. I told them I would be their alpha and you would be at my side. As one of them, he paused and leaned forward, a silent plea forming on his face, begging me to believe his words. I didn't mean any of it. I spoke between heavy breaths. I eyed Aunt to understand. Samuel shook his head and ran his hand through his hair. You weren't even supposed to know about this. I didn't want to upset you again. Not after everything that happened. His gaze shot back up to me. What? When did you tell them it was going to happen? Samuel massaged his neck. 2 days. The night of Riley's funeral. My heart sunk. And what's going to happen when they realize I'm still human? They won't. What do you mean? They won't. That's a little hard to hide. My voice rose in pitch. Hysteria was creeping in, and my mind refused to believe what Samuel was telling me. It was all some elaborate plan. It had to be. You'll be gone by then. There was a moment of silence. A storm of emotions was blazing through me. My voice was no longer faint but creeping higher with every syllable. My entire being was stretched thin, and any wrong move could snap me in half. Fighting for composure. Stop lying to me. It's not doing me any favors. Samuel clenched his fists. In not lying to you, Samantha, you're not going to turn. You and your brother will be gone before anyone realizes you're still human. What do you mean? Gone. Gone as in as far away from this place as possible. A spark of hope flickered into my chest. It was intoxicating. It was the first breath of air after staying underwater far too long. It was laying down to sleep after spending days running through the woods. It was staring into Samuel's eyes, knowing he was telling the truth. You letting us go. Something flashed in Samuel's eyes. Before I could catch it, he turned his head. Yes. The funeral will happen. You will run, and the chiefs will be here shortly after. They'll tell them and the pack you didn't survive the initial bite. Or you ran away. Or something. It doesn't matter. No one knows that was survived. It will be easy for you both to go. I exhaled a long breath. The world slowed until all activity ceased. Waiting for my response. Why? Why would you do this? After all this time. Samuel picked at the woven rug, pulling up stray pieces of string as he responded. You weren't ever supposed to get hurt. No one was. This will stop that from happening again. He dragged his gaze back up to me. All I ever wanted was for you to be happy. Samantha, I thought that if you had your family, if you could just see that he broke off, shaking his head. If you could just see that this wasn't so bad, you could love it. He wanted to say more. His mouth hung open, lingering on his last 2 words. A moment passed, and his chest deflated. I understand now that you can't be here. Again, there was silence, just like before. Samuel had a way of saying things that caused my heart to leap and break all in the same action. And when he was finished speaking and mulling over conversation, I was left to catch up. I folded my arms around my body, clinging to what little reality I had left. What about you? What about me? What's going to happen to you when they realize we're gone? What about Bray? The humans? James? Samuel took a deep breath. I'm pretty certain James is only after you or your mother. Once he thinks you're dead or gone, he'll give up. We haven't caught a whiff of the humans since the other night. I don't think they're the problem. And Bray. It was sudden and complete contrast to all other emotion. HED let slip through his mask. I can handle Bray. An unbelieving laugh, mixed with heightening hysteria, escaped me. Samuel's smirk widened into an actual smile. We caught each other's eyes for a moment, before he broke away. You shouldn't worry about that anymore. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. You'll be safe as soon as you're gone. My heart fluttered. Safe. It was something I thought I could ever achieve. At least, not here. Not ever again. But now, Samuel was giving me the opportunity to have that distant dream become a tangible reality. I bit my lip, closing my eyes. Thank you. Don't thank me. Samuel's tone darkened. This isn't something you should be thanking me for. But, I am. I know you could force me to stay here and shift. But you ain't not. This is just what you deserve. Water stung my eyes. I shook my head. Mostly to myself. Samuel was about to comment, but I quickly cut him off and blurted out my next words. He raised his eyebrows. Don't act dumb. I snapped. My emotions were everywhere. I was still reeling from what Samuel had just revealed to me. That, combined with the recent trauma concerning my family, caused my heart to go into overdrive. I was acting erratic, speaking before I knew what I was going to say, and digging myself a hole deeper than I ever thought possible. But there was no stopping it. There was no control. And for once, I let it continue. I'm sorry for what I said the other night. Understanding washed over Samuel's features. He stared at me for a moment as I tried to hide the fact that I was shaking. I had avoided speaking of this, or even thinking about it, because every time I did, I lost it. I still couldn't bring myself to believe that my mother was dead. And because of that, I couldn't bring myself to believe it accused Samuel of it being his fault. I knew that I lashed out in my grief. I knew that he was the closest person I could hurt. But that knowledge didn't stop me from doing it. Samuel stiffened. You don't have to apologize for your feelings. My voice came out small. I didn't mean it. It was Samuel's turn to fight the truth. Riley's not here. You don't have to lie. I'm not lying. My body was noticeably shaking. Now there was no more hiding. Samuel fought against himself for several moments before he stood up and walked closer to me. He paused a few steps away, gauging my reaction. Had this been any other day, I would have pushed him away. If I had any inkling of control left, I would have withdrawn further into myself and fought Samuel's comfort. But tonight, Samuel had revealed he was letting me go. Tonight, I was too broken and confused to know what I wanted. Tonight, I let him in. Samuel sat down next to me. His face was contorted into an expression that could be mistaken for agony, but I knew it to be uncertainty. He held out his arm, just above my knee, waiting for me to flinch away. When I didn't, he almost withdrew. Then, a straight air slipped from my cheek and his arms were around me. My head buried into his shoulder and my knees fell onto his legs. Samuel gripped the back of my head with one hand, the other resting on my leg. He covered his face with my hair and each time he breathed, the air traveled down my neck in chills. It was right. I choked on my words, fighting to find the right ones. It was your fault. You didn't know it's okay. Samuel whispered into my hair. It's going to be okay, but I should have never, nobody deserves. Samuel hushed me, sending another warm breath down my neck. Each time I tried to speak after that, he would quiet my apologies and hold me tighter. After a while, I stopped fighting that too. I grew limp in his arms, my breathing becoming heavier with every passing second. Samuel followed suit, and soon I couldn't bring myself to draw away from him. For that moment, he was my rock, the one thing holding me to the earth, when all I wanted to do was sink beneath its surface. He's the top alpha successor in the pack, but he told me he doesn't want to be the alpha. Chapter 53. It's possible we sat in that position for an unmeasurable amount of time, with no windows or natural lighting to tell the time of day. There was no way to gauge just how long we were locked in one another's embrace. It could have been minutes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And we wouldn't have known a difference. For just those moments, everything stood still. But then those moments ended. Reality came crashing back down. New worries. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and doubts laced my mind, and no matter how hard I pushed against them, they wouldn't leave me be. As time passed, my body grew tense. Samuel must have recognized the change because he soon sighed and released his hold on me. As soon as his arms were gone, my heart dropped further into my chest, and though Samuel was sitting right next to me, the room felt empty. Samuel rested his elbows on his knees and cradled his head. He titled it towards me, but I avoided eye contact. "Tell me what's on your mind," he mumbled. I folded my arms around myself, searching for some of the comforts I felt just moments ago. "It's never going to work." "How can you be so sure?" "Because I've tried running before, and I've failed." "That doesn't mean you will fail again." He nudged my shoulder. "Plus, this time, I won't be getting in your way." A small smile crept onto my face. I met Samuel's gaze and held it for a long moment before my face fell. "It's not just my life you're risking this time. To my agent extraordinaire, Melbourne, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I've got all to think about now." Samuel slowly nodded. "Two is better than one. You can help each other." "Maybe." I trailed off, but HE's just gotten over the shift. He can barely lift his head. That should get better soon. His body just has to catch up with everything. Samuel ruffled his hair. He did an incredible job with the shift. I haven't seen anyone come out on the other side like that before. My mind flashed back to the images of Will in the clearing. It didn't seem incredible. I didn't say it was pretty, just that he handled it well. And what about next time? The first is always the worst. I let out a short breath. "Maybe, but I have no idea how to help him if it happens again." I paused, and my voice grew small. "Will it happen again? Yes." I bent my head, but Samuel quickly continued. "It's who he is now. Samantha, there's no fighting it. He doesn't have to have it be as large a part of his life as it is mine or anyone else in this pack. But it will always be there." He reached out his hand and placed it on my knee. It was so lightly placed that I barely felt the contact. "It will get better. To my agent extraordinaire, Melbourne, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll learn to live with it. Trust me." I wiped my eyes and ran my hand under my nose. "How do you know that?" "I won't be able to help him. If we're running away from wolves, there won't be any others to help him. To my agent extraordinaire, Melbourne, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I don't know the first thing about any of this. My hands fell to my sides. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. "Maybe we should just stay now." Samuel's hand grew tighter on my knee. "You both have to go. It's safer and you'll both be better off away from here." "How is that true? How can we get the help he needs? How will it ever work? Where would we even go?" Samuel withdrew his hand. He groaned under his breath and looked up at the ceiling. Both of his hands massaged the back of his neck, and he seemed to be searching the ceiling for answers. After a moment of hesitation, he mumbled his response. "I can help him if he stays. To my agent extraordinaire, Melbourne, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If that's what you truly want, then I will make it work. But that's not the only option." I shook my head. "What other options are there?" He took a deep breath before settling his gaze on me. His hands still cradled his neck. "You want to avoid the wolves?" "Well, yes, but I don't see how that's possible with Will now." I waited for an answer, but Samuel never gave me one. He searched my eyes instead, conflict high on raging behind his own. His mouth hung open with every word he held back. "How?" I eventually whispered. He held my gaze for a moment longer. Then, his hands dropped, and he stood. "Come with me." The next moments happened in a blur. I followed Samuel out of the room and back into my own. He left me there for a few moments, instructing me to wait for him to come back. Sure enough, a few minutes later, He walked through my bedroom door with my shoes and one of his jackets. He had already changed into warmer clothes and was wearing shoes as well. "What's going on?" He gave me my shoes and held onto the spare jet as I put them on. "I need to show you something." There was little other conversation as I laced up my shoes and took Samuel's jacket. When I was sufficiently drowning in it, he took me by the hand and led me out of my room. Once more, the house was still as quiet as ever, and we saw no one as we trekked through the hallways. Samuel led us to the back door, where he hesitated. "Don't leave my side. To my eigen extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Just for tonight. Where would I go? A ghost of a smile graced Samuel's lips. He opened his mouth to say something, shook his head, and dropped his gaze. He turned to the door and opened it, pulling me through the exit. The night was dark, though lighter than before. The sun was still nowhere in sight, but the moon was not as high in the sky. We both hopped into a truck, where Samuel put the car in drive without turning it on. He stood outside the driver's door and steered the car, pushing it until we were far enough away not to disturb the house with the sound of the engine. I tried to get out and help at one point, but after a sharp look from Samuel, I settled into the seat. When we were finally driving down the road, I curled and held my eyes from shutting. The hum of the engine lulled me into sleep and I was in no condition for a fight. Samuel urged me to shut my eyes for a few minutes, and to my surprise, I did. When I awoke, it was only a short time later. The sky hadn't changed, but our surroundings had. We were back in the middle of town, parked outside Samuel's apartment building. He didn't say anything as he jumped out of the car and came to open my door for me. I took his hand and didn't release it as we walked into the brick building. Even as we walked into the large building, Samuel kept quiet. He would shoot glances my way, but every time I would look at him, Archie flinched back. He never dropped my hand though, and for once, I didn't force him away, whether out of anxiety or a need for comfort. I didn't know. We walked through the corridors of the apartment building, hand in hand, without saying a word. My mind was racing with the possibilities of what Samuel wanted to show me, but I kept my curiosity inside. I could tell Samuel was deep in thought and fighting against himself. Whatever this was, he didn't want me to know. But for whatever reason, Archie decided to show me. We rounded the last corner and Samuel's red door came into view. His step faltered as we both stared at it. I tried to hold back my sudden smile at the wide-eyed expression Samuel adorned. "What did you do to my door?" A small laugh sounded from my lips, surprising us both. I hadn't realized until now, but Samuel hadn't been back to his apartment since the night Raven and I escaped to go after Will. Because of this, he hadn't seen the damage we'd done, a large splintering hole that was once a perfect door. "It's just a small hole. Easy fix." Samuel shook his head, glancing down at me. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has to fix it. And you are." He shot me a smirk. "I'll just replace it. I never liked the red. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Before I could counter his remark, he pulled on my hand again. We both stepped over the pieces of wood littering the hallway, and once inside the apartment, we had to do the same. Samuel sighed under his breath at this, shaking his head when he thought I wasn't looking. The rest of the apartment was still the same. The kitchen on the right, my bedroom at the far end, the pristine living room to my left, and Samuel's room beyond that. It snooped around in there my first few days while trapped in this apartment, but I had never found anything to help me escape. Now I wished I looked harder. Samuel led me to the couch, where he sat me down and hesitated, glancing away.
"Just sit here a minute."
I did as I was told, watching Samuel's figure retreat into his bedroom. He left the door open, and I could hear him grunting, pulling at things and throwing them around. Just as I was about to abandon the couch and help him, he re-emerged into the living room, holding a large cardboard box, My curiosity was practically burning. Now, all I wanted was for Samuel to rip open the box and dump the contents, so I could know exactly what it was that was so important to show me. However, like with everything else, Samuel had thought this through. He sat down next to me, placing the box next to his legs and out of my line of vision. The lid was closed, so there was no way I could glimpse inside. Just as I was leaning around him to try, Samuel placed a gentle hand on my chin and brought my gaze back to his. The look on his face stilled any further movement. His eyes were shining, with tears, apprehension, or some other emotion. I couldn't tell. Nonetheless, they had me enthralled. With one glance, there was nothing else in this room but him. Samuel kept my gaze, his lips barely moving with the words he spoke. I have to show you something, and I don't want you to be upset with me. Why would I be? I haven't been completely honest with you. He broke away, dropping his hand. I took a deep breath, gathering my thoughts. Do you think I'm going to be upset? He hesitated. I don't know. My hand was shaking, but I raised it to his face, pulling his gaze back to me. There's one way to find out. Samuel gave me a small smile, then turned to the box. I resisted the urge to look, letting him take control of the moment. There was a method to his madness, and maybe if I played along, it would make sense. He turned back to me, holding a picture frame. A reminiscent smile fell upon his features. He glanced up at me, back to the frame, then closed his eyes for a moment. Finally, he held it out. I took it with a careful grip. As soon as my hand grasped the black wood, dust caked my fingertips. I ignored it and instead turned the frame over to stare at the picture inside. It was a woman. She had her arms around 3 children, gathering them in until their shoulders were squashed together and cheeks touching. She was laughing, while the 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, were grimacing. The 4 of them were in front of a lake, standing huddled together close to the edge of the water. Despite the miserable expressions of the children, you could tell they were enjoying themselves. Their arms wrapped around each other and legs tangled until you couldn't distinguish which belonged to who. There was a light in their eyes, as well, one that screamed of youthfulness and carefree days. My grip tightened around the picture. I studied the features of each of the people in the photograph, my eyes narrowing as I did. There was no discounting. I was staring at a family. They all had dark hair and similar facial structures, though the girls had narrower eyes and jawlines. The boy was all too familiar. Even at a young age, I could distinguish the dark blue eyes, wide nose, and 2 sealed hair. My gaze shot up to Samuel. He was an older version of the boy in the picture, though countless things were different. His skin had lines that were becoming more and more permanent with added stress. His eyes were darker. He didn't have the innocent grin. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words would come out. However, Samuel knew what I was trying to say. That's my family. Chapter 50 for your family. My jaw gaped. Your family. Samuel grimaced, then tried to hide it with a smirk. That's what I said. I dropped my gaze back to the picture in my hand. But you always told me that. I trailed off, uncertain of my words, that the pack was my family. Samuel finished. I nodded, and he continued, staring at the picture with me. To my agent extraordinaire, Milton, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The pack is my family, but this, I pointed to the woman. This has to be your mother. And these girls. I trailed off again, my finger lingering on their faces. My younger sisters. Twins. If you couldn't tell. I let out a breathy laugh. Twins. I stared at the 2 girls in the photo, mesmerized. They both wore their hair in pigtails. One of them was missing both of her front teeth, while the other was sticking her tongue at the camera. Samuel smiled. Oh, they look just like your mother. My thumb ran along her features. She had dark hair that was cut short just above her cheeks. Her chin was pointed, her nose small, but her eyes were wide. She had wrinkles lining her features, but they did nothing but add beauty to her age-stricken face. They took her name, two or at least part of it. Bella. I looked up to see Samuel gazing down at the picture, lost in thought. Belle would always argue that she was the favorite because she had more of Mom's name. He laughed, but Mom would tell Ava that there was a V in Bella. You just cowled and tell because it was silent. I watched Samuel from the side of my eye. He was still staring at the picture, a far-off look escaping his eyes. Though a smile was plastered on his cheeks, there was another expression threatening to take over. Samuel abruptly laughed and looked at me. Those girls would argue about anything. A smile cracked my features, and for a moment, Samuel and I were lost in the two girls. Then, his face fell back to the frame, and I was reminded that we were only looking at a picture. Before I could ask any questions, Samuel was shaking his head and reaching into the box. Again, I look more like my dad. He told me. Another picture was placed on my lap. This one had Samuel a little older, though he was still just a boy. He was standing under the shoulder of another man. Samuel nearly reached his height, and the two almost looked as if they could be brothers. The older man had a thick beard lining his wide, set jaw and black hair that was slicked back. His eyes were sunken in, and as far as I could tell, their color was the only difference between the two. Where Samuel's eyes matched his mother, his father had bright, green ones. I glanced up to see another glint in Emil's eyes. This time, a liquid was pooling at the edges. Just as I was about to reach out to him, he turned back to the box. He dug around for a moment, and by the time he was facing me again, all liquid was gone from his eyes. Another picture was placed in my lap, on top of the previous two. This photograph held the entire family. They were sitting around a dinner table, mouths hanging open with laughter. The twins were still in high chairs, but Samuel sat on his father's lap. The family was staring at their mother, Bella. Her mouth was open and her eyes were wide. A pie of food was sliding down her face and onto her neck. Samuel's father, the clear culprit, had his head thrown back in laughter. Samuel was staring at him in awe. A wide smile filled my face. You all look so happy. I didn't have to look up to know that Samuel, for a moment, held the same expression. We were. A comfortable silence filled the room. I knew there was a but coming to Samuel's statement. If there was, he would still be with his family. However, I didn't push him. This was something he needed to get out on his own. Eventually, Samuel sighed. He took the frames from my lap and replaced them with a final picture. This one was bigger than the others, and the leather lining was worn down around the edges. This was the last picture taken of the five of us. They were older. Samuel was beginning to grow into himself, and the twins were past the frilly dress phase. Their parents had more wrinkles, and though you couldn't tell at first glance, their shoulders were sunken. They put on a happier fade. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The five of them were in front of the same lake in the previous picture, though this time, wading in the water. My gaze left the picture and slowly traveled back up to Samuel. He was already staring at me. Why would this make me upset? He shook his head. This isn't everything. He fished once again into the cardboard box. This time, he put a pile of frameless pictures onto my lap. I flipped through them, growing more and more confused with each one. They were all pictures of wolves. Packs of them. Individuals. Light, dark, and in between, there was one wolf that was lingering in almost all of the pictures. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brown and black creature, with shining green eyes. My father, Samuel explained. He was an alpha, the forest pack. Most people called them the greenies. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I flipped through the pictures a few more times, searching for a familiar wolf. However, I never found the blonde and caramel-colored fur I was looking for, nor did I see any red eyes. Samuel caught my search. You won't find me. My hands paused. Why not? He took a deep breath. I waited for him to continue. He folded his hands in his lap, shifting his weight and picking at his nails. His gaze would no longer meet mine. My heart throbbed. Samuel was unsure and uncomfortable, 2 words I never would have used to describe him. I almost didn't want to ask him to continue, but at the same time, I knew it needed to happen. Something he was holding back would fit all the pieces of the puzzle together. Samuel. My pleading voice was soft. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, ignoring me. My brow furrowed. I reached out my hand to catch his own, if only to stop his nervous picking. When my skin touched him, his entire body stilled. His eyes fluttered open, and he stared at me. I'm not going to hate you. I'm sure I've hated you for much less than this, and I'm not going to do it again. My voice grew small. You don't deserve that. Hesitant relief overcame his features. He nodded a few times, took another breath, then opened his mouth. You won't find me in those pictures because I was a wolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't get the gene. My sisters didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He paused and bowed his head. We were all human. My eyes went wide. My heart skipped several beats. Samuel stared at me, watching all this happen. His eyes flitted over my body several times, waiting for me to respond. A worry line appeared between his brow, and it only deepened with each passing minute of silence. He waited through it though, never pushing me to answer. Countless thoughts and emotions swarmed my mind. I couldn't hold on to any one of them. There was shock, disbelief. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Betrayal. And finally, confusion. How? I breathed, though it came out as more of a shriek. No one knows. He quickly interrupted, tensing his shoulders. At least, not very many people. Riley knew. He was the one who helped me with my first shift. Eden knew because she was with him. Marshall found out after my first shift. He was the one who made sure I didn't die from it. I think Goldie put the pieces together over the years. Apart from that, no one ever knew. We made sure of it. My mouth was dry. Things were falling into place. Comments, conversations, and side glances started making sense. Through it all, I could do nothing but stare at Samuel as he attempted to explain. Riley always wanted me to be his beta. He continued. So, he never let anyone know I was human. If they knew, I never would have been able to hold that position. The pack just assumed I didn't connect well with my wolf. I was still speechless. My entire world was shifting. Samuel kept staring at me, waiting for me to respond. But I couldn't even think, much less form a coherent sentence. Please say something, Samuel begged, oblivious to my inner struggle. Something between a laugh and cry escaped my lips. The noise was strangled, so I cleared my throat and spoke the next thought that ran through my mind. Why wouldn't you tell me? He took a breath and hung his head. I know I should have. I was just. He trailed off, leaving his mouth hanging open. The word was on the tip of his tongue, but only after he glanced at me did he dare say it. I was scared. I didn't want to give you another reason to hate me. I thought that if I told you, you would just think it was a plot for me to make you shift, or you would use it against me. If anyone knew about this. He trailed off, leaving the explanation to the imagination. I shook my head. Slowly. I wouldn't use this against you. I know. He mumbled. I know that now. I started flipping through the pictures. This time, searching for another wolf. I had only seen Riley's wolf once before, but I doubted I would forget it. However, after a moment, I realized he wasn't in the pictures. my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was my dad's pack, Samuel explained after catching my confused glance. Riley and his family were never a part of it. I took a deep breath, then put the pictures down and re-looked at Samuel. He was watching me with caution, expecting a blow-up at any moment. If our past conversations were any comparison, I should be screaming at him by now. But tonight, I couldn't find it in me. I wasn't angry, I was confused. What happened? Samuel bent his head. Again, his frame grew stiff, and he hid his face from my view. I was 12. He breathed. It was my family. The 5 of us. Against the world. Nothing could change that. We were a normal and happy family, apart from Dad being a wolf. And all. He paused and didn't speak for a long time. When he opened his mouth again, his voice changed. It was no longer hesitant, but heavy and laden down with painful memories. It was around the time the wolves decided to come out to the world. Dad didn't approve of it. He couldn't understand why everyone wanted to do it. At that point, it was the consensus that it was what was best for them. I guess. Samuel shook his head. Dad spoke out against it. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. People listened. He tried to use his family, us, as an example of the harmony we could have with humans. There didn't have to be hatred. We could work. And his voice softened. We did work. He glanced up at me. When he saw I was listening, he let out a harsh breath and continued. People stopped listening. Other packs claimed Dad had gone soft. That's when the threats started. They were small at first, but they got bigger. They knew Dad was against it all, and without his support, he was the enemy. We tried to run. We took a few that still were loyal to my dad and disappeared. We made it as far as the northern border before they found us. Before we could get out and get help, we were cut off. There were too many of them. Warriors from 5 different packs came to stop us. I guess they thought that without his support, my dad would ruin their cause. We were all a threat. In the end, we didn't stand a chance. We fought. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We fought long and hard. We almost thought we would win. Samuel's voice cracked, and he stared off into an unknown space. I slowly reached out my hand to touch his knee, unsure of what other comforts I could give. He relaxed at my touch, but his expression didn't follow suit. His eyes were hidden underneath his brow, his lips pulled into a permanent frown. Everything changed when Dad died. It took for men to pull him down. When people saw he was gone, their resolve was just gone with him. At that point, people started running. The other packs went after them. My mother told me to take my sisters and run, but we couldn't. We couldn't leave her. She tried hiding us. There were so many people, so much chaos. We all thought we could wait it out. Maybe, if we worked quiet, they would think we died. Samuel sighed and looked out the window. It didn't work. They found all of us. One of them snapped at my sister and I jumped in between. It got my leg. With the full moon being so close, the effects were almost instant, as if reliving the memory. Samuel rubbed the skin just beneath his knee. His face was contorted in pain, but his eyes were far away. When he spoke, his voice was almost a whisper. They were ready to kill us all. They were about to do it. But one of them saw that I was bitten. They tried to take me, but I wouldn't go without a fight. At that point, they were all too exhausted to put up with it. They lost people too. We used to be friends. Family. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He took a shaky breath before continuing. I was able to convince them to leave everyone else alone, and they could take me. In the end, the humans weren't worth their energy. I had my father's blood running through me, and they knew if they could get me on their side, They would have an advantage at one point. Cal didn't have the father, so they took the son. Samuel scoffed, disgust forming on his features. Then, he caught my eye and softened. I went with them, back with Riley's father to Crimson Eye. The rest of my family left, and I haven't spoken to them since. He pressed his lips together until they were set in a thin line. He closed his eyes, dropped his head, and muttered, "I don't even know if they're alive." Without thinking, my hand tightened around Samuel's. He was limp in my hold, but I didn't let that deter me. I sat with him for several moments in nothing more than a somber silence. The air was heavy in the room and it was almost hard to breathe. My thoughts raced with images of Samuel's family, torn apart by the very thing that sent my own family's life spiraling into hell. Samuel eventually opened his eyes and stared into my own. He blinked rapidly and pressed his lips together. Tears pooled in the corners of his eyes, but he held them at bay for as long as he could. When opened his mouth to say something, his words died off, and a mangled cry escaped. Without thinking, I pulled Samuel into me. He crumpled. Lifeless limbs fell on my own, and were it not for the couch bearing most of the burden, I would have fallen under his weight. Samuel leaned his head against my shoulder and stayed there until the jacket I was wearing was damp with tears. Even then, he didn't pull away. He simply mumbled incoherently into my shoulder. My hands wrapped around his neck and shoulder while my fingers played with the hair at the base of his neck. "I'm so sorry, Samuel," I whispered. "Not your fault." His broken voice rumbled in my shoulder. He pulled his head away for just a moment, looking into my eyes. When I saw his expression, the last of my heart shattered. He was broken. His entire being was broken. Everything Samuel had been holding in and shoving away made its way to the surface and exploded into his expression. His eyes were bloodshot. His mouth hung open. This time, though, there were no words to be said. There were only tears to finally be let free. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, breaking away his gaze. He acted as if he was going to say more, but I cut him off. "If you're going to apologize for crying, then just stop right there." I shook my head, my hand cold against the back of his neck. The pressure sent Samuel's eyes back to my own. After holding his stare for a moment, I gave him a sad smile. "It's okay to miss them. It's okay to cry." Samuel tried speaking, but his words came out choked. I shook my head again and pulled him back into my shoulder, muffling his voice. He stopped trying to speak and went still. His shoulders rose and fell with heavy breaths. But apart from that, he was motionless. It seemed he would stay that way for an eternity. While sitting there on the couch, holding Samuel close to me, my world began to shift. For the first time since I could remember, I was not the one crying or needing comfort Samuel was. And it wasn't for some menial sorrow or hardship that he was breaking. It was because he had been too strong for too long. At that moment, everything changed. My view, my world, my life. Every resentment had been holding on to seemed insignificant. Each fight it had with Samuel was meaningless. He was a harsh monster that wanted to keep me locked away to cage his happiness. He didn't have some selfish or domineering motivation to keep me close to him. It was him that caused my life to go to hell, because the thing that did had ruined his life long before mine. Samuel was an enemy. He was a weak and vulnerable man who had lost everything. He was just trying not to lose anything else. Chapter 55. Unless I'm not Alpha, thank you. Samuel spoke the words as I came back to sit on the couch. We had spent a sufficient amount of time crying in one another's arms, and after the worst of it had passed, we were left exhausted. I left to get water, hoping to revive us, if only a little. When I returned from the kitchen, Samuel was almost back to normal. He was sitting on the edge of the couch, leaning forward and bracing himself on his knees. His brow was furrowed, so deep that I almost couldn't see his eyes. Thoughts were racing across his face, but when I handed him his cup, they stilled. I sat down next to him. "What are you thinking?" "Too much." Samuel shook his head, rubbing his bloodshot eyes. "It's not that bad. You know, I attempted a smile to lighten the mood. Samuel raised an eyebrow. What's not that bad? Being human. You talk like it's a plague. Or something. It's really not that bad. Samuel looked at me for a long time. I held his gaze for as long as I could, but eventually, I broke away. When my eyes traveled back to my cup, I heard Samuel sigh next to me. I've been told differently. Just because you're told something, doesn't mean that it's true. Samuel shifted so that he was facing me. I leaned further against the arm of the couch, just out of reach of him. Samuel regarded the distance for a minute before throwing an arm over the back cushions and sinking further into their comfort. He let out a long sigh before he responded. From the moment I arrived here, it's been ingrained in my mind that wolves are better. Samantha, and do you really believe that? I bit my lip, suddenly unsure if I wanted to know the answer. My gaze flicked up to Samuel just in time to see the lines on his face crease deeper into the skin. I did. He nodded. Anger pricked at my heart. It was a sudden fire that sent sparks into my vision. Well, that's good to know. Samuel. I tried and failed miserably at keeping the venom from my voice. Apparently, nothing had changed. Despite his past, Samuel would still forever hold himself above me and what he used to be. Samuel's distracted gaze shot back to me. I avoided it, swirling the contents of my drinks in my cup. His hand crept toward me but halted halfway there. I said, "Did? Samantha, not do. Things are more complicated." Now, he mumbled. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. What's complicated about thinking you're better than someone? That you can't treat everyone like dirt and can control everything because you're a wolf. He shook his head and drooped his eyes. When everyone tells you something, over and over again, it's hard to distinguish what is real and what you're just being told. After a while, you start to believe their words and it becomes a part of who you are. He paused, trying to catch my gaze. My narrowed eyes snapped to him, and he flinched. Going against what you've always been told isn't easy. Samantha, it's changing the entire way you think. It doesn't happen overnight. I turned my head away and pursed my lips. The sudden fire of anger had just been doused, despite my best efforts to rekindle it. Samuel's words rang totally and completely true. There was no disputing him because I felt the same way. It seemed like so long ago I'd first met Samuel, and I had been terrified. Every interaction it had with the wolves only brought me pain and discomfort. Everything I'd ever heard about them was that they were ruthless, bloodthirsty creatures who were more monster than man. Then, Samuel proved to me that wasn't necessarily true. He was the first person to make me realize that not everything is as cut and dry as it's made out to be. I understood just how complicated it could be. After a few silent minutes, I let out a defeated breath. I think I understand what you're saying. Samuel gawked. You do. Don't give me that look. I snapped, incapable of changing my mind. Too, a slow smile crept onto his lips. I'm sorry. I was just expecting a different reaction. A fight and yelling. That, not this. I rolled my eyes and tried to keep the smile from my lips. Samuel looked relieved for his own good. Yeah, well, I decided it was worth it. I agree. Before I could say anything else, Samuel stood and gathered the pictures that littered the floor and coffee table. He placed each photo in its rightful place inside the cardboard box, arranging them so they wouldn't break. When everything was put away, he folded it shut and disappeared into his room. While he was gone, my thoughts wandered back to his revelation. It was still hard to believe what H.E.D. told me. I tried to tell myself it didn't change anything. But, in all honesty, somehow, I felt more comfortable with Samuel, knowing that he used to be like me. I didn't know if it was right to feel that way, and I didn't know what all those feelings entailed. Tu m'as été extraordinaire, my noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I did recognize that where my thoughts of him used to be filled with hatred, now there was something more than tolerance. Samuel startled me by flopping back onto the couch and swinging his legs onto the coffee table. He laughed at my reaction, taking another swig of his water and looking at me. "What are you so deep in thought about?" Then smirked. "Me, I hope." I took a calming breath and rolled my eyes. "You sound too much like Wiley." He laughed. It was loud, full, and similar to a bark. I'd only heard that sound from Samuel a small number of times, so I cowled and keep a smile from leaking to my annoyance. "Well, Riley and I did grow up together." Samuel shrugged. "You know, we were close. Maybe a bit too close." He laughed again, and I beamed. Leave it to Samuel to turn a previously filled and bleak evening into one consumed with laughter. When his laughter died off, I shook my head, remembering my thoughts from earlier. "Can I ask you a question?" Samuel folded his hands behind his head, a smile still lingering on his expression. "You don't have to ask permission for anything, Samantha. I think we're past that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, habit." Then looked at me with raised eyebrows. "Why now?" I paused, gathering my thoughts. "Why share all of this information with me now? If you were just planning on letting me and will leave." Samuel sighed, the smile disappearing. "You need somewhere to go. You said you wanted away from the wolves. I thought my mother might be your best option." How could she help Will? "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Isn't your mother human?" "She is." He groaned, taking his feet off the table and setting them on the floor. He leaned forward and ran a hand across the back of his neck. "She always helped the newly shifted wolves in my father's pack. Don't ask me how she did it. I don't know. All I remember is that she helped them. She can do the same for Will." He glanced at me. "If we can find her. If she's alive." Samuel's last sentence was spoken with such nonchalance that anyone else would have bought the uncaring tone. However, I had seen his mask too many times not to know when it was being put on. He was worried. There was no questioning it. He just didn't want me to know. "How are we going to find her?" Samuel leaned forward, cradling his head in his hands. "I've got some ideas. There's a few members of the old pack I remember from when I was a kid. If I cut them down, they might know something. Marshall has been looking into it all for a while. Now too, he has a few numbers from my old pack for me to call." He knew this was going to happen. Samuel gave me a side glance and a small smile. No. He just wanted me to get back in contact with my family. I always told him it was a waste of time, that I was never going to be able to go back. But I guess his stubbornness paid off. I laughed once. "I guess so." Samuel stood and pecked his drink from the table. He offered to take mine, and I gave it to him after downing the last of the water. He disappeared to the other end of the room where I heard the faucet running and the glass gots clinking together. I turned just as he shut off the water and leaned against the counter. "What are you going to do when we find them?" He looked up from the kitchen and back into the living room where I sat. Instead of coming back to the couch, though, he shrugged and began wiping down the cups. "Set up a place for you and Will to meet them." I bit my lip, fighting my next question. Like before, I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answer, or to have my question imply something I didn't think I wanted. "Are you coming with us?" Samuel stilled, and I rushed out my next words. "To see your family. I mean, I won't be joining you. But don't you want to see them?" I saw the visible tension seize control of Samuel's shoulders. "I can't. It's not safe. I won't be able to disappear like you. If I leave, then it will endanger your chances of escape." My brow furrowed. "Samuel, what's going to happen to you when we disappear?" But the tension never left his body. "The chiefs will come and decide my fate. I am first in line for the alpha position, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to let me take it." I sensed there was more than what he was telling me. "But," Samuel breathed deeply, "if someone challenges my position, they will decide who is better fit. With the circumstances of Riley's death, they are going to be careful and meticulous about the whole thing. You think someone will challenge you?" It was more of a statement than a question. "Gray, Usually, Samuel refused to acknowledge the potential mutiny within his pack. Anytime I brought up the possibility that everything that was going wrong could have something to do with the wolves, Samuel would refuse to speak on it. The pack is family, he would tell me, and that would finalize any conversation. But nothing ever added up, and my concerns were never resolved. These are the very reasons I was so surprised when Samuel actually answered my accusation. Yes, he said simply. Someone like Bray could challenge me. Samuel must have noticed my surprise because he quickly continued. It's not safe to speak badly of the pack in their presence. Samantha, if I entertain the thought of betrayal or weakness within ranks, people will latch onto it. They don't like uncertainty. They want to know we trust one another. As a pack should, even if that's clearly not the case. Samuel placed the cups down on the counter and meandered back into the living room, shoving his hands into his pockets. Yes, even if that's not the case, that's why we can't accuse Bray of anything. The accusation will only incite havoc within the pack. I pondered his words for a moment. Do you think Bray had something to do with everything that happened? My voice grew small. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Waylon Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My mother. He was standing next to the couch now. Instead of sitting, he leaned against the back of it. I turned my body to face him. I don't know. I hope not. Furrowing his brow. James is still a candidate. What happened to your family is too personal for Bray to be involved in. Though his words held finality, I could sense the uncertainty lacing Samuel's tone. He waved one of his hands, though, continuing. You don't need to worry about that anymore. Anyways, you'll be gone and it'll fix everything. Unless you're not Alpha. He grimaced. Unless I'm not Alpha. Does the pack get a say in it? Surely, they like you more than Bray. I twisted my hands in my lap. He flashed me a grin. Tell me, what would they like more about me? Samuel. I deadpanned. The pack may voice their opinions, but it is ultimately the chief's job to ensure the pack is run by a capable Alpha. If not, they'll have more issues with the pack. Later. Then, they'd have to get the Grand Alpha involved in, to be honest. No one wants that. Confusion must have been evident on my face. Once more, before I could even question him, Samuel was explaining. I'm sorry. I forget you didn't grow up with all of this. He paused with his mouth hanging open in thought. There are 6 chiefs and 1 Grand Alpha. They make up the council. They're the ones who make the decisions for the entire werewolf population. Usually, the chiefs handle everything and the Grand Alpha only intervenes when the chiefs need help. Which is rare. So HES more of a figurehead. Not really. A chief's just never seen. And no one wants to see him. Enthusiasm, in the past, every time HES visited a pack, it was because they were conspiring against the council, though HES threatened to intervene for other reasons. As well, every time he shows up, packs are killed. That's the only way to ensure peace. I took a deep breath. Brutal. Samuel nodded. That's why it's best for the Alpha transition to go smoothly. I bit my lip, thoughts swarming my mind. But, I mean, what would happen if Bray becomes Alpha? What about Goldie? Didn't you say she was something? Couldn't she take the position? What about you being human? Does that change anything? He grimaced. Goldie's the beta female, yes. But, unless she wants the position, which she doesn't, the chiefs won't consider her for Alpha. His fingers tapped on the back of the couch as he answered my next questions. No one else knows what I used to be. As long as they don't find out, nothing will change. His words incited another thought. I looked up at Samuel for a moment, taking in his ragged state, creased brow, and bloodshot eyes. His arms were holding too much of his weight against the back of the couch, and his knuckles were white. He was beaten down and exhausted. Do you want it, Samuel? He looked at me, startled. Do you want to be the Alpha? I repeated. His mouth was slightly agape, and his gaze wouldn't leave me. For a few moments, The truth was written plainly on his face. Then, he shook his head and took a deep breath, giving me a tight smile. You worry too much, Samantha. You'll be long gone before any of this happens. I opened my mouth to dispute, but as I did, Samuel's pocket beeped. He pulled out a phone and squinted his eyes, reading a small message printed on the screen. After a moment, his shoulders tensed. Again, we have to get back. What's going on? The phone slipped back into Samuel's pocket. Nothing's wrong. We just need to get back. I've got to speak with Marshall and have him start gathering the numbers to call. You should sleep. Samuel was already walking back across the room toward the front door. He paused, looking back at me. I held back a sigh and stood slowly so as not to disturb any healing injuries. Samuel looked like he wanted to help but ultimately thought better of it. When I came to stand beside him, we both hesitated at the door. I took a quick last look at the apartment and had the sudden feeling I wouldn't be coming back. The thought tugged at my heart in strange ways. Samuel watched me as my gaze scanned the rooms, then came back to him. He gestured toward the broken front door, and before I could stop myself, I took his hand in my own. Samuel gave me a sad smile before squeezing my fingers against his own and leading us out of the building. Chapter 56 Unconsumed Vegetable of a Brother. The journey to the house was uneventful, but the further we drove from Samuel's apartment, the more distant he became. The drive began with us holding hands and smiling at the sunrise, but by the time we arrived at the house, Samuel's hands were plastered to the steering wheel, and his mask was back on. The short walk to my bedroom was the same. Samuel dropped me off outside my door, mumbling something about needing to wake up Goldie. He left me standing in the doorway without another word. I stood in the hallway for several moments. My bed called to me. My head was spinning. Despite this, I turned away from the door and trudged down the corridor. I was exhausted and overwhelmed, but I knew I would be awake soon. He was always a morning person, no matter the circumstances. My only consolidation as I turned from sleep was that I could collapse onto Will's bed as soon as I made sure he was okay. He was likely going to be too tired to carry out a carry lengthy conversation. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I was surprised to find Will's door unlocked. My surprise only halted me for a moment, though, before I inched open and crept into the room. As soon as the door was locked behind me, I caught Will's eye. Hey, stranger. Will smiled at me from his position on the bed. He was sitting up and leaning against the large headboard. His blonde hair was sticking straight up as if HED run his hands through it many times, and there were dark circles under his eyes. Hey yourself. I walked over and sat in the chair next to the bed, crossing my legs and resting my chin in my hands. How do you sleep? Will looked me up and down. Better than you. I laughed once. That's probably true. What did you do last night? You should have slept. You never could pull an all-nighter. I raised one eyebrow. Why do you automatically assume I did something? He rolled his eyes and tilted his head while gesturing to my body. You're wearing the same clothes I saw you in last time. I lowered my gaze and half smiled at the floor. I could have slept in these. Okay. Sure. I believe that. He folded his arms and smirked. I don't appreciate the sarcasm. I never asked you to. Someone's in a good mood. I left. He shrugged and rolled his shoulders back. In feeling better. Got some good sleep. I narrowed my eyes. So those dark circles are just for decoration. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What can I say? I'm allergic to dogs. We both burst into laughter. I couldn't keep the smile off my face as I looked Will over. Compared to before, he almost looked like a new person. He was wearing clean clothes. There wasn't any blood caking his skin, and his movements were smooth and light, though there were plenty bruises along each of his limbs and permanent shadows of exhaustion under his eyes. He was doing better. My gaze lingered on his for a moment, and I smiled wider. Your eyes are back. Will's hands shot up to cradle his face. I didn't know they left. I laughed again and pulled his hands back down to his lap. They're not red anymore. Genius. He looked at me for a moment, and I further studied his eyes. They were the familiar dark brown I'd always known. They brought back memories of late nights, comfort, and home. It had been too long since I'd seen them. Your Samuel told me they would change color a bit. I haven't been keeping track. I shook my head, smiling to myself. Well, you don't exactly have a mirror or anything to do that with. I folded my arms. And H.E. is not my Samuel. Sure, whatever you say. I rolled my eyes. So, how are you feeling? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Better. Will nodded, shifting his weight and pulling blankets around his waist. A bit. I mean, in getting used to it. Everything just hit me all at once and it was overwhelming. Now that I know what to expect, it's easier to deal with it. Plus, my body isn't being ripped to shreds, so that's nice. I can imagine. I cringe. Sleep is helping. The more time that passes, the better I feel. I bit my lip, and before I could utter a word, Will rolled his eyes, spit it out. Samantha, do you feel any differently? He pursed his lips and spoke after a moment. Yes. My head is constantly pounding. When I'm awake, I'm restless, no matter how exhausted I am. My face twisting. Wolf inside you. Will looked me once over, narrowing his eyes. Yes, and how do you feel? I trailed off, suspending my open hands in the air. How do I feel about that? Are you my therapist? Now? I folded my arms and huffed no. I'm just trying to gauge how you're doing. He sighed and shook his head. I'm not going to sit here and talk about feelings. That hasn't changed. I will tell you that it's weird and annoying and I hate every moment of it. But I'm adjusting. You don't need to worry about me. My face softened and my hands fell into my lap. I just want you to have someone to talk to. This is a lot. I can't even imagine. And I'm so sorry. To our agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Really, truly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This should have never happened. No, it shouldn't have happened. But it's not your place to say sorry for it. I took a small breath. Do you know whose place it is? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Again, his frame went stiff and he turned to look at the wall. Are you going to tell me? He sighed and turned back to face me. James. My breath hitched in my throat. I stared at the space between me and Will, trying to absorb the information. I knew I was waiting for my response, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. You look surprised, he commented. I fought for the right words. I guess I am. Will scoffed. The sound brought me out of my trance, and when I looked back at him, his face was contorted in rage. I don't know why. He spat. I looked around the room and shook my head. I thought it was Riley, or Peyton Bray. Why would they bother biting me? It's a long story. I kept my gaze averted from Will and kept looking around the room. How do you know it was James? Will was quiet long enough for me to look back at him. He was already staring at me through slits for eyes and folded arms. I'm not sure. Come on. I huffed. I know you know. Or else you would have said it was James. Maybe. We stared at each other for several long moments, fighting to beat the other in stubbornness. I knew Will was holding back his information because I was telling him the entire story of Riley. In the end, I also knew he was much more headstrong than me. It is a long story, I reiterated. I'm tired. I'm sure you have a simple explanation. Mine could take hours. Will smirked. I'm waiting. I don't even know where to start. running my fingers through my tangled heap of hair. I already told you about Riley. He expected certain things of me, and if they didn't happen there were consequences. We'll cut in, holding up a hand. He threatened you with me, among other things. He threw his hands in the air, at everything he could hold over you. Why would you let it be your nearly dead and unconscious vegetable of a brother? Do you want an explanation? He grumbled, before gesturing for me to continue. To be honest, I'm not sure of Peyton's motivation. I've gathered that he wants to be alpha. That much is apparent. No matter if anyone will admit it, or not. I guess I just don't get a good feeling about the guy. Maybe he is trying to get to Samuel through me. Maybe he had some scheme and wanted you to join him. I don't know. I waved my hand to the side. It doesn't matter. Now, I know it was James. Will began to nod. You're right. That did take hours. I don't know if there's enough time for my side of the story. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I half cried, looking at him with desperate eyes. I've been waiting to hear who bit you for ages. Now this isn't a joke. He smiled at me, but it began to dim. Soon, he was staring at the wall again. I woke up when it happened. I sat up in my chair. You woke up. Enthusiasm, in the hospital. Just for a few seconds. He mumbled. The pain was enough to wake me up long enough to see James standing in the room. Did he say anything to you? No, did he do anything else? Not that I know of. I was out again before he left. Honestly, I thought he was there to finally kill me. My voice lowered to meet Will's. He wouldn't have killed you. It's how he kept Mom on his side. Will looked at me for a moment before shifting away. Again. The moment I caught his glance, I noticed his eyes change back to red. Have you spoken to anyone else since you came here? I quickly changed the subject. Just you, Samuel. And some woman who wouldn't actually speak to me. I haven't seen anyone but you in a while. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He paused, shifting his weight and stretching his limbs. I was going to ask you about that. Is there any word on when I'm getting out of here? I was going to ask you, Samuel, or the blonde, but I haven't gotten a chance. I think I'm past the stage of out-of-control killing. Don't you? Well, I do have some sort of word on that. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not exactly good word. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Will's hopeful eyes turned despondent. I gave him a sad smile before continuing. The bad news is that you've got to stay in here for 2 more days. Or something. It might be 1. Now, actually. I massaged my temples. I don't know what day it is. Anymore. Will stared at me without sympathy. You should get that figured out. Thanks. I did, panting. You'll get on that. Is there good news? My hands went back to my lap and I nodded yes. When you get out. We're both leaving. We're getting out of here and going north. Will looked at me with wide eyes. North. Yes, away from the wolves. This town. Everything. There are some people we're going to meet who can help us. We'll be safer up north. There are less wolves. It's where I was heading before everything happened. His brow furrowed. Safer, he repeated. I took a breath. Deeper this time. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel has a plan, and if everything works out then we'll be free from all of this. But the expression fell when I regarded Will's demeanor. He was breathing heavily, staring at me with red eyes. I can't just leave. It's not an option for me to run away from the wolves. I am one. Now there's no running from it. Before he was finished speaking, I was shaking my head. No, you don't understand. We're going somewhere where the people can help you. Somewhere away from the wolves. He interrupted. Yes, but no. Will shook his head and buried his fists in the blankets. No. The wolves are the only ones who can help me. Now no human is going to know what to do with me. These ones will. I reached forward to grab Will's arm. Listen. These humans are going to know all about this. They used to help people like you. He looked at me like I'd gone insane. I took another deep breath. I'm not crazy. To agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel told me about them. They used to be in his father's pack. They made it out before the wolves took over. Completely. They know what they're doing. Samuel told me they would help you. And you trust him. I recoiled. But my answer came quicker than I thought it would. Yes, yes. I trust him completely. Then I trust your judgment. Will sighed, then shook his arm out of my grasp. What about Mom? We can't leave her. I sank further into myself. That won't be a problem. She's gone. Will was staring straight ahead. He was stiff and still, only taking small breaths when he needed to. I dropped my gaze, my voice growing small. How did you know? I read between the lines. I never could keep things from you. I don't know why you still try. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words died on my lips. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them away before they could fall. Look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier. It's fine. I would have done the same thing. My hands folded together, twisting in on themselves. When I looked up, Will was staring at his own hands and picking at his nails. He was blinking rapidly, postponing the tears just as I was. We had both always been silent mourners. Though we went through hell together, we broke down on our own. There had only been a few rare times we shed tears together, and each of those times was unintentional. It seemed this might be one of those times. No matter how hard he tried, Will shed a few tears. His face reddened, but he didn't wipe away the moisture on his cheeks. I, on the other hand, was catching the tears almost as quickly as they fell. I'm sorry, I whispered after several moments of silence. I tried to keep her safe. He turned so he was facing me. The tears were still falling down his cheeks, and he did nothing to stop them. Don't ever say you're sorry. You didn't do this. It's not your fault. I went to interrupt him, but Will held up his hand and cut me off. I don't care what you say. Don't you dare believe it is. I looked at my feet. You don't even know what happened. I don't care. I know you. Instead of responding, I let out a shaky breath, phantom thought clouding my mind, reminding me of the words Peyton spoke to me. Will didn't know the entire story. He didn't know that it was a possibility my mother was targeted because of me. She could have been killed because of me and my failure to live up to Riley's expectations. A small voice spoke in the back of my mind, presenting the possibility that it was James who killed my mother. As quickly as the explanation came, I pushed it aside. In the end, it didn't matter who killed my mother. She was still dead and I was in the middle of it all. You need to sleep. Will broke the train of thoughts crashing through my mind. I shrugged and wiped another tear. I told you I was tired. You were using it as a cop-out. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Now it's legitimate. Gee, thanks. Despite my efforts to keep it even, my voice shook. Will let out a small laugh. I'm kicking you out. Go to sleep. I'd let you stay here, but this twin mouse isn't shareable. Plus, your Samuel is probably looking for you. I shook my head and glared at him. If you call him my Samuel one more time, you can't hurt me now. Will interrupted and held his arms out wide. I'm an invincible werewolf. Baby. I stood and pulled a pillow out from behind him. His head clunked on the wooden headboard, and my laughter was immediate. Yes, very invincible. Tu es agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He rubbed the back of his head and grabbed the pillow. Just go to sleep. Gladly. I loved him, but he carried the future of an entire wolf pack on his shoulders. He told me he couldn't leave, even if it meant go. I stood there, watching him turn into a wolf and disappear into the forest. Chapter 57, Everything Except You. I didn't wake up until the afternoon light was pouring into my bedroom. I hadn't meant to sleep that long, but once my exhausted body hit the mattress, there was no going back. Even when I emerged into consciousness, it was of my own free will. There was a knock at the door, and before I opened my eyes, Raven was in my room. She tiptoed across the floor, carrying a wooden tray of food. Sorry to wake you, but I thought you could eat something. I rubbed my eyes and sat up in bed, making room for Raven to sit. As well, she placed herself on a patch of blankets while setting the tray on my lap. There were plates filled to the brim with toast. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and various meat. I looked at the overabundance of food with wide eyes. Raven noticed my expression and laughed. I figured I could eat with you. I haven't eaten lunch yet. She caught me picking at a piece of toast, and quickly continued. I can get something different if you do like. I raised my gaze and gave her a small smile. No, this is perfect. We ate in silence for a few minutes while I continued to try and wake up. It seemed no matter how long I slept these days, I was still exhausted. My body was constantly playing catch up with my emotions, and the toll was getting heavy. How are you doing? Raven's soft voice broke the silence. I haven't seen you since. You know. She trailed off. Uncertainly. Fine. I cut off her sentence. The last time I'd seen Raven was the morning after my mother had been dumped on Samuel's doorstep. Neither of us wanted to relive that. I haven't seen you. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Where have you been? Nowhere. Raven answered quickly. I laughed at her eagerness, and color tinted her cheeks. I've just been helping out around here. Everything has been a little hectic. Lately, I think everyone is on edge. Makes sense. Raven began twisting her shirt in her hands. I thought I would have seen you, but you were never around. You kind of disappeared. Yeah. Sorry. I guess I kind of did. I hesitated with my explanation, but when I caught Raven's glance, my reservations dissolved. I needed some time alone, and I spent a lot of it with Will. Samuel came around too. Her mouth popped open. Will survived. I just assumed he didn't make it through the second part of the shift. I haven't heard anything about him. He survived. All right. I don't know how. I let out a small laugh. Samuel's keeping it quiet. Raven nodded to herself. I can understand why. She pushed back a strand of hair and licked her lips before continuing. You were with Samuel. What did he say? I was with him last night. I nodded. He tried explaining things to me. How did that go? I stared out the window, recalling the evening's events. My hands wiped the crumbs from my lap and I took a long drink before responding. Good. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. At least, I think it did. He told me about his announcement to the pack. Raven took a sharp breath. What did you do? I was guessing you didn't know anything about it. Or you'd be furious. I would have told you. I swear. But I didn't think it was my place. And I didn't want to get in trouble. And everything's been so crazy. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I laughed. I actually found out about it from Bray, but Samuel explained everything after that. Raven stilled as Peyton's name passed my lips. Her eyes darted to the door and her fingers twisted further into her sweater. When she looked back at me, her eyes were wide. You're still here? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're okay with what I just planning. Where else would I be? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm okay with the plan Samuel told me, not the one he told everyone else. Her eyes grew wider. What do you mean? I glanced at the door and dropped my voice to a whisper. I mean exactly what I said. Samuel has a plan. He knows I don't want to be turned and won't be safe here. Not with everything that's happened. I bit my lip and shook my head, barely believing my next words. Just letting Will and I leave. Raven stilled. Her mouth dropped and all she could do was stare. It was his idea. I explained. Samuel's. He wants what's best. He wants me to be safe. While you're eating. Her breathing quickened. That's his plan. I nodded my head and reached for her hands that had now disappeared within the folds of her shirt. She watched me with wide eyes as I pried her fingers away from the fabric and placed them in her lap. Yes, we're leaving. It's what's best. I bit my lips and attempted to gather my thoughts. Once Will and I are gone, we won't have to be constantly looking over our shoulders and living in fear. We can be free of everything. Even Samuel. Her question caught me off guard. My gaze fell from her concerned eyes to the floor. My thoughts raced around one another until I wasn't even sure I was thinking. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was the problem. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't want to think. I wanted to act. The only way to ensure Will I would be all right was to stop thinking and start moving forward without looking back. We'd already lost too much. We couldn't risk losing any more. With that in mind, I told her, even Samuel. Raven nodded and placed her hand on my knee. Maybe it's for the best. When are you leaving? During Riley's funeral. So soon. Where will you go? I bit my lip and snuck a glance at Raven's crestfallen face. It was the best idea to be speaking about what Samuel told me. But Raven was the closest thing I considered to be a friend. She'd been there with me when things got out of control. She'd talked with me when I was on the edge of falling off countless emotional cliffs. If anything, she deserved to know. When I'd finished telling her the basics of what Samuel revealed of his past, we were both quiet. She was processing the information and I was left to my own thoughts. Again, the air in the room was thick, but not with tension. It was heavy with the imminent future. In the end, Raven let out a deep sigh. I never knew. Her words pierced my heart. Very few people do. I'm so sorry. Samantha. When I looked up, there were tears in Raven's eyes, though I was confused at her overabundance of emotion. I brought her in for a hug. She wrapped her arms around me, as if I was the only thing anchoring her to the earth. And after a while, my grip mirrored hers. I'll miss you. You know. Raven broke away and looked at the ground. You've been kind to me. I stared at Raven's face, memorizing each and every crevice. She was wrong in what she said. She had been kind to me. I had used her on multiple occasions, snapped at her when she had tried to offer comfort, and burdened her with all of my troubles. She never once complained, and I knew who the true saint was in our situation. Raven was a friend and I was playing catch-up. When my next words left my lips, they surprised us both. Come with us. Raven's breathing hitched. What? A small smile curled onto my face. Come with us. I repeated. There's no reason for you to stay here. Well, no, but then you have every reason to leave, I urged. Raven stumbled over her words. I guess you could look at it like that. But I don't know. It'd only slow you guys down. Plus, you're trying to get away from the wolves, not bring them with you. My smile turned genuine. I can bring the good ones. Raven's words halted, and frail grin enveloped her features. The expression was hesitant at first, and she cowed at look at me while holding it. After a minute, though, she raised her tear-brimmed eyes toward me. That would be nice. My heart leapt at her words. I hadn't realized it. But having Raven come with us was the best idea it had yet. She could help with Will's shifting. She could navigate the forests. She could help us leave and never look back. She could be an actual friend. I pulled Raven in for another hug. She was stiff, but her arms wrapped around me. Nonetheless, she was the first to pull away though, and when she did, she lifted herself off the bed and grabbed the empty tray. I should be going. Her shift in demeanor startled me for a moment, but I quickly recovered. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thanks for the food. She smiled at the floor and began to retreat from the bedroom. When she was at the door, another thought hit me, and I called out to her. Wait. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She looked at me expectantly, and I sighed. Could you have Samuel come down here? It'd get him, but I'm not sure if I'm supposed to leave the room, or not. What with everything going on, and all. Raven nodded, then left. The minutes passed in silence after that, and I took the time to comb through my hair with my fingers. My thoughts wandered to anything and everything. There was some large dark cloud hovering over my shoulders, tempting panic attacks and breakdowns. I could think freely and without consequences. Sure, there was plenty of turmoil still raging through my life, but I liked to think the worst was over. I liked to entertain hope. Now, after all, I would finally be getting what I'd always wanted. I could escape this town and save my family, or at least what was left of them. We could run and run until everything I experienced was nothing but a distant nightmare. That's all my life had been. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A nightmare. A quiet inner voice counseled against getting my hopes up, but I couldn't bring myself to listen. Not anymore. I wasn't going to become paralyzed with fear and trepidation over potential threats. I was going to live my life according to how someone else wanted me to behave. I was going to get my freedom and chance at happiness. The only way to make those hopes a reality was to get away from this town and everyone in it. Everyone. Something tugged at my chest. It was like a small needle piercing the bottom of my heart, begging for attention in both my body and mind. If I tried hard enough, I could ignore it. As the minutes passed, I told myself I was successful in eradicating the feeling. Completely. Despite what I told myself, the piercing lingered. Just as I was ready to tear open my skin and force the feeling out of my chest, a knock sounded at my door. My gaze whipped up as Samuel opened the door and hovered in the entryway. He looked at me with relief, before a blank expression fell upon his features. Everything all right. Everything's fine, I told him in a soft voice, the feeling in my chest finally disappearing. I wanted to ask you something. Samuel came into the room and shut the door behind him. He continued to stand just inside the room until I patted the bed in the spot Raven had been sitting earlier. Only then did Samuel drag himself to my side. Even then, he made sure to sit on the bed in a way that neither of us was touching each other. He looked around the room while I regarded his stiff frame. Are you okay? My question passed my lips before I could think better of it. Samuel's shoulders tightened, and he looked at me for a moment before dropping his gaze. His eyes were dark blue, but something was swimming underneath their safe color. I just have a lot on my mind. What did you need? You seem... I hesitated and gestured to his rigid body. Stiff. Samuel didn't answer but instead resumed his staring contest with the floor. What's going on? I eventually asked. He sighed and turned, flashing me a cold glare. Riley's funeral is tomorrow. There's a lot to plan for. It's a big ordeal. The pack has a lot to say and contribute. We're combining a few other funerals so there's more to handle than normal. On top of that, I've got a literal pack of angry wolves demanding we go after the humans that supposedly killed their friends and family. Little do they know, Two of them are hiding out, writing out right under their noses until everything dies down and we can figure out what really happened. Bray's busy trying to overthrow me, and the chiefs are coming to visit the pack in less than a week. I have to get you and your brother out of here without causing any sort of suspicion. So yeah, you could say I'm a little stiff. Samuel tore his gaze away from me and let out a sharp breath. I stared at him with wide eyes. My own breathing caught in my chest. Right. My heart fell to the floor. I should have realized. Tense silence blanketed the room. It seemed to go on for hours, and the entire time I cursed myself for being so naive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel was going to be stressed. He was some perfect being who handled every situation without a care. The worst part was that I knew I was only adding to his burden. I really am sorry. I was thinking. I never do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My uncomfortable laugh cut through the strained silence before it died off and left the room feeling cold and desolate. Is there anything I can do? Samuel's shoulders fell. He ran a hand down his face and dropped his eyes. No, I'm sorry. There's no reason for me to snap at you. Don't worry about it. Everything is under control. Despite his words, Samuel framed stay hard. He folded his arms and tucked his hands away, turning slightly away from me. His head was bent, but he gazed at me through hooded eyes. Are you sure? I started to reach for his arms to ease the tension, but dropped my hand halfway there. He shook his head. Did you need something? It took a minute for my thoughts to catch up to my mouth. I rubbed up and down my legs as my heart picked up its beating. Samuel continued to watch me, though curiosity now danced in his dark eyes. I don't know about this anymore, but I was talking to Raven earlier. I might have invited her to come with us. I rushed. I hadn't thought about it when I was speaking to Raven before, but having her join us might present difficulties for Samuel. I didn't know the full extent of his plan, and it's possible I might have just ruined it and added even more to his stress. Samuel paused, then shrugged. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I watched for another wave of tension in his shoulders, a squint in his eye, anything to give me a clue as to whether or not he was upset. However, none of that came. Achidi simply shrugged and looked at me with tired eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just like that. I don't see why not. My brow furrowed. It doesn't complicate anything. Samuel shifted his weight. His hand brushed my knee while doing so, and he almost immediately jerked back. Maybe a little, but it's not a big deal. It's probably a good idea. I can fill her in on everything. Later, I watched Samuel move further away on the bed and scrunched my eyebrows together. Why do you keep doing that? Doing what? Flinching away from me. His shifting body paused. Then, almost casually, I don't want you uncomfortable. You do the same thing. Uncomfortable. My eyes narrowed. I do not. Samuel sighed and ran a hand along the back of his neck. It doesn't matter. He raised his head and gave me a forced smile before changing the subject. How you would acting, when all I could answer with was a blank stare. Samuel let out a small laugh and lowered his voice. You need to make everyone believe you're dying. He tried to keep his voice light-hearted, but I recognized the underlying stress still lingering from our conversation. You'll have to make an appearance at the funeral. No one has seen you yet, so they expect you to be there, no matter the circumstances. If I were to have bitten you in the morning and you didn't take well to it, by evening you'd be on your deathbed for the entire pack to see. Why would you bite me in the morning? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel's voice was barely a mumble. I'd be setting the scene. It would be more believable that you'd die from the bite if people saw you sick. How sick am I supposed to be? I puffed my cheeks and let out a long breath. I was ready to move on from our previous conversation, but I also didn't want Samuel to be any more upset than he already was. I'll give you the details on everything later tonight. He half smiled and looked at the ground. Do you know when? Why, Samuel's face held a ghost of a smirk. You have someplace to be. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I folded my arms. He laughed under his breath and shook his head. His shoulders fell a bit, and I smiled to myself. Samuel never could resist banter. You'll just have to change your plans. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. In reserving you for dinner. Dinner. He shifted his weight and took a break from staring at the wall to glance at me. I was going to bring you some dinner later and tell you the final plan. We don't have to eat together. I just assumed you wouldn't want to be upstairs with everyone else. I bit my lip and looked down at my blankets. Dinner sounds nice. Samuel stared at me for a moment longer, before shaking his head with a fallen expression. Dinner it is. Do you need anything else? I shook my head, and a moment I did. Samuel stood and crossed my room. He paused at the doorway, hand floating over the knob. His lips were parted with unspoken words. But before he could talk, my own thoughts were tumbling out of my mouth at top speed. I never thanked you. Samuel glanced back at me. I think you have. Well then, in thanking you again. I don't know what I would have done without you when everything happened. Samuel, really, truly, I don't. I've been thinking a lot lately, and if it weren't for you, I don't know where it'd be. You kept me sane. His voice was a mumble. You'd be thousands of miles away with your family. I kept my gaze on the floor and took a shaky breath. Maybe. But what happened, happened. Neither of us can change that. I mean, sure, things haven't been easy or great the past few weeks. And everything that's happened has been my worst nightmare. I paused, knowing the words I wanted to say, but unable to let them simply pour out of my mouth. It took another few breaths and several moments of silence before I was able to mutter, everything except you. My eyes traveled across the room and up Samuel's body until I rested my gaze on his expression. He was torn in 1,000 different directions. Physically, he was still halfway out my door, however. The look on his face told me he wanted nothing more than to forget everything and stay by my side. When it grew to be too intense, I lowered my eyes to his chest. I just thought you should know. You have no idea what that means to me. Samantha. Content lie. I never knew you were such a sap. My laughter was abrupt and high-pitched. It startled the both of us, but Samuel quickly broke into a lopsided grin. Before I could say another word, he nodded to me and left the room. Chapter 58 to good. I had never owned a dress. They were impractical. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And too much for me to handle. There were never any events that I had to attend in which I would have to wear a dress. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was nothing in my life that would warrant such lavish attire, at least. Not until today. The red material of the dress flowed down my body in comfortable waves. It was loose-fitting with small straps that dangled precariously on my shoulders. Despite my unease in the item of clothing, I was comfortable. The material was soft and I finally had shoes that were untaged beyond their years. When Samuel first showed me what he'd be expected to wear to the funeral, I was more than tempted to scream at his audacity. He found the situation humorous, telling me that my reaction was exactly what he expected. Then, he laid out a perfectly planned argument, explaining all the reasons I would be expected to wear the dress. Eventually, there was nothing I could do but agree with him. That was last night. Like H.E.D. promised, he brought down dinner and a plethora of information. Plans were finalized, supplies were packed, and everything was set in place. Everything was ready to send Will. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and on our journey to freedom. At least, everything was ready physically. My mental preparation was still in process. I'd spent the entire day attempting to sort through that mess. I'd been confined to my room to begin the ruse that I was ill. Will's room had been emptied, and HED been relocated to one of the lower basement rooms, the ones no one ever bothered to visit. During my time alone, there was nothing to do but think, however. It never resulted in anything. I had meant to sort through my thoughts and emotions. But now, when I was merely a few minutes away from entering the lion's den, I was more confused than ever. My heart and mind were at war with one another, and each was competing to be heard the loudest. Things had changed from when I first met Samuel. In some aspects, it seemed like my entire life had changed. I realized that I no longer blamed Samuel for anything that happened, though it was difficult not to blame his species. The longer I thought about that, the more I couldn't decide if there was anything separating the two. Samuel was a wolf and I was a human. The two were never meant to mix. Then again, they had been mixed before. The impossible reality of two opposing species joining together had been accomplished by none less than Samuel's family. His mother and father could have set the precedents for our races to coexist, but instead, another wall was built when they were torn apart. This was a wall that I couldn't decide if I wanted to break down. Thoughts like these, and countless more along the same lines, filled my head until I wanted to scream. There was no winning. There was no peace in the midst of my inner turmoil, and I didn't think there ever would be. A knock sounded at the door, ripping me from my day of self-pity. I hurriedly ducked back under the countless thick blankets on my bed, ignoring the immediate heat that enveloped my body, before I could close my eyes to feign sleep. The bedroom door was eased open and Samuel entered. "You nearly scared me to death," I laughed, pulling the blankets down and sitting up. "I didn't know it was you." Hovering just inside the doorway, "I told you that no one else would be coming down here." "Yeah, well, you never know." Samuel laughed once and tilted his head. "That's true." He glanced at his wrist. "Are you ready? It's about time to head up." I nodded and pushed away from the blankets, slipping out of the bed that had become my only safe haven. When I turned back to Samuel, I stopped short, looking at him for the first time that night. He was dressed in a grey weathered suit, complete with a red tie loosely hanging around his neck. His clothing morphed to his body as if it had been made only for him to wear. Though his clothing was formal, Samuel brought an air of comfort to the ensemble that only he could. Just as I was staring at him, Samuel was staring at me. The minute I noticed this, I broke away my gaze and clutched my arms close to my body. I couldn't bring myself to look back up at him, for fear of what words would come tumbling out of my mouth. Samuel saved me from breaking the silence when he whispered, "You're beautiful." I laughed once and rolled my eyes as my gaze darted around the room. "You flatter me." I meant to. My laugh died off and I was left with no air in my lungs. I forced my arms apart to tuck away a stray piece of hair behind my ears. Samuel watched the movement with an expression I hadn't seen before. His eyes were narrowed, mouth hanging open, but there was a light about him that let me know he wasn't upset. Again, he broke the silence and our gazes. "You'll want to hide that, just in case." He gestured to the pack at the foot of my bed. I have turned from him at the pack of supplies completely forgotten in the past few minutes. "Right, I'll do that." I tucked the bag under the bed, folding the blanket over the side to conceal the straps. When I looked back up at Samuel, he was staring at the wall next to him, deep in thought. His hand was massaging the tension at the base of his neck. My eyes furrowed as I regarded him for a moment. "Are you ready?" He took a breath and shot his eyes back to me. A smile encompassed his features, but I knew it was hiding what lay underneath. "Let's get going." Samuel walked forward and held out his arm for me to take. "Wait." He stopped short, dropping his arm and expression. "What's wrong?" I bit my lip, taking a deep breath. "We're probably not going to have time to speak later." Samuel raised an eyebrow. "Probably not. Are you going to be okay? He paused, watching me for a moment before a genuine smile enveloped his face. You cease to amaze me, Samantha. Well, I mean, you're under a lot of pressure and I know us leaving won't help that. And the chief guys are coming. And we still don't know what happened with Wiley or my mother or anything like that. I trailed off, catching the humor in Samuel's eyes. I took a deep breath before finishing. And I'm just worried about you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's not funny. The laughter left Samuel's expression. He looked at the few steps between us, hesitating for a moment before he closed the distance. I stayed rooted in place, and when he extending his hand, my fingers willingly wound together with his. Unlike previous nights, all bets of holding back from him went out the window. I stared at our hands for a moment before looking up to see that Samuel was already staring at me. You worry too much. I let out a soft breath, and you try to pretend everything is okay. Both of Samuel's eyebrows raised before he laughed lightly. It seems we've got each other pinned down. You're an open book. Only for you. I couldn't help the smile creeping onto my face. As soon as it came, though, it disappeared. After a moment, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel, stop. He cut me off. I know what you're going to say. You don't need to worry about me. This is what's best for you and your brother. He swallowed and dropped my hands. You can't be happy here. Maybe you could come with us. My words surprised us both. Samuel shot his gaze back to me, confusion dancing in his eyes. I could only shrug, not willing to take back what he'd said. Raven's coming. We're going to find your family. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe you could see them and we could all. I can't leave my pack. Samuel raised his hand and shook his head. My eyes met his, searching their deep blue depths. I tilted my head and asked, do you even want to be alpha? He was quiet for a long time. The entire lapse of silence. Our eyes never left each other. There was a moment I realized that had this been only weeks ago, I'd have shuddered at the thought of being this close to Samuel. Now, after everything we'd been through, after everything I'd learned, I never wanted to leave. Sometimes, Samuel sighed and looked at the space between us. He reached for my hand again, inching closer. Sometimes we have to sacrifice what we want for what's best. But why you? He shook his head. If not me, then who? The question hung suspended in the air, waiting for an answer to bring it back down. When none came, Samuel sighed. Riley never meant to leave the pack without an alpha. He was supposed to raise his children with Ian and they would take over. I was always meant to support them, not be in charge. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There are others who would take my place, but I couldn't let them, not without a guilty conscience. They wouldn't help this pack the way Riley wanted it. They would only be alpha for the title, not the responsibilities. I dipped my chin to my chest and stared at the floor. I saw Samuel's hand reaching for my jaw and didn't bother turning away. He cupped my cheek and lifted my gaze back to his, smiling sadly. I want to help those I love. I won't turn my back on them. You're too good for your own good, Samuel. I smiled and placed my hand on his so that we were both cupping my cheek. Too good. My words repeated themselves again and again in my mind. Samuel was too good. Too good for the world. Too good for his past sorrows. And too good for me. There was nothing he wasn't willing to do for the ones he loved. Samuel's sad smile turned into a sudden smirk. My charm has led you to believe my perfection. Right. I laughed. He stared at me for a second longer before his eyes light up. I almost forgot. Samuel took his hand away from my cheek and began fishing in his pockets. A moment later he brought out a piece of white bandaging and medical tape. My brow furrowed. I already have all of that in my bag. This is Fortnite. Werewolf bites aren't pretty, and it would look suspicious to have you walking around without something to cover one up. Without another word, he placed the bandage over a spot on my lower neck, fastening it in place with the tape. His fingers were light upon my skin, never lingering for longer than they needed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he said after patting my neck. All better. My hand lifted to feel the bandaging. Quite an impressive job there. Wolf boy. Who knew you were a doctor too? Samuel laughed my favorite laugh. In full of surprises. Sammy girl. I rolled my eyes as Samuel reached for my hand. He directed me out of the room and into the hallways where we walked side by side to the rest of the house. By now, it was deserted. Everyone had already left for the funeral, and we were the stragglers. When we reached the back door, I looked around one last time. Samuel paused with me, but instead of staring at the house, he watched me. When I could no longer ignore his stare, I turned to him and smiled. For what it's worth, I think you'll be a great helper. Chapter 59, The Night We Live. The sound of a card or shutting awoke me. A moment later, Samuel appeared at my side with a guilty expression. I didn't mean to wake you. I rubbed my eyes and blinked away the last of my sleep. The trip to the funeral site had taken longer than expected, and since I wouldn't be sleeping for the foreseeable future, a well-deserved nap had taken up the entire journey. You would have had to wake me up eventually. I yawned. I'm not a talented sleepwalker. Samuel laughed. I would have carried you. Samatha. Wait. I've got two legs that work perfectly fine for the time being, and I intend to use them. He rolled his eyes and helped me out of the car, shutting the door softly behind me. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the darkness surrounding us, but what I saw still left me confused. Where are we? Samuel took my hand and began walking forward with me in tow. Just outside the clearing. There's nowhere to put the car once we're there. Makes sense. I nodded. His voice dropped below a whisper, and he glanced down at me. Are you ready to show the pack how close to death you've become? I laughed once and let my body fall limp against Samuel. It's getting hard to walk. I actually don't think my legs work anymore. I felt his chuckle rather than hearing it. With my weight leaning against him, his body shook in time with his silent laughter. Instead of saying anything after that, Samuel adjusted his arms so that he was holding up my waist and supporting most of my weight. The two of us walked that way through the forest. The further we hiked, the denser the forest became. I knew it would clear eventually, as Samuel had explained in great detail what to expect out of tonight. Still, as the trees began to grow sporadic, I was prepared for the sight ahead of me. The clearing was unlike any I'd encountered before. Forested woods stretched around the perimeter with gentle rolling hills in every direction. There was one particular hill that broke away from the forest and had been cleared of any trees or obstacles. It seemed to go on forever, blending in with the horizon as the shining sky enveloped the ground in a welcome embrace. People of all ages were scattered around the clearing. They grouped together, speaking in hushed tones. Each of them was clothed similarly to Samuel and me, dresses and suits all in the pack's signature red color. Though many tried to hide it, they watched as Samuel and I broke through the tree line to join the crowd. I tried to ignore their pointed and scrutinizing stares, sinking further into Samuel. In the middle of the clearing was a bonfire larger than life. Wood was stacked high with countless platform-like structures atop each pile. On each platform was an intricately carved box large enough to hold the bodies of those who passed. Samuel had explained to me that these caskets were specially designed by each of the families who had lost someone. Each was unique to the person they held. The night before, after Samuel had finished explaining what I should expect of the funeral, I was taken aback. It all seemed like a garish affair that was too much trouble for what it was worth. However, witnessing it in person was different than having it described. It was a gruesome or harrowing sight to see caskets burning in the fire like it thought it would be. It was beautiful. The hushed voices of everyone in the clearing set the tone for reverence. The moon above gave a gentle light the fire could not provide. trees and forest around the clearing made it seem as if the world didn't exist. It was only those who passed away, and those who came to celebrate their lives. Samuel paused while walking forward, glancing at me from the side of his eye. I took the cue to stop, take a struggling breath, and went. Several pairs of eyes flashed at us, but I kept my gaze averted. Samuel acknowledged the others as we continued walking again, nodding his head to any person who bothered to keep staring. Achid also warned me of this. The pack is curious about me. They can't help but stare. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. His warnings didn't make it any more comfortable. Once we'd almost reached the fire, we stopped again, and I took another deep breath. This one was more for my sake than anyone else's. Despite being plastered to Samuel's side with him practically holding me up, I was overwhelmed and intimidated. I was facing an entire pack of werewolves, all of whom were sizing me up as their newest addition. Each one of them had a different reaction. Some of them regarded me with disinterest, others with disgust. There were a few who shared looks of pity, and even fewer that shone with excitement. Samuel never introduced me to any of them, as they all were told that I was struggling to stay alive and cowed and told much of a conversation. That was all the better. I didn't particularly want to hold an extensive discussion with what looked like hundreds of wolves. "How are you feeling?" Samuel's voice cut into my ears. I glanced up at him before coughing, a shiver running down my spine. A corner of his mouth quirked up, only enough for me to see. We were close enough now that the firelight was flashing on his face. When his eyes were illuminated, I tried to hold back a gasp. They were changing colors, going from obsidian blue to bright red with each passing moment. "Samantha," he mumbled, breaking me from my stare. When I looked away, I noticed he had placed us in the center of the clearing, right next to the heart of the fire. I knew what was coming next, and by the way my heart began beating out of my chest, I was ready for it. Samuel looked me up and down, smirked, then turned toward the crowd that had begun to gather in front of us. Despite the number of people packed into the clearing, the night was quiet. A breath of a whisper would escape here and there, but for the most part, Samuel held the entire pack's attention. I recognized a few faces spread throughout the sea of strangers, taking comfort when I met the gazes of Raven. "To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." Or even Goldie. When my eyes fell upon Peyton Bray, I tried not to flinch away. He was already watching me, a sharp glint lighting up his eyes. It was as if he could sense my discomfort, and only relished in it. Like a ghost from my past, his words from the other night rang through my ears, and I found myself trying to back away from Samuel. He held me at his side though, refusing to let me out of his grasp, as if knowing his actions might cause me to panic. Samuel slipped his fingers into mine and gave me a gentle squeeze. His small comforting act brought me back to reality, and for the next few moments, I forgot about Peyton completely. When the movement in the crowd ceased, Samuel cleared his throat and raised his voice to travel through the night. Tonight is a night that many of us thought would never come. We go through our lives, tending to forget how fragile they actually are. It shouldn't take nights like these to remind us, but we are here. Nonetheless, I will not tell you that tonight is not the time to mourn. I will not tell you to hold back your tears and celebrate. We have suffered a significant loss from our family as a pack. Brothers, mothers, sisters, have all been lost. The only comfort we can take is knowing they are not gone. Samuel let his words sink into the crowd, glancing down at me before he continued. His voice was thick with sorrow, but he never let an emotion crack his face. "I will tell you that tonight is the night we live. Let us forget everything else and focus on what is here. Right now, let us live with all we have left." Samuel turned from the crowd to face the fire, taking me with him. The people moved behind us as one, each taking their respective place next to the scorching flames that now seemed to take up the entire clearing. There were countless caskets within the fire, each of varying sizes. Every spot around the fire was taken up by those who came to pay their respects and be with those they'd lost. There wasn't enough room for everyone, but the crowd constantly shifted to allow each person a glance of the ashes. As the crowd shuffled their feet and whispered to one another, Samuel looked at me. Once again, there was pain in his eyes, a pain so old that I felt only I knew the source. Still, when he spoke, his voice never wavered. Your mother's in there. My breathing stopped and my eyes grew wide. I gaped at Samuel. Any words that wanted to leave my mouth getting lost in the final explosion of my heart. Next to Riley, he continued, in the center, it's reserved for those who deserved the highest respect. My eyes traveled back to the flames, landing onto boxes that were dead center. They'd already been engulfed in the fire, but their position remained true. My lips parted as I fought the mess of thoughts swarming my mind. I don't know what to say. Samuel. How, when, I trailed off, staring at the casket I now knew belonged to my mother. You don't have to say anything. You lost someone too. The words died on my lips as I turned my full attention to what was in front of me. All thoughts melted away from my mind until the only thing I could feel was the memories of my mother, alive in the flames. To say the fired ants would be doing it an injustice. The fire was alive. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It leapt. It sparked higher into the sky than anything dared to. Before, the flames played and swirled around each other, fighting to be seen. When the fight was over, they would join and finish their existence together. No longer content to be alone, they sprawled outward, reaching their fingertips to those lingering close by, threatening to sting. Their flaming tongues never did any harm. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The moment they reached skin, the sparks retreated, as if it were those watching the flames who promised to burn. Samuel pulled me closer and stretched his hand into mine, twisting our fingers just as the flames. We watched together for what felt like an eternity, lost to anything else happening in the world. Our faces stared into the growing ashes, the heightening sparks, reliving every moment of our lives with those we'd lost. There were soft murmurs of people doing the same, eyes haunted with what had been stolen away. As the minutes flew by, the sparks grew higher. They sailed into the sky until they joined the stars. The fire was taking more control now, and everyone was letting it. We gave the flames a wide berth, turning our attention upward to watch the sparks of loved ones disappear into the atmosphere. Then, as if on instinct, the eyes of the crowd turned to the hills. The majority of the fire's sparks were traveling up the green mountains now, hungering for the freedom of the woods. One by one, people from the crowd began to join them. Men and women knelt down to the ground, morphed into creatures, and followed the flames into the night. Wolves of all shapes and sizes ran and tumbled alongside the dimming sparks, breathing in the last of the fire's light. The goal was no longer to reminisce but to live with those who passed. One last time, Samuel turned to me. The fire glowed in his burning red eyes, but I felt no fear. I was closer to Samuel than ever before. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our faces inches apart. I nodded my head, but I couldn't bring myself to pry my hands from his. You should be with them. The night calls for us to be with those we love. I scanned the outskirts of the forest, watching as several more groups left to run the hills together. Then I guess it really is time for me to leave. If that's what you want, it's for the best. He shook his head once, never breaking his gaze from mine. His mouth hung open with his next words, and even before he spoke, I knew what he was going to say. I love you, Samantha. Before I could react, Samuel took my hands in his and placed a soft kiss on my knuckles. His eyes closed and his face crumpled. He lingered there until the world stopped turning. My heart was beating out of my chest. But I never drew away from him, I never once thought to. As quickly as it happened, Samuel withdrew from me. He dropped my hands and took a pained step away, his head falling to his chest. My hands were left suspended in the air, waiting for him to take them back. He never did. Samuel turned away from me and bent low to the ground. The next time I blinked, his blond wolf was standing in his place, staring longingly at the space between us. I took half a step toward him, but the wolf flinched and began to back away. Before I could utter a word, he turned and sprinted into the forested hills. My heart left with him. I was left standing in the clearing, almost completely alone, now. The last of the wolves were shifting and joining their pack in the hills to run with their lost ones the rest of the night, however. I was just now realizing that my lost ones weren't all in the flames. One of them was running beneath. Something brushed up against my hand, and I flinched away. When I whirled to face the culprit, Raven was staring at me with sad eyes. It's time to go. Though numbness was taking over, I nodded. When Raven reached out again, I didn't recoil. She brought her hands up to my face to wipe tears I never knew had fallen. Sometimes it's for the best, she told me under her breath. Sometimes we make sacrifices for what we truly want. My voice came out as nothing more than a whisper. Is this what I truly want? Raven's lips thinned and she stared at me for several long moments. She searched my eyes for the answer I desired, but in the end, fluttered her gaze away. Willa's ready to leave. Achia's just waiting in the car. Instead of answering her, my eyes went back to the forest. If I looked hard enough, I could see the remnants of Samuel's wolf leading his pack through the hills. My heart tore into pieces once more as I realized I could never be with him. He was meant to lead his kind, I was meant to escape them. I should never have entertained the thought of tolerating him. Raven's voice met my ears again, but I barely heard her. "Oh, wait with Will in the car. Come when you're ready." She disappeared into the night, leaving me alone. Once again, the clearing was completely empty now, and the fire didn't seem as radiant as before. Though the flames were burning higher than ever, they were cold and lifeless. I stared into them, waiting to feel the warmth I had felt when Samuel was by my side. But it never came. Chapter 60. Should I known the drive was long. I never kept track of how much time passed, but each minute felt like an eternity. With every breath I took, it seemed another 1,000 trees disappeared behind the car, and another 100 miles was placed between me and Samuel. Raven was driving. She hadn't spoken a word since I clambered into the front seat. Will was sprawled across the back of the car, taking turns napping and staring out the window. Achie tried making conversation, but those attempts soon died off. It was dark. The car was musty and I was suffocating. I wanted nothing more than to open a window. But Raven told me our scent would travel. We were in an abandon that the pack had stored for years, so unless we did something drastic or opened a window, the old smell would overtake our own and we were untraceable. We're coming up on the border. Raven broke the never-ending silence with a hushed voice. Will perked up in the back seat, placing himself between Raven and me. That didn't take long. I took a deep breath, refusing to look at the clock. Time was cooperating with my mind. Tonight. How long? Any minute. Raven paused. There shouldn't be anyone there. If there is, they should be with Samuel. Will and I nodded, but he spoke the question lingering in the air. And if they're not? Raven remained silent. Will waited for a moment, then looked at me with wide eyes. I gave him a small reassuring smile, turning my gaze to look out the front window. Don't worry. To where agent extraordinaire, Wesleyan Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I've escaped before. It wasn't that hard. They still cut you. Eventually, he mumbled. I resisted the urge to scowl and looked more earnestly at the path before us. We'd taken the least used route possible, in order to exit the packland in the weaker spot. Already I could see that the road was barely there, and the trees were overgrowing into the path. When a fence eventually appeared on the horizon, it was rusted and bent. "Do you see anything?" I asked Raven. Her eyes were trained on a spot beyond the fence, but she shook her head. "Nothing." I cowled and held my heart as it tensed and began to beat faster. The last time I escaped it had been almost too easy. This time seemed strikingly similar. Unlike last time, though, my heart was stretching forward into the unknown, yearning for the freedom of the woods. It was feeling, to my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks and our unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There had been no time to process my goodbye with Samuel, his parting words, or how I felt about any of it. I guess there would be time for that when we'd truly escaped. But a small part of me feared the feelings would be lost by then. The car slowed as we drew closer to the fence. Raven parked the car in front of a dilapidated gate, long abandoned of any patrol. When the car stood still, the three of us did the same. We each knew what needed to happen next, but none of us wanted to leave the safety of our metal box. Eventually, Raven cleared her throat. "They'll be back, I guess. If anything happens, you know what to do." Before we could respond, she opened the door and crept into the night. She disappeared into the darkness, blending with the shadows until she came upon the fence. I was just able to see her at the entrance, tugging at the lock and gate until they gave way. The minute the chain was loose and the gate opened, Raven darted back to the car. When she sat in the driver's seat and closed the door, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The three of us sat still for another moment, smiling and laughing our way through the tension. Our laughter was cut off as soon as it began. A deafening crashing echoed through the night. Our gazes whipped to the fence just in time to see the gate rattling shut. It was locked, but the once open entrance had now been closed off. When the sound of the gate shutting died off, the only thing to be heard was the heavy breathing of everyone in the car. None of us dared to speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, or turn away from what had just happened. That all changed when something smashed into the side of the car. My startled scream rang through the night, prompting another push at the vehicle in the very spot Will was sitting. He sprang from his seat, throwing himself to the other end of the car at the same moment. I took the keys from Raven's hands and shoved them into the ignition. "Go!" I screamed at her as the back of the car was hit, propelling us forward. Raven fumbled for a moment before slamming on the gas, barreling the car straight through the crumbling fence. The large car easily pushed over the metal, but the assaults against us refused to cease. As soon as we'd cleared the fence, something heavy came down on the top of the car, plunging the roof down on our heads. This time, Raven's screams echoed my own. The car swerved when something appeared in the road ahead of us. Raven tried to gain control as we were hit from the side, but the momentum was too much. We collided with the trees. My vision went dark and all I could hear was the crunching of metal and snapping of wood. By the time we stopped moving, my head was spinning and my ears ringing. There was darkness all around. I strained to hear past the ringing to listen for the sounds of Raven or my brother, but there was nothing there. Nothing. Until I was propelled from my seat and lifted into overpowering arms. I fought against their grasp, and as soon as I did, they let me go. I blinked several times, forcing my eyes to adjust to my surroundings. The first thing that came into focus was Will's eyes, staring wide into my own. The next was the blood running down his face. He was cupping my jaw, moving his lips with words I still couldn't hear. When his gaze darted behind him, I realized we were sitting outside the crumpled and smoking car. Raven was a little ways off, holding her head and leaning against a broken tree. Behind her, a figure lingered. Garbled speech left my lips as I reached out to warn her. Will whipped around to face where I was staring, but he wasn't quick enough. The figure reached out and took hold of Raven's arm, pulling her into the shadows. All at once, my senses came crashing down on me. The pain in my head, the lingering echoes of screams, the thick smell of smoke, liquid running down my face. Samantha. Will pulled my attention back to him, screaming my name. My breathing quickened as trembling hands searched for his. He took hold of my wrists and lifted me off the ground, leaving the car to our backs. We both scanned the forest around us, straining to hear anything other than our own panicked minds. "Will," I whispered. "What's going on? Where are they?" He moved his hands to grip my shoulders, holding my swaying body in place. "I don't know. I don't know what happened. Can you stand? Are you hurt?" I chanced, shuffling my feet, finding my balance growing steadier by the second. "And no, I'm fine," I gasped then, catching a look at my brother. "Will, you're bleeding." He cut me off and wiped a hand down his face, shaking his head. "I'm okay. Whatever it was is healed." His eyes narrowed as he looked at a spot near my temple. Without warning, he reached forward and ripped off my sleeve, folding it into a makeshift cloth. "Hold this against your head. It should slow any bleeding." Will made sure I did as he said before he turned around and headed for the car. He dug through the shattered glass and broken metal for a moment, re-emerging with one of our bags. He slipped it onto his back, scanning our surroundings. When the only thing that greeted us was darkness, his face fell. "Did you see who it was?" I shook my head. No, he nodded once and pulled something out of the bag, placing it in his pocket. Then, he pulled out a heavy pouch, holding it out to me. I didn't have to ask what it was to know it was the gun Samuel promised us for the journey. I took it with trembling hands, tucking it into my jeans. Will stood by my side, and each of us watched the forest with bated breath. As silence enveloped us, dread fell heavy on my shoulders. It seemed to fill every space around us, molding with the air we breathed. Something was watching us. Something was waiting for us. Something didn't want us to leave. A quick glance at the car and I knew there was no way we could get back inside to drive away. Broken glass littered the seats. The doors were pushed against each other, and the tires were no longer facing the right direction. Another scan of the forest let me know that there was no way we could make a run for it. To my agent extraordinaire, Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There was no marked path. The sky was visible from underneath the thick trees. Even if we could navigate our way through the maze of foliage, we would not last today without our supplies, which were somewhere buried beneath the wreckage of the car. The only way out would be to fight for our lives. My gaze darted up to Will, who seemed to be realizing everything in time with me. He glanced back at me, and I could see the panic leaking into his features. His wide eyes were all I needed to take a deep breath and let my voice ring out into the night. "Who are you and what do you want?" We were met with silence. Long, painful, silence. When it grew be too much, I took a step forward, holding Will beside me. He mimicked my actions as I took another step, further away from the car. We walked several feet before we stopped dead in our tracks. A voice had cleared behind us, a voice we both knew too well. I wouldn't go any farther. We whirled around, only to come face to face with the eyes that haunted my dreams. My voice trembled. "James, we should have known." Will spat, pushing me behind him. A triumphant smile shone from under his unkempt beard. "Yeah, I guess you should have." James' words weren't slurred. They were articulate and clear, laced with an underlying menace. "You should have known a lot of things." I was suddenly ripped away from Will, tight hands squeezing my waist as they dragged me back. A startled scream threw me, but the moment Will reached for my hand, he was thrown to the ground by James. My hands grappled with those around my waist as I twisted and turned, fighting off whoever held me. I kicked and lashed out, but my limbs never met anyone to maim. "Stop moving, or your brother's dead." My body stilled. My heart raced. The only thing I could process was the image of James holding Will's head in his arms, ready to twist at any given moment. "Good. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Dear, let her go." Our hands let go of my waist. The world stopped turning. I stayed frozen on the forest floor, refusing to look behind me to confirm the end of all hope. "Come and hold the boy." Feet moved from behind me, slow and heavy. I watched them creep toward James and my brother, stopping when Will was handed over. Only then did my gaze travel upward to stare into the eyes of the one person I thought was my friend. Raven's gaze was on the ground, but her arms were restraining Will. He fought against her, but she was much stronger than he. It took only a minimal effort for her to pin his arms and shoulders down. "Well, that's not a happy face," James mused as he began his slow walk toward me. I scurried off the ground, lifting myself up to my full height. He still towered over me, but my attention was on James. My gaze was trained on Raven. My mind refused to process what my eyes were seeing. It was possible. It couldn't be. I couldn't have missed something like this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice was nothing but a whisper. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "What are you doing? What's going on?" She turned her head away from me, continuing to stare at the ground. James sauntered toward me, without a care in the world. As he drew nearer, my hands went to the pouch tucked in my jeans. He watched my movements with annoyed eyes. "If you take that out," held I. My hands froze. James smiled. "Here's what you're going to do. Put one hand in the air, and with your other, take out your weapon and drop it on the ground." My mind was racing faster than my heart. Keeping my gaze on Will, I raised one hand and let the other fall to my jeans. I hesitated for just a moment, holding my breath as I withdrew the weapon from the pouch. The next moment, I had it pulled out and pointed at James' head. His eyes widened, and he raised both his hands. Behind him, Will laughed. "You didn't think that one through, did you, pal?" James' expression darkened, and he half turned toward Will. "You best not test me. One word and your neck is snapped now." I stepped forward and James shot his attention back toward me. "One word and this bullet goes through your head. You wouldn't want to do that, Samantha dear." My eyes narrowed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think I would. I cocked the gun. Samuel showed me how to use it, and I was well aware of how to shoot. Though my hand trembled and my heart beat out of my ears, my grip of the weapon was unloving. My finger hovered over the trigger, ready to pull. "Wait," James rushed out, voice harsh. "Don't you want to know?" "Know what?" "How your dear mother died." The one thing that could have caused my composure to slip came crashing out of James' lips. I stopped breathing as a knowing smirk encompassed his features. "I wish I could say it was an accident," he began, "but it wasn't. Business is business, as they all say. I don't know much about that, but I do know it wasn't pretty." "Stop," Will shouted, his yell shattering the trees. "Samantha, shoot him." His voice was silenced when Raven wound her arms around his neck, cutting off his air supply. Not another second passed before James lunged forward. He was upon me before I knew what was happening. The gun was thrown out of my hands and I was pinned to the ground by his heavy legs atop my arms. I thrashed underneath him, tearing at any piece of skin I could get a hold of. "No more running now, girl," James snarled. As he spoke, his teeth elongated and face morphed into a twisted combination of man and beast. He sunk his face down upon my shoulder, teasing my flesh with his pointed canines. There was no hesitation before he bit into my neck. I screamed louder than I ever thought possible, fighting him with every ounce of strength I had left. Despite the overwhelming pain, I pushed against James' face, whipping him away from my shoulder. He pulled back and smiled before shifting his knees to pin down my elbows. His hand covered my mouth, muffling my cries. A sick snarl sounded through my ears, just as James descended upon me to finish my life. However, it was from James that the snarl erupted. It was a foreign sound, one that caused him to pause just long enough to be thrown off balance. Something collided with James, throwing him into the dirt. I scrambled away as he began fighting a dark, colored wolf with blood-red eyes. James screamed, and the sound soon morphed into a snarl. The man and the beast fought one another, tumbling across the dirt and splintered trees. I looked away only for a moment, just long enough to find where the gun had been thrown. The minute I saw it shining on the ground, either for its protection, before I could grab it, someone else landed in the dirt next to me. I looked up just in time to see Raven bearing down on me, kicking my arms away so she could reach the gun. As she went to grab it, I twisted her legs and pulled her toward me, fighting to keep her away. We tore at each other, limbs battling for control as our bodies tumbled across the forest floor. Our heads hit the ground hard, ricocheting off fallen trees and sharp rocks. I pushed Raven into stone as we careened into a small ditch littered with rocks. When her body crumpled, I leapt off her and stood, ready to run for the gun. As soon as I left the ditch, my heart stopped, and my feet followed. The gun was no longer in the air but grasped in someone's hand, pointed straight at me. On a night filled with smoke and battle, I was betrayed by a friend I once trusted, with a gun pointed at my head. It was in that moment I realized how fragile trust can be. Chapter 61, Making Everything Right. My breathing came out short and ragged. Around me, I could hear the sounds of James and the other wolf fighting. I could hear Raven climbing out of the ditch. The smell of smoke was thick in the air as the person standing before me advanced, gun in hand. My world came to a standstill just long enough for me to whisper one accusation. Bray. He shot me a frozen smile. His eyes were narrowed and slants wide as he stalked toward me. Though I scurried away, I didn't get far. Arms that I now knew belonged to Raven wound themselves around me, holding me in place. I didn't bother fighting her off. My attention was still focused on the man in front of me who was holding my fate in his hands. Bray tilted his head and the gun followed. Didn't expect to see me here. You humans are terribly naive. His smile turned into a glare when a loud snarl sounded. James had shifted into a wolf, and Al had the other pinned to the ground, teeth hovering over his neck. They were both panting, and for just a moment, the darker-colored wolf shifted his gaze to me. I saw Will's eyes within the beast, screaming at me to run, fight, or do anything to save myself. Raven's grip tightened. She locked my elbows and pushed my hands up, arching my back in a painful position. Mangled cries lingered in the back of my throat, a few escaping to pierce the silent night. After a moment, Bray turned his glare on me. You're not worth all this trouble. Will's wolf sprang forward, getting another few gashes along James before he was pinned down again. Peyton watched the encounter with tangible fury. And you? Bray turned to James Wolf, hovering over my brother. You can't do anything right. Always with the extra V, AG and Cs. Always with the games. Never able to deliver. While keeping his gaze trained on the pair of wolves, Bray began a slow walk toward me. Raven tensed and pulled me closer to her body, sending a spasm of pain throughout my limbs. I struggled in her grasp, but there was no fighting her strength. Soon enough, Peyton was standing before me, too close for comfort. He towered over my frame, when our chests were only inches apart. His gaze darted back to Raven and he smiled. She held me steady, long enough for Peyton to tilt his head and regard my shaking frame. How nice it is to have friends who have your back, isn't it, Samantha? Bray sneered and paused before his light eyes flickered to Raven. Despite my best judgment, you came through. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I have to say I am surprised. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I think I am not the only one. His smile grew wider, enhancing the glaciers supporting his expression. Tell me, Samantha, did you truly think it would be this easy? That everything you did simply worked in your favor? Or are you as stupid as Ravens told me? My heart fell out of my chest, and despite my best efforts, my gaze fell to the floor. Tears of betrayal stung more than just my eyes. I wanted to scream. I wanted to turn around and cuss Raven for ever letting me believe I could trust her kindness. That's what I thought. Break continued. What the hell do you want? I spat out, interrupting his monologue. Why do you even care about me? About her? Oh, I don't. This is not about you. You're just caught in the crossfire. Peyton lifted the gun to my head, letting the barrel rest against my temple. My neck tensed as I drew in a quick breath. If this isn't about me, then let us go. We just want to leave without any troubles. I paused, trying to gain control of my trembling voice. If not me, then let Will go. He doesn't have to be a part of this. That's where you're wrong. Once more, he'll be coming back. My shoulders stiffened, pulling against Raven's grip. I don't understand. I know. He took the gun away from my temple to top of my head, shifting his eyes to Raven. Do not screw this up now. One of Raven's hands stretched forward, and Bray placed the gun in her palm. Without hesitation, she brought the barrel to my head. While this was happening, Bray backed away and bit in a purposeful walk to Wolves. He picked up a bundle of fabric on his way over, tossing the clothes next to James when he got close enough. Without another word, James retreated from Will. The minute Will tried to jump up from the ground, Peyton came around and kicked his head to the side. A terrified scream left my lips as his body went limp. James appeared moments later, glaring at Bray. I had it under control. Peyton's expression dark and his voice turned sinister. I could hear this encounter from miles away. You should consider yourself lucky I was the only one. End this. He nudged Will's snout with his foot. There is no ounce of control in this situation. You didn't let me finish. Bray moved faster than my eyes could follow. He was chest to chest with James in an instant, growling his words. I shouldn't have had to let you do anything. It was supposed to be taken care of. James took a deep breath but stepped down. His chest fell and he shuffled backward. Peyton seemed to grow taller with the distance put between them. Instead of having to face Bray, James turned to glare at me. He looked me up and down, eyes lingering on the blood coating my body. With just one glance, I felt symphonies of fire erupt from every wound. Without taking his eyes off of me, James spoke to Peyton. You have the boy. Let me finish her. Let me finish the deal. You know I can, or else you wouldn't have come to me in the first place. No, Bray placed himself between me and James. I came to you because you were my last resort. Now that I'm here, I will finish things the correct way. Taking a deadly step forward, I do not give second chances. The entire forest stilled with the implication of Peyton's words. The gun grew heavier against my head. James cowered and shuffled several feet away. Not a breath of air passed into anyone's lungs. Then, James stopped moving. A strange expression fell upon his face. He glanced at everyone in the clearing, muscles tensing with his intentions. Then, he charged. He leapt over Bray and shot toward me and Raven. I screamed as I was pushed forward just in time for Raven to dodge James' attack, however. She was not his target. And the minute my knees hit the dirt, the top half of my body slammed to the ground. James pulled back as he propelled over me, his momentum overtaking his control. As I sunk into the ground, he flew to the side, skidding to a halt on his knees. His body began to morph as bones cracked and an enraged howl left his lips. From the corner of my eye, I could see Raven taking small steps toward Bray, the gun hanging limply at her side. An expression of pure rage had befallen Peyton, but he made no move to stop James' assault. I felt him coming before I saw anything. Without waiting for an impact, I sprang from the floor and flew into Raven's arms. Her screams echoed my own and she jumped away, stumbling as I latched onto her ankles. She fell to the ground and the gun clattered next to her. The minute I reached for the metal, something sunk into my leg. I screamed in agony and my hands dug into the dint. Despite the pain, I scoured the floor for my saving grace, letting James' teeth dig deeper into my flesh. My legs kicked and flailed, ignoring the tremendous pain spraining from every limb of my body. By the time my hands grasped the gun, I knew that when I looked down, my legs would be no more. James dragged me toward him with his teeth. He was no longer a man, but a snarling beast stripping at any piece of me he could find. As he tore at my body, I forced myself onto my back. When the gun was steady, I didn't hesitate. I pulled the trigger. Again, and again, and again. The gunshots rang louder than my screams. Following its deafening echo was nothing more than a soft whisper of wind. The claws and teeth ripping away at me had ceased. A heavy weight had fallen upon the bottom half of my body. I was left panting, struggling for air amidst smoke and terror. And here I was, thinking you didn't have it in you. Peyton's voice was the thing that finally broke the silence. It was thick and dark, and I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I understand your desire to kill him. He was much too impulsive for me. I was going to do it myself after this ordeal was finished. Though my vision was dancing with black dots, Bray came into focus, standing next to me. My hands whipped to where he lingered, pointing the gun to his head. When I pulled the trigger, though, nothing happened. He came closer. My finger frantically pulled, again and again, shaking the gun to work. When he was close enough, Bray kicked the metal out of my grasp and crouched beside me. You should have saved a few bullets. Tears sprang from my eyes as panic began to ease into space where Renault escaped. I kicked at the dead weight upon my legs, but I was stuck underneath James Wolf's carcass. There was no escaping. There was no running. And now, there was no fighting. I wish I could say I regret everything. Bray mused, a cold overtone hanging on every word he spoke. But I don't. Everything happened exactly as I planned. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylène Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought you might be an annoyance to what was to come, but here you are, making everything right. My mind was running on the last of its strength. Words tumbled out of my mouth before I knew what I was saying. It was a last desperate attempt to find some way to save my life. This isn't right. I panted, continuing my fight to push James off my body. None of this is right. You don't have to do this. On the contrary, this was how it was always supposed to be. I don't understand. My words were the loudest scream it cried yet. The words echoed trees, my panic traveling with them. Peyton growled and eyed the forest. He caught sight of Raven, standing motionless on the tree line. Without another glance my way, he stood and stalked over to her. Retrieve the boy. Raven stumbled over her feet, meeting my wide eyes for the first time that night. Her gaze paused on my broken body for only a moment. Are we leaving her? Bray stopped dead in his tracks. He eased his body back to face Raven, rage lining his expression. Are you questioning me? And no, she stuttered. If yours to do so, then my end of the bargain would expire. As well. Is that what you're doing? Raven stumbled toward Bray, clasping her hands in front of her. No, please. I'm not. He sent her a cold glare, quieting her words. Retrieve the boy. Raven disappeared from my sight. Bray turned back to me, a cool expression having replaced his earlier fury. Something long was glinting in his hands, and as he stepped toward me, I knew the end was near. I could already see his knife dripping with my blood. When he crouched beside me again, it was a surprise to feel the sharp end cut into my throat. Thank you for allowing me to set things right. Samantha, I will make this quick. He pushed the knife deeper into my skin. A scream echoed through the night, though after a moment, I realized it was not my own. Bray's knife was held stagnant against my neck as he whipped his gaze back to where Raven disappeared. When her cries sounded again, he dropped the blade and disappeared. I was left on the forest floor, bleeding out, As the world around me came to life, Raven's cries of pain continued, but they were now partnered with inhuman howls of violence. In their midst, I heard another creature, but they soon all blended together in my clouded mind. My legs were abruptly freed from the crushing weight of James Wolfe. It took me a moment to realize this, and when I did, it took another few for my mind to focus. Another dark-colored wolf was hovering over me, watching me with a careful expression. It was not holding me down, though, rather protecting me from what lay beyond. The wolf shifted his weight, glancing at the rest of the forest, then back to me with worried eyes. They were dark brown, matching the color of its fur, and the appearance of my brother. Just as I realized this, he whipped his head forward, muscles tensing. I eased up onto my elbows and lifted my head to gaze around. Was a large wolf. Every movement took every ounce of strength I had left, but I kept on moving. After a long time, I was kneeling, clutching Will's back leg for support. When I raised my gaze, I saw that Bray was watching my every move with narrowed eyes. His hands were bloody and outstretched. Behind him was carnage. Tree limbs were shattered, littering the forest floor. Every inch of ground held claw marks. Raven's body was limp on the floor. "You know you can't overpower me," Bray growled. "You can't even shift out of your uncontrollable wolf." My fingers twisted in Will's coarse fur. He snarled at Bray's remark, shifting his weight from side to side. "I need you alive," Bray continued, "but that does not mean I need you in one piece." His face began to morph and bloodied hands cracked into paws. In another moment, Bray was gone, and a black wolf was in his place. It blended in with the night, seemingly disappearing within the shadows of the trees. Will was the first to move. He lunged forward and began a gruesome battle with Bray. They tore at one another, fighting for dominance in their lives. When the wolves drew nearer to me, I gathered my senses and strength, and stood. I stumbled out of the way just as the two wolves crashed into the spot I lay moments before. Without waiting for them to collide with me again, I continued forward into the trees and away from the battle. They continued tearing at each other behind me as I drew nearer to the carnage of the forest where Will's once lifeless body laid, in almost the exact same spot. As I drew near to her, I noticed the blood pooling around her body. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as if each breath was a great struggle. My legs gave out as I fell by her side, and her wide eyes bore into me. Her lips moved with phantom words and whispers that I was never able to hear. As if sensing my lack of understanding, Raven raised the shaking hand. Her mouth continued to move as she pointed a finger into the forest. Her hand, though trembling beyond control, never wavered in its direction. My gaze followed where she gestured, but the only thing was trees. When I looked back into her eyes, she was staring at me with an urgent expression. I flicked my gaze back and forth between her and the forest, before finally making a decision to follow her command. Though I realized I didn't know Raven like I thought I had, I did know that she knew me. She knew I would never leave my brother, even if it meant I would die. She knew I would fight until that last moment. She knew I would always look for a way out, even if that way was stupid and reckless. So when she pointed into a seemingly tree-congested part of a forest, I knew she was indicating for me to run. I knew there was something more just beyond the tree line. I stumbled to my feet and ran. My hands clutched passing trees for support as my body threatened to give out under the weight of my injuries. Soon, my vision dark spots and I grew lightheaded. Still, there had to be something there. There had to be something Raven was pointing me to. This couldn't be the end. Chapter 60 To a Disgrace. I broke through the tree line and fell into a meadow. The grass went up to my knees and the moon cast a harsh light upon it. A small patch of water pooled near the tree line with rocks glistening around the edges. Shadows stretched from the center of the clearing, leading to a small truck that sat parked on the grass. A triumphant smile graced my lips, and for several moments, I thought I was hallucinating. Only when I staggered to the door and threw myself inside did I believe that what I was experiencing was real. My hands ran along the steering wheel as I sunk into the carpeted seats. Blood soaked into the cloth and dripped onto the floor. And for a moment, the weight of my injuries threatened to overwhelm me. I stared at the blood as more and more of it escaped my body, entranced by how much was running down my legs. Then, I shook my head. That moment passed, and I was shifting the car into gear. Once the car had started, I let out a cry of victory. It was short-lived because as soon as the sound escaped, my thoughts caught up to me. I couldn't drive back to where there was no path. I couldn't leave him, because there was no guarantee he would survive long enough for me to get help. Here I was, on the verge of turning the tides and surviving, but at an utter loss to what I could do to make it happen. My hands hovered over the steering wheel. My feet rested on the pedals. There was a small path leading out of the meadow that I knew would take me away from here, away from Bray. Away from the danger, but also away from Will. I scanned the trees once again, hesitating for a small moment. That moment was cut short when a figure in the side of my vision emerged from the trees. It was a wolf, unlike any ever seen, lingering just behind the entrance of the meadow. Its fur was grey with white-tipped ears and eyes black as the sky. We stared at each other as another identical wolf emerged, stopping next to the first. The second tilted its head and narrowed its eyes, taking a small step toward me. My heart leapt into my throat as a scream threatened to erupt. As my panic grew, the scene around me shifted. Trees on the other side of the clearing snapped in half as two more wolves came crashing into the grass. They stumbled over one another, biting, clawing, and drawing as much blood as they could manage. When their frenzied attacks paused long enough for me to search their eyes, I recognized Bray standing tall with a wounded Will cringing before him. Will's wolf limped away as Bray stalked forward. His attack was slow and calculated, whereas Will was struggling for survival. When he tripped over his limbs and Bray drew back to lunge, I didn't hesitate. I ignored the foreign wolves and went straight to the threat. My feet floored the gas pedal and the car lurched toward Peyton Bray. The horn played as I tried to warn Will away. He looked back just in time to yelp and dive to the side, stumbling out of the car's reach. Bray had more time to react and was turning away before I came close to running into him. I didn't let that deter me. When I reached the edge of the meadow, I whipped around and barreled straight for the black wolf. Once more, mud and grass flew as the tires fought for traction. When the car was facing Bray again, he was standing stationary at the other end of the clearing, staring at me with determination. My face twisted into a scowl as I slammed down on the pedal and barrel forward. Bray matched the movements of the car, running at top speed. He kept his eyes trained on me as his feet flew across the grass. The distance between us grew rapidly smaller. The moment I braced myself to crush him, Bray let out a harrowing snarl. He leapt toward the truck and flew through the air, aiming his massive body straight for the windshield. I didn't have time to scream. My hands flew to protect my face as I watched the black wolf soar through the air. Time came to a standstill. My feet slammed on the brakes. I closed my eyes and tensed for shards of glass to cut through my skin and end my life. Bray would heal from the impact, but I would not. Another sound engulfed my ears, threatening to bring me back to the present. It was a different wolf, howling to the moon. The noise struck my heart in more than one way and forced me to open my eyes to find the source. I didn't have to wait long. With a flash of blonde, Bray's wolf was knocked from the sky. He fell to the ground, several feet away, as the other wolf barreled over him. Red eyes flashed in the dark clearing, drawing my attention away for a moment too long. The car flew forward, racing for the trees. The tires worked for traction as my hands flew to the steering wheel. The world twisted around me as my body ricocheted off the seats. When the car finally came to a halt, my body continued swaying back and forth, my head spinning. My fingers fumbled for the door handle, and in a daze, I stumbled out of the car. I fell to the ground, grasping at the blades of grass. My vision swam, but when I looked up, I focused long enough to see the fight was only escalating. Two wolves were circling each other, though Will was no longer in this battle. Bray paced on heavy feet as he stared at his new opponent. searching for weaknesses and planning an attack. The other wolf watched Bray with a calm yet sharp demeanor. His blonde fur rippled with anticipation. Samuel was back. Bray lunged, but Samuel didn't hesitate. He dodged the attack and sunk his teeth into the other wolf. Bray's composure faltered, leaving Samuel to gnash and tear at every piece of flesh he could find. By the time Bray was released, he was limping and beginning a retreat. A low howl cut through the night, gaining the attention of all in the clearing. Will was staggering toward me but had collapsed next to the water, which separated us. Bray took advantage of the distraction and dove toward Will, but Samuel anticipated his movements. He caught the black wolf by the back legs, pulling him back into the fight. Bray twisted around and leapt onto Samuel's back, ripping into the skin between his shoulders. The blonde wolf snarled, throwing Bray toward the trees and stalking toward him. Once more, I tore my focus away from the fight and crawled around the rocks until I was next to Will. His head was hanging halfway in the water and he was unable to pull himself away. He sunk into the mud and his eyes were clouding over. The breaths he was able to take were shallow and labored, and his tail flicked with anxiety. I lowered myself down next to him, pulling his head into my lap. Will turned to look at me, eyes shining with unspoken words. My hands smoothed over his face, flattening the fur matted with blood and grime. "Stay with me," I mumbled, my eyes scanning his body. There was a large gash running along his back, another along his belly. Blood covered nearly every inch of his fur. "You'll be okay," I told him, holding back a sob. Will whimpered, pushing his snout into my hand. Tears fell from my eyes as I laid my forehead between his ears. The battle of the other wolves was still raging, growing more violent by the second. Their snarls pulled my attention away from Will, who was already watching them with wary eyes. The blonde wolf fur was stained crimson, but the black wolf was beginning to weaken. Just as Samuel's wolf prepared to lunge again, his attention cut to the edge of the clearing. One by one, figures began to emerge from the trees. Some I recognized, others were strangers. They all seemed to recognize Samuel and Bray. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Their gazes were fixed upon them, each horror-filled and confused. As they drew closer, Samuel stepped away from Bray and closer to them. The cracking of bones echoed through the meadow, and after a few moments, Samuel stood tall. He threw a bundle of cloth at Bray's retreating wolf, moving back around to face him. When Bray was a man again, the meadow was silent. I could hear his heavy breathing even from where I sat, feel his cold glare on each and every one in the vicinity who dared to disrupt his evening. He turned his gaze to Samuel, eyes ablaze with rage. "Have you called in your reinforcements to finish me off?" Samuel rolled his shoulders, glancing around. He kept his back toward me, and I found myself wishing I could be by his side. As if in answer, his head tilted toward me and I saw the side of his expression. His eyes were hard, his jaw set firm. He shook his head so slightly that I would have missed it had I not been staring. Then, he squared his frame and regarded Bray. When he spoke, his words were harsh and met the temperature of Peyton's glare. "This is the last of the pack who is celebrating their fallen one's lives. We all had a fight and came to investigate." He spat his next words. "Seems we arrived just in time for you to kill my mate. How convenient," Peyton panted, sneering his words. "But you have it wrong. It was your human who was killing me." Samuel took a step forward. "I think you're mistaken." "Am I?" Peyton straightened his spine. "Go and see the two others she already killed." There was a beat. Then Samuel responded through his teeth. "What are you doing here?" "I was coming back from patrol when I found your mate at the border." "We are far from the border." "Bray. Perhaps that is because she car and killed the wolves when I attempted to speak with her." The silence that surrounded us was thick, stretching further than even the moon could reach. There was no mistaking the horror-filled expressions flinching my way, accusing me of the things Bray spoke. My heartbeat was the loudest thing of the night, pounding hard enough to deafen anyone within the meadow. Bray smiled. I found her driving a car through the border. She was in perfect health. No bite. No adverse reaction to your werewolf gene taking over her pathetic human life. He turned toward those gathering around Samuel and raised his voice. When I found her, she was running away, gathering the rest of the humans to kill our pack. Samuel lied. He never bit her. He let her run off, only for her to come back to kill us all. And now that I've discovered his plan, Samuel is here to kill me. That's not true, Samuel shouted. Where's your evidence? Peyton sneered. She killed them now. Gathering the attention of everyone in the clearing. The words had left my mouth in such a rush. I hadn't considered their implications. Now I had a band of angry wolves glaring down at me. I regarded them all for a moment, before letting my gaze shift to Samuel. He was staring at me with a tense expression, his frame clouded with stress. I took a deep breath. We were act by you and James. My gaze shifted to Bray, who held a distant expression. Why would I set out to kill a wolf, when I know that I would only die? Beckius, you are human, Peyton answered. They have done it before. Look at what happened with our alpha. You were running away to gather others to finish the job. A tumultuous snarl left Samuel, and the attention was back on him. Do not lie. It was their guns that killed him. Bray roared. The humans' attack killed countless members of the pack. Samuel matched his volume now. It was you. A momentary silence fell upon the clearing. It was heavy with Samuel's words and the memory of those who lost their lives that night. Everyone exchanged nervous glances, the crowd shuffling their feet back toward the trees. Samuel, breathing heavily, continued in a voice as calm as death. I've had you followed. Bray, from the moment Triley died, I knew it was you. And your men. Bray's eyes narrowed. What evidence do you have? You had them killed. The attention of the clearing was turned again to the edge of the forest. Footsteps could be heard, and soon enough, more people began to gather. Leading them was Goldie, with Marshall at her side. Samuel glanced at them, then turned a scowl back on Bray. I didn't know if we were being attacked again. Samuel spoke in an even tone, staring at Bray as others flooded the scene. I called in reinforcements. Peyton started at the individuals emerging from the forest. Goldie broke away from them to stand between the crowd and Samuel. Marshall scanned the meadow until he fell upon me and Will. Collapsed on the ground, he wasted no time in sprinting across the grass, closing the distance between us in seconds. He came to a halt, kneeling next to us. With careful hands, he began to assess my legs, but I pushed him away. Will, I told him. Look at Will. Marshall didn't argue. He didn't even glance my way before shifting his attention to my brother. His hands moved along his body, pressing in various places. Will's breathing was shallow and harsh, but he laid still. You're lying. Even now. Samuel. Bray snarled, glaring at us. Tell them who that wolf is. Tell all of your people what he did, what she did. Tell everyone you call here what really happened, and what you've been hiding. All along, the meadow was silent, waiting with bated breath. An unreadable mask had fallen upon Samuel's face, though I saw the endless tension lining his shoulders. He scanned the meadow, looking into the faces of every person gathered there, as he spoke in a firm voice. The wolf is Samantha's brother. He was turned unwillingly by one who was exiled. Tell them what happened the night the Alpha died. Bray goaded. Samuel glared at him, his voice unwavering. Riley and I helped him through the shift. When it was almost over, Riley was distracted and got injured. Peyton began to speak, but Samuel raised his voice and spoke over his words. You would have been fine, had it not been for the gunfire headed by Bray. We were ambushed by what we initially thought to be a human attack. Upon a closer look, there was no way it was possible. All the guns were being held by Bray, the one in charge of security. I know your games, Samuel. Peyton smiled and shifted his feet. You are only distracting them from the actual proof. Why would I kill our Alpha? I would not take his place. I would not want my pack in ruin. You, however, have only done that. You have lied from the beginning. You are not fit to run this pack. And you never will be. The world stood still. And somehow, I knew what Bray was going to say. Next. Samuel suspected his words as well because his hands balled into fists and he tensed for the reaction we all knew was coming. Bray, Samuel tried. Peyton spoke over him, turning to the members of the pack. He was a human. It is why his mate is human. It is why he is weak. And is why he can never be an alpha. The words sent daggers into the cold air. My heart left my body. Samuel's one secret was now out in the open. All because he had trusted me. I had taken that trust and used Samuel's secret as a way to selfishly convince Raven to escape with me. She hadn't hesitated in using that knowledge against us and betraying me. A stray female broke away from the crowd. She had dark maroon hair and wore a hopeful expression. Her gaze danced between Peyton and Samuel, faltering when she locked eyes with Samuel. That's not true. It's not true. This is beta. Samuel wouldn't look up from the ground. Another few people stepped forward, asking Samuel the same question. When he refused to answer, Peyton smiled. He can never run this pack. It's not in his blood. He's a disgrace. Goldie stepped forward then, stopping only inches away from Bray. She leveled herself up to his chest, glaring daggers into his face. His composure never wavered. After a moment, she turned to those gathered but didn't step away from Bray. Her voice held the conviction of 1,000 testaments. Alpha Riley knew. She let her words sink in before continuing. He knew the entire time. He welcomed Samuel into our pack and wouldn't have anyone else be at his side. He didn't care. Bray suddenly moved forward, knocking Goldie off balance. She gained it back without hesitation, but Peyton was already on the move. He stalked towards Samuel, his expression growing deadlier with each step. It was supposed to be me. Before you showed up, it was my place. He was standing in front of Samuel now, breathing heavily. Now, in taking it back, Samuel narrowed his eyes. Are you challenging me? Bray, there's nothing to challenge. Chapter 63. To the death. The fight erupted without a moment's notice. Samuel and Bray were at each other's throats faster than they could even shift. They met mid-air in a tangle of arms and shifting limbs. As their wolves took control, blood spread and the crowd thinned. Some women screamed. Some men ran for the comfort of the forest. Others stayed in the clearing but backed away just enough so they could watch the challenge unfold. At the head of those who stayed was Goldie. She spread her arms and pushed back those who remained behind, keeping them away from the snarling and out-of-control wolves. Her face was set in a firm grimace, as though she expected disaster. My heart reached and battled with Samuel. Bray had a ferocity that was hard to be matched. With every wound Samuel inflicted, Bray would cause another. With every howl of pain Bray would cry. Achidi make sure Samuel felt it. Tenfold. But Samuel was not a quitter, and he was going to be beaten. The wolves circled each other, lunging and withdrawing. Bray had Samuel backed up against the forest. Both of their fur was standing on edge, rippling with anticipation. Blood stained Samuel's coat to the point that the blonde was nearly invisible. He was limping heavily on one leg and a chunk of his ear was missing. Bray was none the worse. He tried to hide it, but his back leg was nearly gone. The battle raged and raged. Minutes passed by quicker than seconds. With each one, the wolves became more wounded, but this didn't slow them down. They tumbled over one another, tore with teeth, pounced with vigor. This was the end of the line for them both, and neither was content to let the fight end quickly. Bray lunged. As soon as he did, he realized his mistake. Samuel whirled, dodging as he dove to the side and leapt off a tree, then rounded to pounce on Peyton's back. He tore into his neck and Bray's black wolf crumbled. The struggle continued for a few minutes more as Peyton tried everything to get Samuel off his back. But Samuel was relentless. His wolf was beyond anything he'd ever seen. At moment, I think Samuel could have taken over the world. When Peyton ceased his struggles, Samuel shifted back to his skin. He still held Bray pinned to the ground, and soon enough, he shifted back as well. The clearing was in absolute silence, and the only thing to break it was the sound of the men's heavy breathing. "Submit," Samuel commanded, digging his elbow into Bray's neck. "You'll never be fit." Peyton panted. He gasped for air as Samuel dug deeper into his airway. "You're not even a real wolf," Samuel roared. He drew back a fist and sent it flying at Peyton. Blood splattered and blended with grass and skin. "They won't accept you," Bray shouted. "I've already told the chiefs. You'll never be alpha. Nobody wants you. It's over, Bray. You've lost," Samuel shouted. Their faces were inches apart. "Submit." There was a pause stiller than silence. Then, Bray laughed. "To the death." Samuel, without warning, he shifted back to his wolf and lunged. His teeth went for Samuel's torso, but before they could end his life, Samuel turned and grabbed the wolf's neck. He jumped on Bray's back and fell. The echo of a sickening crack went on for what felt like hours. Samuel laid motionless on Bray's wolf's back. Bray was no longer breathing. Samuel looked lifeless as well. No one else dared to move. The first to break this trance was Goldie. She rushed forward and knelt by Samuel and began running her hands along his back. They came back coated in blood. My eyes narrowed and I realized that though the fight was over, Samuel was far from all right. Blood was continuously pouring from countless wounds across his body. Goldie wasted no time in grabbing pieces of shredded clothing and covering the gashes. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," she cried, searching the clearing. My gaze whipped down to him. His hands were flying across Will's body, but he kept glancing at Samuel. With the little amount of strength I had left, I pushed him off of Will. "Samuel needs you." My voice broke. I couldn't tear my gaze from Samuel. I tried moving toward him, but my legs refused to work. They didn't respond to my commands. I knew I was pinned beneath Will, and for the time being, I blamed my inability to move on that. With another desperate lurching of my heart, I pushed at Marshall as tears spilled from my eyes. "Go to Samuel. Please. We'll be all right." "Samuel." Marshall looked at me for half a second before he sprang up and sprinted across the clearing. He and Goldie acted together, barking orders at those who remained to watch the fight. Black spots danced in my vision as I watched them work. I tried to keep my attention on Will. I could see the unsteady rise and fall of his chest, which meant he was alive. He was unconscious and his head was still in my lap, preventing me from moving. Not that I wanted to. Now that I had nothing to distract me, my own pain was growing. With every passing moment, another part of my body exploded in agony. My mind was screaming at me to stay awake, to focus on Will and Samuel, but my body wouldn't cooperate. A small part of my mind begged for sleep and reminded me that Will and Samuel were in good hands. Marshall had tended to Will and now he and Goldie were going to fix Samuel. They didn't need me. They would be okay. But then, I would catch sight of the bloody rags being piled onto Samuel's body. Without my permission, my heart would stutter and send a wave of anxiety through my veins. My mind and body were at war and I was sure who was winning. My vision was letting in more darkness than light. My eyes were fluttering. I thought I heard someone calling my name. My mind responded, but my mouth didn't. When my world finally went dark, I was still fighting against the reprieve of rest. My consciousness shifted to nightmares of dead bodies and bloody figures. Though my body slept, it was far from resting. I knew I woke up several times, but each time I did was more confusing than the last. Sometimes there was light. Sometimes there were voices. After a while, I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. I didn't care. Then, I heard his voice. It started off as a distant hum in the back corners of my mind and grew as a torrential wave threatening to break the shore. I held onto it like a drunken sailor searching for land. And eventually, I found the light. When I awoke, it was too more darkness. But this kind was different than before. There was a soft glow from beside me and an ache in my chest. There was an ache all over my body. I groaned and tried to sit up, my eyes adjusting to my new world. I was in a bed with wires all over my body. They strangled my hands as I pulled at them. Dazed and confused, a monitor beeped behind me. Something stirred beside my bed. I turned and found the all too familiar sight of Samuel, sitting in a hospital chair pulled to comfort. He was leaning on my bed, cradling my hand in his own. His head was bowed and resting on folded arms. His shoulders rose and fell in a steady and comforting rhythm. That rhythm broke as I involuntarily groaned, pain shooting up my legs and into my chest. I sucked in a deep breath and tried to remain quiet. But Samuel was already waking up. He lifted his head as if it held the weight of the world. His eyes blinked several times as he searched the room. Finally, his gaze landed on me. He went still. His gaze darted across my eyes, down my body, to the machines behind me, and finally back to my eyes. His mouth was left hanging open as he struggled to speak. I laughed once, and the spell of stillness was broken. Samuel jumped from his chair and grabbed my hands, holding them tight within his own. He dipped his head into my shoulder and stayed there, shoulders shaking. "Samantha," his whispered words sent chills across my skin. "You're eerily awake." I nodded my head and held Samuel on my shoulder. The world was flooding back to me. The last time I saw him, he was covered in blood and barely alive. To see him beside me was more than a miracle. I brought both my hands to cradle his head, pulling it away from my shoulder. I stared at him, evaluating his face as much as I could in the dimmed light. He seemed tired, worn down, and there were scabs littering his skin. But he was alive, and he was here. I shook my head, a smile creeping onto my face. "Samuel," he laughed once. "At your service." My voice cracked, barely a whisper. "How are you okay? It's nice to know you have so much faith in me." We both laughed and I dropped his face. He sat back down in his chair, pulling it closer to my bed and not letting go of my hands. He turned to the side and brought me a glass of water, which I gulped down. When he turned back, I caught sight of the side of his face. The light illuminated it just right so that I could see the chunk of skin missing from the side of his head where his ear used to be. My eyes widened. "Samuel, your ear." "I know." I grabbed his head and turned it to the side so I could examine the two folds of skin where his ear used to be. I ran my fingers over the surrounding skin, but he groaned and took my hands gently away, shaking his head. "Still a bit sore." "Samantha." I dropped my hands, horrified. "I'm so. I'm okay." He cut me off. Then, his gaze flickered to my neck and down my body. "Are you? How are you feeling?" "I'm fine," I automatically answered. I was in a hell of a lot of pain. My body felt hot, uncomfortable, and heavy. But I didn't want pain medicine to put me to sleep. Again. How long was I out? Only a day or so. "How are you okay?" Samuel cocked his head and smirked. "I'm a fast here. Remember, right?" I laughed once. The motion sent a wave of pain through me. I tried not to wince, but couldn't keep it from leaking onto my face. Samuel's brow furrowed. Before he could say anything about it, I broke in. "What did I miss? How is Will? What happened?" He gave me a look, then dropped his gaze and sighed. "Will is recovering all right. Marshall was able to help him a lot in the clearing so there won't be any lasting damage." A weight was lifted off my chest. Thank goodness. Samuel kept his gaze down. "There's something else you should know." "What is it?" "Is it with the pack? What happened after Bray?" He rubbed his neck and gazed at me for a moment. "That's been put on hold until you woke up. The chiefs are here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." They saw everything. What? How they came early. Heard everything in the clearing and watched it happen. Wait. I brought my fingers to my temples, massaging a headache. I think I remember seeing wolves. Before you got there, Samuel didn't look surprised. They saw almost everything. Well, then what's the problem? Why do they need me? They need statements and things. Well, do you know what's going to happen? He sighed and took a long pause. No, not after Bray announced I was human. Just like that. The weight fell back on my heart. I struggled to speak for a moment. Samuel. You don't have to say it. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm so sorry. You trusted me, and I told Raven, and she told Bray, and it's just made everything more complicated for you, and I'm so sorry, and I never meant for any of this to happen, and now. Samuel silenced me with a hand on my lips. He was smiling, but it didn't reach his eyes. Samantha, you didn't know this would happen. I lowered his hand and held it in my own. But I should have. Tears pricked at my eyes. He tilted his head and wiped the side of my eye with his other hand. Don't tell yourself that. You can't change what happened. You trusted Raven. We all did. I'm not upset, and neither should you be. I took a shaky breath. But I am. It makes sense, though. You know, how we left your apartment so easily that night. How she never got hurt. I shook my head, stealing a glance at Samuel. I should have seen it coming. I trusted her. Till he squeezed my hand. Images from the other night flew through my mind. Is she all right? Samuel let out a short breath. I don't know. No one can find her. She's gone. Samuel nodded. It's probably for the best. I took a breath and traced one of Samuel's knuckles. I thought maybe we'll killed her. We would have found her body. Somehow. That didn't make me feel any better. We sat in silence for a few moments. The beeping of monitors keeping time. Eventually, I sighed and tried lifting myself up. When pain shot down my legs, I winced and cast a sheepish look at Samuel. His eyebrows was crunched together and his mouth was set in a thin line. You shouldn't be moving. I know. I guess. Can you just help me to the bathroom? For some reason, Samuel's eyes went wide. His mouth was left hanging open as his gaze darted from me to the bathroom door. After a moment, I laughed, if only to ease the awkward silence. It's all right if you don't want to. I can just ask a nurse. No. He refused to look at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I drew out the word. What do you expect me to do? To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel rubbed the back of his neck, shooting me hesitant glances every few seconds. He opened and closed his mouth several times. His knee bounced and even I was beginning to feel his apprehension. Samuel, there's something you should know. When he was silent again. Well, are you going to tell me? He looked down my body, his gaze slowly traveling back up to my face. Marshall and other doctors worked really hard on you. James and Bray did a lot of damage. It was James. To my agent extraordinaire, Love, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Breathlessly, Achius dead. Right. Samuel nodded once. He took another breath, then gathered my hands in both of his. Samantha, there was a lot of damage. What do you say? What happened? He looked as if he wanted to look away, but he held my gaze. His eyes shone and his grip was firm. After a moment, he took a large breath and finally told me, they had to amputate your leg. There was a beat. What? The injuries were too much for your body to heal. It was all already infected. I let out a nervous laugh. No, you're wrong. I can still feel pain down there. Samuel glanced down, closing his eyes. Samantha, tears welled up in my eyes. I ripped my hands from him, sitting up and tearing at the sheets that covered my body. Samuel stood and tried to calm me. But the damage was done. The sheets were gone from my bed and I was staring at the empty space where my leg used to be. Chapter 60 For not finding nothing made sense. My world was suspended for what felt like an eternity. I could still feel the pain. But when I looked down, nothing was there. I was missing a piece of me. A piece that still had. Tears poured from my eyes. My body shook with sobs. I was numb to anything else but the sight of the stump that used to be my leg. It broke off just below the knee and was wrapped in layers upon layers of gauze. It didn't look like my body. It made more sense that it belonged to someone else and this was just another nightmare. But I knew it wasn't. In the nightmares, I was always alone. Now I had someone beside me, holding me up when I couldn't do it for myself. Samuel clung to me, and I to him. We were two broken beams trying to keep the other from falling apart. Eventually, I fell asleep. Samuel crawled into the bed next to me, even though he was half hanging off the small mattress. He gathered me in his arms and dried my tears, soothing my sobs and pushing away the nightmare that was now a reality. When I awoke, he hadn't moved. I rubbed my eyes and buried my face into his arm for countless minutes. Sunlight was streaming through the window though, lighting up the room and introducing a new day. The rays peeking through the window hit Samuel directly in the eye. The longer this went on, the more he stirred and his breathing became uneven. After a while, he took a deep breath and paused, and I knew he was awake. But he didn't say anything. I didn't speak to him. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We only listened to the humming outside the hospital room door and a light footfall of countless feet passing by. The silence was almost peaceful. There was much that could be said. There wasn't anything I wanted to discuss, and I had a feeling Samuel felt the same way. But, despite her preference for a respite in a silent room, the world outside continued to spin. The sunlight left Samuel's face, and when it did, he cleared his throat and spoke. I should get the doctor. They'll want to know you're awake. I nodded. Samuel hesitated, then kissed the top of my head before departing. When I had the room to myself, I flipped onto my back and stared at the ceiling. My heart was at war with all my emotions, but I was too tired to fight. All I knew was that Samuel was there to hold me as I fell apart. That was good enough. I didn't care about mates. I didn't care about wolves. And I didn't care about what was waiting for me beyond these hospital doors. Samuel was here and that was enough until I was ready to face the world. Maybe then, I wouldn't have to do it alone. Samuel returned a few moments later. At his side were Marshall and Drive. Gates. Marshall smiled while Drive. Gates looked over her clipboard. We're glad to see you awake, Samantha, Marshall said. Nice to see that Sammy boy hasn't finished you off yet. Samuel shot Marshall a glare as an uncomfortable laugh escaped me. Drive. Gates ignored them both and came to my side, inspecting the machines beside my bed. How is your pain? It's not fine. Samuel stepped forward. Drive. Gates nodded and continued her work with the machines. Marshall came up behind her, stopping at the foot of my bed. He placed his hands on the bed frame and looked at me with crinkling eyes. We're getting along great. She is awake and recovering. You can see him when we're finished with you. I nodded and smiled. Samuel came up to stand beside me and Marshall gazed at us with a look of adoration. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but he shook his head and watched Drive. Gates. After a moment, she withdrew from the machines. Everything is looking well. Samantha, when you're ready, we can discuss further treatment for your leg, or lack thereof. Marshall quit. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel shot him a look of absolute fury. Something pricked my heart, and for a moment I was tempted to do something other than frown. Marshall watched me as my face fought different expressions before he mumbled under his breath and looked at Samuel with a glint in his eyes. Drive. Gates ignored us all and walked around my bed. She hung the clipboard at the base and said, Well, leave you to your morning. I'm glad you're doing better, Samantha. She began to walk out of the room and Marshall followed suit. He shot me a glance as they left, winking as Samuel lowered himself in the seat next to me. I'm sorry about him, Samuel said as soon as the door was shut. Don't worry about it. I know you want to see Will, but the chiefs want to talk to you before you see anyone else. I nodded. I should have figured as much. You don't have to see them right away. Instead of responding, I looked at Samuel. He was staring at my sheets. Underneath his eyes were dark circles and his hair was beyond repair. The side of his head, where there used to be an ear, was now covered with red and inflamed skin. He wore a long-sleeve shirt, and I was beginning to think it was supposed to cover the rest of his injuries. How long has it been since a doctor looked at you? Samuel looked up, confused. I don't know. I'm good. No, you're not. Get Marshall back in here. Anyone but him. I set my mouth in a firm line. Samuel squinted his eyes and looked at me, twisting his lips into a frown. If I do this, then you have to tell me when you're feeling okay. No exceptions. You feel pain, you tell me or a doctor and we'll take care of it. Then you have to tell me the same thing and let Marshall look at you. Samuel groaned. How about we just agree to tell each other these things? And forget Marshall? Absolutely not. Samuel grumbled something and pulled out his phone. He typed away, hopefully texting Marshall, then put it on the desk beside us. Silence stretched for a moment, but I could tell Samuel was uncomfortable. What is it? He looked up. I'm just thinking about you. My voice quieted. About Laydick. And other things. What are you thinking? Same. And you? A ghost of a smile appeared on his lips. If you'd have known this was all it took to get you to think about me, I would have done it ages ago. I grimaced, but Samuel laughed. That joke. Horrible. He laughed again, then grew sober. How are you doing today? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I took a deep breath and tried to keep my voice from shaking. My initial reaction was to laugh off his concern. But at that point, I knew Samuel would never believe me. And realized I didn't want to pretend anymore. I'm not fine. Samuel reached for my hands and buried his face within our fingers. That's okay, you. He let out a heavy breath. I'm not fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We sat in silence for what felt like hours. I wish I could say I had earth-shattering epiphanies in that time. But my brain was numbed. Everything I ever knew was gone or changed, including pieces of myself. The very person I wanted to stay away from was now the one person I needed and wanted. I was too broken to care about what I once dreamed of. Those dreams were gone and there was no getting them back. I didn't know what the future held. For once, I didn't want to dream about it. The present was enough. It's kind of fitting. I suddenly broke the long silence. In a sick and twisted way, Samuel sat up and looked at me. Care to elaborate? We're both missing pieces of ourselves and that only happened because we're supposed to complete each other. He glanced down. That's kind of a morbid way of putting it. Samuel paused, then looked back up. Do you think we complete each other? My brow furrowed and I continued staring at the ceiling. I don't really know what to think. I know that since I met you both our lives have gone to hell. I know. None of this would have happened if I didn't find you. I shook my head once, then turned to look at Samuel. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what would have happened. What did happen is horrible and there's a lot that I wish I could change. But I can't change anything and neither can you. So now, we're both left in the aftermath of it all with nothing but each other. Samuel refused to look at me. He was staring holes in my sheets and his shoulders were stiff. I grabbed his hand that was resting next to me and squeezed, willing him to look up. When he didn't, I grabbed his chin and directed his gaze back to me. We're both left in a horrible mess of things with nothing but to keep us sane. But I don't think that's such a bad thing. He was quiet for a moment, searching my eyes. Then, he told me in a soft voice, "I don't think so. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." What might have been a smile framed my next words. "You're not such horrible company. You know." I glanced to the mangled flesh where his ear once was and felt a pang shoot through my heart. I tried to keep my voice light, but I was sure I actually managed it. "You might need me now anyway. I doubt you'll be able to hear. And I might need you. I won't be able to walk. And I don't think a three-legged wolf is set up for success." Samuel stiffened and bowed his head, gripping his neck. "It shouldn't have happened. You were bitten, and it was your choice. I know. It was more than just your leg. It shouldn't have happened. I know." I ran my hand along my neck and shoulder, before stopping short. There was only minimal bandaging, if you could even call it that. The place I knew James had bitten me was a minor inconvenience compared to how the rest of my body felt. This only added to my fears. When Samuel remained silent, I shook my head and looked to the ceiling. By now, I practically had all the ceiling tiles memorized, each bump, each crevice, each discoloration. They were the only things keeping me sane in moments like this. Finally, I closed my eyes and whispered the thing it'd known since it'd woken up. "I'm going to change." Samuel closed both of his hands over my own. "Probably. That's why everything is healing faster, yes." I worried my lip, trying to keep the tremble out of my voice. "Will I die?" "Probably not." "How much time?" "We're not going to think about that right now." To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Samuel reached to brush away my hair but kept his hand on my cheek. His voice grew deeper as he smoothed his thumb against my skin. "This never should have happened. I never wanted you to change. Not if you didn't want to. I know I said some things at the beginning of all this, but I was acting out of anger and I didn't know what else to do. I know that's not an excuse. I know this is insanely messed up." Samuel broke off and fussed out alongside. His jaw was stiff and he refused to look anywhere but at the wall. After a moment, he closed his eyes and said, "Now the choice was taken away from you completely." I nodded and watched as Samuel crumpled before me. His head was lowered so I couldn't see his face, but that enough spoke volumes. Samuel was always able to put on a mask when he needed to. At least, he was able to until now. He took in a ragged breath. "I just wish I was there to stop it." I reached for Samuel's cheek, but he kept his gaze hidden. After a moment I sighed and looked around, trying to form what I wanted to say. "I wish," rubbing my palm, "I wish you were there. I realize that now. I never wanted to leave. Not at the end." To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've spent so much time running and all it's done is hurt everyone. I'm not going to say that everything is okay because it's not. But for the moment, we're both alive and getting better. Let's just face everything else when it comes. To my agent extraordinaire, webnovel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When Samuel didn't respond, I grabbed his hand and tried to pull him back to the present. "Thank you," I told him, "for saving me, for fighting Bray, for helping everyone." Samuel slowly looked up at me. "Samantha, remember that." I gave him a small smile. "I'm going to need you. Now there's no use in fighting it anymore." He mimicked my expression and kissed my hand. "As long as you're there with me." Chapter 65 Chiefs. It was almost evening. Samuel and I spent the day together, mostly in silence. Unfortunately, the chiefs were growing impatient. They came to the hospital and there was no more avoiding anything. Samuel stood next to me, holding my hand, as they entered. The door shut behind them with an ominous thud, and the air in the room thickened. The two of them, a man and a woman, stood rod straight, staring at Samuel and me. The woman was taller than the man by several inches. Her skin was as pale as the hospital light and her eyes were tired. She had long black hair pulled into a high ponytail that swished as she walked further into the room. The man stood short but was built like an athlete. He had tanned skin and dark hair that was growing thin. His eyes were cold and sunken, but when he spoke, his words were warm. "Delighted to meet you, Samantha," he said with a drawn-out accent. "My name is N and this is Kay." N turned to Samuel. "Good to see you on your feet." "Beta." Samuel nodded his head to both of them. "Chief Spears." The woman, Kay, spoke next. "We need to ask you several questions before we can proceed." I took a breath. "I understand." She turned to Samuel. "I hope you understand our need to speak without you here." Samuel stiffened. Then, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He bowed his head to each of them again, then turned to me. "They'll be right outside." He gave my hand a squeeze and left the room. As soon as he was gone, I felt my chest tighten. Kai and Theovan gazed at me with looks I couldn't quite decipher. I tried not to picture them as the all-powerful werewolves they actually were. I tried to ignore the fact they could kill me in less than a second. I tried not to think about what would happen if I told them something they didn't want to hear. N was the first to break the silence. "Beta Samuel has told us a lot about you. It is not often a human has a mate," Kay interjected. My fingers twisted together and I took a deep breath. "Yes, that is true. Do you believe yourself to be his mate?" Kay tilted her head and the light inside the room seemed to draw the rest of the color from her face. I furrowed my brow as my stomach twisted. "Humans can't have mates. We realize this." The Ent spoke, taking one small step forward. "But, what do you believe?" I paused for a moment. "I don't know. I trust Samuel." Kay nodded and that Ent smiled. A diplomatic answer, rubbing a rough hand along his arms. "It's the truth," I told them. Kay looked around the room. "Have you always trusted him?" "Well, no," I said. "Trust is earned." N laughed, abruptly, rocking back on his heels. "Perfect answers." Kay narrowed her eyes and looked down at the man. She spoke to me, but her gaze remained on that N. "Tell us of what happened." I took a deep breath. "Starting when?" "When you first met the beta." Broken the N. I struggled at first. So much had happened in so little time. And I hadn't wanted to leave anything out. I didn't want them thinking I was hiding anything. Or that Samuel had some long and secret plot I was involved in. He deserved to be alpha. It didn't matter if he was once human. He was better than any wolf fidnet. Before, Kai and the N held on to every word I said. They each interjected into my story with certain questions and clarifications, but for the most part, they listened. The longer I spoke, the more Kay narrowed her eyes. The N forgot his previous smile and looked at me with a lifeless expression. I could tell nothing about what either of them was thinking or if I was digging Samuel in me a deeper hole. When I finished my life story since meeting Samuel, the N moved to the window and stared outside. Kay remained in her spot in the middle of the room. Despite their distance, they bounced questions off each other and directed them at me faster than I could think. "What happened to the girl you left with?" the N asked. "I don't know. I thought she was killed." Like I said, Kay didn't hesitate with her question. "How did you survive?" "I don't know. After the fight, I blacked out. When I woke up I was in the hospital with Samuel." "It seems awful lucky that you got away," the N said, almost to himself. Kay nodded and glanced at him. "Humans don't survive that." I glanced back and forth between them, exasperated with their constant questions, tired of being awakened in their presence, and wishing for nothing but Samuel to be by my side. Again, anger and annoyance pricked my heart and I responded before I could stop myself. "I lost a leg and I was bitten by a werewolf. I wouldn't call that lucky." The duo was silent as I bit my tongue and cursed my outburst. Apparently, it still learned nothing in that department. Just at the moment when I thought that N and K were going to erupt, their N laughed and K rolled her eyes. The N turned from the window and walked over to the foot of my bed. That was long overdue. You do well under stress. I think we have adequate information, Kai announced. The N nodded to me, then made his way to Kay. The two headed for the door without glancing back. Sudden anxiety clenched my heart, and just as they were about to open the door, "What's going to happen?" The N turned and smiled. And it seemed genuine. "We need to discuss things. We will alert Samuel when we have reached a decision. Thank you for your time." Kay nodded toward me, then grabbed their N by the arm. Before I could say another word, they both turned and left. They were gone faster than they arrived, and I was left more worried than before. Not a moment later, though, Samuel was rushing back into the room. He smiled when he saw me, then shut the door and sat at the foot of my bed. I raised my hands helplessly. I told them the truth about everything that happened. "I don't know, Samuel." They asked a lot of questions and I couldn't tell what they were thinking, and, "Hush. You did great. I heard the whole thing." "I don't know." I shook my head and groaned. Samuel rubbed his hand up and down my leg and looked around the room. "The worst they can do is send me away and appoint someone else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The worst they could do is kill all of us." He laughed once. "Somehow, I don't think that is going to happen. But what if they do send you away?" Then Samuel stood and walked to the head of my bed before cupping my cheeks and glancing between both of my eyes. "Will be so heartbroken that I will definitely need an extraordinary amount of kissing and ego boost to ever be okay again." He was fighting back a smile. My expression fell and I stared at him without a hint of amusement. Underneath it all, though, I might have cracked a grin. "I'm serious, Samuel." I deadpanned. Samuel laughed and retreated back to his chair beside me. "So am I. But, on top of that, I might also consider leaving and taking a few people with me, if they do want to come. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I do still have a family I would like to one day see again." His voice softened at the end of his sentence and all tones of amusement were washed away. "If you want company, I know a few people who might come along." Samuel smiled wider than I'd seen him smile in a long time. I reached for his hands, and the expression only grew. "Whatever happens," I began, "we'll be all right. We've made it this far. Who knows? You could still be Alpha. Maybe this world isn't so bad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Samuel groaned. It was barely there, but I heard the noise and everything that went along with it. I gave Samuel a questioning look, but he shrugged and glanced away. "Let's just see what they have to say. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out." Epilogue. The beach wasn't as peaceful to walk down anymore. But Samuel and I did it, hand in hand. I used him as a crutch and he lifted me over rocks and rushing water. Our pace was slow and we had no specific destination in mind, only the fresh air and sounds of folding waves. Samuel's phone rang. He dropped my hand to hold it up to his good ear, and we both stopped walking. After a moment he paused the call, took my hand, and carried me away from the water to sit on a set of rocks overlooking the sea. As soon as we sat down, I undid my prosthetic and rubbed the tender skin. I was aching almost everywhere. The doctors told me exercise was good, but with the amount of physical therapy they were putting me through, I was ready to topple over at any given minute. Samuel sat next to me and spoke into the phone in a low voice. "Goldie, what's wrong?" Her voice hummed on the other end of the line in a rapid succession of words. Samuel pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. "No, I really don't care that Marshall won't stop calling you Alpha." I laughed silently as Samuel sighed, with no other option than to listen to Goldie's rants. "Yes, your father. He can do whatever he likes." "No, that's not my job." Samuel took my hand as he waited for Goldie to finish speaking. She tended to be quite long-winded. Lately, in all honesty, She still hated the alpha position. But the chiefs had given it to her. It was either that or let the pack be run by someone on the outside. They told us they believed and trusted Samuel, but in the fragile state the pack was in, they wanted a full-blooded wolf to take the alpha position. I was furious. It went against everything I knew to be right and everything Samuel had ever told me. Samuel was more capable than anyone to watch over his pack. He deserved it. But what surprised me most out of anything was that Samuel wasn't upset about it. He never wanted any of it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not in the way it was being given to him. I fully understood this when we were sitting in his apartment as he packed his things and tried to replace his door. Goldie wanted him back in the pack house, and with Will taking on other positions in the pack and my shift coming soon, we decided it wasn't a bad idea. Samuel was kneeling next to the door, picking up pieces of splintered wood. It just delivered a long-winded rant about the tyranny of wolves and the problems of hierarchy. He listened to everything I told him, then wiped his hands and turned to face me. The world isn't fair, Samantha. The sooner we accept that, the sooner we can influence it. I had thought a lot about his words, especially as of late. I was too keen on the idea of becoming a wolf. It would happen during the next full moon and I felt ill-prepared. Not only because I could potentially die, but also because I still hated certain things about the wolf. Those would take time and effort to work through. It helped that I talked with Samuel more, but these weren't things that were going to change simply because I was forced to become the thing I hated. But, in the end, I realized it was specifically the wolves. There was corruption and selfishness and manipulation everywhere. If I looked enough, every aspect of life would be filled with it. So, I tried to do as Samuel suggested, and understand the world so I could at least try and influence it. If there was anything I knew, it was that I didn't want anyone else going through what my family went through. Things could be better. So instead of dwelling on the hellishness of reality, I poured my efforts into the cracks of light that tried to fill the darkness. Samuel was helping. He showed me a lot about his world. I showed him more of the human side of things. We talked with Goldie, and though a lot of the pack still regarded me as scum, some were changing their hearts. The pack was changing, mostly because much of Goldie's alpha responsibilities were now dispersed throughout the pack. She ran things a lot differently than Wiley had, and only a few people complained. In the end, Samuel got most of the work, but he didn't mind. It was only moments like these, when Goldie forced him to stay on the phone with her, that he wished he could run away. No, I didn't know that. Samuel paused again and shot me a glance. How rude of Will. I covered my mouth and tried not to laugh out loud. Samuel was supposed to be working now, and if Goldie knew he was with me, then neither of us would hear the end of it. He'll have Samantha try to reel him in. He listened for a few more moments, then smiled. Yes, she can. Is there anything else? Then, finally, he sighed and said, "I'll see you tonight." Samuel hung up the phone and leaned back, shutting his eyes and groaning. I can't handle her, Samantha. I released my long, suppressed laugh. You're doing just fine. No, really, I think I might quit. You can't quit. I can pretend I can. Come on. You big baby. I laughed again and pushed off Samuel to stand. I placed my weight on both my feet, and as soon as that happened, I went plummeting to the ground. Samuel caught me before I was buried in a mound of sand. I laughed and tucked my hair behind my ears as he stood me upright, then picked my prosthetic off the ground. Missing something. A leg, I guess. Samuel groaned. You and Marshall are going to kill me. I sat back down and allowed Samuel to refasten my missing limb. You'd have to hear us coming. I can hear just fine. Your phone's ringing again. Samuel jumped and picked his phone up, only to see a blank screen. He looked at me with tired eyes, and I almost apologized. Then, one corner of his mouth turned up and he threw my prosthetic into the sand. Without warning, he lifted me on his shoulders and carried me straight into the ocean. I was laughing and kicking his back, screaming when the cold water reached my toes. When we were deep enough, Samuel dropped me in the water without a second thought. As I surfaced, cursing him loudly, he was bent over laughing, my teeth were chattering as I searched my body for warmth. You better hope I don't get sick. Wolf boy. Samuel splashed more water on me, before picking me up and holding me close. He held me up so that our faces were only inches apart. Then, as he had done 100 times before, Samuel kissed me like there was nothing else in this world that could make him happy. Wouldn't dream of it. Sammy girl.